Chapter 151 The First Noble. In the western part of the elemental city, there is now building that arena. It is conceivable that it will become the CBD of players in the near future. The most important thing is that the land there is not expensive, and the competition is not fierce, which is not easy to cause vicious competition, which is very suitable for my development. The unscrupulous profiteer had thought of the place long ago, but he did not expect that he could own a piece of land before Shui Na became a noble. Then you should go to the West District now. Shui Na looked at the fork in the road ahead, 3 roads, each going in one direction. Yes, if I build that store earlier, I can enter the market earlier. The unscrupulous profiteer immediately became energetic when he thought of the abnormally large number of physical gems in Shui Na's warehouse. As long as he handled these gems well, he could completely enter this market dominated by NPCs. Then I will complete the noble task first, and then find a copy to brush and upgrade that level. What Shui Na wants to do most now is to take a look at the cemetery of the dead, and then plan to take Xiao Ai there to do the enrollment task. Oh, then take your time. The unscrupulous profiteer walked into the avenue to the west. Be careful. Mina disappeared immediately. Mina looked at the first floor of the Ninja Master Guild and did not see Yangzhen. So she asked a mid-level NPC ninja master who worked there. This NPC had once entered the depths of the Trial Forest with Mina, and now he was learning from Yangzhen. Are you looking for Sage Yangzhen? He is meeting guests in the conference room on the 3rd floor. You can wait on the 2nd floor. That the NPC ninjutsu master immediately said to the ninjutsu master. Thank you, I'll go upstairs first. Mina went up to the 2nd floor after saying that. After arriving at the 2nd floor, Mina went straight to a counter not far away. That counter sells ninjutsu skills, but there is often a shortage of stock there. After choosing the 2 ninjutsu skills of Lianzu Fireball and Flame Wall, Mina felt that the success rate of the dungeon trip would suddenly increase a lot. After browsing the tasks in the task area, Mina immediately found the newly appeared task of the Land of the Dead and read the relevant procedures carefully. This task involves the Holy Light Force, so its requirements are relatively high. As far as Mina is concerned, there is no way to take that task at level 20. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yangzhen and a middle-aged ninjutsu master NPC surrounded by blue cold air appeared in front of Mina. Mina immediately stood up and performed a common etiquette between ninjutsu masters to the two. The expression of the NPC who was constantly emitting a trace of cold air was like 1,000-year-old ice, and even his eyes were like ice, without any temperature. This NPC, who could definitely be called an iceberg man, just glanced at Shui Na and left. Hehe, don't be surprised, Bing Xin is like this. Yan Xin explained to Shui Na as soon as he returned to the 2nd floor. Bing Xin, Yan Xin, they are not all sages. Shui Na thought to himself, but he just smiled on his face, indicating that he didn't mind. Do you have something to ask me? Yan Xin glanced at Shui Na who was struggling with how to start, and immediately knew that he had something to hide. Well, it's like this, the old steward Wen Na hopes that I will give you this letter. Shui Na felt that it was better to speak directly. If he talked nonsense at this time, he would be looked down upon by Yan Xin. Wen Na, this good old man, he has already paid off what he owed to the Andre family, and there is no need to waste his precious practice time. Yan Xin sighed softly. Yan Xin quickly finished reading the letter, and then said to Shui Na, are you free the day after tomorrow? I would like to invite you to attend the banquet together. Yan Xin raised the paper in his hand. This is not a good idea, after all, I am just an outsider. Shui Na looked at the prompt on the task panel and hesitated. Now this task involves the open and secret struggles among the nobles. Although he is not afraid, if he gets involved, he will definitely be in trouble. No one will complain about less trouble. Nothing. Don't I still have you? Yan Xin said indifferently. Then I understand. Shui Na took on this task. This task is not easy. He has to help Anwei eliminate those malicious members of the Andre family. This task is not simple. Maybe a few NPCs will die. By the way, Master Yan Xin, I wonder if I have the ability to do the reconnaissance mission of the Cemetery of the Dead. Shui Na asked immediately. You, although your strength has not yet reached the requirement, the equipment you have can make up for this problem. If you want to do that task, I can give you a token, but I suggest you wait until your strength is up before going there. After all, if you get injured in that place, there will be serious sequelae. Yan Xin said and found a bronze token engraved with the emblem of the Ninja Master Guild. Don't worry, I will. Mina took the token with both hands. By the way, if you find some dark ninjutsu books there, please be sure to bring them back and let our people destroy them, otherwise, the darkness will never be eliminated. Yan Xin stood up and said as he walked towards the stairs on the 3rd floor. Understood. Mina immediately took on the hidden task of destroying the dark ninjutsu skill book. The reward for this task made Mina feel warm. In this task, a primary skill book can be exchanged for 10 gold coins or 10,000 experience points, and an intermediate skill book can be exchanged for 30 gold coins or 30,000 experience points. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly rang in everyone's ears. System, all server notification, congratulations to player Mizunao for becoming the first player in the game to be promoted to a noble, and the reward is 20,000 honor points. At this moment, in every town, every corner, and even every novice village, there are players talking about it. Envy, jealousy, unwillingness, and resentment, all kinds of discussions immediately filled the game world. Mizunao took a look at his honor value, which was already more than 22,000. Now he has reached the 20,000 honor points required for the title of Baron, and he has just completed the corresponding tasks. Very good and powerful. This is Mizunao's evaluation of this reward, but Mizunao is more keen on those physical rewards. After all, the empty name is said to be empty, so it is better to be more real. Mizunao, who came out of the headquarters of the Ninja Master Guild, directly used the scroll to come to the small village where the tree demon copy was set up. Then after receiving the task of obtaining the heart of the tree demon from the village chief, Mizunao immediately rushed to the tree demon copy. But before leaving, the village chief looked at Shuinai with a very strange look, which made Shuinai feel a little uneasy. The quest of the heart of the dryad can only be accepted once a day, and it will not affect the dungeon. And only players who accept this task will get the system reward after passing the level the heart of the tree demon. This heart of the tree demon can also be exchanged for experience or gold coins from the village chief. Now this novice village has become very lively because of this tree demon copy. And because the tree demon copy here is the lowest level copy, it will also explode relatively rare ninjutsu master equipment. All players who want to play higher level copies will eliminate some old equipment here, replace them with good equipment, and then challenge copies in other places. However, even in the lowest level copy, the monsters in it are level 20. And the bark characteristics of the tree demon are not afraid of the two types of ninjutsu, ice and thunder, and have a strong defensive effect against physical attacks. Therefore, from time to time, there are teams that are wiped out and forced to exit the copy. Mizuna ignored the team coming out of the copy exit, walked to the side of the tree alone, and put his hand on the trunk. Immediately, a piece of information appeared in front of him. The dungeons are divided into 5 levels of difficulty. There are 10 copies of normal and difficult difficulty, 5 copies of expert level, only 3 copies of legendary level, and only 1 copy of mythical level. At present, the most players compete for normal and difficult difficulty, and there are disputes from time to time. Only people from large guilds can complete the copies of expert and legendary level. Shuinai took a look at the remaining copies. Now there is only 1 legendary and 1 mythical level. After thinking for a while, Shuinai immediately clicked on the copy of legendary difficulty. System, since there is only 1 mysterious player at present, the experience bonus is 5%. After successfully passing the level, you will get the mysterious reward of the system. As soon as Shuinai entered the dungeon, he heard this special prompt immediately. Mina knew that the difficulty of the legendary and mythical copies lies in the level and number of the final bosses. The final bosses in the current legendary level are 2 red bosses. The red tree demon boss has 2 wood escape skills and moves 1 point faster than the white boss. After taking a look at the platform on the cliff, Mina immediately flashed into the woods to look for the tree demons in a sleeping state. These sleeping tree demons will not show the wild monster sign. They are like normal big trees. Only when they are disturbed will they reveal their sharp roots. And it is precisely because of their high concealment that it is better to let them come to you instead of looking for them. Mina came to an open space and hit the ninja stick hard on the ground. After a while, several big trees around began to move. I saw a pair of huge pupils opened on the trunks of the tree demons, and a big black mouth was just below the pupils. These tree demons walked towards Mina with a step that made hundreds of small pits. Mina's reconnaissance technique immediately swept over one by one. The ordinary monsters of this level of copy are still dominated by white boss level monsters. Mina looked around and saw that there were only 5 or 6 tree demon bosses, and felt that it was still a little too few. Chapter 152 Betting. So he immediately walked forward more than 10 meters, and then knocked the ground hard a few times. I saw that several tree demons not far away also woke up. I saw that there were about 10 tree demons slowly surrounding me. Mina also began to use ninjutsu to attack the tree demons to attract their hatred. The continuous fireballs hit the surrounding tree demons crazily, and I only heard these tree demons open their mouths and roar, and the speed of the tree roots moving immediately increased. But their speed was really too slow. For the slow monsters, Mina used the most commonly used kite method in the ninjutsu master style, slowly hanging the tree monsters behind, and leading them step by step to the platform under the cliff. Qin Hao, who had activated the flame dragon possession, stood on the platform and continuously used the 2 magics of continuous fireball and flame wall. Flame wall is a magic between defense and attack, which is the characteristic of fire magic. The essence of fire magic is that offense is the best defense. However, even if Qin Hao activated the flame dragon possession, it could not make up for his low spirit value. Now he has a full set of flame magic equipment, but the spirit value has just reached the average level in this game. After placing 10 consecutive flame walls to hang the life recovery speed of those tree monsters, Qin Hao began to concentrate the continuous fireballs to attack the tree monster with the least health. The life recovery speed of the tree monster is very fast. As long as it is not attacked within 1 minute, its life value recovery speed will return to normal recovery, which is at least more than twice as fast as the recovery speed during combat. The flame wall lasts a long time, burning for 20 seconds, and can generate 20 points of fire damage per second. In this high-altitude situation, the efficiency of the flame wall immediately rose like a rocket. Because these tree demon bosses are large in size, Qin Hao will try to arrange 2 flame walls for each tree demon to ensure maximum lethality. Under the full strength attack of Mina, a tree demon boss can only last about 2 minutes before falling. These are all the bonus effects of the flame dragon possession and the flame set on the fire escape ninjutsu, especially the effect of the flame gem necklace's fire skill level +2, which makes Mina's continuous fireball sand the flame wall effect has increased a lot. When the last tree demon boss below was solved, Mina jumped down immediately and collected materials from the tree demon first. Some of the tree demon's leaves and fruits with particularly emerald green colors can be used to make life-recovering ration pills, but those 2 materials are generally rare, and Mina's collection skills are not very powerful. So at present, almost 30 tree demons have been defeated, and only 50 kinds of materials have been obtained. However, it seems that the materials collected from these tree demon bosses are more advanced than those from ordinary tree demons mentioned in the forum. At least the materials in Mina's hand are written as substitutes for making intermediate life-recovering ration pills, while the forum says that at most they can only make primary ration pills. The same ration pill in the game can have a variety of recipes, but the things made are still the same thing, that is, sometimes some ration pills will have some side effects, and generally they will not kill people. After taking a look at the progress and remaining time of this dungeon, it seems that I still have a chance to challenge the 2 red violent bosses this time. However, I don't trademark to know what their second skill is. No one has announced the situation of that skill in the forum. I saw that Mina pulled back a group of more than 10 tree demons. The fireballs on the platform and the flame walls on the ground formed a gorgeous and lethal net. At this time, Mina trademark's language communication sounded. My god, Mina, your level is rising very fast. It has risen by 3 levels in an hour. The voice of the big shield appeared immediately. I am brushing tree demons in the tree demon dungeon, and the harvest is still good. Fuck, are you brushing alone? Yeah, but the health of these bosses is too high, it is a bit difficult to fight. After Mina harvested one of the anemic tree demon bosses with a series of fireballs, the ninja stick moved slightly and launched a crazy attack on another tree demon. Are you a monster? You dare to go to a 20MAN dungeon by yourself? Although Daedun knew that Mizuna had that ability, he still couldn't believe it. According to the theoretical basis of those predecessors, it is still very easy to clear a dungeon. Mizuna glanced at the situation below, moved the ninja stick quickly a few times, and 10 flame walls appeared within 5 seconds. But for a ninjutsu master to clear this dungeon, the ration pills alone are enough. Mizuna glanced at the potion that was only a quarter of it. By the way, let me tell you a good news. With the help of your pets, we can clear the red much faster. Now we can kill 3 wild boar bosses at once. We can definitely finish it before going offline today. Hanjian said very happily. Okay, Then I'll send you off then. Mizuna said immediately. Remember to bring some gifts, otherwise. Hanjian added immediately. No problem. Mizuna glanced at the new set of fire magic suits in the backpack and said directly and straightforwardly. Since Shui Nai has completed this dungeon alone, and her level is not high, and she is fighting a boss, the drop rate is still very impressive. Picking up the blue equipment on the ground, Shui Nai threw it into her backpack. For now, the most valuable thing in the Tree Demon dungeon is the Flame Mage suit. As for other equipment, except for some purple top quality ones, the ones below blue are not of much value. However, at present, Shui Nai has not seen any purple equipment that she wants, but there are more and more pieces of the Flame Mage suit, and she can almost open a Flame Mage suit equipment store. As far as the current situation is concerned, these equipment should be eliminated soon. Now the highest level player is almost level 35, and he is an unknown and idle assassin. The level change of this assassin is quite scary. He has exploded the chrysanthemums of a full 100 people on the leaderboard to reach his current position. Moreover, he still maintains the momentum of being the first. No matter how hard the second dragon tries to catch up, it can only watch from behind him, but can't blow him up from behind. Back to Shui Nai. Shui Nai is now looking at the two unusually tall old trees in the largest open space in this dungeon. These are creatures similar to big banyan trees that are more than 30 meters high. Just by the faint red halo on them now, Shui Nai knows that these two tree monsters are not easy to deal with, because these red halos can only be manifested by powerful biological forces. These two violent tree monsters that are still in a dormant state have dozens more vines than ordinary tree monster bosses, and each vine is as thick as an adult's arm. Shui Nai immediately used some reconnaissance at a long distance, and the information obtained shocked Shui Nai. With 200,000 HP and more than 1,000 physical strength, these two are more than twice as strong as ordinary tree monsters. Mina glanced at the two tree demon bosses that were so close to each other, and it was a bit difficult to attack them. Their distance made it impossible for Mina to lure one away alone. But if he wanted to fight both of them together, Mina would be at a great disadvantage without a platform if he didn't know his other skill. Let's take a gamble. After Mizuna was excited about the fire dragon, she immediately launched a series of fireballs at one of the tree demons. Dozens of fireballs were lined up in an upward throw line, rushing towards the nearest tree demon boss with great momentum. After seeing the series of fire damage that was much weaker, Mizuna's movements became more compact. Mizuna kept pulling the position and angle of the ninja stick in her hand, and a line of fireballs always rushed towards the eyes of the tree demon boss. For now, Mizuna found that the area of the tree demon's eyes was a relatively easy place to cause fatal damage. Roar! The injured tree demon boss immediately pulled out the roots below one by one, and walked towards Mizuna with big strides. The movement speed of these violent tree demon bosses was not slow, and they were several points faster than the pure spiritual ninjutsu masters outside, but much slower than Mizuna. Seeing the two tree demons with suddenly deeper blushes waving their two palm leaf-shaped hands, Mina didn't leave immediately, but retreated step by step. Mina's ninja stick would float up and down from time to time. Every time it floated down, two flame walls would rise from under the tree demon, constantly burning the injured tree demon. Moreover, none of the continuous fireballs that took the aerial attack route fell, and all hit the face of the tree demon. When the blood volume of the tree demon slowly dropped to 70%, the blush on the tree demon's body deepened again, and even the bark was stained with a layer of red, as if the bark was congested. At this time, the speed of the tree demon boss increased a lot. I saw its crown twisted to the left, and then turned back to the right. 3 red vines, 1 long and 2 short, slashed towards Mina with the sound of breaking wind. Mina was startled by its sudden acceleration. This speed was comparable to Mina's maximum speed, and the longest vine it stretched out was 50 meters long. If Mina was still standing, she would definitely be cut by this long vine. However, Mina was already prepared when it had an abnormal reaction. Now Mina successfully dodged the vine by rolling on the ground. However, the rock hit by the vine was neatly cut like tofu. Although the cut surface was not smooth, it was a hard rock. Suddenly, there was a loud pop in the air, and then another tree demon roared to the sky. Looking up, I saw that the vine had cut into the body of another tree demon boss. The 5,000 damage value above my head remained for a long time. Chapter 153 Tree Demon Seedling. Fuck, 5,000 damage. After seeing this damage value, Mina immediately thought of quitting the dungeon. There was no resurrection stone in the dungeon. But soon, the actions of the two tree demons immediately changed Mina's mind. Mina turned off the flame dragon possession and entered the phantom stealth state. The tree demon hit by the vine immediately launched a fierce attack on the tree demon in front, and the tree demon injured by Mina did not pay attention to it at first, it was still looking for Mina's figure. However, as the damage continued to increase, the hatred value of the tree demon boss began to shift to its companion. In the end, the situation finally developed into a fight between two violent tree demon bosses. The fight between these two big bosses was very fierce. Both sides came and went, and even used their skills. The tree demon that was more seriously injured suddenly launched the vine whip, and 4 vines of different lengths immediately attacked the tree demon boss next to it, and 20,000 health points disappeared in an instant. No way, although the tree root assault has been strengthened to 10 meters. Shui Na looked at the two violent tree demon bosses who kept using tree root assault to stab each other, and was very happy to see their health constantly decreasing. Shui Na glanced at the 4 sets of fire magic suits in the backpack and paid close attention to the health of the tree demon boss. When the health of a tree demon boss was only more than 20,000, Shui Na immediately activated the flame dragon possession, and when Shui Na, who was surrounded by dazzling red light, shot out the red flame beam, the health of the tree demon was less than 20,000. The total damage of this 5-second fire dragon shock wave reached 20,000. After completing the last attack, Shui Na immediately changed into another set of fire magic suits and released another fire dragon shock wave at another tree demon that ran over. When Shui Na released the third fire dragon shock wave, the remaining tree demon boss finally fell in front of him. Shui Na, who was being chased and was already gasping for breath, quickly collected the materials on the tree demon boss regardless of the fact that his physical strength was almost gone. Now there are less than 5 minutes left until the end of the dungeon, but the materials on these two huge tree demon bosses cannot be collected in 5 minutes. Shui Na, who was collecting with his left hand and picking up equipment with his right hand, had no time to check what he got. This violent tree demon boss did not drop many items, only 2 items, much lower than the explosion rate of at least 4 items of ordinary bosses. However, Mina also knew that this was because 2 tree demons of the same level fought and lowered the explosion rate. Even the experience value was lowered, probably only 50% of the experience of the last hit. However, after this, Mina's level still rose by 1 level, back to level 25. After taking a look at the tree demon boss that was beaten to death by him, Mina had no time to check for omissions, and directly activated the phantom stealth and ran towards the location where the other tree demon fell. As the entire dungeon was slowly covered by white mist, Mina could only sigh at the tree demon boss that was brushed away, because he had only collected less than half of the materials. System: player Mina has completed the Tree Demon Heart quest and is rewarded with a Tree Demon Heart. System: player Mina successfully completed the legendary Tree Demon dungeon and obtained the system's mysterious reward Tree Demon Seedling. System: player Mina becomes the first player to successfully clear the Dryad dungeon alone, and tops the Dryad dungeon performance rankings. Since you have a lurking mask, would you like to hide your name? Yes. The name is hidden successfully. I wish you a happy game. After being forced to exit the dungeon by the system, Mina immediately took a look at the surrounding situation. However, in a place like a dungeon where there is no resurrection stone, it is very common for players to be forced out after death because there is no priest's resurrection spell. After seeing that no one noticed his appearance, Mina immediately activated the return scroll and returned to the elemental city. Now his back is almost full, and the life recovery Bing Liang pill is consumed faster than he expected. Mina, who replenished the Bing Liang pill, found a restaurant at random, ordered a drink, and sat down to rest, while watching the busy players outside and resting his physical strength. Mina's physical strength is now at the bottom, and without using pine wine, this way of rest is the most comfortable. Only then did Mina have the leisure to check what he had just obtained. The drop rate of the 2 violent tree demon bosses was very low, and only 1 gold and 3 purple equipment were dropped. However, none of these 4 equipment could be used by Mina. The most tragic thing about playing the game is this: so many top quality equipment dropped, but it was found that none of them were useful to him. Looking at the 4 equipment in his hand, the only thing Mina could do was drool. Then, Mina immediately looked at the wood-type summoned beast that looked like a sapling in real life, the Tree Demon Seedling. Summoning Beast Egg, Tree Demon Seedling, unhatched. Usage restrictions: requires a summoning bracelet. Summoning Beast Type, Auxiliary Type. Summoning Beast Description: this is a plant-type summoning beast with the ability to strengthen life, and can have wood escape ninjutsu skills. Summoning Beast Auxiliary Effect, can increase the owner's health by 1%, can be strengthened, and increase the owner's life recovery speed by 1%. Tree Demon, Level 0, Physical Attack 58, Physical Defense 20, Strength 15, Agility 3, Spirit 10, Constitution 20, Speed 5. There is a chance to obtain wood release ninjutsu when upgrading. There are 3 types of summoned beasts in the game: attack type, defense type, and auxiliary type. However, this is just the basic setting of the game. If the user operates reasonably, this auxiliary tree demon can be turned into a defensive type. After all, the tree demon's bark armor is still good. At the same time, the growth of each summoned beast is related to the training method of its owner. If the owner trains the summoned beast well, the growth of the summoned beast will often be higher, and it is easy to learn some powerful skills. Although this is a rare Warcraft summoned beast, the mobility of this tree demon is too low and it is not suitable for Mina to use. As a highly mobile turret, Mina's selected summoned beast is better than Mina's speed, so that they can complement each other. Mina thought about it and felt that Xiaoai should need such a summoned beast. After making the decision, Shui Nai immediately went to a nearby grocery store and spent 10 gold coins to buy 2 psychic bracelets. Special items like this are not considered regular equipment, so they will not be counted in the equipment column, but a player can only have 1 psychic bracelet, and these psychic bracelets will lock the player once they are worn. Only after purchasing the psychic bracelet can the player's psychic beast column be officially activated and used. Looking at the silver bracelet on her wrist, Shui Nai's mind moved, and the bracelet immediately retracted into Shui Nai's wrist and disappeared. After summoning it again, Shui Nai took a closer look at the 5 grooves on the bracelet, which are used to inlay space crystals. Only psychic bracelets inlaid with space crystals can accommodate psychic beasts. After looking at the time, Shui Nai immediately returned to Lanluo village, intending to give these 2 things to Xiao Ai first, and then pick up Hong Yan and others to the elemental city, and finally pretend to leave here. After finding Xiao Ai practicing swordsmanship at the village chief's place, Mina immediately gave Xiao Ai the spiritual bracelet and the tree demon seedling. Fortunately, the tree demon seedling was hatched. Spirit beasts are relatively simple. As long as you drip blood to recognize the master, you can find a place to plant them. Then wait for the tree demon to wake up and hatch, and then you can directly put it into the spiritual beast pen. Seeing Xiao Ai so carefully plant the tree demon seedling in a sunny place in Fal's yard, Shui Na also raised her hand and used the light of life on it. Since the queen ants can absorb the energy of the light of life, then the tree demon as a wood element can digest this energy even more. Practice well, I will take you out to play in a few days. Shui Na left after leaving this sentence. Xiao Ai played with the silver bracelet on her wrist and danced with the wooden sword happily. And Fal, who was on the side, looked at Xiao Ai with great comfort and drank tea leisurely. Shui Na came to the wild boar territory and immediately saw Hong Yan, who was trying to whiten her. Now only Hong Yan had not completed the task. Respected noble, good afternoon. Day Dun immediately saluted Mina using the actions on the etiquette panel. Go to hell. Mina slapped Day Dun hard. Anyway, with the friendship between them now, a small fight would not result in a red name status. Ah, the noble is hitting me, help. Day Dun immediately pretended to fall to the ground and shouted. I don't care about you, how is Honjian's progress? Mina glanced at Honjian, who was constantly casting ninjutsu at the edge of the pit, and asked the nearest sword of glory. It's almost there, killing the boss to wash the red, it's really a waste, I feel so ashamed. The sword of glory said with a sigh. But it's much faster to wash. Mina didn't have any regrets. The wild boar brand equipment is no longer valuable now. Basically, these wild boars are just food for the ant nest. If it weren't for the help of your queen ants, it would have taken at least a few more hours to do it. Shui Nai, are these queen ants your spiritual beasts? You are really amazing. Yu Dai looked at the army of soldier ants who advanced and retreated in moderation and said with some envy. It's not a spiritual beast relationship. They have their own consciousness, which means they are creatures like NPCs, so we can achieve this situation of peaceful coexistence. Shui Nai had nothing to hide. Chapter 154. A good dog doesn't block the road. Indeed, when I saw the queen ant named Green suddenly speak for the first time, I was really shocked. This is not something that ordinary spiritual beasts can do. At present, no other creatures have been found to have this ability to speak except NPCs, so the existence of Green is very rare. Okay, it's finally clean, Ha 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 ha. Hanjian vented her depression loudly over there. Then it's time for us to leave. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can open up a new battlefield. Jianren Pianfeng said to everyone. Okay, it's time to give you these things. Shui Na immediately took out the things in her backpack. In addition to more than a dozen pieces of equipment suitable for them, there were also various potions on the ground, such as pine wine, elves' instant recovery pills, human slow recovery pills, and some auxiliary props. Many of these items were accumulated by Shui Na from Qin, and she was reluctant to use them herself, but she didn't feel any pain in giving them to Jianren Pianfeng and the others. No, we already owe you too much. If you still accept this, then... The Sword of Glory wanted to refuse immediately. You can't say that. After all, you are now diverting my attention. If you can't be stronger, it will affect my plan. Shui Na had already thought of a reason. Then I won't be polite. Hong Yan thought about it and immediately put away the complete set of fire magic suits on the ground. Seeing Hong Yan say this, everyone couldn't refuse anymore, so they had to put away these things silently. A group of 6 people used the scroll to return to the city and came to the elemental city directly. They were soon discovered by some spies of the Dark Dragon Guild. We have been discovered. Everyone should be careful. Shui Na said in the team chat. Don't worry, we will pay attention. Everyone came to the medicine shop. After Shui Na bought a large number of soldiers' food pills, he hurried to the central square of the elemental city. However, a group of Dark Dragon players were faster than them. They had surrounded the 6 people on the edge of the central square, attracting a large group of players to watch. Haha, a good dog doesn't block the road. Do you understand what this sentence means? Shui Na glanced at Yanlong and said contemptuously. You are looking for death. Yanlong drew his heavy sword angrily, intending to chop Shui Na with one sword. However, he was kicked away by Tianlong, who arrived in time. Yanlong, if you still think of me as the vice president, take everyone away from here immediately. Tianlong looked at Yanlong, who was paralyzed after being kicked by him, and said with hatred. Why? Yanlong was not convinced. The last time he stayed behind, his foundation was blown up by Shui Na. Now the popularity of the guild has dropped to a new low in history. Now every player who looks at him makes him feel that their eyes are a little strange. I am now a knight noble of this elemental city. If you dare to attack me, you will be wanted by the elemental city. Seeing that Tianlong had discovered her plan, Shui Na had to say this to scare Yanlong and his gang. Go, I hope you won't challenge my bottom line again. After leaving this sentence, Tianlong ignored Yanlong and left. It seems that we have provoked a pervert who should not be provoked. The Sword of Glory touched his smooth chin and said with a frown. Let's go, otherwise Shenlong will come back and there will be no chance to leave. Shui Na didn't think that Shenlong, a guy with a bad brain, would let them go. I'm afraid that he would choose to give up the entire guild and kill himself. Shui Na and Jianren Pianfeng came to a main city adjacent to the elemental city, the city of Cold Night, which is 1,000 miles away from the elemental city. If we run with the fastest land mount pet, it will take a day to get there. Are you really done here? Shui Na asked. This place is too close to the elemental city. If the dragon insists on chasing us, it will be dangerous. It's fine here. We plan to fight all the way up. Otherwise, we won't be qualified to participate in the camp battle. Jianren Pianfeng said seriously. Then I understand. Be careful. Shui Na said and watched the 5 people disappear into the trees. Shui Na, who came out of the woods, immediately entered the phantom stealth state and waited there quietly for several minutes. Shui Na finally made sure that no one was following, so he returned to the city of Cold Night. After walking around the city of Cold Night and buying some local specialties, Shui Na then took the teleportation array back to the City of Elements. It's better to play some dungeons and level up. Shui Na glanced at the soldier's food pills and items in his backpack. Now there are not many gold coins in Shui Na's backpack. However, since the economic problems in real life have been solved, Shui Na doesn't care about this too much. After putting a bunch of scattered pieces of the fire mage suit and those purple and gold equipment into the warehouse, Shui Na found that there was an extra sum of money in his warehouse. Although the amount is not much, it can make most players jealous. Moreover, there is an extra special item in the warehouse that is very suitable for Shui Na to use now. This is a very delicate asterisk, and the appearance of this mask is very handsome. Shui Nai put on this asterisk without saying a word, and then covered it with a lurking mask. Fortunately, this asterisk is not a regular equipment and can be compatible with the lurking mask, which is a regular equipment. 6. Very good and powerful, thank you. Shui Nai sent a text message like this to the unscrupulous profiteer. After arriving at the tree demon copy, Shui Nai found that there were already many players here, and these players were still talking about it. Shui Nai, who walked into the player, immediately learned from the words between copy and update that the tree demon copy was suddenly updated by the system. When thinking of the update, Shui Na suddenly thought of the fight between the two violent bosses today. And because this is a temporary update, the system will double the experience reward of the tree demon copy and set the number of copies to unlimited to make up for the player's losses. However, this change will only be made within the specified time. And it is precisely for this reason that it attracted a large group of players. Now some temporary players are looking for some powerful teammates here. The shouting here is fluctuating, and Shui Na's dress with a mysterious master feeling has attracted many teams to invite. Hey, the masked man in front, yes, I'm talking about you. Please come over. This is the 5th time Shui Na has heard this kind of shouting, but this time the person is a somewhat bold female voice, and the attitude is a bit tough. Shui Na turned around and immediately saw 3 familiar faces. This beautiful lady, are you looking for me? Mina glanced at the woman in front of her called Beautiful Fox, as well as Xiaomei and Yayan with strange eyes, and couldn't help but touch the 2 layers of masks on her face. It's still there, why do they look like this? Hehe, I feel that you are just like one person. After seeing Mina's little action, the corners of the Beautiful Fox's mouth immediately showed an imperceptible arc. Really? It's a pity that I don't remember knowing you. By the way, I have something to do and I have to leave first. Mina made up her mind and decided not to get too close to this extremely sensitive woman, otherwise she would definitely get angry. Hehe, you are a ninjutsu master. If you don't use stealth, do you think you can outrun an assassination master? The Beautiful Fox stretched his head directly to Mina's ear and said. This big sister, I don't know you, just let me go. Mina glanced at the dagger on his neck. He didn't expect that this crazy woman was so much faster than last time. Our team is still short of a powerful ninjutsu master. Are you interested in joining? They. Fox pressed the dagger and said. Can I say no? Mina asked weakly. Well, you have the right to choose, why ask me? The Beautiful Fox blew a breath of warm air into Mina's ears. Fuck. I join. Mina looked at the daggers on each side of his neck, and he still gave in. A good man does not fight with a woman. That's more like it. The Beautiful Fox put away the 2 daggers on the left and right, and walked to Yayan and Xiaomei by Mina's collar. Hi, everyone. Mina was forced to greet the 2 with a sad expression. I hate that female protection system. Why doesn't it protect us weak men? Mina looked at her collar being pinched by a woman, and she wanted to cry but had no tears. The makeup is really bad. Mina heard Xiaomei mutter something that made her vomit blood, and Yayan nodded. Please, you are too sensitive. Mina glanced at her outfit, which was a completely new look. My outfit, can't really fool people. Mina had to ask Yayan, the honest girl. Not really, it's just that your temperament and your movements haven't changed at all, we can tell it's you at a glance. If you want to fool a very resentful fox just by changing your outfit, you are still far away. Yayan said something that made Mina a little puzzled, when did I offend this fox? After Yayan said this, Mina immediately tightened the hood of the cloak and hid her face in the shadow. Hey, I'll add you now. The Beautiful Fox seemed to be the captain of this small team. Hey, your name won't be displayed. The Beautiful Fox took a look at the information of everyone in her team, but the information in Mina's column was all blank. Chapter 155 2 Spiritual Beasts. I have a prop with hidden information on me, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come out to play the dungeon openly. Being surrounded by hundreds of people is no joke. Although Shui Nai is not afraid of crowds, he is afraid of trouble. Then how should I call you now? I can't call you by that name, right? The Beautiful Fox glanced at the 2 little girls with a bit of ghostly eyes, and then said carelessly. Call me Shiwo. Shui Nai's mind turned quickly and came up with a good idea. Although the equipment on you has the style of an elf, your appearance can't deceive people. The Beautiful Fox actually worried about Shui Nai's identity, which made Shui Nai feel dangerous. Well, I'm ready. Shui Nai gently lifted a corner of the mask, revealing a half-handsome but completely unfamiliar face. Fuck, you're really fast, making me worry for nothing. The beautiful fox took a look at Shui Nai's very manly appearance, and immediately burst out with a rude sentence. Shui Nai, Xiao Mei and Yayan looked at the beautiful fox in silence. By the way, are you interested in joining our Fox Fairy Guild? We have very good benefits here. After thinking for a while, the beautiful fox invited Shui Nai to apply for membership. However, when Shui Nai accidentally saw Xiao Mei and Yayan hearing the word benefits, their bodies were obviously shaken and their hearts tightened immediately. Well, actually I already have a favorite guild, so I appreciate your kindness. Shui Nai immediately gave this reason. Tisk, it's rare that I am willing to let a man join our guild to adjust the balance of yin and yang. Don't you see how lonely and unbearable we two young girls are, and how much we need a strong arm? The beautiful fox spread her hands to make a hug, and Shui Nai was a little dizzy due to the fierce waves. A layer of sweat immediately appeared on Shui Nai's forehead. Yayan, Xiao Mei, why did you join this female gangsters guild? I'm worried that she will lead you astray. Shui Nai said with some worry. We are not afraid, but if you come in, I'm afraid you will be impotent in the future. Xiao Mei seems to have learned the true teachings of the beautiful fox. With one sentence, Shui Nai almost choked. So you have learned bad things. Shui Nai said to Yayan alone. It's just the nature. There is actually nothing to learn. Anyway, they are like-minded. However, we really don't want you to join, otherwise you will regret it. Yayan's words made Shui Nai immediately put the beautiful fox on the danger list. You have set up the heaven and earth line so quickly, it feels like you are having an affair. The beautiful fox touched his chin and looked at the three people with a very ambiguous look. Tisk, who is having an affair with this pretty boy? Xiao Mei said disdainfully. Did I go out today without checking the almanac and bump into evil spirits, or is this just a person who looks like Xiao Mei? Shui Nai complained to Yayan. Alas, you are out of luck. We were originally going to do a mission today, but our estimate was seriously inaccurate, and we were all killed by the mission monster in one move. That's why we came here to play a dungeon, change equipment and then encounter this update, and we also encounter you. This may be your fate. Yayan stated in a very calm tone. Is this my fate? Shui Nai also muttered. Ah! People from our guild are here, you must look carefully, this is the beauty I collected with great effort, just looking at it, the work will not be tiring. The beautiful fox likes to stretch her head to Shui Nai's ear to talk. Damn, do you think it's not tiring to work with men and women? However, after Shui Nai secretly glanced at Yayan and Xiao Mei, she actually agreed with the words of this female gangster in her heart. Now let me introduce, this is the reserve male member of our Fox Fairy Guild, his name is Shiwo, this slim girl is called Hudi, and this plump one is called Injured Little Fox. As for these two, I won't introduce them. The female gangster said the last sentence and glanced at the three people in an ambiguous way. These two female players are both at the level of troublesome beauties, but judging from the cold look they gave Shui Nai, they were the legendary iceberg beauties. What surprised Shui Nai even more was that these two were female professions, and they were swordsman and barrier magician, two professions that few female players would choose. Tisk, haven't you seen a beauty? Xiao Mei, who has always been strong, immediately retorted to the female gangster and threw a wink at her, which almost choked the female gangster to death. Girl, let's talk about it in a few years, you are too young. The beautiful fox immediately counterattacked. You are too old, you are over 20, get married early. Xiao Mei's fearless personality came out. Hey, they seem to be getting more and more explosive, don't you care? Minna looked at the players around him who were all looking at this side with great interest, so he had to ask the last fox butterfly. No need, they all have a strong soul of being a slut, and they will feel uncomfortable if they don't quarrel every day. We are used to it. Soul of being a slut. Minna's mouth twitched unnaturally. Are there only 5 people in your guild? Minna asked Yayan in private chat. Yayan nodded. So, your guild should not have that guild cornerstone. Yayan still nodded. Hey, look at your friend, how gentle and virtuous she looks. If you don't go, be careful to be seduced by that pretty boy. The beautiful fox glanced at the two people who were talking, and although she deliberately lowered her voice, Shui Nai felt that she was deliberately letting herself and Yayan hear it. Yan's face was thin, and there was a faint blush on her face, but she did not try to refute her words. Shuai did not refute either. The best way to deal with such people was to remain silent. Look, how well they understand each other. The beautiful fox obviously did not intend to let them go. Tisk, I don't believe he has the courage. Xiao Mei's words often made Qin Hao feel the most heartbroken. Who am I offending today? Shuai's face was full of tears. Wait a minute, the players of the Dark Dragon Guild will come over, you'd better be careful. Yan suddenly said to Shuai. Tisk, I said that fox has bad intentions. Shuai immediately thought of this link. In fact, if you join the Fox's Guild, the people of the Dark Dragon Guild will not embarrass you. Force you to join the guild, this should be her plan. Yan immediately reminded Shuai. No way, does this fox have that ability? I am now a mortal enemy with the Dark Dragon Guild, can it be resolved so easily? Shuai felt it was impossible. The dragon has to call her aunt in front of the fox, what do you think? I can't tell, she turned out to be so old. Shuai glanced secretly. It's just that she is older than you by a certain generation. In fact, she is only a few years older than you. At this time, a burst of noise came from not far away, and what was even more strange was that there was a roar of beasts that was not too loud but very majestic. They are coming, you should be careful. After Yan said this, she immediately distanced herself from Shuai and walked to Xiao Mei's side. Fox. Sister, we are late. A tall martial artist said to the beautiful fox in a low voice. The martial artist's face was of authentic Chinese descent, but his pupils were changed to gold, and he also had long golden hair like the sun, and his body was equipped with equipment that emitted a golden halo. Under the effect of the halo, even his face was coated with a layer of gold. This was simply the legendary Shaolin Temple Bronze Man. However, when Mina saw this person, she felt a little uncomfortable. She felt that this person's face, long hair, and golden pupils were very incompatible. The original majestic sword eyebrows and star eyes were destroyed by this pair of weird golden pupils, losing their solemnity and majesty, but adding a bit of weirdness. Mina thought that black hair and black pupils were the most beautiful colors for Chinese people. Mina, who was getting more and more dissatisfied, had to look at the two people half a step behind him. Only summoned beasts. It is not strange for a player to have two summoned beasts. However, if it is two magic beasts, it is not the same. In this world, there are many magic beasts, but these magic beasts are very powerful. It is absolutely impossible to get their eggs or cubs without killing some people. As for the current summoned beast market, 80% of the summoned beast eggs or cubs come from ordinary wild beasts. These beasts do not have any powerful skills and are completely used by players as cannon fodder. The fate of these summoned beasts is often abandoned by their owners after using them for a while. The abandoned summoned beasts will become wild monsters and then be killed. Mizuna knows the types of these two magic beasts. The pet on the left of the man is a snow bear, which is currently known for its high blood and high defense. It has the opportunity to learn the ninjutsu skill of ice escape. At present, there is a chance to get this kind of summoned beast in the ice and snow dungeon. The one on his right is incredible. It is a thunder tiger, a young thunder tiger with a hint of lightning all over its body. According to the current classification of the world of spiritual beasts, wild beasts are the lowest class, but they are more numerous, and above them are semi-magic beasts, such as the snow bear in front of you. It is not a complete magic beast, or more accurately, it is between magic beasts and beasts. And spiritual beasts like thunder tigers that can materialize elements are real magic beasts. This kind of magic beast will learn the skills of this system as soon as it is hatched, and it will also have a series of innate characteristics. For example, the characteristics of this thunder tiger are lightning fast speed, and there is also lightning protection all over its body. Chapter 156 Spiritual Resonance. This thunder tiger is much stronger than Mina's tree demon. Although the tree demon is also a complete magic beast, it is not as powerful as the thunder tiger. Of course, in addition to magic beasts, there are some special spiritual beast races that have not yet been discovered, such as the legendary dragon clan, which is the ultimate spiritual beast that players dream of. Is this the new summoned beast you mentioned? The beautiful fox took a look at the thunder tiger, which was only the size of a puppy. Although it looked good, it was a little small. Yes, it was a powerful summoned beast that my elder brother spent a lot of manpower to find. The man said proudly. Alas, have you really played the tree demon copy? Thunder escape is useless against tree demons. The beautiful fox took a look at this very beautiful summoned beast and felt that it had followed the wrong owner. Forget it, it should be okay to use it to attract monsters. The beautiful fox tried to touch the small thunder tiger with her leather-gloved hand, but unfortunately the thunder tiger didn't appreciate it at all. It growled, took a step back, and dodged the fox's hand. Tisk, be careful or I'll feed you to the tree demon. The fox threatened the thunder tiger viciously. The blonde man was very unhappy when he saw that everyone was looking at the majestic thunder tiger and ignored him, a big living person, but he didn't show it on his face. Just as he was about to walk towards Yayan, Xiaomei and the others, the beautiful fox spoke at this time. Let's go, we still play the same way, but this time we have an extra powerful fire escape ninjutsu master, you can just call him Shiwo. The beautiful fox looked at everyone and then looked at Mizuna standing on the edge. At this time, Mizuna finally knew the names of the 10 new players. They were all from the Dark Dragon Guild, and the blonde man was called Dragon King. It seemed that his status should not be low. Shiwo, you can follow the ninjutsu master team. Okay. Mizuna glanced at the ninjutsu masters of this team. In addition to Xiaomei and Yayan, the Dark Dragon Guild also came with 6 people, 4 ninjutsu masters and 2 medical masters. And the people from the Dark Dragon Guild also looked at Mizuna, especially when they couldn't find any information about Mizuna in the team panel, they could only look at him. But fortunately, none of these 10 people were known to Mizuna. Don't look at him, he's a handsome guy, let's go quickly, after this time period, the dungeon will resume normal operation. As the captain of this team, the beautiful fox immediately issued an order. As Mayuna walked, she looked at the Dragon King who was constantly trying to talk to Yayan, but the Dragon King had no way to remove the high-intensity light bulb called Xiaomei. By the way, which difficult dungeon are you going to go to? Mayuna remembered to ask this question at this time. We have passed the expert level, the ordinary and the difficult, and the reward is not great, so let's challenge the more difficult one. The beautiful fox said without thinking. That's not bad. Mayuna immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As for the expert level, Mayuna was still a little confident. Don't be afraid, it's just a small dungeon, and you can pass it in a short time. The Dragon King said it very easily, but the silent subordinates behind him didn't think so. Hope. Mayuna said this in her heart. Now she felt a little caught in the middle, neither up nor down. Apart from Fox and Tianlong who were a little interested in him, even Xiaomei and Yayan felt that they were rejecting him. As long as you follow us, you will definitely pass. Tianlong glanced at Shui Nai and shook his head and said that he despised the kind of man who was not weak. Is there anything? Yayan asked in the private chat at this time. I'm worried about the update. I don't know what the content of the copy update is. Shui Nai said this problem. Now he was afraid that the beautiful fox would get excited and lead people in without even looking at the update notice. Don't worry, all foxes in the world are very cunning and smart. Yayan comforted Shui Nai. However, fortunately, the copy update bulletin board was erected in front of the big tree, and because the tree demon copy had been restarted, not many people were looking at the bulletin board now. No way, someone cleared the copy alone, so the difficulty of the copy was increased. The beautiful fox looked at some notices on the bulletin board and said exaggeratedly. The income has also been increased. It's not bad to think about it. The Dragon King also spoke at this time. After all, players play copies for the purpose of exploding equipment. If the income is high, it will naturally be cool. Shui Nai just touched his nose and read the announcement carefully. Everyone be careful, its health is almost less than 20%. The beautiful fox immediately shouted in the team chat. The 2 barrier magicians, 1 male and 1 female, held the barrier shields tightly in their hands, pressed their entire weight on the shields, and held the pace of the elite tree demon. The snow bear kept attacking the tree demon with its claws on one side. The bark of the tree demon was torn into sawdust under its claws, but the bark of the tree demon was too thick. The other 3 swordsmen kept fighting guerrilla warfare around the elite tree demon with their high agility, harvesting its health bit by bit. The ninjutsu echelon about 10 meters away from the tree demon kept casting fire escape ninjutsu. At present, Mizuna has the greatest lethality, but also the greatest limitation. Because as long as Mizuna uses all her strength, the hatred value of the tree demon will be directly pulled over, which immediately changes the originally stable situation. The barrier magician in front, hold the hatred. The physical magician Dragon King was commanding while helping the summoned beast in front to replenish blood. The hatred of the tree demon had shifted, and the tree demon's big pupils were already looking at the ninjutsu master. I saw that the barrier magician in front immediately used the barrier attack, and then a taunt. He immediately drew the tree demon's attention to himself. Then the two big hands of the tree demon kept slapping him, and the series of injuries on his head kept coming out. But soon two white lights came down, and his health value was immediately restored. At the same time, a white light ball hit him, and his health recovery speed was immediately increased. I feel very bored. Xiaomei and the beautiful fox watched their teammates fight on the side. With the current damage of Xiaomei, the medical magician, it would only waste chakra if she played, even the healing technique was the same, so she simply played soy sauce on the side. It's not bad to be a bystander. At least we don't have to fight to the death. The beautiful fox obviously enjoyed this treatment. The assassin's dagger was completely useless in this dungeon, and the poison resistance of these tree monsters was ridiculously high. Tisk! Xiaomei said, and reluctantly launched a normal attack, but it could only produce a little forced defense breaking effect. Such plant-based high-vitality monsters are basically immune to normal attacks. Save some energy, the skill burst rate of your medical magician is too low, wait until you find a few new skills. The beautiful fox found a set of tea sets from somewhere and brewed a pot of good tea for herself. Everyone, work harder, it's dying. The beautiful fox drank a sip of tea and said loudly. As soon as the voice fell, the tree monster finally ran out of life under the efforts of everyone. Alas, can we win if we keep fighting like this? Xuanai felt that she could not cooperate with this inefficient fighting style at all. She had to wait for her teammates to release a fireball, which was very frustrating. Captain Fox, can I go around behind the tree demon and fight? Xuanai suggested to the beautiful fox on the side. Why, it's safe to fight like this. She said with some confusion. I think it's a waste of time to fight like this. Okay, you like it. But I didn't expect you like to explode other people's beautiful chrysanthemums. The beautiful fox immediately revealed her female gangster nature. Xiao Yeziai, do you have the skill of spiritual resonance? Xuanai ignored the fox's words and asked Yayan. Yes, do you want to use it? Yayan glanced at her skill bar. This spiritual resonance is a buff skill of the medical magician. The effect of this skill can sum the spiritual values of two people and then distribute them equally to the two people, which can temporarily increase the spiritual value of the person with low spiritual value. This skill is generally used by physical arts masters and ninjutsu masters to help physical arts masters improve their ninjutsu defense capabilities, but it will weaken the ninjutsu abilities of ninjutsu masters. Wait a minute, give it to me and you mayor, my spirit value is not very high. Mina glanced at Xiaomei who was making a vase there, and felt that it was time for her to make a contribution. This is not good. Too good, right? The Dragon King felt that it was too risky to do so. Don't worry, the fire-style Blood Ninja Master is very strong in this dungeon. If I can't use the Blood Ninja Master's ability, it would be equivalent to destroying me. Mizuna really couldn't stand this kind of fighting style that was not much better than a snail. Hey, are you a ninja master? Xiaomei looked at the missing spirit value and was a little confused. She had never heard of a ninjutsu master's spirit value being so low. Xiaomei's spirit value is only 130 points now, but her original spirit value was 200, which means that Mina resonated with her 70 points of spirit value. After hearing this, Mina was speechless. If she had the bonus of the Flame Law set, her spirit value would have almost exceeded 100. However, Mina's Flame Law set has been dismantled by Mina. Only a few parts that increase the spirit value are left, and the rest have been replaced with other equipment. After all, for now, if you take out a complete set of Flame Law, it will be hard not to attract attention. Chapter 157 I 1/4. In fact, Mina was very reluctant to take off the flame gem necklace, but that thing was too rare. In order to reduce trouble, Mina could only reluctantly put it back in the backpack. What's the matter? The fox asked with great concern, but Xiaomei didn't appreciate it, and instead walked aside to sulk. However, Mizuna behind the tree demon didn't have time to care about Xiaomei's mood. He was busy shooting fireballs with the ninja stick in his left hand and pretending to take medicine with the empty ration pill bottle in his right hand. This is so cool! Mizuna shouted in his heart. The tree demon has been controlled by Mizuna and the ninjutsu master on the other side, and the barrier master in the middle has become idle. If Mizuna now finds that the tree demon's eyes are looking towards him, he will immediately reduce the frequency of attacks and let the ninjutsu masters on the opposite side to attract hatred. After attracting hatred, he will continue to attack fiercely. That works too. Everyone watched the ninjutsu masters on both sides carefully controlling the transfer of hatred. The tree demon's eyes changed back and forth, and he no longer paid attention to the physical masters around him. In fact, it was only Mizuna who was controlling it. After all, the speed of Mizuna's continuous fireballs was too fast. One person could completely match the 4 ninjutsu masters on the opposite side, so there was no problem in attracting firepower. Little fox, giant, you two have to hold the hatred of the tree demon later. I'm going to increase the frequency of attacks. Mizuna glanced at the remaining time of spiritual resonance and immediately reminded the 2 shield armors who were just there to make up for the fun. Oh. I'll pay attention. Hasn't it reached the maximum attack output yet? The physical practitioner called Giant was a little surprised. Shuinai immediately increased the attack speed of his continuous fireballs. He had been testing the hatred value of the tree demon just now. His current style of play is very precise. If he is a little bit short, he will be chased by an elite monster. Alas, I really miss the feeling of wearing the fire magic and opening the fire dragon. Shuinai turned the resentment in his heart into a string of fireballs, and smashed it hard at the 1-meter place behind the tree demon. There was already a burnt place by Shuinai's continuous fireballs, and a small black hole appeared. Hu Dai, do you have a backup iron sword? If so, take one and insert it into the hole behind it. Shuinai said as he walked to Yayan, waiting for her spiritual resonance to cool down and casually restore her physical value. Shiwo, you are really too wretched. I didn't expect you to burn through someone's pants and dig open someone's anus. You are too shameless. The beautiful fox looked at the dark hole behind the tree demon and immediately shouted. Although the beautiful fox said that, she had to admire Mina's ability to control ninjutsu. There was only a scar of fire behind the tree demon. Mina couldn't stand her shouting, so she had to raise a middle finger to her. But unexpectedly, after seeing Mina's actions, Yayan couldn't help but chuckle, and Xiaomei had already fallen to the ground with laughter. However, the Dragon King who had been paying attention to Yayan frowned and looked at Mina, and couldn't help but feel a little hostile in his heart. Unfortunately, the fox was instructing Hyudi how to use the iron sword, so she didn't see Mina's little move. Roar! The tree demon suddenly went crazy and danced. After a burst of wild shouting, it took heavy steps and turned to look for the enemy who attacked it from behind. However, the beautiful fox and Hyudi were not fools. As soon as the tree demon turned around, they moved with it, always behind the tree demon. However, when the tree demon turned its back, everyone immediately discovered that an iron sword had been inserted into the bark of the tree demon, which was originally impenetrable to swords and knives, with only a short hilt exposed. Ninjutsu masters, try using lightning ninjutsu. Mina shouted. He was only a fire ninjutsu master now and did not know other ninjutsu. The 4 ninjutsu masters tried to shoot lightning bullets or lightning arrows at the hilt, but none of them succeeded. Lihu, go ahead. The Dragon King immediately pointed waving the Thunder Tiger. A lightning bullet came out of the Thunder Tiger's mouth and hit the hilt accurately. The tree demon was hit by the electric current, and the whole tree body trembled a little, and the movement immediately slowed down. It's a good thing. Everyone immediately noticed this abnormality, and saw a bold ninjutsu master approached carefully and fired a lightning arrow at close range. 100 damages immediately appeared, and the electric current paralysis effect also appeared on the tree demon at the same time. You are too insidious. The beautiful fox saw the tree demon that had been controlled, raised her thumb and grinned at Mina. Others didn't have to worry about the hatred value, and all of them opened fire and bombarded the tree demon with all their strength. This is the first time I get a headache when fighting monsters. Mina rubbed his temple weakly and said. It's okay after getting used to it. Yayan waved the ninja stick and said softly. Brother, I didn't expect you to create a new style of play, the chrysanthemum style. I'm really impressed. The Dragon King suddenly came over and patted Shuinai's shoulder. Chrysanthemum style. Shuinai muttered. This name is not very nice. And it has a sarcastic taste. Hey, don't stand there, a new tree demon is coming. The beautiful fox shouted in the team chat, but fortunately everyone turned on the protection system and was not stunned by the sound. Shiwo, continue to explode its chrysanthemum. The beautiful fox immediately said another sentence. Hey, fox, Don't attract monsters anymore, I don't have any physical strength. Shui Nai looked at the 5 controlled tree demons on the field, and felt that these tree demons were hurt by him. Now each tree demon is controlled by a physical practitioner and a creature that can release thunder escape ninjutsu. According to the people of Dark Dragon, this can increase the explosion rate. Shui Nai didn't care about the truth of their statement. Anyway, he didn't have enough physical strength to run around now. Drink this, it's the physical strength holy water of our temple. Yan was free now, so she sat next to Shui Nai. I didn't expect that this copy also had the sky. Shui Nai, who was lying on the ground, took the potion but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, he kept looking at the blue sky and stretched out his right hand to block the sun. It's raining heavily outside now. Yan looked at the weather outside and said, "What are you talking about? You are so happy." After the Dragon King handed over all his tasks to his summoned beast, he ran over immediately and sat next to Yan very naturally, but didn't get too close. Talking about the weather. By the way, I heard that the environment of the ice and snow copy is snowy, and all water escape ninjutsu will be strengthened there, right? Shui Nai asked the Dragon King. Yes, but those water escape ninjutsu have no effect there. Although the fire escape ninjutsu has a bonus effect on the snow bear there, it will be weakened by 50% by the environment. So if you want to play that dungeon, you must learn the lightning escape ninjutsu, otherwise there will be no chance. The Dragon King took a look at the Thunder Tiger that had grown a lot due to the upgrade. The Thunder Tiger is now as high as his waist and should be able to be used as a mount soon. Then he will be the most powerful. Moreover, the Thunder Tiger has now learned the 2 powerful skills of Thunder Arrow and Lightning Shield. Now he is very proud of himself. If there is no masked ninjutsu master as a light bulb, it would be perfect. By the way, Yan, what kind of summoned beast do you want? I can ask someone to find it. The Dragon King's eyes were a little hot. No, I don't want to raise a summoned beast for the time being. Yan refused immediately. Xiao Ye doesn't want it, but I want it. Are you interested in giving me one? At this time, Xiao Mei appeared. Well, okay, what kind of spiritual beast do you want? But it's better not to be too advanced. Now the player's level is not high, and it's too difficult to get a good spiritual beast. The Dragon King said a little disappointed when he saw Yan didn't even look at him. That Thunder Tiger will do. Xiao Mei took a look at the majestic Thunder Tiger and liked it very much. Well, it's okay, but you may have to wait. After all, advanced creatures like Thunder Tigers have a long breeding cycle. The Dragon King originally planned to get a half-magic beast for Xiao Mei, but he didn't expect Xiao Mei to be so polite to him and asked for a Thunder Tiger as soon as he opened his mouth. If it were normal, he would just walk away, but now Yan is by his side, and the target is Yan's good friend, so he had to delay it for a while. You said it, Xiao also heard it, you can't deny it. Xiao Mei took Yan's hand and said in a very cute tone. When the Dragon King saw Yan looking at him, he immediately became happy. Don't worry, I will send someone to find her as soon as possible. After saying that, he happily ran to the battlefield not far away to show off his power. If he had been working without putting in any effort before, now he has completely used up all his strength. With the help of the 2 spiritual beasts, he swung his sword, which had not yet been unsheathed, at the tree monster again and again, but he looked over here from time to time. What a big change! Shui Nai felt that the Dragon King was now completely like a chicken blood injection, and was a little abnormally excited. This is the charm of a woman. Do you understand? Xiao Mei said coquettishly. Shui Nai looked at Xiao Mei who was posing, and found that the sky was still a little more beautiful, so she lay back on the ground to look at the sky. Hey, what do you mean by this? Xiao Mei immediately got angry, and almost rushed up to pull Shui Nai's clothes. Shh, wait. Shui Nai suddenly stopped Xiao Mei's rampage preparation with a gesture, and seriously put her ear to the ground. Chapter 158 2 Choices. Is there any problem? After seeing Shui Nai's action, only a blind person would not understand. Xiao Mei immediately looked around anxiously, but did not find any other problems. Nothing, I just heard it wrong. Shui Nai smiled and said, he didn't hear any sound just now, he just wanted to change the topic. By the way, don't get too close to Xiao in front of the Dragon King, otherwise. Just when Shui Nai was about to start a topic, Xiao Mei was faster than him. Understood, then I'll go first. Shui Nai immediately drank the holy water of physical strength, ran quickly to the nearest tree demon, and attacked it at close range. Humph, he runs slower than a rabbit when he hears there is danger. Is he really a man? Xiaomei muttered. In fact, he is just afraid of you. Yan smiled lightly and said such a meaningless sentence to Xiaomei. Am I that scary? By the way, Xiao, you have to be careful of this guy, the Dragon King. I heard from the fox that he is a super playboy, and he especially likes pure and quiet girls like you. Xiaomei has an instinctive dislike for the Dragon King, especially when he comes to pester Yan. Do you think I will be interested in him? Yan also hates this man in her heart, but she doesn't like to show it. I knew it would be like this. Xiaomei happily held Yan's left hand and rested her head on Yan's slender shoulder. Finally, a good thing has been revealed. The beautiful fox suddenly said loudly in the team chat. She was holding a red gem necklace in her hand, and everyone immediately understood the identity of the necklace. And, can you give it to me? The Dragon King hurriedly said to the beautiful fox. At present, the Dark Dragon Guild has 3 sets of fire magic suits, but there are a lot of scattered parts. These scattered parts can only be compared with blue equipment in terms of attributes, but once a complete set is collected, the value is definitely not less than the gold equipment. Especially this flame gem necklace, not to mention the fire escape ninjutsu skill level +2, it can only strengthen the effect of fire escape ninjutsu by 50%, and the flame resistance +20. This is completely a weapon for ninjutsu masters, and its value is definitely not less than a purple equipment. No, this equipment should be given to Shiwo. After all, at present, his contribution is the greatest. The beautiful fox is not the kind of person who will favor her relatives. She has always been a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private affairs. She just likes to play pranks. Generally speaking, when a top quality equipment is obtained, the usual practice is to distribute it to the players who contribute the most and need it the most. This is the reason why a team will be stable. Only when the team becomes stronger can we face more dungeons and more difficulties. Shiwo, catch it. The beautiful fox immediately threw the necklace to Mina, who also heard it in the team chat, so she had been paying attention to it. Mina, who wore the flame gem necklace, immediately raised the effect of the fire release ninjutsu to a new level. For each level of intermediate attack ninjutsu, it will increase the damage by 10 points. Perhaps these 20 points of damage will not have any effect in the hands of ordinary ninjutsu masters. But if it is in the hands of Mina, a blood-specialized ninjutsu master, it is completely different. It can increase 40 points of damage per second, and 2,400 points of damage in 1 minute. For those elite tree monsters who only have blood volume, this is a killer weapon that accelerates their death. Very good, let's rest first. The beautiful fox saw that everyone had cleaned up the battlefield, and immediately asked everyone to rest. Healer, you can use that trick. The beautiful fox saw that everyone came over, and immediately reminded the healer to use the skill that can speed up the recovery of physical strength. Praise of Life is an intermediate skill of a healer. It can restore 20% of the physical strength of all creatures within a certain range, and at the same time speed up the recovery of physical strength. This skill is a must-have skill for going out to fight monsters, but the skill cooldown time is a bit long, it takes 2 hours, so it is generally only used at the last moment. After everyone rested for 2 minutes, everyone's physical strength was almost restored. Compared to physical potion, this skill is more affordable. Mina looked at her physical strength and immediately evaluated it. Let's go. The remaining tree monsters in the dungeon are all boss level. We must not provoke the red boss before we have dealt with the ordinary bosses. Everyone must be careful. The beautiful fox did her homework beforehand and read all the information she could find carefully. Everyone must be careful, these bosses are much faster. The beautiful fox in the front took a look at the 2 tree demon bosses in front and immediately found that the speed of these tree demon bosses had been increased a lot. It seems that this update should be here. Mina thought to herself. The faster tree demons and the slower tree demons are completely different, and the tree demons here are 2 together, so Mina's chrysanthemum flow is completely useless. Medical magician, step back a little, don't get too close. The beautiful fox immediately knew that the speed of these tree demons had been enhanced, and the healer, as the savior of a team, must be protected. The healers pulled the distance to the limit of the primary healing distance. However, just when they set up the formation and started the fight accurately, a tree demon boss actually ran out of the woods behind the left of the team and rushed towards the closest healer. Oh no! This was Mina's first thought, and the second thought was to issue an order to start the phantom stealth, but Mina didn't feel the speed increase while running. At this time, Mina remembered that in order to keep it secret, she had already put the phantom ring and the equipment that would cause the identity to be leaked into the last backpack. Now there is no time to change equipment. The tree demon boss is only 20 meters away from Xiaomei and Yayan, the priests. At the speed of these tree demons, it is about 2 or 3 seconds. Mina is now 25 meters away from them. At the current speed, it will take at least 5 seconds to run. Flame wall to block the enemy, continuous fireballs to attract hatred, this is a plan that Mina came up with as quickly as possible. However, due to the tight time, Mina activated these two skills almost instantly. But what makes Mina feel chilled is that these two ninjutsu are not fired at the fastest speed. The flame on the ninja staff was brewing for 2 seconds before it was launched. The fireball was split into 5 pieces in an instant and shot towards the open space in front of the tree demon. This was not the flame wall that Mina wanted. Fortunately, when Mina's fire was out for some reason, Xiaomei Yan and the other 2 medical magicians did not stand there stupidly. They ran towards Mina with all their strength. Although they could not match the speed of the tree demon boss, they could buy Mina a little more time. Just when Mina was about to use the continuous fireball to attract the tree demon boss again, the 5 fireballs of the previous continuous fireball had already hit the ground. Theoretically, this continuous fireball that hit the ground did not pose much threat to the tree demon. After all, the continuous fireball that hit the ground only had a forced burning effect. For the tree demon with a physique of several hundred, their influence could be completely ignored. But what if a Tumaturai pillar of fire suddenly appeared at the moment when these 5 fireballs hit the ground? This change is enough to scare the fire-fearing tree demon. System, ding, congratulations to player Mina for successfully understanding the combination skill fire pillar technique. Please use the combination skill properly. These 5 suddenly appearing pillars of fire not only scared the tree demon boss who rushed forward, but also stunned several players who reacted. Everyone, including Mina, knew that there was no such skill in the intermediate ninjutsu. As the person involved, Mina reacted immediately. While rushing towards the tree demon boss, he checked the skill panel. The current skill panel has changed again. I saw that there was an additional combination skill column under my skill group. This new skill called Fire Pillar Technique just appeared in it, and it was written in clear small words combined by Flame Wall skill and Continuous Fireball skill. However, Mina, who saw this, had no time to look down again. Now he has rushed to the front of the tree demon boss. He raised his left hand ninja stick slightly, and the continuous fireballs hit the tree demon boss fiercely. At the same time, he flashed past the tree demon boss, shook the ninja stick, and hit another continuous fireball. Roar! The tree demon that was continuously attacked by Mina roared immediately, and his eyes kept glancing at Mina, which scared the big shields at the front who didn't know the situation. The back garden is on fire, but it is the most feared thing for a team. This can often make a stable team directly wiped out. The more stable the team is, the more afraid of such sudden changes. Steady the tree demon boss in front, and I will guide the one behind. Mina immediately said in the team chat. Now the front can't be chaotic, otherwise it will really be wiped out. Mina, who has secretly put on the stealth ring, has full confidence to lead this tree demon boss. But now there is a problem. Although this boss has become hostile to Mina, its only wisdom tells it that it is the kingly way to get rid of the group in front. However, it is still afraid of this human who attacks it again and again. I really want to slap him to death. Now there are 2 choices in front of it. Facing this choice, it is a bit difficult for its intelligence, because the 2 choices are in completely opposite directions, so it hesitated. Chapter 159 Run Away. However, when it heard the call of its companion, the eyes of this tree demon boss changed a little, but Qin Hao did not let it look over there. A fire pillar technique was immediately launched. I saw that this combined fire wall and the fire pillar technique with the characteristics of continuous fireballs immediately formed 5 fire pillars on the tree demon, burning the life value of the tree demon fiercely. The power of this combination skill is very strong, especially the high burning effect of the fire wall, which is fully reflected on the tree demon. First, 5 fireballs with more than 400 damage came out, and then a series of 30 flame burning damage that was completely uncountable. These fire pillars were very durable and burned for 15 seconds before slowly extinguishing. The tree demon boss had 5 more burnt scars on his body. Roar! The tree demon was completely angry at this time. What made it even more angry was the obscene action of the tiny human raised middle finger. As a boss with a little wisdom, it could fully understand the provocation in this action. I saw its huge body running towards Mina immediately, and there were huge roars from time to time. These huge roars immediately made everyone anxious, but Mina's subsequent words immediately made them relax. Don't come over, I can handle it, believe me. Mina's words made the beautiful fox and fox butterfly stop immediately, because they found that even the tree demon boss whose speed was enhanced by the system could not catch up with Mina, the ninjutsu master. Every time, Mizuna could barely avoid the tree demon's slap, and she could even fight back while raising her middle finger to provoke the tree demon whose eyes were already red with anger. Is your melee taunt as powerful as his middle finger? The beautiful fox asked the physical magician next to her. But, only the barrier magician has the taunt skill. However, I think his move is more lethal. Fox Butterfly took a look at the situation on Mizuna's side and immediately turned back to her original position. Priest, add blood. Ninja, attack. The giant roared immediately when he saw that his blood volume was steadily decreasing. The ninja masters were also attracted by Mizuna's light movements and obscene gestures. I saw that these ninja masters who came to their senses immediately became serious. White light and flames shot out from the ninja sticks one after another. Mizuna, who wore the stealth ring, was worrying about whether to knock down the tree demon boss now. He himself has a 50% fire escape ninjutsu bonus from the half-activated flame dragon, plus the 50% fire escape ninjutsu effect of the necklace. Now Mizuna's fire escape ninjutsu can completely sweep this tree demon copy, and it can also face these fire-fearing tree demons. So in his eyes, this tree demon boss is very fragile. Mizuna suddenly kicked back and retreated 5 meters away. After completely dodging the tree root assault of the tree demon boss, Mizuna immediately counterattacked with a flame wall. The tree demon using the tree root assault will be temporarily unable to move. For such a good opportunity, Mizuna will never miss it. Looking at the tree demon boss whose health value has dropped to 30%, Mizuna glanced at the people working hard 100 meters away. So he thought it would be better to retain his strength. Mizuna put away the ninja stick and only used the middle finger to deal with the tree demon boss. After easily dodging a left hook, Mina immediately counterattacked with a middle finger. This caused the tree demon boss to roar angrily, and it almost spread throughout the entire tree demon copy. Hearing the increasingly loud roar, the people facing the two tree demon bosses became a little frightened. When it takes a group of people to stubbornly resist the two tree demon bosses, it is very stressful for them as teammates to have a ninjutsu master to be responsible for indexing another boss. Especially for the physical arts master who was originally responsible for resisting the tree demon, this is simply a shame. Because of this reason, the enthusiasm and ferocity among them were all stimulated. The weapons in the hands of the physical arts master and the assassination master were all aimed at the tree demon, and all the ninja sticks were aimed at the tree demon, and all the white and red ones were poured over as if they were free. Unfortunately, they could not hear the tree demon boss's roar, which was filled with extreme unwillingness and endless anger. Roar. At this time, a thunderous roar came from Mina, and the ground shook slightly under the power of the roar. Fuck. Mina just cursed in the team chat, and then fell silent. Everyone had no idea of the situation, so they had to think about the worst. Xiao, come with me to take a look. The beautiful fox immediately withdrew from the battle and prepared to go over. Don't. Come over here, this boss has mutated, don't come over here. Shui Nai's tone was very anxious. But Yan was also anxious. Trust me. The brief conversation between Shui Nai and Yan made the Dragon King feel unhappy, and the golden sword in his hand slashed more fiercely. Now Shui Nai looked at this tree demon whose body shape had not changed much, but was surrounded by a thread of black air. In addition to regret, he also had a trace of retreat in his heart. Just now, when Shui Nai had been provoking this low-health boss with his middle finger, he might have been provoked to the extreme by Shui Nai's actions. This tree demon boss actually calmed down, and a pair of eyes that were originally burning with anger suddenly lost all colors, and were as calm as death. This change from extreme movement to extreme stillness made Shui Nai alert. Just when Mina used a few fireballs to test the movement, the body of the tree demon boss finally shook, but then the leaves on the tree demon fell off in an instant like rain. Moreover, these fallen leaves also underwent strange changes in the process of falling. All the fallen leaves turned into wisps of black air, and drifted back to the branches that made people feel desolate when they saw them. Mina still remembers this phenomenon of being surrounded by black air. This is the treatment that only black bosses have. Mina immediately used the reconnaissance technique to take a look. It doesn't trademark T matter if she doesn't trademark T look. As soon as she saw it, Mina immediately had the urge to curse. Oh my god, system, you are clearly taking revenge on my indecent behavior. If you don't trademark T like it, just say it directly. What trademark is the point of bringing out such a mutant boss? The Dark Vengeance Tree Demon, a level 20 black boss, temporarily, chose to destroy his own life in anger in order to retaliate against the constant malicious provocation of the player Shui Nai, thus falling into the endless darkness and becoming a member of the darkness. After seeing the introduction of this Vengeance Tree Demon, Shui Nai even wanted to die. But it was just this idea, Shui Nai would never just wait to die out of boredom. A series of fireballs suddenly shot out and accurately hit the lifeless eye sockets of the Vengeance Tree Demon. Only a bang sound was heard from the body of the tree demon, as if the sound of rotten wood being ignited by fire, really inside the body, not outside the body. Immediately, black flames surged out of the mouth and eye sockets of the Vengeance Tree Demon, burning up to the tree crown piece by piece. Looking at the tree demon being burned by black flames, Qin Hao instinctively retreated. The tree demon that was standing there stupidly started to move immediately. However, every time it took a step, some branches on its body would be completely burned to ashes by the black flames, turning into black particles that would spread in the air bit by bit. The reconnaissance technique was used again. When he saw the words Black Flame Vengeance Tree Demon and Ignore Fire Damage, he immediately asked Mina to activate Phantom Stealth. Looking at the Black Flame Vengeance Tree Demon whose health value was slowly decreasing, Mina, who was retreating, immediately had a plan to deal with it. However, he did not expect that the speed of this black boss tree demon that was damaging its own vitality would suddenly increase so much. It caught up in an instant and accurately attacked Mina, who was in stealth mode. Mina saw that he could not dodge, so he immediately jumped into the air and barely dodged the tree demon's big hand. However, the black flames on its hand burned Qin Hao fiercely. A sense of inexplicable anger accompanied by 100 points of damage suddenly reached Shui Nai's heart, making Shui Nai's mind a little unbalanced. Fuck, mental attack, this is unique to the dark system. After being attacked, Shui Nai was forced to come out of the light gravity state. He quickly ate a slow life recovery pill, and at the same time stepped hard on the arm of the tree demon with his left foot. While being burned by the black flames, Shui Nai immediately started the air suspension, tightened his left leg and kicked back quickly. Shui Nai shot out of the tree demon's arm quickly, temporarily away from the tree demon boss with black flames. Looking at the revenge tree demon whose health value suddenly decreased faster due to sudden acceleration, Shui Nai's determination to implement the plan became more firm. At the same time, Shui Nai immediately activated the state of the flame dragon possession. After trying 3 times, Mizuna, who was covered in red flames, appeared in front of the tree demon boss, who was covered in black flames. Mizuna retreated while casting ice cones with weakened effects, trying to use ice to overcome fire. Unfortunately, these ice cones did not cause much damage to the tree demon. Before these ice cones hit the tree demon, they were swallowed by the strange black flames. Mizuna, who was at a loss, took a look at the thunder bomb in his backpack, but Mizuna immediately gave up the idea of using it to speed up the loss of the tree demon's health. Although the thunder bomb has amazing explosive power, the explosion sound is also very amazing. If the Dragon King and others heard it, I believe that he would not have a good end, so it would be better to be killed by this tree demon. After thinking about it, Mizuna still felt that running away was the best and most convenient option, so he took advantage of the fact that this tree demon with some problems was not. When he saw what Ji was planning, he immediately turned around and ran away. Chapter 160 Black Flame Amaterasu. After taking her feet away, Mizuna immediately increased her speed to the fastest, and in an instant she pulled the black flame tree demon boss several dozen meters away. However, the tree demon did not seem to notice that Mizuna, her mortal enemy, wanted to leave. The part that originally belonged to the tree canopy was completely covered by black flames. Moreover, the flames on the tree canopy were getting darker and darker. The black flames that were originally as light as black mist had now turned into flames as black as ink. Now the whole tree demon was like a burning torch, and the flame of this torch was abnormally large. However, the body of the black flame tree demon boss was getting smaller and smaller. Some branches on his body that were as small as arms were completely burned into black gas by the black flames, and then all turned into part of the black flames. Mizuna, who was running away, occasionally looked back and was shocked. Although this tree demon is almost at the end of its life, its increasingly bright eyes show that this boss is preparing its final big move. The life-threatening big move of a black boss makes Shui Na lose the desire to fight just by thinking about it. Everyone, be careful, the mutant boss is going to use an unknown big move. Shui Na only had time to finish this sentence before the black flame tree demon boss roared. It took a big breath and sucked the black air and black flames on its body, the crown of the tree, and the surrounding into a vortex, and then all disappeared in its big mouth like a whale sucking water. Shui Na felt the airflow behind him was different, and instinctively fell to one side, and then after rolling a few times, he dared to look back. However, he saw this tree demon without vitality, without black air around, like a dead tree. But soon, Shui Na noticed that the tree demon's eyes became extremely ferocious, and there were black flames in his mouth. The gloomy breath made Shui Na feel chilled. The tree demon opened its mouth, and a black flame bomb that continued to expand and grow quickly rushed out of the mouth of the black flame tree demon. Its speed was so fierce that it simply ignored the distance of 100 meters and instantly enveloped the space around Shui Na. This black flame bomb, which was only 1 meter in size at the beginning, has become a huge fireball that can cover a space after crossing a distance of 100 meters. After this huge fireball hit Shui Na, it formed a pillar of fire that reached the sky, which was extremely fierce. The black gas in the black flame kept spreading around, and the ordinary trees and flowers that were touched by the black gas all withered in an instant. This is the withering of life that has been directly drained, and those plants still retain their original form. As long as the breeze blew, these withered plants would turn into waves of blue-gray powder and spread all over the ground. This was a blow without any sound effects, but it was extremely shocking. The sunlight in the distance was completely blocked by the black flame, and the shadow created by the black flame immediately attracted the attention of all the lives in the dungeon. Looking at the black flame column that was 100 meters high, the sky seemed to be divided into two by this powerful black flame column, and the whole world was filled with a grey feeling. This black flame like a mountain was pressing down on everyone's heart, and at the same time, an extremely powerful breath suddenly came from the direction of the black flame column, making all the players and tree monsters feel terrified. All the players stopped their hands when they saw the black flame slowly rushing up to the sky, and looked at the black flame column that could be described as monstrous. After seeing this scene, the tree monster bosses in the battle also stopped their hands and let out a mournful cry. These monsters with strong vitality are very sensitive to this dark energy that can destroy the world. They instinctively know the fate of this forest and can't help but wail. I saw that this originally green forest was withering rapidly, and then turned into blue-gray in the constant breeze. Seeing such a powerful blow that even the surrounding environment was affected, all the players felt that Shui Na was doomed. After all, this move just now was too shocking and too powerful. However, even though they knew that Shui Na had a high chance of death, Yan and Xiao Mei still tried to call Shui Na, but Shui Na didn't respond. Wait, he didn't die. If he died, we would definitely receive a system notification. The beautiful fox immediately said in the team chat, and at the same time immediately commanded teammates to knock down the two problematic tree demon bosses. Shui Na did not die, but now his health value is not far from dying, so Shui Na, who has been paying attention to his health value, did not distract himself to report safety to everyone. When her health was only about 20 points left, Mina immediately activated the light of life, filling up her health directly and removing the negative state. Mina in the black flames looked at the black flames burning outside. Although these black flames had been eliminated by her own flame dragons ignoring flame damage. However, the black gas attached to the flames had no effect at all and directly hit Mina. In an instant, a dark erosion status appeared on Mina's status bar. This dark erosion is a powerful curse. In the black flame, all creatures will be eroded by the black gas. And these black gases also have a strong erosion ability on equipment, but Mina has no intention to care about those equipment now. Because Mina has used the light of life for the second time, and in this black flame space, all the life recovery pills have not been eaten yet, and they have been directly eroded by the black gas, leaving only an empty bottle. In other words, Mina can only keep brushing the recovery spell, hoping that this short and weakened recovery spell can hold up the loss of life value. In this black flame space, the flame dragon consumes 20 health points per second, and the dark corrosion can erode Mina's 17 health points per second. Even with the enhanced life recovery speed of the Ring of Life and the help of the recovery spell, Mina's health is now steadily decreasing by 33 points per second. For Mina, whose health value is only more than 1000, this is a process of waiting to die. If he has more than half a minute, his health value will end. Moreover, in this black flame that even light could not penetrate, Mina could only see the 1 meter space illuminated by the red fire on her body. The outside was completely dark and she had completely lost her direction. With a light pop, Mina looked down at the stealth cloak on her body. Its durability had returned to 0 and it fell off Mina. After seeing this scene, Mina immediately checked the condition of the stealth mask. It was not much better than the stealth cloak. According to the corrosion rate, it might fall off the face in a few seconds. But fortunately, the face would not be damaged. Mina quickly took out a repair hammer and immediately knocked on the stealth mask. After a ding-dong sound, the durability of the stealth mask was full. However, when she saw that her life value was only half left, Mina could only put on the mask in confusion, and she did not forget to brush the recovery spell in her hand. Just when Mina's health was only 100 points, Mina finally saw the light of hope. The black flame was beginning to dissipate, and it was dissipating very quickly. This black flame attack was very fast when it came, but it disappeared very quickly. Mina, who had closed the flame dragon, squinted and looked at the world that became a little dazzling because the black flame completely disappeared, and immediately screamed. Then he threw the Bing Liang pill into his mouth and retreated quickly. Because the black flame tree demon boss not far in front of Mina was not dead yet. Now it only had a little blood skin left, but it didn't die because of this, which surprised Mina. Because he remembered that just now, when this tree demon suddenly accelerated, it would speed up the consumption of health points, which was completely burning its own life to strengthen its ability. And the earth-shaking attack just now did not kill it, which made Mina feel a little unacceptable. What was also very difficult to accept was the black flame tree demon boss. It was seen staring at Shui Nai, who was running outside with an unwilling look. Now it has really reached its limit. The tall tree crown was completely burned by the black flame, and even the inside of its body was hollowed out by the black flame. Now it is just an empty shell like rotten wood. However, what made it unable to die was that the hateful and shameless human was not burned by the black flame, and could escape so easily. It hated it. At this time, the black flame tree demon boss gave the last bit of life to the darkness in exchange for the last chance to kill Shui Nai. The black flame on the black flame tree demon burned again, and the remaining few tree roots suddenly pierced into the ground, and several cracks appeared on the ground immediately. These cracks tore quickly towards Shui Nai with a momentum of no return. Shui Nai, who was shrouded in a sense of crisis, immediately knew that the attack of the black flame boss was coming. Similarly, he knew that he couldn't avoid it this time. After all, it was the skill of the black boss. So he took out the ice shield very simply and immediately changed from running to a defensive posture. I saw Mina shrinking her body as much as possible behind the ice shield, with a quick recovery pill in her mouth. Mina looked at the cracks getting closer and closer, and held the handles on the ice shield tightly with both hands. I saw that the cracks stretched to 5 meters in front of Mina and stopped, but Mina became more nervous because he felt the slight vibration caused by objects penetrating the rocks underground. Since ancient times, people have said that the unknown things that cannot be seen by the eyes are the most terrifying. Chapter 161 Tree Demon Seed. Mina, who was concentrating, immediately felt the vibration under his feet become obvious in an instant. He knew that it was a sign that the tree roots hidden underground were about to come out, and that position actually bypassed the defense of the ice shield and launched an attack directly from Mina's feet. However, Mina reacted immediately, and jumped into the air with all her strength, while arching her body to cover her feet with the ice shield in her hand. The moment Mina jumped up, 4 holes appeared in the ground under her feet. A tree root-shaped spear fiercely stabbed at Qin Hao in midair. Only 4. After being hit by this unknown skill in succession, Shui Nai's center of gravity was completely out of control. After spinning several times in the air, Shui Nai's body fell heavily to the ground. After completely enduring the attack of these 4 tree roots mixed with black flames, the ice shield in Shui Nai's hand has reached its limit. Looking at this ice shield that was already full of cracks and had only 100 points of durability, Shui Nai had to put it away with heartache. At the same time, Shui Nai also pulled out the ice crystal sword from the backpack. In an instant, the phantom stealth was activated, and like a fast arrow, he rushed towards the black flame tree demon boss who was not yet dead. Looking at the 5 cracks on the ground, Shui Nai didn't think too much. Anyway, as long as the black flame tree demon in front of him died, no matter how many tree roots there were underground, they would be useless. Rest in peace. Shui Na said to the black flame tree demon, which had only a trunk left. The black flame tree demon looked very miserable now. The huge tree crown had long turned into ashes, and the two big hands were lost when the tree roots were launched just now. Watching the ice crystal in his hand pierce through the middle of the eyebrows of the black flame tree demon boss with a force that crushed everything. However, Shui Na instantly saw the smile in the eyes of the black flame tree demon boss, which was a cold and ruthless smile. Shui Na, who was nervous, immediately leaned to the left. A tree root with black flames quickly stretched out from the ground behind Shui Na, and also pierced Shui Na's right shoulder with a force that crushed everything. A 325 damage came out from the broken trunk of the black flame tree demon boss, and a 936 damage also came out on Shui Na's head, and there was a series of black flame damage behind it. While enduring the great pain, Mina took out a pill with her left hand that instantly restored her life. After taking it, her life value was immediately restored. As the trunk of the black flame tree demon boss slowly turned into ashes, the tree root stuck in Mina's right shoulder also disappeared bit by bit. However, since it was a penetrating injury, her right hand would inevitably be disabled for a period of time. Watching the black flame tree demon boss turn into ashes, Mina finally breathed a sigh of relief. After brushing a few recovery spells, Mina quickly changed the equipment on her body. After taking a look at the experience value that soared by 1 level, Mina immediately forgot the pain on her right shoulder. After picking up the lurking cloak, Mina turned back and saw the place where the trunk of the black flame tree demon boss completely disappeared, leaving only a black thing. This is a tree demon seed. No way, it's another pet egg, and it's dark. Shui Na looked at the introduction of the tree demon seed carefully. This seed can grow into a dark tree demon, but it needs to be planted in a place with dark power to germinate successfully. Dark power, it's a pity that I can't go to the dark spring, alas. Shiwo, are you okay? At this time, the beautiful fox's caring words made Shui Na feel warm. I won't die, but now my physical strength is exhausted, I can only lie on the ground. Shui Na looked at the physical value that was at the bottom again. It was not just the life value that was eroded by the darkness, but the physical value was also seriously eroded. Then, let's go now, you have to be careful. Xiao Mei also said. Okay. Shui Na looked at the cursors representing the dozen or so teammates on the dungeon map, which were slowly approaching, and immediately laughed happily. He took off the lurking mask first, and then began to repair the durability of the equipment. However, for those whose durability is 0 or have been penetrated, this cannot be repaired by the repair hammer. Such damage can only be repaired by places such as blacksmiths and tailors. After seeing the dilapidated environment around and the amazing cracks on the ground, everyone was a little surprised that Shui Na could survive. After Shui Na put on the mask in front of those people, he asked Yan for physical holy water. Hey, don't you know that physical potions are precious? Xiao Mei saw Shui Na's indifferent look and immediately scolded him. For a profession like a ninjutsu master that consumes a lot of physical strength, physical potions are very important supplies. A ninjutsu master without physical strength can't even cast a ninjutsu. Shui Na has no concerns in this regard. Although he knows that there are indeed few portable physical potions, he got the potion of pine cone wine at the beginning of the game, and the phantom ring reduces 50% of physical consumption. So to sum up, now Mina doesn't feel that the physical potion is scarce at all. The temple only distributes 2 bottles of physical holy water every day, Xiao must keep 1. Xiao Mei gave her share to Mina. Thank you, I will return it to you later. Mina got up after drinking the potion, but her right hand, which was marked as disabled, was shaking strangely. Did your hand get broken? The Dragon King saw the big hole on Mina's right shoulder equipment that was pierced by an arm. He didn't expect that with a ninjutsu the health of the priest was so low that he could kill the terrible boss even with such an injury. It will take about 30 minutes to heal. Shui Na said indifferently. The so-called wound was no longer painful, but it might affect the balance in the battle later. Ban Xian, do you have the holy healing to cure the disabled state? The Dragon King asked the priest. The 2 medical magicians under his command were not elites in the guild. They were only excellent players among second-rate players. Even he didn't know their skills. No. The priest named Ban Xian answered immediately. The holy healing was a good thing. It could remove negative states. Although it could not remove special states such as the weak state after resurrection, it could remove other negative states, which made it worth 100 times more. I have it. Yan waved a ninja stick after she finished speaking. A milky white ball of light turned into a stream of water, surrounding Shui Na's right shoulder and right hand. Mina watched the remaining time of the disabled state in her status bar decrease rapidly. It would disappear completely in about 2 minutes. Okay, we can go fight the boss now. Mina said and changed some equipment that could not be repaired because the durability was 0. That must have hurt a lot, right? The beautiful fox suddenly came over and looked at the light cocoon on Mina's right shoulder and asked. Yes, but as soon as I saw the experience reward, I was directly raised by 1 level. I hope to come a few more times. Mina was really happy now. Now his level is 26. As long as he works harder and reaches level 30, he can go to the cemetery of the dead. Mina remembered that when he went to a dungeon at level 24, an ordinary boss only gave him 5% of the experience, but the experience of this black boss was at least equivalent to the experience of dozens of ordinary bosses. Everyone was speechless. By the way, what is the origin of that mutant boss, and why can it deliver such a powerful and shocking blow? The Dragon King asked immediately, and he now probably knew how to mutate the boss. The black one is a creature 1 level stronger than the golden boss. However, it relies on consuming life points in exchange for strength, so I have been holding on, and it died before me. After taking a look at the Dragon King, Mina immediately knew that he was planning to mutate the boss, so he told him these things very straightforwardly. Anyway, players who are not possessed by the fire dragon will only have one way to die in front of the black flame tree demon boss. No way, the black boss is equivalent to the existence of the sword master level. Then how do you deal with the black flame? The barrier magician called the giant asked immediately. The black flame is just a strong-looking thing. The flame resistance of the flame gem necklace plus the resistance of the ninjutsu master can still withstand it. Mina said easily. By the way, what did the black boss drop? The Dragon King suddenly asked. According to some previous conventions, teammates who solved the monsters alone have the right to take the dropped things for themselves. Only, this. When Shui Nai was looking for the tree demon seed in his backpack, he suddenly found that there was an extra mysterious gift box in his backpack, so he paused for a moment in surprise. However, Shui Nai's pause was mistaken by the Dragon King and others as him hiding something. Is this a pet? Ah, it's so hot. Xiao Mei was immediately burned by the black gas on the seed after taking the seed with a trace of black gas. This is a pet of the dark system. Shui Nai said this and put it away. After all, dark creatures in this and bright continents are treated like rats crossing the street. Are you going to keep it as a pet? Yan asked with some concern. Players like her can ignore other people's pets, but those righteous NPCs are not. They will definitely not let go of dark creatures and their owners. Not yet. Anyway, this seed can be stored for a long time. I'll talk about it when it's useful. Mizuna also knew this problem, so he didn't plan to hatch it. Mizuna didn't need a powerful pet now. Instead, he was more inclined to get a pure mount like a 1,000 miles horse to enhance his mobility. Chapter 162 The Injured Boss. Although pure mounts can't help the owner increase any attributes, the speed of mounts is the fastest. With Mizuna's release speed, combined with the high speed of mounts, it should be a good combination. At least in terms of escape, there is absolutely no problem. It seems that this black boss is really stingy. After the Dragon King said this, he winked at a ninjutsu master. Everyone knew what the Dragon King meant. He didn't believe that a legendary black boss would only explode such a useless thing. However, Mizuna didn't explain. Is there any need to explain this kind of thing? Anyway, you don't believe it, even if it's true, you won't believe it. But looking at the unhappy expression of the Dragon King, Mizuna felt a little happy. Shiwo, can I ask you what kind of ninjutsu that fire pillar was? I don't think I've seen this kind of ninjutsu. The ninjutsu master asked at this time, and this question made everyone pay attention. After all, the emergence of new skills like this is very valuable. This is a skill given when I was doing a task, but I have never used it. I was going to make it a backup skill. Mina naturally would not tell this secret. Speaking of the combination of the fire pillar technique, Mina did not look at it carefully. After being reminded by the Dragon King and others, Mina went to check it immediately. Fire pillar technique, combination technique active skill, composed of the skills continuous fireball and flame wall technique, which can retain the damage ability of the continuous fireball while forming 5 fire pillars with the characteristics of the flame wall. The fire pillar can last for 15 seconds. The damage value of this skill is calculated depending on the level of the combination skill and the bonus of the environment. Seal time, 2 seconds, fixed. Note, the fire pillar technique can change the local environment and form a space with the effect of strengthening fire skills. It can change the local environment. This is a good thing, and it sounds scary. In fact, the meaning is very simple, that is, Mizuna can use this skill to increase the concentration of fire elements in a space, so that both ninjutsu and skills can be strengthened accordingly. However, the degree of this strengthening can only be known after trying it. This combination skill is quite powerful, but the attack range of the fire column is a little smaller, which is not as good as the surface attack range of the flame wall, and the time is also a little smaller. Mizuna looked at the skills on the skill panel again, intending to see what other skills can be combined. However, since Mizuna used the fire column technique completely by chance before, Mizuna is still confused about the combination skills now. This made Mizuna have to find common points from the continuous fireball and the flame wall first. I saw a very faint yellow line between Mizuna's continuous fireball and the flame wall. Mizuna carefully studied the information of these two skills and compared the skills of these two. As far as the current situation is concerned, these two skills have the same attributes and the same skill level. After Shui Nai noted these two common points, she did not study them any further. After all, you can only know whether this thing can be used after trying it, and now this is obviously not a good place to try it. Hey, is that the final boss we are going to fight? The beautiful fox suddenly called out at this time, with a tone full of disbelief. What's the matter? Qin Hao, who had been walking behind Shui Nai thinking about the combo problem, immediately caught up. This. When all the players saw this violent tree demon boss, everyone was a little stunned. Now this violent tree demon boss is in a very bad state. The original red light that belonged to the violent boss has disappeared. The leaves on the crown that were originally emerald green have now become withered and yellow, and even part of the crown has lost all the leaves, leaving only bare branches. What surprised Shui Nai and the others the most was that the health of this violent tree demon boss was gone by 50%. Seeing this violent tree demon boss like this, everyone's mood changed. I remember just now, all the black air seemed to be concentrated in this place. It seems that it was absorbed by this violent boss. A medical magician just saw the faint black air that originally permeated the entire copy running towards this violent tree demon boss. So, it prevented the source of the destruction of this forest. Shui Nai said with some emotion after seeing this injured violent tree demon boss. This boss seems to care about this forest. But he is a player, killing monsters and killing copies is a matter of course. Shui Nai tried to comfort himself in this way, otherwise he would have no desire to fight. However, he soon thought of the Black Cat King and the Queen Ant. Although they are also monsters, they live in peace with him and have developed feelings. Now Shui Nai was a little hesitant. This violent tree demon boss would protect the forest, which means that it has its own consciousness and wants to protect the forest. For this kind of monster with its own consciousness, Shui Nai really didn't have the heart to actively kill it. If he didn't know about this situation, it would be better, at least he wouldn't have that psychological pressure. This is a good opportunity. After all, it's hard to meet a wounded violent boss. The Dragon King said happily. Although he also had full confidence in passing this dungeon, no player would not go crazy if he met a boss with half of his health missing. The benefits of a wounded violent boss are very high. If the explosion rate is normal, it can completely change the appearance of a team. In the game, benefits are the ultimate goal of most players. Suddenly, I lost the desire to fight. The beautiful fox took a look at the forest that was destroyed by the black air, and suddenly felt a little bit reluctant. To hurt the boss who protects the environment. It's all your fault. If you hadn't created that mutant boss, you wouldn't be so heartless now. The beautiful fox grabbed Shui Nai's collar and shook her back and forth. It's my fault, I was wrong. Shui Nai looked at the fox who was shaking more and more excited, and immediately admitted her mistake. Oh my god, I lost blood like this. Shui Nai looked at the blood bar with more than 10 points of health points missing, and was a little surprised. Okay, stop making trouble. Now I see that the two of them don't have any schemes to fight this poor tree demon boss, so I want to ask your opinions. The beautiful fox glanced at Ye Yan and Xiao Mei, and then glared at Shui Nai, the culprit. We suddenly don't want to fight anymore. The two girls looked at each other and said to Hu Dai. But this is a good opportunity. The Dragon King didn't understand why a woman's sympathy would actually arise on a monster. It was just a program for players to fight. I don't have that desire, you can't force me. The beautiful fox glanced at the Dragon King, but Shui Nai felt that there was some dangerous light in her eyes. Then, I will quit too. After being glanced at by the beautiful fox, Shui Nai immediately catered to her meaning. After all, Shui Nai didn't want to get too close to the Dragon King and the others. At this time, everyone received a system message. System, player Beautiful Fox gave the captain position to the Dragon King, and now the Fox squad is commanded by the Dragon King. And, what are you doing? The Dragon King asked in confusion. Although he knew that once his aunt decided something, he would never change it, but if he didn't understand it, he would feel uneasy. His aunt had too many bad waters. Don't you understand this? We don't want to play the dungeon now. Do we have to stay here and watch you bully a poor monster? The beautiful fox quit the team after she said that, and Yayan and the others also quit at the same time. After Shui Nai reacted, she also quit the team immediately. Mina, team up. Mina heard the beautiful fox say in the private chat as soon as she came out of the teleportation white light, and there was also a team application. What's up with you guys? Mina's heart immediately trembled after she joined the team called the Tree Demon Dungeon Team. Didn't we just quit? And the compensation time has ended, there is no dungeon suitable for us. Mina tried to struggle for a while. Don't worry, there is still a dungeon here that no one wants. The beautiful fox looked at the big tree and said happily. The current Tree Demon Dungeon has returned to normal. As long as all the players in it come out, the number of those dungeons will return to normal and reopen to players. Myth, you. Mina saw the system prompt when entering the dungeon and immediately knew that she was caught by the fox this time. When the 6 people disappeared in the white light, Tianlong also happened to quit from the dungeon at this time. But now he found that he couldn't contact Yayan, or even his aunt's group. Is this a mythical copy? There's nothing special about it. The beautiful fox said with some dissatisfaction after taking a look. She had always thought that this so-called mythical copy would be different, but no matter what, it was the same as other difficult tree demon copies. The sky is still the sky, and the forest is the same. Hurry up, there is a boss-level tree demon guarding this entrance. Mina said as she ran to the platform. He had asked the beautiful fox just now, and her 2 girls were very tight-lipped and would not reveal their identities, so Mina didn't need to play another identity. You have to climb up quickly later, I'll wait for you up there. Mina disappeared after she finished speaking. Chapter 163 Shadow Clone. Now Shui Nai felt that he had always underestimated the cunning and treacherousness of the beautiful fox. He did not expect that the fox could solve a boss by itself and guessed that he was the one who passed the dungeon alone. What was even more unexpected was that the fox actually took advantage of the fact that the violent tree demon boss was injured to directly get rid of the Dragon King's tail and start a new business. However, Shui Nai also found that without the Dragon King, Yayan's expression was not as cold as before. It seems that Yayan is very disgusted with the Dragon King. Yayan became happy, and Xiao Mei's liveliness also increased, resulting in the result that the noise behind Shui Nai became lively. Shui Nai climbed up the platform and then lowered the rope. He took a look at the situation below. After confirming that there was no problem, he went to check the mysterious gift box in the backpack. This gift box is a system reward for killing the first black boss. As for the tragic black flame tree demon, Mina felt that it was just a black boss's aura, a power without the corresponding realm. For monsters and NPCs in this world, realm is very important. Without realm, having strong power will be like the black flame tree demon before, which will definitely have negative effects. Either life is reduced, or it can only emit a short light like a match. After giving the order to open, the mysterious gift box in Mina's hand slowly disappeared, leaving only a ring shaped like an eyeball. I'm rich, haha. Mina suddenly laughed wildly on the edge of the platform, which made the teammates who were climbing look at him nervously. Mina always gave them the feeling of being steady and not aggressive. Although he was a little evil, he was a normal person. But now Mina didn't have that feeling at all. It was as if he was stimulated by something and became a little mentally ill. Soon, they saw Mina suddenly jump off the platform, and it was a natural fall with his head facing the ground. Mina, you're crazy! The beautiful fox yelled at Mina who was floating on the ground. She was frightened just now and thought Mina was crazy. She was going to reach out and catch him. I'm up there, come up and talk. Mina poked her head out from the platform and said. Hey, to Mina. The beautiful fox looked at the Mina who was running towards the woods, and then looked at the Mina above, and immediately felt dizzy. What's going on? As soon as the beautiful fox came up, she directly pressed Mina to the ground with her backhand, then rode on Mina's back, and pressed her knees hard on Mina's head. The one just now was a clone. I just got the magic shadow ring, so I tried it directly. It was just a small problem that made the clone jump down. Mina felt a very difficult to describe comfortable feeling on his back. He didn't expect that this beautiful fox didn't turn on the protection system. Mina's face was red now, but it was under her body and they couldn't see it. But if you are ridden by a woman and there are 4 beauties watching you, I am afraid that only TJ can keep his face calm. Let me go first, I want to control that clone. Mina struggled for a while, but he stopped immediately, because when he struggled just now, the wonderful feeling became stronger and almost made him dizzy. Humph! The beautiful fox kicked him hard, and then walked to the edge of the platform to see the situation below. Mina rubbed the left rib that was kicked, and then quickly looked at the clone below. Without Mina's instructions, the clone just stood there stupidly. Mina immediately gave an order in her heart, and the clone immediately entered the phantom stealth state and disappeared in front of the tree monsters who came. Mina can control this clone directly with her mind, which is very convenient. But at the beginning, Mina didn't know this control method, so the scene of jumping off the cliff appeared. After seeing that the clone was fine, Mina finally breathed a sigh of relief. The death of the clone was no punishment for the main body. However, due to the existence of the mental connection, the pain suffered by the clone would be completely transmitted to the main body, realizing the idiom share the same misfortune. So as a normal person who is not a masochist, Mina was very careful to control herself to avoid injury. It was so cool just now. How does it feel to have a big beauty on you? Xiaomei's words immediately reminded Mina of what happened just now. I don't feel anything. Mina said calmly in the private chat with the 2 layers of masks. Really? Fox has a good figure. Think about it again, you should feel something. Xiaomei asked tirelessly. Mina glanced at Xiaomei's very curious eyes and could only raise a middle finger in her heart. I'm very busy and don't have time now. If you are interested, you can try it yourself. Mina felt that she couldn't stay on this topic for too long, otherwise she would definitely say something wrong. From the outside, it looks very plump and firm, and looks quite elastic. But I can't touch the back of the fox, so I asked you. Xiaomei said in a seductive tone while looking at the back of the beautiful fox. Hey, why do you look so obscene in my eyes? The beautiful fox saw Xiaomei and Shuinai flirting with each other, and then Xiaomei stared at her back from time to time, and a chill ran straight into her mind. You are so disgusting. After seeing Xiaomei's sinister smile, the beautiful fox immediately covered her back and jumped to the inside of the platform. Alas! After Yayan sighed, she also left the edge of the platform. Haha, the fox blushed, haha, it turns out that she is also a novice. Xiaomei said this in Shuinai's private chat, and Shuinai choked directly. The essence of a hooligan, is this the legendary female hooligan? It turns out that the disciple is better than the master. Shuinai sighed while pulling the clone below from the rope. Yayan, it's about to start, remember to help us replenish blood. Shuinai said to Yayan who was inside. This platform is not deep, only about 4 or 5 meters away. The crowd didn't understand what Shuinai said at all. It's so high here, will you get hurt? Xiaomei asked immediately. However, when everyone saw 2 people with red flames appear in front of them, their mouths all opened into an O shape in unison. You can see it now. Shuinai touched the red flames on her body and said immediately. Wow, a flame man. The beautiful fox immediately rushed to Shuinai with stars in her eyes and studied him. Hey, 2 medical magicians, please come and add blood. Shuinai saw that Yayan and Xiaomei were a little slow to react, so she reminded them. Shuinai's main body was now casting a series of fireballs, and the clone was casting a flame wall. In a short moment, the area below became a sea of fire. Fuck, no wonder you can solo a miracle level dungeon. Seeing the shockingly high damage on the heads of the tree demons below, the beautiful fox finally understood why she dared to play the dungeon alone. In fact, the 2 violent tree demon bosses fought each other last time, and I was the one who got the advantage in the end. Otherwise, the 2 violent bosses could have killed countless of me with one slap. But now I have the magic shadow ring, I think I should try to really get through that difficult dungeon. Shui Na looked at the newly acquired ring on her finger and said confidently. You have so many good things on you. The beautiful fox's eyes turned around Shui Na, with a malicious look. Not many, they are just some small things, not in your eyes at all. Qin Shui Na was a little scared by being looked at, especially being stared at by an intermediate assassin, which is not a good idea. By the way, Yan, what are your intermediate skills? Shui Na suddenly remembered the problem of the combination skill, so she wanted to use Yan as a scapegoat. Intermediate healing, holy light recovery, resurrection. Yan said after looking at her skill bar. The skills of a medical practitioner are relatively rare, but very practical. Now try to use intermediate healing and holy light recovery on me at the same time, remember to use them at the same time. Shui Na added deliberately. Use them at the same time. Yan looked at the skills in her skill bar. She had already practiced these skills to instant casting, but she had never tried to use two skills at the same time. Yes, just give the start command at the same time. The muzzle of Mina's ninja staff has completely become a machine gun, and fireballs are constantly shooting out. The same is true for the clone. The red light balls on the ninja staff are thrown one by one to the ground below, and then stretched rapidly, burning into flames. Yan closed her eyes and calmed her mind. Then she waved her staff and tried to activate the two skills at the same time. It's a bit difficult to activate two skills at the same time. Yan looked at the two skills and there was no change. She knew that she couldn't really achieve the requirement of at the same time. It is difficult. Mina also recalled that when she wanted to use the fire pillar technique, it often failed. After all, the two words at the same time are easy to say, but it is difficult to do. People always have a concept of order, which is a subconscious habit of people. Try a few more times. Mina immediately reminded Yan that although the combination skills are a bit tasteless, if they can produce the effect of changing the environment like the fire pillar technique, then it will be a success. What are you talking about? Hudi looked at Shui Na and Yan saying something that others didn't quite understand, and immediately asked. Combination skills, the fire pillar technique I just used was a combination. Shui Na replied. Chapter 164 Red Fire like Shui Na. At this time, Yan's skill combination was also successful, and an unstable white light ball appeared on her ninja stick. After shaking twice, the light ball slowly shrank. When the light ball shrank to the size of a fist, it became stable and then shot directly into Shui Na's body. A layer of white light immediately appeared on Shui Na's body, and her health value was rising bit by bit. Hey, this effect is good. Shui Na watched his health value steadily rise. He remembered that the holy light recovery could speed up the recovery of life, but it seemed that he had never seen a skill that added dozens of health points at once. Is there anything special about that skill? Shui Na asked immediately. No, but the total amount of health value recovered by this combination skill is 50% higher than that of the intermediate healing skill. Yan said after taking a look at the introduction. What are the requirements for that combo skill? Xiao Mei asked immediately. Not sure, the conditions I know so far are, 1. It must be able to be cast instantly, so as to ensure simultaneous activation. 2. It must be of the same level, I haven't tried the others, it's just a guess. 3. It should be of the same series, this is also a guess. After thinking for a moment, Mina gave a general summary. Combo skill? It sounds good, I'll try it too. The beautiful fox immediately found a wall, took out a dagger and tried the combo skill method Mina mentioned. Do you have enough Bing Liang pills? Mina asked Yan who was behind him. Yes. Okay. Mina said, and then jumped off the platform with the clone. Mina quickly collected the equipment on the ground, while the clone had already run to the woods to attract other tree demon bosses. Hey, you attracted new enemies so quickly, do you have enough physical strength? The beautiful fox saw that more than a dozen tree demon bosses gathered below, and immediately asked worriedly. The physical strength of the ninjutsu master has always been a matter of concern for the team. A ninjutsu master without physical strength will drag down a team. Don't worry. Mina said confidently. After that, he and the clone activated Flame Dragon Possession, and all the fire escape ninjutsu poured down one by one. Tisk tisk, it's so cool to find a copy with you. The beautiful fox squatted on the ground while speaking, choosing the equipment that suited her from the pile of equipment in front of her, and then continued to practice her skills facing the wall. Shui Na didn't say anything anyway. Anyway, these equipment were all given to unscrupulous profiteers to deal with. It was no problem to give some to them. Anyway, the source of equipment was downstairs, and there would be goods after fighting. Hearing the occasional collision sounds coming from the platform, Shui Na also wanted to try to combine other skills. After giving a simple instruction to the clone in his mind, he saw the clone began to use the continuous fireball and the flame wall in turn. This clone is really very useful, but this clone is not suitable for a heated confrontation. After all, it only has half of the attributes, and it is easy for the enemy to use the attribute advantage to suppress it. Shui Na calmed down and immediately checked her skills. Shui Na first tried the combination of fireball and flame wall. After trying dozens of times, Shui Na finally made a fire pillar with only one fire column. After seeing the fire pillar technique, Qin Hao immediately used a continuous fire pillar technique on the clone. There were 5 more fire pillars around the clone, and then the effect of the clone's fire escape ninjutsu was strengthened by about 5%. When everyone saw these 5 fire pillars suddenly appearing on the platform, they thought that Mina's ninjutsu magic combination failed, resulting in the wrong target. For players, there is no such situation as NPCs going crazy or ninjutsu backlash, so they all thought Mina failed when testing skills. However, after seeing Mina add a few fire pillars from time to time, they immediately knew that this fire pillar technique should have some mysterious meaning. However, as players, they know that some things are not to be asked casually. It seems that the effect can only be increased by 10% at most. Mina looked at the 15 fire pillars around the clone, but it was only a 10% bonus. Hey, are you sick? It's getting hotter and hotter here. Xiao Mei said to Shui Na with some dissatisfaction. Now the temperature of this platform has risen by at least several degrees. It's just a trial move. It will be over soon. Shui Na said apologetically. These fire pillars can indeed increase the fire element in the surrounding space, thereby changing the local environment. Shui Na thought about the feasibility of combining the Great Fireball technique with other fire escape ninjutsu, but just thinking about it, you know that this is not very meaningful. After all, the characteristic of the Great Fireball technique is to burst itself and cause a large range of spark damage. Even if this is combined with other skills, it is just a new chicken rib. There is no point in creating it if you don't find an environment suitable for its use. After that, Shui Na tried the thunder and water systems again, but it may be that pure defense skills cannot be combined in some places, so even if Shui Na really activates the skills at the same time, the system will only prompt that the system combination failed. Then, Shui Na checked the relevant information in the game introduction, but there is very little information about this in the forum, and these are all found out by the players themselves, and there is no authority. However, Mina wrote them all down, intending to study them slowly. Anyway, although the combination skills are effective, they have their own limitations. For example, the continuous fire pillar technique, the movement speed of this combination skill is relatively low. Although it can cause strong continuous fire damage when hitting the target, that is based on the premise of hitting the target. Slow skills are often some of the stronger skills. It seems that there are gains and losses. How did you try it? Mina glanced at the people behind her who were happy and worried. Among them, the beautiful fox was the happiest. It seems that she has gained a lot. I successfully combined 3 combination skills. Although the effect is not very good, it can be used as a life-saving skill. The beautiful fox said happily immediately, but did not tell Mina the effects of those skills. The auxiliary skills of the assassin are better and should be easier to combine. The most important thing is that the skills of the physical and assassination masters basically do not have the so-called preparation time, which is indeed easier than the ninjutsu master. The fox butterfly successfully combined flame slash and charge into a skill called flame charge slash. However, this skill is too powerful, and each use will pay 10% of its own health. As for the injured little fox, he successfully combined shield bash and taunt form a good skill that can definitely attract the hatred of monsters. However, the effective range of this skill is a bit large. If the environment is not chosen correctly, it may pull monsters within dozens of meters around and finally be torn apart by the group of monsters. Xiao Mei is the most unhappy, because at present, she has not combined a skill. The main reason is that she doesn't like to practice skill proficiency, so she can only cast 2 skills instantly, which are primary recovery technique and intermediate recovery technique. The tragedy is that these 2 skills of the same nature cannot be combined. As far as the current known situation is concerned, attack skills and pure defense skills cannot be combined, skills of the same nature cannot be combined, and skills of mutually restraining attributes cannot be combined. After summarizing so many conclusions, everyone practiced with a purpose, leaving Xiaomei with a bitter face. Looking at Xiaomei with an unhappy face, Mina also comforted her. "Oh, Mina, can you help me find a copy of Ninjutsu Liberation?" Xiaomei looked at Xuina with her bright eyes, which were full of electricity. Now she almost hugged Qinhao tightly. "Well, skills and so on are best practiced by yourself. This, that, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Xuina looked at Xiaomei, whose face had darkened, and did a backflip and jumped off the platform in a hurry. "Humph, men are all untrustworthy." Xiaomei shouted at the clone, and kicked it hard, causing the women behind to laugh. "Xiaolong, the person you asked me to check is not a player from the Element City." Shenlong looked at this brother who was 10 years younger than him, and was very happy that he would come to him for help. Shenlong has always been very concerned about his younger brother, but the relationship between him and his younger brother is not so ideal, but Shenlong is a first-class good brother for his care. If Long Xiao can give me more information and time, I believe that as long as the player named Shuo is still in the Element City for one day, I will have a chance to find him. As the head of the intelligence department, An Guang will naturally come out. That person is called Chi Huo, an agile fire-type blood ninjutsu master, who has a prop that hides his information. This is a video, you can take a look. The Dragon King shared some videos he secretly filmed with An Guang. "President, this person's figure is a bit like that Mina," An Guang said in Shenlong's private chat. "Let me see." Shenlong took a quick look and felt that this person's figure was similar to Mina's, but this person's chin and nose were not quite the same, and he was wearing a wide cloak, so Shenlong just felt a little similar. "By the way, Xiaolong, have you seen this person's true face? I mean without the mask?" Shenlong asked tactfully, because his younger brother didn't like him to interfere in his affairs. "Are you talking about Mina? I thought so at first, but in the dungeon, because of something that happened, I saw his appearance, and I can absolutely guarantee that this person is not Mina." The Dragon King also knew the importance of this matter, so he said it with great certainty. "That's all, An Guang, send someone to find him. If he's willing to join our guild, we might as well spend a better price to recruit him. If he's not willing..." Chapter 165, Whipping with Vine. "I understand." An Guang sighed inwardly and left the room. If that player is really as powerful as in the video, our guild must not offend him easily. Just one Mizuna has made the Dark Dragon Guild so embarrassed. If there is another strong enemy, it will be miserable. Although the idle player cannot confront a guild heathen, don't forget that he has no worries. Anyway, he is alone. If he can't beat them, he can play dirty. If he can't play dirty, he can leave. It's very straightforward. But those guilds with the foundation of the guild can't be so straightforward, and they can't be so straightforward. At present, all guilds have the concern that the monk can run away but the temple cannot, so guilds generally rarely offend some idle players with strong strength or potential strength. Unless they have absolute strength, they can completely ignore their influence. However, the current Dark Dragon Guild no longer has the strength in this regard. The current situation of the Dark Dragon Guild is very delicate. Due to the appearance of the previous Shui Nai, some voices that were not conducive to the development of the guild have emerged among the guild members. The cohesion of the current Dark Dragon Guild is no longer the same as before. Fortunately, Shui Nai has left here now. Otherwise, if such a deadly enemy stays here, where will the guild's face be placed? Forget it, I hope that the player named Shuo is a smart person and will choose a win-win option. An Guang thought to himself. Watching the figure of the clone slowly fade, and finally turning into a little bit of starlight returning to his body, Shui Nai had a feeling of fullness and thickness. Since the attributes were divided into half by the clone, Shui Nai always had a light and unsteady feeling. However, when he saw the dozen or so trees below when fighting against the demon, Mina decided to use the shadow clone again. The benefits of the shadow clone are too many, but the consumption is too great. Now the chakra ration pills in Mina's backpack are being consumed exponentially, but the benefits are not as high as when he works alone. After all, the attributes have been weakened by half, and the effect of the ninjutsu cast has been greatly weakened. Now it is completely based on numbers, a number war regardless of cost. It seems that I still need to strengthen the level of the skills, otherwise, the strength after the clone will drop too seriously. Mina thought to herself, the level and effect of the skills will not change casually, this is the hard power of the player. Seeing that the tree demon boss below has been solved, Mina put down the rope and let the women go down first. Now there is only the golden boss and the 2 red bosses guarding it in this mythical copy. However, Mina does not have much confidence in the remaining 3 tree demons. If it is against a violent boss, there is still a chance to fight. If there are 2, you can try it more or less. However, Shui Nai has absolutely no confidence against the golden boss, and there are 2 violent bosses guarding it. Without a powerful team with clear division of labor, it is basically impossible to pass this mythical tree demon copy. For those monsters whose attributes are so much stronger than the players, Shui Nai's tricks and gadgets are all useless, and they can be completely defeated by those bosses. In the face of absolute strength, all strategies are useless, and only the traditional human sea tactics can have the opportunity to solve it. Even you can't lure out the violent tree demon boss. Xiao Mei looked at the 3 tree demon bosses in the distance, 1 high and 2 low, and said reluctantly, these are 3 piles of experience and benefits. Their 3 positions are too close, I have no way to lure them away. As long as 1 tree demon wakes up, its appearance will definitely alarm the other tree demon bosses. Shui Nai has seduced so many tree demons, so she said very experiencedly. Do we have to come here to challenge again when we reach level 30? The beautiful fox also said reluctantly. She is only level 26 now. However, for her who doesn't like leveling, it will take more than 10 days to reach level 30. The level limit of this dungeon is level 30, and players who are not higher than level 30 can come in. However, as the level increases, the explosion rate of this dungeon will decrease. I really envy your luck last time. I wonder if your luck is still as good as before. The beautiful fox is a woman who doesn't give up so easily. This, alas, the team is wiped out, don't blame me. Mina glanced at her clone, and it seems that she is really going to die this time. If you don't have the confidence to die against the golden boss, don't try to challenge it. Come on! The beautiful fox shouted loudly 100 meters behind her. Oh my god, isn't there a team chat? Shouting so loudly, it will be miserable if the boss wakes up. Mina muttered in a low voice. Looking at the 3 big bosses 100 meters away, Shui Na nervously controlled the clone and sneaked over carefully. The sleeping tree demon uses its roots to sense the surrounding environment. In the dungeon, there is no creature that can cause ground vibration except the player, so once the tree demon finds that the ground is shaking, there is only one possibility: the enemy is attacking. According to Shui Na's observation, the sensing range of ordinary tree demons is only about 3 meters, but this is also the most dangerous. Because if the player's vigilance is not high, it is easy to be attacked by a tree demon who suddenly wakes up next to him. I remember that when the tree demon dungeon was opened, many players died at the hands of the tree demon that suddenly appeared. The sensing range of elite tree demons is about 5 meters. The size of elite tree demons is generally thicker than normal trees, so as long as they are discovered early, there is no record of being attacked by surprise. For ordinary boss level tree monsters, their sensing range is much larger. They will wake up immediately if there is even a slight vibration within 10 meters. As for the red boss, Shui Nai remembered that it would react at about 30 meters, and it was preliminarily estimated that the sensing range of this golden boss was about 50 meters. So when it was about 60 meters away from the golden boss, Shui Nai and Qin Hao slowed down the speed of the clone and moved forward carefully. At this moment, Shui Nai, who was concentrating, suddenly saw that the golden aura-like mist on the golden tree monster suddenly retracted and became thicker. At the same time, a pair of golden sharp giant eyes appeared on the golden tree trunk, staring at the stealthy clone. Retreat! Shui Nai shouted this in the team chat, and then retreated quickly. Just when Mina had run a dozen meters, she suddenly felt as if she had been hit by a high-speed 10,000 ton cargo ship. There was no part of her body that didn't hurt, and she felt as if she had been flattened. The feeling made the unprepared Mina groan in pain. There is gain and loss, there is strength and weakness. Mina, who was running away, looked at the lost magic shadow ring. As the clone was flattened, the power of the ring had disappeared, and it needed to rest for a while. Be careful behind! Xiao Mei's scream came out from the team chat. At this time, Mina also heard the powerful sound of breaking wind behind. If Mina guessed correctly, it should be the vine whip used for sweeping. Mina twisted her feet, and the whole person rushed to the left, and then rolled quickly to one side driven by her own speed. At the moment Mina fell to the ground, the vine with golden light brushed past Mina's back. Looking at the height of the vine, it should be aimed at Mina's good head. After taking a life-restoring pill potion to replenish the life lost by being hit by the golden aura, Shui Nai looked back at the golden boss. It had already pulled out its roots from the ground and was coming quickly. What bad luck! Shui Nai looked at the attribute value that was only half of the usual one tragically, and quickly activated the phantom stealth, intending to struggle to the end. However, the speed of this golden tree demon was 1 point faster than Shui Nai in good condition. In this situation, Shui Nai had to put the equipment on his body into his backpack. The things dropped in the dungeon will be directly swept away by the system when the dungeon is closed. Hey, you guys, don't come over! Shui Nai, who was running forward all the way, immediately saw Hu Dai and the beautiful fox running towards him. Xiao Ye, Xiao Mei, hide quickly! The beautiful fox immediately said to Xiao Mei and Ye Yan, who also wanted to come to help. At this time, Mina had already felt the powerful breath and pressure of the tree demon behind her. Mina, be careful! Mina suddenly saw bursts of green light full of vitality appear behind her. This light quickly passed through the ground under Mina's feet and spread rapidly all the way to the front. This green light formed a green channel connecting Mina and the two teammates in front of him. Be careful, it's would release ninjutsu. Mina jumped up fiercely as soon as she saw this green light. The moment her feet left the ground, Mina immediately activated the air's taying effect. Mina, who was more than 10 meters above the ground, immediately saw that wherever the green light covered the place, there were long grass-like tree roots, which were very solid and sharp. As soon as these tree roots appeared, they instantly pierced the originally flat ground into pieces, which shocked Mina, who had escaped a disaster. What made Mina feel the most chilled and angry was that the attack distance of this skill actually reached a distance of 50 meters. Just covering the area where Fox Butterfly and the beautiful fox were, several sharp tree roots directly pierced the beautiful fox into a white light. Chapter 166 Joining the Guild. After Fox Butterfly, who had relatively high defense and health, resisted this move, she now had no ability to escape. Her feet had been pierced, and the disability effect was directly activated. Mina, remember to pick up equipment. This is what the beautiful fox said to Mina before she died. The injured little fox then launched the taunting shield move, forcibly pulling the golden boss's attention away from Mina in the air. But when she did this, she was rewarded with a vine whip, and a white light was generated under this vine. This skill attack just swept the fox in front of her, killing her with residual blood in seconds, and the injured little fox who used the big shield to hit was hit and flew away. The golden boss, who had used several skills in succession, had already lost its golden light, but it had not given up the idea of killing the injured little fox. The golden light on the golden boss flashed wildly, and then quickly turned into green light. The tree root spears directly stabbed the injured little fox there. This time the range of the ninjutsu was much smaller than the previous one. The tree roots only covered a length of about 10 meters, and all the aura on the golden boss disappeared. After seeing this scene, Shui Nai's anger calmed down in an instant. He slowly came down from the air and looked at the place where Xiao Mei and Ye Yan disappeared. Just now, Xiao Mei and Ye Yan listened to the fox's words and directly withdrew from the dungeon. In the dungeon now, there is only Shui Nai as a living person, and this dungeon operation can be said to have completely failed. After quickly collecting their exploded equipment, Shui Nai looked at the golden tree demon boss who had returned to his throne. Hey, haven't you finished picking up the equipment yet? The beautiful fox resurrected directly outside, and immediately asked about Mina's situation as soon as she got up from the ground. I picked it up, but I have some private matters to deal with the boss. Hey, what are you doing? Mina closed the private chat before the beautiful fox finished speaking. After about 5 minutes, Mina was driven away by the dungeon. Expelled. You idiot, you have a chance to escape, but you actually run to be a hero and commit suicide. The beautiful fox and a group of women are still waiting for Shui Na outside the copy. Although I can't kill it, it's okay to teach it a lesson, otherwise I will feel uneasy. Shui Na thought that he had knocked down 20% of the life value of the golden boss by himself, and said very proudly, but the price was that he was demoted to a level. It turns out that you are just an idiot who doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. Only an idiot like you would do such a boring thing as revenge on a boss. The beautiful fox looked very angry. This is no wonder, after all, it was she who instigated Shui Na to try the golden boss, otherwise so many people would not have died. So when she saw Shui Na also hung up, the beautiful fox was really angry, both for herself and for Shui Na, the idiot. You idiot, I'm so angry. The beautiful fox grabbed Shui Na's feet and dragged Shui Na Qinghao away like a dead body. This is the result of a ninjutsu master being approached by a highly sensitive assassin. The knocked-out Mizuna had no time to react, and was pushed down by the beautiful fox, who then grabbed one of her feet and dragged her out of the range of the tree demon dungeon. Now there is less than an hour before the game goes offline. In this less than 2 hours, the tree demon dungeon will not accept new players. Along the way, Mizuna, this shameful guy, has been pointed at by passers-by. However, Mizuna leaned on the two masks and did not show a trace of embarrassment. Hey, can you let go? It hurts so much. Mizuna looked at the small injuries on her head. Although it would not affect her health, this kind of injury was very painful. Hey! After seeing that Mizuna's health was gone by 20%, the beautiful fox slammed the 2 feet in her hand heavily to the ground, but she almost crippled Mizuna's feet. Seeing that her feet were in a serious injury state, Shui Na endured the pain and looked at the 2 stones under her feet without saying a word. This place was clearly found by the female fox on purpose, otherwise why would he be so lucky that 2 stones appeared at the same time? Seeing Shui Na limping to the side, everyone laughed. Be careful, someone is following behind. The beautiful fox looked back and immediately felt that someone was following behind her with her strong 6th sense, so she said in the team chat. Humph, it should be someone sent by the Dragon King again. Xiao Mei and Yayan had been followed by the Dragon King's people several times before, so she immediately thought of him. This is not bad, there are so many bodyguards for no reason. The beautiful fox knew that the people behind them were not only tracking, but also a group of bodyguards, responsible for warning the male players who approached Yayan. Yes, they have been doing this all the time, but they can't warn Qinghao because they can't know the name of Shui Nai's game. Hey, they are so annoying. Now no other players dare to approach us. Is this still playing games? Xiao Mei's words immediately made Shui Nai alert. No way, I seem to have entered a vortex of right and wrong again. Tisk, I think you are playing with men. Are there any players like you who specifically look for seniors to play with? The beautiful fox immediately corrected Xiao Mei's statement. What did you say, you old stinky fox who has no men to want? Xiao Mei immediately went crazy. The beautiful fox said too bluntly, she couldn't accept it. Isn't it? And who said I don't have men to want, isn't this a man? The beautiful fox caught Shui Nai who was walking behind, and hugged Shui Nai in the surprised eyes of everyone. However, this time a layer of light protective light shield appeared between the beautiful fox and Shui Nai. What are you doing? Shui Nai, who was stimulated by a text message, saw the fox hugging her and immediately wanted to break free. Tisk, it seems your man doesn't want you anymore. Xiao Mei looked at Shui Nai with some disdain. Although he looked good and had good skills, he was too unromantic. This kind of person was not suitable for her taste. Be good and don't move. The beautiful fox used a dagger to press against Shui Nai's back, and the tip of the knife had already pierced in. Did I offend you? Shui Nai cried in her heart. What made him want to cry even more was the text message just now. The people of the Dark Dragon Guild were looking for him again, and it was the one called Shiwo. From Tianhuo's letter, it can be known that the people of the Dark Dragon Guild wanted to recruit him this time. But he couldn't go to that guild now. After all, joining the guild requires writing his name on the guild roster. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't go to the enemy's guild and be besieged to death by thousands of people. At the same time, Tianhuo also took this opportunity to add insult to injury to himself. He also invited himself to his guild and offered him very generous treatment, as long as he made some contributions in normal times and came out to help when the guild needed him, he would receive a certain salary every time he appeared. It's true that Mina has no interest in joining the guild now. For that little bit of profit, she signed an agreement that was obviously a contract of selling herself. Qinghao immediately rejected Tianlong's good intentions. Now he no longer worries about money, nor does he worry about the guild benefits that don't mean much to him. Although I heard that there are many resources in the warehouse of the big guild that can be used, it is very attractive. But that benefit can only be obtained by contributing to the guild and getting corresponding contribution points. If you want contribution points, you have to complete the guild's tasks or donate some valuable items. As an organization with profit as its goal, the people in the guild generally have to pay a certain amount of contribution points if they want to get a certain amount. This is the basis for the guild to operate. Of course, the calculation of the contribution points is decided by the upper level. As the elites in the guild, they will naturally get more in the settlement of contribution points, which will make the players below jealous and stimulate the players below. Shui Nai will naturally not be attracted by these small profits. Now he has his own way of playing. He likes to go out and explore. A life restricted by the guild is definitely not suitable for him. But this problem must be solved now, otherwise he will only become the second Shui Nai and follow in his footsteps. Fox, do you guilds without foundations have the function of the guild roster? Shui Nai glanced at the beautiful fox walking side by side with her. The guild roster is information published to the public. It is used to determine the specific number of people in a guild, and other players can also do relevant surveys. Since Xiao Mei ignored her and Shui Nai's actions, she has been quiet. No, this is a function attached to the guild foundation. What, do you want to join our guild for refuge? The beautiful fox's beautiful eyes have been bent into a crescent shape, and there is cunning in her smile. Just now, the beautiful fox has received a text message from her nephew, but she does not value the Shenlong guild. Now the arrogance of their guild members is too arrogant, which is not suitable for this kind of game world which is still in its early stage. Yes, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be targeted by Shenlong again. You have to help me solve this problem. Shui Nai told the story with a pitiful expression. Okay. The beautiful fox turned his eyes cunningly and immediately invited Shui Nai to join his guild. Although he felt that there were some problems, players of a guild without a guild foundation like this can withdraw at any time. There are no procedures and no guild agreements to sign. Chapter 167 Yan Xin's Plan. You guys are so quick to spark. Xiao Mei saw a guild message appear in her guild channel and immediately glanced at the two people at the back. The people of the Dark Dragon Guild are targeting me again. If I don't use some fox power to suppress them, I'm afraid I will really have to leave this main city this time. If you offend a large guild without absolute overwhelming power, you will only be constantly entangled in trouble, especially if you offend Shenlong who has no brain cells. The most important thing for a guild nowadays is the guild's reputation. A guild without reputation cannot attract members, and without the contribution of members, a guild cannot develop. So they will naturally deal with all people and things that hinder the guild's reputation. Oh, what a poor guy. Xiao Mei looked pitifully at Shui Nai wearing the guild badge handed to him by the beautiful fox. Even Ye Yan shook her head slightly, and the other two cold female players did not say anything, but from the expressions when their eyes met, some problems can still be seen. Well, in order to congratulate our new sister for joining the Fox Fairy Guild, it seems that it's time to find a place to celebrate. The words of the beautiful fox were exchanged for the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. I'll leave first, I still need to practice my skills. After Shui Nai got up from the ground, he took out the scroll back to the city and fled. We have to go back to the temple to do the quest. It's too unreliable to get the skills of the healer outside. We decided to do some small quests to earn contributions to exchange for skills in the temple. Xiao Mei and Ye Yan discussed it and made this decision. Okay, then I should go to study. The beautiful fox touched the dagger in her hand. Today's failure was still a bit heavy for her. Then let's go together. Hudy and the beautiful fox stood together. They planned to practice with the fox. Seeing that everyone had chosen the direction, the beautiful fox disbanded the team. Xiao, wait until we become stronger before you do that quest. By then, I will definitely beat that wretched NPC into a cripple. The beautiful fox disappeared as soon as she finished speaking. She found a novice village and immediately replenished the ration pills in her backpack, and then started killing monsters to practice skills. However, Shui Na didn't practice for long before she was interrupted by a runner from the Dark Dragon Guild. Is that Mr. Shiwo? The errand boy carefully compared the character in the video before speaking. Just now he checked and found that there was no player named Shiwo in the game, which meant that the name Shiwo was just a code name. Yes, what's up? Shui Nai deliberately showed the guild badge on his chest, which was a very small and cute white fox pattern. This was a guild badge that gave the members of the Dark Dragon Guild a headache. All players wearing this badge were not allowed to offend them at will, otherwise they would be punished accordingly depending on the situation. It's like this, our guild cordially invites you to join our guild, this is our invitation letter. The errand boy handed the invitation letter to Shui Nai with both hands. In order to make the event more solemn, Nguang had specially obtained this thing to make a formality, hoping that it might give him a good impression. However, I have already joined the Fox Fairy Guild. Shui Nai took the invitation letter, but did not open it. I'll tell the people in the guild about this, so please accept the invitation first. The errand boy said flatteringly. This is a very easy and high-yield task that he must complete. Seeing this smiling face, Shui Nai couldn't refuse. Then I'll accept it, but I don't plan to quit the guild for the time being. I hope your people know about this. Understood, I'll tell you, then I won't disturb your practice. The errand boy left immediately. Throwing the things in his hand into the backpack, Shui Nai started practicing again. After practicing hard for more than a day, Shui Nai finally practiced the continuous fireball and the flame wall to level 10, and even the fireball technique to level 23. However, the growth and effect of the fireball technique are not as good as the intermediate continuous fireball, so Shui Nai now focuses on the continuous fireball, and only occasionally adds a fireball. Now Shui Nai has planned that as long as the banquet of Yan Xin and Anwei is completed, she will go directly to the cemetery of the dead. Although he is only level 26 now, which is a bit far from his plan, since he got the magic shadow ring, his strength has not doubled, but he has enough confidence to go into the cemetery of the dead to take risks. After all, the cemetery of the dead is not yet fully open to players, so it is relatively quiet to level up in it. The most important thing is that there are monsters of the ninjutsu system in that place, which can play some high-level ninjutsu skills and equipment. If you find a suitable way to play, the benefits will definitely not be less. But the current players have not heard of anyone getting a pass there, because they have not met the conditions to enter that place, or because of insufficient relationship, the NPC is unwilling to give a pass, and those who don trademark T have a pass can only drool at the introduction on the official website. After entering the game, Mina immediately came to the headquarters of the Ninja Guild facing the rising sun in the game world. Today is the day for Yangzhen and Anwei to meet. Are you here? From the moment Mina stepped into the elemental city, Yan Xin felt Mina's chakra fluctuations, so he waited for him at the entrance of the Ninja Master Guild headquarters. Good morning, Master Yan Xin. Mina didn't care how Yan Xin found him wearing 2 layers of masks. Anyway, for him, who was definitely not weak, it was normal to see through his disguise. If he didn't see through, it would be a big surprise for Mina. Anyway, the mysterious old ninja master and the sword master level Fowl could see through Mina's simple disguise in an instant, and even Xiao Ai could confirm her identity after closing her eyes for a moment. Why do you wear this thing? Yan Xin said with a frown. For a noble ninja master, there is no need to cover his face. Then there is only one possibility, that is, he caused trouble and had to do this. I offended some villains, so I had to do this in order to concentrate on practicing ninjutsu. Mizuna smiled bitterly. He knew that lying was the stupidest thing to do in front of the experienced Yangzhen. Oh, then work hard. You should solve your enemies by yourself. Relying on others is a cowardly act. When Yangzhen heard that Mizuna used this prop to practice ninjutsu, his brows immediately relaxed, and he encouraged him to take revenge. I know what to do. Mizuna responded immediately. She still wished that Shenlong could lose his memory and forget about her. Mizuna really hated trouble. Today, Yangzhen gave Mizuna a different feeling. Now there was a faint flame burning on Yangzhen's body, a very faint flame. If Yangzhen was not in the shadow at the entrance of the guild, and Mizuna was closer to him, Mizuna might not be able to see it. Come in, our plan has changed, and your mission has also been adjusted. Yangzhen brought Mina to the back garden of the Ninja Master Guild headquarters, where there were several plates of breakfast and a steaming teapot. What kind of changes? Mina poured a cup of tea for Yangzhen first, and then poured a cup for herself. They are ready to get rid of both me and Anwei, and then do it themselves. City Lord, control this place. Yan Xin said while drinking the tea in his hand, not taking any responsibility for what he said. No way. Shui Na was startled, and looked at the calm Yan Xin with some fear of hurting. Besides, you are a sage. Don't they know you are a sage? Just kidding, a sage here, with a forbidden spell, can knock down a Thou Sandman team. Even if they know I am a sage, they will take action. After all, if they don't take action, what awaits them is a situation they will not accept. If it were me, I would do the same. Yan Xin said indifferently while tasting the snacks. What's even more rare is that they found a few helpers, one of whom is my mortal enemy, and he has challenged me. As a noble ninjutsu master, I must go to fight, so I am afraid that I will not be able to protect you and Anwei's safety at that time. Do you mean that you want me to protect the city lord Anwei? Shui Nai felt that Yan Xin's words were too indifferent, so indifferent that Shui Nai felt a little weird. No, you don't have to worry about Anwei's safety. I hope you can take this opportunity to lure them to assassinate Anwei. Then take this opportunity to kill them with all your strength and leave no one alive. I will take care of the things after that. Yan Xin said in a very natural tone. This is not good. Shui Nai hesitated a little. In this world, NPCs are also people. Anwei also agreed. It's a little risky, but it's the most thorough solution. Yan Xin said with a smile, but this smile made Shui Nai feel a little cold. Do you think I'm a little cold-blooded? Yan Xin saw a hint of dislike in Shui Nai's eyes. To be honest, I crawled out of the pile of corpses. I can't count the number of people I have killed with my hands, so the life and death of others are the same in my eyes. And this is also her choice. Since she has chosen it, there is no way to regret it. Yan Xin's ruthless tone made Shui Nai feel a little bit difficult to accept. After all, Anwei is his relative, and after this, he will probably be the last relative. I understand, but I will give priority to protecting the safety of Anwei City Lord. As someone who has lost a relative, I don't want you to lose your only relative as well. Shui Nai thought for a moment, knowing that he could not accept Yan Xin's plan, so he also expressed his thoughts. Chapter 168 Two Beasts. Whatever you want, anyway, as long as I see their bodies, you will complete the task. Yan Xin also put away his usual smile and said very seriously. Those who do big things should not be particular about small matters. Not to mention using their relatives as bait, even if they use their own lives as bait, as long as they can follow the plan and achieve their goals, he will not have any complaints. Shui Nai glanced at the task panel that had changed. The title of the task was Kill the Rebels at the Banquet. I know the strength of those people. Simone had never met Anwei's two brothers and her uncle, so she naturally had to ask for clarification. Under normal circumstances, you can beat the three of them alone, but they have more subordinates. I suggest you find a few suitable and trustworthy friends to help you. Yan Xin drank the tea in his hand and got up. Now he had to prepare for the battle at noon. There must not be a single mistake in the afternoon battle, otherwise it would bury a fatal disaster for the defense line behind the human empire. Then I will go to prepare now. Simone also knew the seriousness of the matter at the moment, so she went directly to contact Hunter No. 1. At present, only their hunter squad is the most powerful and suitable friend of Simone. Watching Simone leave in a hurry, Yan Xin took out the golden military order he received yesterday from his sleeve. It has developed to the golden military order of mobilization, so the black military order of universal soldiers will not be too far away. Yan Xin sighed in a low voice. Yan Xin glanced at the envelope in his hand, which contained the recent border war reports, all of which were unfavorable war reports in the front. Tomorrow, he had to go to the battlefield anyway to secure the front line. So this place must be settled, and all potential dangers must be eliminated without leaving a single one. Ensure that those promising talents can have the best growth space and leave a glimmer of hope for the human empire. Lord Anwei, is it really okay to do this? They are all nobles. Will it be a problem for us to take action? Shui Na asked Anwei with some uneasiness. In the plan, Shui Na and other players have a heavy role to play. They have to kill NPCs with noble titles. Are you worried about being investigated by the people of the Empire? In fact, the Empire is secretly encouraging our big families to fight internally. Only in this way can the royal family of the Empire have absolute strength to control the nobles below. As an heir to a noble family, Anwei has heard and seen a lot of such things. Is it like this? Minna sighed in her heart. It seems that this is also one of the reasons for the decline of the human empire. If resources are used for internal fighting, then the external strength will naturally weaken. Don't worry, just follow the plan of you and Sage Yangzhen. Don't worry about what happens next. Anwei looked at the sun in the sky. It was only a little time before noon. Fan Chen, everything is ready. Shui Nai glanced at the well-decorated hall. A battle for the throne of the nobles would unfold here. Received, Hunter No. 3. Shui Nai immediately said to Hunter No. 3 outside. Here we come. Wen Na, who was leaning against the door frame with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful aura suddenly appeared, and quickly attacked the dozen people who were about to enter the door. Humph! An angry snort came from the gate, directly dispersing Wen Na's momentum mixed with fighting spirit. This snort mixed with fighting spirit made Wen Na suffer a loss. He did not expect that the enemy would attack so openly. At the beginning, he just wanted to give them a warning, and did not use his full strength. In this unexpected situation, he was disturbed by the sound wave of fighting spirit and the blood and chi in his body. After suppressing the turbulent blood in his body and stabilizing the flow of fighting spirit, when Na looked at the dozen people in front who had come here. One of them was a Onir med thief holding a strange dagger in his hand. This person's strength was definitely above Wen Na. This person only had one right hand, and the sleeve of his left hand was empty. There was also a scar on his face that was burned by fire, which completely destroyed his originally elegant face. This is just a small punishment. The assassin walked directly past Wen Na, leaving only this sentence. Where is that bastard Gillian? The assassin roared at the two of them after looking at the hall where only Mina and Anwei were. Gillian? I don't know him. Mina said calmly, standing behind Anwei. Long time no see, Gus. It seems that you are still the same, only bullying the weak juniors. So getting rid of you today is also a good thing. Yan Xian's figure appeared directly in the hall. He walked directly to the table in the hall and sat down. He poured a glass of wine and drank it alone as if no one was around. Mina looked at the strange-shaped dagger on her neck and felt a little angry. This assassination magician attacked her directly, but she didn't expect that he also poisoned her. This kind of toxin is not simple. It can make the poisoned person enter a state of powerlessness. This state is a vicious thing that can imprison chakra or fighting spirit. Moreover, this toxin can reduce the attribute value of the poisoned person by 30%. This toxin is definitely a perverted thing. When the assassin named Gus saw Yan Xian's figure, his eyes immediately turned red, and the flame scar was like a red-hot iron block. 60 years ago, I failed to take your life and let you sink in hatred for so many years. I can only feel very sorry. Today, it's time to end your twisted life. Yan Xian only looked at Guts, whose face was twisted and very hideous, with his eyes. Humph, you took away everything I had back then. What are you pretending to be now? Guts roared. His left hand, his face, and all his beautiful things were ruthlessly taken away by the fire ninjutsu master in front of him. In fact, you are not a good thing either. Don't say it so harshly. If I hadn't done this back then, I would have died in your hands long ago. Am I right? Yan Xian raised the crystal wine glass in his hand and looked at his former best friend through the crystal wine inside. From the beginning, Yan Xian poured wine on his own and tasted it slowly, completely ignoring the people confronting outside the door. Even Guts, who was already burning with anger, did not look at him too seriously. Yan Xian's performance was too strong and too arrogant. Do you know? If she hadn't followed you back then, she wouldn't have died. Do you know? She didn't have to die. You killed her. Gus suddenly emitted a burst of colorful powder-like particles, which soon filled the entire hall and quickly disappeared. However, these particles were all toxins that could make people powerless. Shui Na looked at her powerless state, which originally lasted only 5 minutes, and soared to 1 hour in such a moment. Then, I will send you to see her now. Yan Xian said expressionlessly, and then the figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, Gus's figure also disappeared. At this time, with a pop, the crystal wine glass used by Yan Xian suddenly shattered, and a restrained and powerful white flame directly turned the glass into nothingness. It seems that she is very important to Yan Xian. Shui Na thought to herself. When Gus mentioned that Yan Xian's momentum changed drastically and became very cold, but under this coldness was endless flames, which could burn everything into nothingness. Okay, my dear sister, the biggest obstacle preventing us from meeting has left. A frivolous and exaggerated voice appeared in the hall, and when Na, who was guarding the door, had already retreated. Poisoned, he was no match for those people outside, especially since there was a swordsman among them who was as powerful as himself. Looking at the half-wrapped Shui Na was not afraid of the swordsmen who surrounded him. He was a player who was not afraid of death. And for now, the current situation was still under his control. Shui Na replaced the wine glasses on the table, and then motioned the two fat and arrogant men who looked like they were millions of people in the world to sit down and talk slowly. Humph, do you think we are fools? The wine and food here must be poisoned, otherwise. One of them just stopped talking here, because Shui Na drank a glass of wine in front of them. Humph, kid, I have to tell you, we are not here to drink and chat today, we are here to get back what we deserve. The other man immediately yelled at Shui Na, and saliva flew all over Qin Hao's side. However, Shui Nai did not care too much about the two brothers, because behind the two brothers, he did not see the figure of Uncle Anwei. According to Anwei, that person is the biggest danger. The two brothers who have been completely drained of their bodies and minds by wine, sex, money and anger are just pawns for him to step on the position of the city lord. That's all. As far as the current situation is concerned, as long as the three Anhui brothers and sisters are dead, he will be the biggest beneficiary. My dear sister, if you are willing to hand over the position of city lord to us two brothers, as long as you follow us, all the glory and wealth will still be with you. The two brothers looked at Anwei with a strange look in their eyes. This is a naked star. Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately felt disgusted and her anger was instantly full. These two beasts. Just when Shui Nai was about to knock down the two people, a sudden change occurred. I saw two bright steel swords suddenly piercing through the chests of the two brothers, killing the two people who had no strength instantly. This is... Shui Nai and Wen Na, who was guarding Anwei, looked at each other. This change was completely beyond their expectations. Wen Na, that master is left to you. Shui Nai glanced at the cold swordsman standing behind the crowd. This person gave Shui Nai a very dangerous feeling. Chapter 169 War. Oh, leave it to me. Please protect the young lady. Wen Na looked at the green light on his body in surprise. These green lights removed all the toxins from his body. Waves of vitality directly poured into his body, making him suddenly seem several years younger. The swordsman was also surprised to see Wen Na suddenly burst out with a momentum comparable to his own. This change in momentum showed that the poison of powerlessness in Wen Na's body had been lifted by the mysterious green light. Kill everyone here. The swordsman did not expect such a change to happen at this time. Now Wen Na's momentum has a tendency to suppress himself, which means that Wen Na's strength has actually increased. For him who is also facing the bottleneck of the great swordsman, this is a sign of a breakthrough. At this time, Shui Na had picked up Anwei and ran to a corner of the hall. At the same time, Shui Na sent a text message to Hunter number 3. Just when Wen Na was confronting a group of enemies, 7 figures suddenly appeared in the 4 corners of the hall, and the crossbows in their hands fired at the swordsmen on the field. However, these crossbows did not play the desired role. The strength of those level 30 elite swordsman guards could fully cope with the attack of the hunting team. And because of the sudden appearance and sudden offensive of the hunting team, the balance on the field was immediately broken, and Wen Na had already faced the great swordsman. I saw that the great swordsman had been forced out of the hall by Wen Na, and started a shocking fight in the garden in front of the hall. Looking at this somewhat shaky hall, Mina also used a light of life on herself, took out the ninja stick, summoned the ice shield and joined the battle. Now the situation of the hunting team against those swordsman guards is not optimistic. After Hunter number 6 successfully knocked away a swordsman's long sword with a dagger, 3 consecutive crossbow arrows shot out from behind, forcing the swordsman back. Such battles often occur in the other 3 corners of the hall, with an assassin defending and an assassin using long-range weapons. It is this stable combination that stabilizes the current situation. However, the strength of these elite swordsmen is above them, and they also have professional advantages, which is very disadvantageous for the Hunter number 1 team. At this time, Shui Nai's 4 lightning shields were immediately put on Hunter number 1 in front of him. Successfully electrocuted the 2 swordsman guards beside him and forced back the other 3 swordsmen. Hunter number 1 just fought hard to protect himself and Anwei behind him. If it weren't for the teammates next to him who took action in time with crossbow arrows to support him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to survive Shui Nai's attack. Shui Nai immediately put lightning shields and ice shields on the hunters who were fighting in close combat to strengthen their defensive capabilities. Brother Shui Nai, don't worry about us, help the captain to deal with those enemies first. A team member said so in the team chat. The strength of these swordsmen is only a little higher than that of these players. As long as there is a corner that can be broken through, then victory will be in their hands. Understood. They. Ninja staff in Mina's hand flashed with lightning, and the lightning arrows hit the swordsman guards who did not prepare anti-electric gloves and cried out in pain. They never thought that they would face a ninjutsu master, because in their plan, there was no situation where a ninjutsu master could cast a spell under the effect of weakness poison. Cover me. A swordsman actually accelerated forward, then jumped high and threw the long sword in his hand fiercely at Anwei in the corner. Seeing this, Hunter number 1 immediately aimed his dagger at the swordsman in midair, intending to kill him on the spot. It's just that these swordsmen cooperated tacitly. When he just shouted "Cover me," The other two swordsmen had already ignored the existence of the lightning shield, and even took a lightning ball. They had to block Hunter No One's dagger. But a hero can't stand up to many people, and a hero is afraid of hidden arrows. I saw a crossbowman from the hunting team in the opposite corner shooting 3 crossbow arrows, which went straight to his back. After 3 ding, ding, puff sounds, the last crossbow arrow finally penetrated the defense of the steel armor and pierced into his body. The arrow is poisonous, be careful. The swordsman who fell from midair fell to the ground with convulsions all over his body. After seeing this situation, all the swordsmen tightened the steel masks on their armor and became more careful about the crossbow arrows flying across the field, but their doing so gave Qin Hao the opportunity to use magic to make a contribution. This poison is so strong. After using the speed of phantom stealth to block the long sword stabbing at Anwei, Shui Na looked at the swordsman twitching on the ground. Although he was not dead yet, judging from the painful expression, this poison was not simple. We only get 10 of them when we do the mission. Hunter No. 1 launched a desperate attack on a swordsman who was electrocuted, using the assassin's skills one by one on him. If it weren't for Mina's recovery technique to keep his health and Mina's ninjutsu to suppress him, Hunter No. 1 would have been hacked to death by the swordsmen around him. With Mina's ninjutsu support, the Hunter squad also began to turn from defense to offense. The other members of the Hunter squad entered stealth one after another, attacking with daggers while quickly gathering towards Hunter No. 1, surrounding Mina behind and Anwei in the corner. Now in the hall, except Mina and Anwei, everyone is already wounded. Although such a war is very serious for the Hunter squad, who only have leather armor. However, because of the existence of the mutant mage Shui Nai's recovery spell can be compared with the healing spell of a medical mage. Moreover, the cooperation of these hunting teams is very good, advancing and retreating in moderation, and they have taken advantage of the terrain earlier, which is much better than the swordsmen who were attacked from the front and back. Should we kill them? Shui Nai asked his teammates. Now these swordsman guards have changed to the signs of wild monsters. Killing them will give experience and items. Each of them serves a master. If they are willing to lay down their weapons, we don't want to fight anymore. Hunting No. 1 looked at the 3 swordsmen lying on the ground with blood all over the ground. These 3 people are dead and there is no possibility of resurrection. Even the people in the hunting team could not accept the strong feeling of killing. When they faced these swordsmen just now, they did not feel like fighting wild monsters. Instead, they felt more like they were fighting with a living person and fighting to the death. Even the blood splashed on their faces was warm as real blood. Surrender, you have no chance of winning. Shui Na said to the remaining 7 swordsmen. Although these people were protected by heavy armor, their health values had been slowly decreasing without external blood supplements. Zeroing their lives was their final destination. However, Shui Na's words did not make them put down their weapons. Instead, they held on tighter, and their eyes were ignited with an unyielding fighting spirit like a raging fire. You can't kill us. Do you want to make your family sad because of this? Shui Na has already felt the fearless momentum of them. This is a momentum that will perish with the enemy even if it means death. We fight for our families, so we have no way out. A swordsman leading the team said so. For our loved ones. After the 7 swordsmen roared this sentence, they all charged. 7 shining swords were aimed at Anwei's petite figure. These 7 sword lights all carried a fearless momentum of facing death. Their owners had completely ignored the crossbows and ninjutsu shot at them, letting their lives slip away. Is it worth it? Mina looked at the last swordsman, whose arm had just been cut off by Hunter No. 5, but Hunter No. 5 was also killed by him because of this. In one charge, 6 people died on the swordsman's side, and only Mina and Hunter No. 1 were left on his side. 6 fresh lives died in front of Mina. Is it really worth it? Mina pulled out the sword inserted in her left arm. This sword was a sword that penetrated after the body of Hunter No. 2 who was blocking Mina. The swordsman stabbed Mina's left arm. The swordsman's final charge at the cost of his life was much more powerful than usual. War is not worth it or not. As long as we stand on opposite sides, it will end only when one side falls completely. The dying swordsman leaned on his sword and walked towards Anwei in the corner step by step. Hunter No. 1 looked at Mina. He was no longer able to raise the crossbow in his hand. The 2 swords had pierced his feet and right shoulder respectively. Now he relied on Mina's recovery technique to resist the penetrating bleeding damage. Mina now had no strength to attack the swordsman. His feet had been cut off by a swordsman before his death. Although Mina's feet were still there, he had no feeling. Now he could only rely on the recovery technique to save his life value, which was almost at the bottom. It was already outrageous luck that such damage did not immediately kill Mina. When Shui Nai thought of the members of the hunting deer squad who turned into white light and disappeared after being pierced by the sword, she felt that life was so fragile. When the crumbling swordsman slashed Anwei with the sword, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Yes. He was free, he could accompany his dead companions, and no one could threaten their families. Shui Nai looked at the swordsman who left with a relaxed smile with some sadness, and her heart seemed to have overturned a 5-flavor bottle. At this time, a wall of the hall suddenly collapsed, just burying the hunting deer number 1 below. Chapter 170 Forbidden Spell Starfire. A white light appeared from below, and at the same time, a figure covered in dust and bright red staggered up from the bricks and tiles, as if he might fall down at any time. This is... Shui Nai watched the figure walk step by step to Anwei's side, and the bloodline quickly dripped to the ground along the broken sword. Just as the figure put the broken sword on Anwei's neck, Wen Nai's figure appeared on the hole. Haha, I am the final winner, haha. The great swordsman said with bright red blood oozing out of his mouth. After the dust slowly faded, the figure of the great swordsman finally appeared in front of Mina. Now he can be very miserable, his entire right arm was cut off, and there were several bleeding wounds on his body. And Wen Na, who was lying on the side of the hole, was not in good condition either. He was pale, his clothes were completely stained red with blood, and there were hideous and terrifying wounds under the broken clothes. It's a pity that you are still the loser in the end. Wen Na looked at the ecstatic great swordsman and could only use words to push a little time to prevent the lady from suffering additional pain. Really? Do you want to say that this girl is not our Anwei city lord? The great swordsman stepped on Anwei, who had already fainted. I'm going to dismember her with my sword now. I'll make you regret it. I want you to die in regret. The mad swordsman slashed at Anwei's right hand fiercely. However, an ice shield appeared under the broken sword at this time, barely blocking the broken sword. Although the broken sword still successfully slashed on Anwei's right arm, it only scratched Anwei's skin. You're looking for death. When Wen Na saw Miss Anwei injured in front of him, his eyes were full of blood. He could no longer suppress the injuries on his body, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Haha, kid, you're just prolonging the girl's pain. Really? But the time is up. Mizuna, lying on the ground, glanced at the time on the character panel. Now there are only 5 seconds left before 30 minutes, and it's time to end this banquet. Why is this happening? Puff. The swordsman spurted out a large amount of blood from his mouth, splashing the ground with stars, bright red. And Anwei's body turned into starlight and disappeared in front of him. Yes, it disappeared, and even the breath disappeared. Why? The great swordsman opened his eyes wide, staring at the place where Anwei disappeared, his eyes full of confusion and unwillingness. Looking at Wen Na who was slowly sliding down, Shui Na immediately cast all the recovery spells prepared for him on him, but the injury suffered by Wen Na was no longer healable by the recovery spell. The current recovery spell could only save Wen Na from dying. But it was impossible to wake him up. Shui Na, are you okay? After the hunting team came out of the resurrection point, they rushed over quickly. As soon as they arrived here, they found that Shui Na's health value was almost 0. Shui Na's physical strength had long been empty due to blood loss, and he couldn't even take the soldiers' food pills, let alone cast ninjutsu. Don't worry about me, help Wen Na first, his condition is not optimistic. Mina was pulled aside by hunter number 1, and after taking a life recovery pill, she leaned against the wall. Don't worry, his breathing is still stable. Hunter number 3 checked Wen Na's injuries, immediately took out the bandage and helped Wen Na treat the wound. NPC spotty. Unlike the players, the ordinary ration pills made by NPCs themselves are not suitable for them to use. This is mainly because these ration pills contain some deadly toxins that can kill NPCs. Only a few refined ration pills can be used with confidence, but the rarity of these ration pills is no less than some powerful skill books. Hey, I can finally move. Shui Na looked at the status bar of the character and saw that the status had returned to its original state. Your recovery ability is really strong. You didn't die from such a serious injury and recovered so quickly. Hunter number 1 was really surprised. Let's go and see Wen Na's situation first. Shui Na walked to Wen Na's side. Although the wounds on his body had been treated, his condition had been in a state of severe injury and weakness, and there was no improvement at all. At this moment, Shui Na suddenly felt that the fire elements between heaven and earth were agitated and gathered rapidly in the same direction. This is... Shui Na had never seen such a situation before, so he had to go outside to check. Looking at the place where the fire elements gathered, the red light there was like blood, rushing straight into the sky. This is... Although Hunter number 1 did not feel the movement of the fire elements, he saw the strange phenomenon of the red light rushing into the sky. There should be only forbidden spells with such power. Shui Na looked at the direction where the red light was surging, and a huge fireball had already taken shape. And with the continuous accumulation of fire elements, the color of this fireball, which was big enough to destroy a small mountain, kept changing. From the orange-yellow color at the beginning, it turned into deep red, and then from deep red to white. When the fireball turned pure white, its volume began to shrink inward, and the color of the fireball also became bright white. This is simply a sun. Hunter number 1 could no longer bear the dazzling light of the fireball and turned his head. This forbidden spell is called the star fire, which can produce a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees and burn everything. Shui Na had already come down from the wall. He had long been unable to bear this dazzling light. That fireball is coming down. Hunter number 1 knew immediately that the attack of the star fire had begun based on the changes in the light around him. A pillar of fire suddenly ignited, dyeing the entire sky red. The hot air waves swept from afar with a huge explosion, and a huge mushroom cloud covered half of the sky. For a time, the entire elemental city became hot, and the players inside were even hotter. This extremely powerful ninjutsu has attracted everyone's attention. Mina, did you make that big explosion? The unscrupulous profiteer contacted Mina immediately after seeing this strange phenomenon. No, but it is somewhat related to me. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? There seems to be a small mountain village in that place. I have been there to buy things before. The unscrupulous profiteer said uncertainly. What? Why haven't I heard of it? Mina has never heard of other novice villages outside. That is a natural village in this world, not a novice village serving players. I heard that a player accidentally discovered it, and then I went there to sell some small things. The village is very remote, and only some players who level up there will go there for supplies. Suddenly, a roar mixed with endless anger resounded through the sky. Gillian, I will use your soul to repay the hatred of killing my wife and children and destroying my entire family. At this time, all players within the control of the elemental city received a system message. System, Viscount Bridget launched a rebellion, the army has gathered, and now officially issued a recruitment notice to the world. Eager to have capable people come to assist him and overthrow the rule of the elemental city. Shui Na looked at Yan Xian who had returned to the sky above the elemental city. He didn't expect Yan Xian to destroy a village with a forbidden spell. Well done. Yan Xian glanced at the people of the hunting deer squad who were cleaning the battlefield in the hall, although the mastermind still escaped and gathered an army. However, this kind of open battle is much clearer than the schemes in the dark. Yan Xian's current situation is not good. Although there are not many wounds on his body, they are very serious. And from his black face, he has been poisoned. However, these are not the most surprising things for Shui Na. What makes Shui Na feel surprised and unacceptable is the number of people killed by Yan Xian. Behind the black-red name on Yan Xian's head, the number +120 appears very clearly, just like the players killing companions in the same camp. Yan Xian has been red-named, and has killed at least 120 innocent people. These people may be NPCs or players. Forbidden spells are super range skills. Anyone in it will be attacked mercilessly. Now Shui Na is sure that Yan Xian has just ruthlessly destroyed a small village and burned all the people in it into nothingness. Your mission is over, leave the rest to me. You can collect rewards from the city lord later. Yan Xian said as he flew into the sky. Go. In the air, several people wearing ninjutsu robes have come. They seem to be from the headquarters of the ninjutsu guild. What's going on inside? Hunter number 1 looked at the team members coming out of the hall and asked immediately. The Lord of Anwei has woken up and is now organizing servants to clean up the scene. At the same time, she hopes that we will come back in a few days to collect the reward. It is not convenient for her to entertain us now. Okay, then Shui Na, we will leave first. Hunter number 1 also knew that it was not appropriate to ask for rewards under the current circumstances, and he was not afraid that the lord of the city would default on his debt. Well, I'll go in and take a look first. Shui Na watched Ba leave and returned to the scrapped hall. Is Wen Na okay? Shui Na found that Wen Na had been carried inside. The bodies of the swordsmen on the ground were covered with white cloth. The people of the hunter squad did not pick up the things that burst out of their bodies, but placed them one by one next to their owners. This is the respect that the hunter squad has for them, and it is the only thing they can do for them. Well, she saved her life, but she may not wake up for a few days. Anwei handed over the magic shadow ring while speaking. If it weren't for this ring, she would have to rest in bed for a while like Wen Na. Chapter 171 Black Cat King Advancement. Now, how are you going to deal with those who rebelled? Shui Na asked. This is a very important task and must be understood clearly. What else can we do? We can only fight hard. After all, they will not surrender easily. And the people from the headquarters of the Ninja Master Guild just came to me. They will disperse the main force of the rebels, and the rest will be dealt with by our city lord's mansion. But according to the practice of the Ninja Master Guild, there will be a lot of casualties. At this time, the elements between heaven and earth changed again, but this time it was the thunder element. The cleanup operation of the Ninja Master Guild has begun. Shui Na was very shocked by the actions of the Ninja Master Guild. When Shui Nai and Anwei walked outside, they just saw 9 huge meteorites falling from the sky like meteors, and the huge thunder swept across the sky. This forbidden spell is called Thunder Meteorite. Although its destructive power is weaker than that of the powerful Starfire, it is better in terms of fast casting speed and wider attack range. Moreover, under the forbidden spell, as long as you have not reached the level of Sword Saint or have props that can block the forbidden spell, those who take the next forbidden spell hard have only one way to go. Well. Anwei suddenly let out a low cry of pain. She covered her chest and her body was shaky. If Shui Nai hadn't grabbed her shoulder in time, she would have fallen to the ground in pain. Are you injured? Shui Nai helped Anwei sit on a stone. The stone was cut flat by a sharp weapon. The stone body that was originally more than 3 meters high was only half a meter high, and the rest of it became stone powder under the feet. Now in this garden, only here can people rest. No, I felt my uncle's departure. In our family, we all have the ability to feel the departure of our loved ones, but this feeling is very strong. Anwei endured the pain and showed a tenacious smile to Shui Nai, but she couldn't stop the tears from falling. Seeing Anwei covering her face and crying, Shui Nai knew that losing so many relatives in one day would be hard for her no matter how strong she was, and the city lord was obviously not a particularly strong woman. If I let the city lord go, so many people wouldn't die. I really don't want this. Anwei suddenly grabbed Shui Nai's clothes, buried her face in his back, and cried softly. Shui Nai, who had no experience in comforting people, had to sit there motionless and let Anwei vent her emotions first. However, I don't know if Anwei was tired of crying or because she didn't get enough rest these days. In short, after crying, Anwei fell asleep on Shui Nai's back. Mizuna didn't want to wake her up, so she had to divert her attention to the official website to check the forum. The forum is now very popular, all because of the aftermath of the 2 terrifying forbidden spells. After seeing the videos of these forbidden spells, many players clamored to become ninjutsu masters. At the same time, some players who were killed by Yangzhen with forbidden spells wrote down their feelings after being hit by the forbidden spells. These players who were the first to be killed by the forbidden spells were very proud. After all, it was a good honor to get something that others didn't have. After reading these people's feelings, Mizuna still summed up the reason why Yangzhen wanted to use the forbidden spell. In that small village, some strange people and a strange ceiling formation have appeared recently. And those players who died there saw a strong black gas protecting the small village during the preparation time for Yangzhen to launch the forbidden spell. Although it was broken by Yangzhen's forbidden spell in an instant, the video of the black gas resisting the forbidden spell was still recorded by the players. Later, some players speculated that the Viscount Bridget should be related to the Dark Camp, and even placed his family members in the hidden village, but for some reason he was discovered by Yan Xin, and he used a forbidden spell was destroyed, but his actions implicated dozens of innocent villagers in the small village. What attracted Shui Nai's attention even more was that some players who joined Viscount Bridget's camp became people without city status after Viscount Bridget was killed. Now they are following some NPC generals to escape to the mountains and forests and start a new job as bandits. The Elemental City also issued a corresponding wanted mission. For a while, the fight between players and NPCs swept the entire Elemental City. When I came out of the city lord's mansion, the sun was about to set. Although today was not so fulfilling, when I saw Anwei's peaceful sleeping face, Shui and I felt a sense of steadiness in my heart, and there was a relaxed feeling after doing a good thing. Sometimes it is a good choice to relax and take a nap in the game. After declining Anwei's carriage to pick him up, Shui and I came to the warehouse management center and checked the items in the warehouse. These days, because the unscrupulous profiteers have been busy building their own shops, there has not been much change in the items in Shui and I's warehouse. So Shui and I put the items he got these days into the warehouse one by one, and marked those that were useless and could be disposed of. Then he used the teleportation scroll to return to Lanluo village. Speaking of which, Shui and I had not visited the Black Cat King and the Queen Ant for several days. In Lanluo village, Shui and I first carefully visited the villagers, and then found a corner where no one was, activated the phantom stealth, and ran towards the wild boar territory. However, when Shui and I came to the wild boar territory, after seeing the changes here, Shui and I could only describe it as surprised. There are no wild boars in the wild boar territory now, and there are only a fist-sized soldier ant. Looking at the soldier ants guarding the wild boar's refresh point, they rushed up in groups as soon as the wild boar was refreshed. It didn't take a while for the wild boar to disappear, and not even a bone residue was left. Meow! Suddenly there was a roar behind Mina, and a cat claw with cold light appeared at the back of Mina's head. However, this time the Black Cat King's claws did not hit Mina, because it was caught by another Mina who appeared from the side. When the Black Cat King saw the two Mina, he was stunned for a moment. Mina looked at the Black Cat King in his hand, who was a little slow to react, and immediately laughed happily. The Black Cat King, who was brought back to his senses by Mina's laughter, didn't care whether it was real, and directly sent a cat claw. Hiss, puff sounded twice. Mina could only cover the back of his hand to brush the recovery spell. You are too cruel. Looking at the series of poisonous damage on his head, Mina could only quickly distance himself from the Black Cat King. However, the Black Cat King did not intend to let him go just like that, and immediately caught Mina's clone with a burst of flying. The corrosion sound of hiss, hiss continued, and Shui and I, who was standing by, couldn't help but scream in pain. This is so uncomfortable. Just when Shui and I's clone had only 10% of its health left, Lve and the others came over. At this time, the Black Cat King stepped hard for the last time, then left Shui and I's clone and jumped aside. Stinky cat, you are so cruel. Shui and I looked at the clothes on the clone, and now he could only say that the clothes just covered his body. Lve and other queen ants were also surprised to see the two Shui and I on the field, but they also reacted quickly. I saw that Lve chirped a few times, and a group of huge soldier ants moved the recently found physical gems and gem fragments from the woods. A rough estimate of this pile of large and small gems and fragments should be several hundred. These are for you. Shui Na also took out the elemental gems and the crystal core of the magic wind wolf from his backpack. These things are what the queen ant needs, but so far, Shui Na has not found the crystal core or gem of the wood element. Although the tree demon in the tree demon copy is a wood-type monster, Shui Na has not heard of any player collecting the crystal core of the tree demon. When he thought of the items collected from the tree demon, Shui Na handed the fruits from the tree demon boss in his backpack to Lve. Can you use these? Seeing Lve holding the fruits and looking at them, Shui Na asked. When Lve took a bite of the fruit in his hand, he immediately said, it can be used. After that, he ate all the fruits in his hand. By the way, do you think this is useful? Shui Na took out the tree demon seed at this time, and now he didn't know how to deal with it. If you want to grow a dark tree demon, you have to go to the dark spring to face the black boss. And when he thought of the black flame tree demon that relied on buying blood to gain power, Shui Na had no intention of training such a pet. The death of a pet would reduce its loyalty, and cultivating loyalty is a very time-consuming thing, and it costs money to revive a pet. When he thought of this, he came to the conclusion that training this tree demon is a waste of time and money, so Shui Na simply let Lve deal with it. Lve first used the touch on his head to the horn touched the fist-sized tree demon seed. The tree demon seed has been emitting a dark breath, but as long as it is not a creature with the power of holy light, it will not be hurt by the black air. The Black Cat King reacted immediately after seeing this, but its face was very thin. After just one look, it turned its head away. It's useless to me. Attracting it may have the opposite effect. And this life is very fragile. Its life is constantly passing away. Lue handed the tree demon seed back to Shui Na. Hey, do you want it? Shui Nai didn't really care so much about it. After all, this black cat gave him a more and more human feeling. If it was a human, it would be strange if he didn't get angry if his important things were taken away by someone. Meow, the Black Cat King turned his head away and didn't look at the tree demon seed in Shui Nai's hand. This is interest. When your strength increases, I will give you the Heart of Darkness. You also know that I can't use that thing. Can't you keep it with me for safekeeping? Shui Nai can now imagine that if the Heart of Darkness is used on the Black Cat King, it is very likely that he will end up like the Black Flame Tree Demon, with only one way to go. Whether it is an NPC or a monster in the wild, they must abide by the rules between realm and strength. The Black Cat King looked at the tree demon seed, thought for a while, and then opened his mouth to bite the tree demon seed in Shui Nai's hand. Don't hold a grudge like that. Shui Nai's hand trembled first, and then immediately dropped, successfully sending the tree demon seed into the Black Cat King's mouth, and at the same time leaving the attack range of the big mouth. However, after the Black Cat King swallowed the tree demon seed, it let out a painful wail. This time, it seems to be beyond the Black Cat King's tolerance. Shui Nai immediately used reconnaissance to check the situation of the Black Cat King. He saw that it was now in a devouring state, but its health was constantly decreasing. This phenomenon made the queen ants who had a deep relationship with the Black Cat King really anxious, like ants on a hot pot. When Shui Nai saw this, he thought of the scene when he was possessed by the flame dragon. However, Shui Nai did not just think about it. Now he was constantly brushing the recovery spell on the Black Cat King, and the queen ants on the side could only watch from the side. However, soon, Lu Yi, who had calmed down, immediately ordered a group of soldier ants to take all the top physical gems in the ant nest and pile them next to the Black Cat King. According to Lu Yi, this can speed up the life recovery speed of the Black Cat King. Seeing that the life recovery speed of the Black Cat King did show signs of accelerating, Shui Nai was relieved, but the recovery spell brushed on the Black Cat King did not slow down at all. Seeing that the black gas on the Black Cat King was getting heavier, but the speed of the health value decreasing was not getting faster and faster, Mina finally relaxed completely. If it was like the last time when Mina was possessed by the fire dragon, the Black Cat King would be dead. When the black gas on the Black Cat King wrapped its entire body, the Black Cat King's health value was normal and did not decrease anymore, but the black gas running out of it became thicker and thicker. After watching the black gas cocoon crush all the surrounding physical gems in an instant, Mina immediately led a group of queen ants to retreat to a safe place. At the moment Mina stood up, the black gas cocoon suddenly expanded more than twice, and the ground was cut into pieces by the strands of black. This black gas is too cruel. Looking at the land under the Black Cat King floating in the air, there were several cubic meters of loess there. These loess were directly stirred into nothingness by the black gas. Roar! A roar came from the black gas cocoon, and a sturdy cat-like animal like a jaguar broke out of the cocoon, and all the black gas was sucked away in an instant. No, it has grown so much in an instant. Shui Na looked at the Black Cat King that had doubled in size. Now it was at the waist of Shui Na. Moreover, the logo on the head of this enlarged Black Cat King also changed dramatically. A white boss appeared behind the three words Black Cat King. After this swallowing and absorption, the Black Cat King was directly promoted. Chapter 172 Cemetery of the Dead. In the phantom stealth state, Shui Na also took almost half an hour to run to the location of the Lich Land on the map. During this period, Shui Na also used the hovering skill to directly cross a 10-meter wide river. Otherwise, if the path on the map was changed, it might take 5 or 6 minutes longer. The Lich Land is too remote, and this is one of the reasons why the elemental city was discovered only after it was built in the Lich Land. Seeing the milky white holy light shield outside the Lich Land, Mina immediately took out the bronze token given to him by Yangzhen. This token engraved with the emblem of the Ninja Guild allowed Mina to avoid the step of reporting to the temple. For now, since the Lich Land is managed by the church, players of other professions who want to enter must first obtain permission from their own professional guilds, and then only after that can you go to the temple branch or the hall branch of the elemental city to get the pass. However, it seems that there are no players who can successfully get the pass from the temple or the hall. The bronze token in Shui Na's hand is not like this. This token is a task prop that can be used by Shui Na as a pass to the Lich Land. At present, many players have discovered that the Holy Light Church and the Ninjutsu Guild are somewhat unharmonious. They seem to be competing or excluding each other, but these things are just the players' feelings. System, attention, entering the special copy Lich Land requires a pass. Are you sure you want to enter? Yes. Shui Na said affirmatively. Anyway, Xiao Ai will have a new pass next time she enters the Lich Land. Then I can team up with her, and then I can enter this so-called special copy. If Shui Na didn't have his own ideas, he would have brought Xiao Mei and Ye Yan here now. The Holy Light skill has a 50% effect bonus on undead creatures. But let's not talk about the speed of their movement for now. Just the flower guarding messengers behind them alone will make Mina stay away. Hey, the token didn't disappear. Mina saw that the bronze token in her hand did not disappear because of this. Except that the bronze halo on the token dimmed, there was no change, let alone the problem of consumption. It seems that this token should be able to be used many times. Mina said as she put away the token. Now Mina is in the first layer of the Lich Land, the Cemetery of the Dead. The Lich Land is a special copy. There is no limit on the number of people in this copy. As long as you get a pass, you can enter this copy by consuming the pass. At the same time, there is no time limit for this copy. As long as you don't die and don't leave, you can stay here for a lifetime. However, the penalty for death in this copy is very heavy. Each death will be reduced by 2 levels due to the influence of the dark aura. The special thing about this copy is that this copy is divided into 3 layers of areas, and the Cemetery of the Dead is only the outermost area. This area is dominated by undead creatures, such as the pile of white skeletons in front of Mina. These are completely cannon fodder level creatures, with only level 10 strength, and their health is so low that Mina is speechless. The monsters that are a little higher than the skeleton soldiers are zombies. This kind of undead creature has a strength of level 20, and also has a series of undead creature characteristics. The strongest undead creatures in the Cemetery of the Dead are the ghosts guarding the entrance of the 2nd floor. This has the strength of a level 40 ordinary boss, not afraid of physical attacks and most ninjutsu. Mina also found out from the official website that the most powerful boss in this Lich Land is a level 50 Bone Wizard boss, which is on the 3rd floor of the Lich Land. Bone Wizards, Corpse Wizards, and Liches are a level classification of undead ninjutsu creatures. The predecessor of the Bone Wizard is humans or other intelligent creatures who pursue immortality. Legend has it that those ninjutsu masters with profound chakras want to have more time to study ninjutsu. Using an evil sealing ritual to turn themselves into immortal witches, they have endless life to study what they are interested in. Therefore, for the top leaders of the human empire, they do not oppose the existence of witches, but if these witches are involved in the control or conversion of the undead, then this will be regarded as a hostile act by the human empire, and an encirclement order will be issued. Now the master of the Lich Land, the Bone Witch boss, has completed the transformation from a human to a witch without applying to the human empire, and has also controlled the cemetery where the dead should rest, and created undead creatures that do not belong here. This has seriously affected the safety of the human empire, and being encircled is inevitable. The lowest level among witches is the Bone Witch, and those who want to be converted into a Bone Witch must be high-level ninjutsu masters, otherwise they do not have enough knowledge and chakra to complete the sealing ritual. In other words, the lowest level Bone Witches have the strength of level 40, and they are also elites among high-level ninjutsu masters, otherwise they do not have the strength to complete the transformation. However, dealing with Bone Wizards is not Mizuna's goal. After all, only the priest's holy light ninjutsu can deal with dark creatures that have become undead. Mizuna's goal is the dark apprentices of the 2nd level, which is the goal of ninjutsu masters like Mizuna. There are everything a ninjutsu master needs, including skills, equipment and honor points. However, Mizuna has not collected information about the 2nd level yet. She only knows that there are many dark apprentices in it, ranging from level 20 to 50, all of whom are mages. These are people who are seeking to break through and become wizards without paying attention to the orders of the Empire. Now they have been labeled as dungeon monsters by the system and have become the prey of players. The Cemetery of the Dead is actually very lively now. It has long been the private property of the Holy Light Church and a good place for the Holy Light Church to train students. It's just that the people who come here to train are all child soldiers. After all, the level of the skeleton soldiers here is not high and their reaction is slow, which is most suitable for training new recruits. The cemetery is very large and surrounded by towering mountains. There are no other ways to get there except for that entrance and the entrance on the 2nd floor. Of course, Shui Nai, who has the skill of hovering in the air, can ignore this restriction. Shui Nai's arrival has long attracted the attention of all NPCs on the field. After all, Shui Nai's dress is more eye-catching. Under the scrutiny of everyone, Shui Nai came to the oldest NPC in the field to report. This NPC is a swordsman, and from the professional badge on his body, it can be known that this person's strength is at least level 100, which is many times stronger than the strongest bone wizard here. Respected Mr. Rhodes Sword Master, my name is Shui Nai, and I am here to train. Okay, I know. There is only one requirement here, that is, don't affect the training of these little ghosts, and the rest is up to you. Rhodes said coldly. At this time, the task on Shui Nai's task panel report appeared completed. I understand. Shui Nai didn't say much nonsense, and immediately found a quiet place to observe these skeleton soldiers. At his level, it was completely stress-free to fight these skeleton soldiers with only level 10 and 200 HP, but it was also completely unprofitable. In this case of no experience and no explosive items, Shui Nai naturally wouldn't waste his energy. What he had to do now was to observe their attack patterns, movement speeds, and special places. Only after understanding these, Shui Nai dared to bring Xiao Ai in with confidence. For now, those doll soldiers were concentrated in the simple wooden houses at the entrance of the dungeon, where the 100-level swordsman guarded, and it was the only safe area in this dungeon. The undead creatures here have a characteristic, that is, they will only attack living creatures, that is, the undead creatures here have no hatred value, and they will only attack the nearest living people. Shui Nai casually burned the skeleton soldiers who were walking towards him with a fireball, and he also got up. These ordinary skeleton soldiers didn't even have weapons, and there was really no challenge except for the number. In fact, it is not as easy as Shui Nai thought to deal with this huge amount of skeleton soldiers. If Shui Nai came here at level 10, she would definitely be affected by the death threat attached to the undead creatures. This is a unique mental effect of undead creatures, which can make emotional creatures feel fear. For many players, especially female players, there is a natural fear of such undead creatures. In a state of fear, the player's strength will be reduced to varying degrees depending on the degree of mental fluctuations. If the player's mental fluctuations are too strong, they will be sent back to the resurrection point by the system. However, Shui Nai has seen the Dark Boss and fought with the authentic Golden Boss. For these extremely powerful creatures, Shui Nai can fight under their powerful pressure and momentum, so naturally he will no longer be afraid of this low-level mental influence. If we change the game world's words, it means that Shui Nai's realm is much higher than these skeleton soldiers. Hey, is that swordsman going to take action? Suddenly, Shui Nai saw the swordsman holding a sword and walking to the front. He drew his sword and slashed horizontally. A sword energy with a flame shadow directly cleared a large area of skeleton soldiers, burning all the skeleton soldiers that were pressed into the safe zone into ashes, and then they were quickly brushed away by the system. Oh my god, the original characteristic of these skeleton soldiers is infinite refresh. Mina now discovered that there should be no upper limit to the number of skeleton soldiers in this cemetery of the dead, because the refresh rate of the skeleton soldiers here far exceeds the speed of death, and it is reasonable that the so-called saturation state of the monster area will soon be reached. But the skeleton soldiers here do not have that limit, and the refresh rate does not change at all. The skeleton soldiers coming out of the ground one after another, never stopping. It seems that these cannon fodders have a strong cannon fodder aura. Mina looked at the increasing number of skeleton soldiers around him, and also planned to return to the safe zone, otherwise he would be exhausted of chakra and physical strength by these cannon fodders, which would be miserable. Chapter 173 Violent Ninja Master. Being chased by a pile of skeletons is not a happy thing. Looking at the pile of skeleton soldiers behind him, Mina went directly into phantom stealth. After the distance between the two was pulled apart in an instant, the skeleton soldier immediately lost Mina's breath, so he returned to the aimless wandering state at the beginning. However, the wandering trajectory of these unconscious and insensitive skeletons is completely unpredictable, and there may even be incidents where several skeletons collide with each other. After returning to the safe zone, Mina had to jump onto the wooden house and planned to check the situation below from above. Mina didn't believe that the skeletons would refresh endlessly. There must be some special reason for this situation. So what Mina has to do now is to find out the reason. Aren't you here for your training? A voice suddenly sounded behind Mina. Yes, Lord Rhodes. However, my target is not the skeletons below. I am now planning to find out the reason why the skeletons are so rampant here. After solving this problem, I will find an opportunity to enter the second level area, which is my destination. Do you see that golden coffin over there? That is the source of the skeleton's power. As long as we solve it, we will be able to enter the second level area. The skeleton king inside, we will have a day of rest. Rod pointed to the golden coffin in the white sea of bones. Just now, Rod was very interested in Shui Nai's sudden disappearance and reappearance, so he talked more. The golden coffin was at the junction of the skeleton soldiers and zombie soldiers. It was guarded by a group of skeleton bosses, and there were skeleton soldiers like an ocean in front of it. Without a strong team, it was impossible to get through. However, Shui Nai's light gravity state should allow Qin Hao to step on the skull of the skeleton soldier to get through, but if someone breaks the phantom stealth, then he will have to face the skeleton soldiers from all directions. So, the Skeleton King has the ability to resurrect? Shui Nai asked immediately. Yes, as long as the Bone Witch in the Lich Land is not dead, then this Skeleton King will not really die. This is a copy. Mina thought to herself. In the dungeon, even the final boss has the ability to revive infinitely. In other words, this cemetery of the dead may exist forever. Unless the system issues a special command to start the plot in the game and destroy the dungeon. Otherwise, it will be endless. Infinite resurrection is the characteristic of the dead. Mina thought of the introduction on the official website. In addition to being killed by the advanced ninjutsu purification technique. Otherwise, even if these bones are crushed into powder, as long as there is a dark ritual around, they will automatically revive. This is just a matter of time. I'm going to deal with the Skeleton King now. You help me take care of the little ghosts below. Do you accept this task? Rhodes took a look at the number of skeleton soldiers that exceeded his ideal value, and had to go out for a walk by himself. Okay, I will complete this task. Shui Na immediately accepted the task. Anyway, the task was very simple, although the reward was only to increase the relationship with Rhodes by a few points. Seeing Shui Na agreed, Rhodes immediately jumped high from the top of the wooden house. When Rhodes' body reached the highest point, the whole body suddenly ignited with a fiery red fighting spirit, and then smashed into the skeleton soldiers with a thunderous force. A sound of bone breaking came from there immediately, and the sound was still moving away quickly. Shui Na looked at the fiery red figure on the roof, like a heated knife cutting through butter, without any resistance, and the bone powder along the way floated up like snowflakes. Turning around from there, Shui Na also started her own task. Shui Na shot a series of flame walls at the densely populated areas of skeleton soldiers, burning the bones below with crackling sounds. Shui Na's flame wall immediately attracted the attention of the NPC child below. People below, don't relax against the enemy, otherwise you will get hurt. Mina saw the kids below slowly put their hands away, so Mina had no choice but to shout at them. We are tired, and our chakra is almost used up. A bolder kid immediately said to Mina. No way, why are you talking about this issue now? Mina muttered in her heart, but now is not the time to pursue this. Those skeleton soldiers who are not suppressed by the holy light ninjutsu have begun to rush towards them. Then you step back a little. Mina planned to use the flame dragon shock wave to blast away the skeleton soldiers below. After changing 2 sets of flame magic suits in a row, there were only about 100 skeleton soldiers left. After handing them over to the children who still had chakra, Mina began to treat the children who were scratched by the skeleton soldiers. Mina's recovery technique can also treat small wounds. When the more than 30 children had used up their chakra, they went to clean up the battlefield under the leadership of Mina. Although Mina had no item experience when beating these skeleton soldiers, these NPC children who were less than level 10 could explode some coins, although these would not add up to a lot. But as unexpected wealth, it was still very meaningful to these children. In the previous communication, Mina knew that all the children here were civilian students without background, because they had not received special training like Xiao Ai before entering school, so their strength was very low. Only by beating these skeleton soldiers here to improve their strength can they enter the Holy Light Academy to study. Although these NPCs also have levels, the way they gain experience is different from that of players. They get very little experience from fighting these skeleton soldiers who are many levels higher than them, and sometimes they don't trademark to get any experience at all. However, judging from their attack speed, reaction speed, and even coordination, their strength is indeed slowly improving. As a ninjutsu master, Mina also taught these newcomers some of her own experience. Although these are only very basic and simple experiences, they can help them avoid some detours. Now the skeleton soldiers have not been refreshed for a long time, and there are only a few scattered skeleton soldiers wandering aimlessly on the ground. Seeing a skeleton soldier not far away from him, Mina suddenly put away the ninja stick in his hand, walked over quickly, and planned to play a fighting game with this lone skeleton soldier. Drama. Don't come over here, let me take down its skeleton. After Mizuna smiled at the children, she looked straight at the skeleton soldier, which had no special features except for 2 ghost lights in its eye sockets. After slapping the skeleton's hand, Mizuna quickly went around the back of the skeleton soldier and held its spine with one hand, and easily captured the skeleton soldier alive. After catching the skeleton soldier, Mizuna also began to study it with a group of children. In order to prevent the child from getting hurt, Mizuna also deliberately removed the skeleton soldier's hands and feet, and then threw them far away. After looking at the skeleton soldier with only the skull that could move, Mizuna simply removed its mandible to prevent it from biting people. Big brother, what's your name? At this time, a boy asked Mizuna while looking at the poor skeleton soldier on the ground. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mina, and I'm an intermediate ninjutsu master. Mina took off all the disguises on her body and began to introduce herself. Intermediate ninjutsu master, so powerful. Yes. If I were that powerful. Mina patiently waited for these children to report their names one by one, even though he had already known them through the names above their heads. By the way, are all your people here? Mina glanced at the wooden house. Just when Mina jumped up, she heard the sound of people moving inside. There is another girl, but she is more afraid of these skeleton soldiers, so she has been hiding in the wooden house. Oh, go and call her out, it's lonely alone. Mina casually pointed at 2 girls and called her out. In fact, if you see these bones too much, you won't be afraid. Mina motioned for them to touch this tragic skeleton soldier. Anyway, there was no danger. So, the childish nature of these people also came out, and they rushed to study the skeleton soldier one by one. Okay, shall I get a few more now? After seeing that these people were not afraid of the skeletons at all, Mina immediately knew to focus on the other wandering skeletons. For these children, as long as they are not afraid of these bones, I believe their strength will improve faster. After Mina came back with the 2 skeletons that were torn apart, the girl who came out of the wooden house said to Mina, "You are very violent." Really? Mina looked at the 2 skeletons in her hand and glanced at the girl again. It is a little violent. Our village chief said that ninjutsu masters are very gentle and elegant, not as violent as the big brother. Mina's hands breaking people's bones is indeed very visually impactful. After all, a person dressed as a ninjutsu master actually uses his hands to solve the problem, which is much more violent than the ninjutsu master in their minds. Yet, seeing that everyone has this view, Mina didn't say anything. Anyway, just think of herself as more violent. Okay, I'll tell you some tips on how to beat this thing. Look at its skull. This part is very fragile. Just pull it hard. Mina said as she clicked and took off the skull of a skeleton soldier in her hand. Skeleton soldiers without skulls have no attack power. Mina had discovered long ago that the skull was the weakness of the skeleton soldiers. As long as it was hit, the skeleton soldiers would be useless. So, it's best for you to hit here in the future. This way, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Mina handed the skull to the girl who just came out. Chapter 174 Golden Coffin. In fact, I want to say that we humans are the most terrifying. So you don't have to be afraid of it. Look how pitiful it is now. Mina saw that the girl named Wengzhen still didn't dare to touch it, so she had to say this. As long as she took the first step, the rest would be much simpler. In fact, I'm not afraid of their appearance, but their voice. Their voice is terrible. Wengzhen said while covering her ears. Voice, what kind of voice? Shui Na also found that the girl named Wen Xin was not afraid of the skull at all. I don't know, the voice came from them, and the voice kept saying save me. There were voices from all kinds of people, so I was very scared. The voice was terrible. So, you should have the ability to listen to the voices in the hearts of the dead. After seeing the ability of Lve, Shui Na did not react much to this similar ability. The village chief of our village also thought so, so he let me enter the Holy Light Church, hoping that I would use this ability for good things. In this world, the village chief is often the most virtuous and knowledgeable person in the village, and their decisions can often be recognized and supported by the whole village. Indeed, by the way, can you understand this book? Shui Na took out a high-level Holy Light Ninjutsu from his backpack. This was opened by him in the treasure chest in the Trial Forest. At that time, Yayan refused to take it, so it has been left here with Qin Hao. Is this the spell of purification and the instruction manual? When Xin asked, immediately those who have learned ninjutsu will have come into contact with such books to some extent, and naturally know the functions of these books. Yes, since you can understand it, I will give it to you. For these undead, the only way to save them is to use this purification technique. Mina watched Wangzhen open the purification technique and read it page by page. Their way of learning skills is too different from that of players. However, when Wangzhen handed the purification technique to another person to read, Mina also knew that the skill books in this world can be passed on in this way. I still have a few books on Holy Light Ninjutsu. If you find them useful, take them and study them. Mina distributed the low and medium level Holy Light Ninjutsu skill books on her body. Anyway, these people will not consume skill books after learning skills. This is really environmentally friendly. Ah, it's primary healing technique, are you really giving it to us? This is Holy Light Guardian. You guys take it and learn it first, I don't need it anyway. Also, take this money and divide it up. Shui Nai piled up the money she had just picked up outside on the ground, and then threw the skull aside. So much money, don't you want it? When Xin was a little surprised when she saw the hundreds of copper coins on the ground. This was the most money she had ever seen. No, you guys can use it. However, I have a request. If you meet a girl named Xiao Ai in the Holy Light Academy in the future, I hope you can be good friends with her and take care of her, okay? Shui Nai finally said her purpose. The biggest reason why Shui Nai put so much effort into them was for Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, who is it? We don't know her. When Xin has a cheerful personality and is a bit thick-skinned, so she was not driven crazy by the voice of the undead. Otherwise, if it were any other child, they would have gone insane a long time ago. Well, she is my sister, and she is going to study at the Holy Light Academy in the Elemental City, so you should meet each other in the future. Don't bully her, or I will cause trouble for you. Although Mina said this, there was no threat at all, but the children asked about Xiao Ai. So Mina started chatting with them. Okay, I'm going to move around now, you stay here and don't walk around. Mina glanced at the children who were studying magic below, and then set her sights on the zombies 100 meters away. These are level 20 creatures, and they should be able to gain some experience. Are you going to find trouble with that green guy? Those guys are not easy to deal with. When Xin also noticed the change in Mina's eyes, so she reminded Mina. They can't hurt me, don't worry. Mina looked at the zombies with rotten meat hanging on their bodies and actions similar to those of skeleton soldiers, so she didn't take it too seriously. What Shui Nai is more concerned about now are the red level 10 skeleton bosses guarding the golden coffin. These are all red violent bosses. These bosses did not die after receiving a blow from Road. As for those ordinary bosses, they were not qualified to receive a blow from Road and turned into powder directly. Shui Nai quickly came to the outside of the alert range of the skeleton bosses and began to observe the situation of these skeleton bosses. The status of these skeleton bosses was not very good. Some of them were missing a hand, and some were missing a leg. They were almost dead. Shui Nai first used an ice cone to blow up the head of a relatively intact skeleton boss from a long distance, and found that these skeleton bosses were still wandering around without any reaction. So he also pulled away and shot the skeleton bosses one by one with the ice cone in his hand. After looking at the slowly refreshing skeleton boss on the ground, Shui Na also summed up the experience value of a violent skeleton boss, which only had 100 experience points. Compared with the experience value of tens of thousands, there is basically no change. After that, Shui Na was very curious and touched the golden coffin, and then kicked the coffin lid open. This coffin is a special equipment, but Qin Hao has just tried to put it into the backpack, but the system prompts that this item belongs to the system and cannot be picked up. Item, golden coffin, special item. Occupational restriction, which? Usage level, level 50. Weight, 200. Item description, this is a special item that can revive the Skeleton King and cannot be destroyed. Item effect, automatically revive or create the Skeleton King, and at the same time, it can strengthen the Skeleton King's control over the skeleton soldiers. Item restriction, it takes 1 day to accumulate dark energy to create or revive the Skeleton King. Now the skeleton of the Golden Skeleton King in the coffin has been smashed to pieces by Road, and even the ghost fire in the eye sockets has been extinguished. However, Mina still found that the bone powder on the Skeleton King's body was slowly reorganizing. Now the skull has been reorganized, and the body below is missing. It is expected that it will be out by this time tomorrow. Watching it slowly after closing the coffin lid, Mina also set her sights on the wandering zombies. These level 20 zombies only have 2000 HP. Undead creatures are notoriously low in HP, but these zombies carry corpse poison, which can make the poisoned dizzy and poisoned. Looking at the slow speed and stiff joints of these zombies, Mina did not relax. These are level 20 creatures, not as weak as the level 10 skeleton soldiers. They should have some abilities that the skeleton soldiers do not have. Mina now set her sights on a lone zombie, holding a green kitchen knife-like weapon, and wandering towards Mina step by step. Roar! When the zombie approached a distance of 10 meters, it immediately sensed the breath of Mina, which was more than twice as far as the skeleton soldiers. And after discovering Mina, the zombie suddenly sped up. I saw that Mina added an ice shield to her left hand, and with a clang sound, Mina's ice shield collided with the kitchen knife. Mina, who took the knife hidden, did not suffer any shock damage, which shows that the zombie's strength is not much greater than Mina. However, the moment this zombie approached Mina, the attack speed suddenly increased. Although Mina was a little surprised, it was just a surprise. Anyway, the ice shield took the attack of the kitchen knife very steadily. After the zombie burst out, its speed and reaction immediately slowed down, but it did not give up the intention to attack Mina. Strong burst ability. Mina looked at these zombies that became slower than the wandering state after the burst. If that's all, then goodbye. Mina sent a series of fireballs and burned the zombie to death. Under the optimization of the system, the zombie did not emit any stench during the burning process, but the rotten meat and maggots on its body were a bit disgusting. Looking at the kitchen knife dropped by the zombie, Mina used the ice shield to fiddle with it. There was some strong corpse poison on the kitchen knife, and this was a special weapon for zombies, which players could not use. Just when Mina was about to find other zombies, suddenly a half-bone and half-flesh hand stretched out from Mina's feet and grabbed Mina's left foot. No wonder there are so few zombies, it turns out they are hiding underneath. Mina's strength was not lower than that of the zombies, so as soon as he broke free from the zombies' hands, he immediately left the place that was suddenly full of zombie hands. Some of these zombies that came out of the ground had weapons on them, and some were empty-handed. It seemed that they didn't have many weapons. What Mina found most interesting was that these zombies would pick up weapons. Looking at the hundreds of zombies that suddenly erupted in front of him, and the 50 or so green kitchen knives that were swinging up and down, Mina's scalp was numb. These zombies were covered with corpse poison all over their bodies, and they would be poisoned as long as they were touched. Just now, Mina was caught by a zombie and was hit. The dizziness effect of the corpse poison is not serious, but it lasts for a long time. Mina's head is still a little dizzy now. The most obvious effect of dizziness is that it can make the skill casting fail, but Mina's ninjutsu casting speed is relatively fast, and she is agile, so there is no big problem. Chapter 175 Second Floor. But what makes Mina very unhappy is that these zombies can only explode those kitchen knives, but Mina can't use that kitchen knife. Watching those empty-handed zombies pick up the kitchen knives on the ground one by one and then join the battle, Mina's heart is even more unhappy. When Mina burned the last zombie holding 2 knives with a continuous fireball, Mina immediately withdrew from the zombies' territory and returned to the wooden house. It was too unpleasant to fight this zombie. The experience was only a little bit, and no items were exploded. And just now, Mina saw Rod coming back. Although his clothes were a little damaged, he was in good spirits and was not injured. Now, what Mina had to do was to find Rhodes to claim the reward and tell him that she was going to the second floor of the Lich Land. When Mina returned to the cabin, she saw Rhodes take out some holy light ninjutsu books and some medical equipment from his arms. It seemed that Rhodes had taken some out when he went to the second floor just now. The equipment of the children training here was not very good. Some of them only had a ninja stick. Seeing those children happily holding those equipment, Mina was also infected by the happy atmosphere. I didn't expect that you would have a ninjutsu book on purification technique. Although Rhodes was a swordsman, he had a close relationship with the Holy Light Church and naturally knew the importance of a book on purification technique. Anyway, I can't use it, and it's just taking up space. In fact, Mina was going to give this purification technique to Xiao Ai, but after seeing the collections of the old ninjutsu master, she immediately gave up the idea. Then, I'll give you these things too. I don't have any use for them either. Rhodes took out some ninjutsu books. The equipment and skill books for magicians came out. Okay, then I won't be polite. Rhodes gave Mina a variety of equipment, some good and some bad, but Mina didn't care about these equipment. Anyway, He had a lot of equipment in his backpack, enough for him to use for a long time. What he cared about was the 3 skill books that Rhodes gave him. These 3 books were 2 intermediate and 1 advanced. They were Thunderfall Technique, Thunderbolt Ice and Wind Blade. However, I think you seem to be a fire escape ninjutsu master, and these 2 skill books may not be suitable for you. Rhodes also had a continuous fireball in his hand, but he thought Mina would definitely not need this. No, I have been looking for these 2 ninjutsu. Mina learned these 2 ninjutsu after she said that. The 2 books turned into white light that only players could see and merged into Mina's body. Mina immediately checked the properties of the 2 ninjutsu, which were the same as the introduction on the official website, and with the bonus of Mina's blood specialized ninjutsu master, they became even more powerful. Although the flying speed of Thunderbolt Ice is slow, it has a strong freezing effect and has absolute control over general non-monster bosses. It is known as a necessary skill for fighting bosses and is also the first choice for ninjutsu players in PK. Although the power of the Thunderfall technique is somewhat out of line with its name, it is fast, and its attack method is vertically falling, which can easily bypass normal defenses and hit the enemy's head, thus causing a fatal effect. Mina used these 2 ninjutsu on the open space. After a thunder, a piece of broken ice crystal appeared on the open space. It was the result of Mina using the Thunderfall technique on the ice crystal frozen by Thunderbolt Ice. The effect is very good, but the chakra is easily overwhelmed. As the player's level increases, the chakra of pure spiritual ninjutsu players has exceeded Mina's current level, but Mina's advantage is that she has more chakra pills, but this way of taking drugs is very dangerous. Once there is a shortage of potions, it will be a tragedy. After that, Mina set her sights on the distance again, trying to master the trajectory of the 2 ninjutsu, hoping to become familiar with the 2 new skills more quickly. The control of ninjutsu skills is a very important subject for players, and many people have summarized the corresponding practice methods and techniques on the forum. I didn't expect that your ninjutsu level is so high. Rod never thought that ninjutsu, who came from another world, could master the essence of intermediate ninjutsu so quickly. We outsiders have special physical advantages, but because we don't study hard enough, we can't compare with you regular ninjutsu masters in terms of control. Mina was envious when she thought of the scene when Yang Zhen used the explosive bomb in the trial forest. You can control the explosion time of the explosive bomb at will, which is basically a remote-controlled bomb in real life. Okay, now that you're back, I should also go to the 2nd floor to have a look. Mina saw that Rod was thinking about something, so she had to remind him. Just now, when Mina saw that Rod had obtained so many equipment and skill books, she was already itching to fly over right now. Do you have the ability to pass those ghosts? They are not afraid of your ninjutsu. Even if you use stealth skills, it will be useless. Those ghosts hate life very much and can easily sense your existence. Now Mina has gained Rod's favor, and Rod will naturally help him to the best of his ability to avoid any accidents here. Don't worry, I just observed that those ghosts can't fly. As long as they don't fly, then I can get through. However, now I don't know the situation of the 2nd level area. I'm afraid that I will rush over in one breath and rush to a dangerous place. Well, the 2nd level is a basin, narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. As long as you can pass those ghosts, there will be no obstacles in the narrow road behind. Rod has been there several times and is very familiar with the situation there. That's all, I'll go over now. This is much simpler than I thought. I was going to spend some time on it at first. Mina said as she changed her fire magic suit. Mina now needed to add agility equipment to make the final preparations for the aerial breakthrough. Are you sure you can do it? Rhodes asked after sending the children back to rest. Just watch me. Mina waved goodbye to Rhodes, then entered the phantom stealth state and ran quickly to the entrance to the 2nd floor. Rhodes also kept his eyes locked on Mina's breath, intending to help him when he was in danger. At the beginning of coming here, Mina had observed the situation of this narrow passage, but he didn't know the specific situation inside. Now with Rhodes' explanation, Mina had no worries at all and planned to break in directly. Mina stomped hard 20 meters away from the ghost, and at the same time activated the hovering, and flew straight to the mountain over there. When she was about to hit the mountain, Mina immediately used her hands and feet to push the mountain hard, and rushed into the narrow path. Damn, I didn't control the force correctly, and this narrow path is too narrow. Mina cursed inwardly, and his back hit the mountain on the other side of the narrow path, causing him to see stars and his blood to boil. Seeing that half of his health was gone in one go, Mina didn't have time to eat the ration pills. He quickly moved his hands on the mountain, and while the air staying effect had not disappeared, he let his body drift into the narrow path to stay away from the ghosts below. 1 second before the air staying effect expired, Mina activated the phantom stealth and finally landed lightly on the ground. At this time, Mina rubbed his hurt back while replenishing his health, and then slowly crossed the narrow path. The narrow path was very narrow, so narrow that only a slit of sky could be seen above, and there were places where even his hands could not be spread out, so Mina walked very slowly and carefully, trying not to be scratched by the uneven mountains on both sides. Moreover, there are many large rocks that fell from above on this narrow road. Although these rocks did not block the narrow road, they also made the road here very difficult to walk. Some places were even blocked by rocks more than 1 meter high. If an ordinary ninjutsu master came here, he would probably have to spend a lot of physical strength to cross these rocks. But for Mina, it was just a matter of jumping easily, but the strength and direction of the jump had to be controlled well, otherwise he would definitely get hurt. It took half a minute to walk and jump like this, and finally Mina, who came to the second level of the Lich Land, saw the skylight in front and the figures below. These figures were all dressed in black ninjutsu robes and pointed black ninjutsu hats. People could tell at a glance that they were ninjutsu masters defined as dark apprentices by the system. In the introduction of the system, these dark apprentices have completely lost their human rationality. In order to achieve their goals, they would do anything, even joining the camp of hostile forces. For these humans whose rationality is only at the level of beasts, the prompt given by the system is ruthless extermination. Now these dark apprentices in front of Shui Nai are all red-named guys. This is the red name setting that the enemy camp does not have to take responsibility for killing. Killing them will not only not add sin points to the red name, but will gain honor points. Shui Nai, who was hiding on the side, immediately used reconnaissance to check and found that the level of the dark apprentices here was very inconsistent with the introduction on the official website. Now the lowest level is 25, which is 5 levels higher than the 20 level introduced. This place has only been opened for a few days, and the level of the dark apprentices has risen so fast. Shui Nai thought to himself. Although it was a little different from the plan, it did not affect Shui Nai's plan to kill here. Now these dark apprentices have been transformed into piles of experience, gold coins, skill books and equipment in Shui Nai's mind. Thinking of this, Shui Nai took out the ice crystal magic sword, and with a shake of his hand, a 1-meter-long ice crystal sword body came out from the hilt. Chapter 176, Cannot Use Ninjutsu. Mizuna hasn't used the ice crystal sword for a long time. Due to the quality of the ice crystal sword itself, it is not suitable for Mizuna's previous battles, so Mizuna has been hiding it. The ice crystal sword and ice shield are now on the verge of being scrapped in the battle with the Black Flame Tree Demon boss. Mizuna has put them in the warehouse of the Elemental City and no longer intends to use them. With no other choice, Mizuna can only use the ice crystal sword. Mizuna in the phantom stealth state is naturally not something that those dark apprentices outside who are only 20 or 30 levels can find. However, Mizuna doesn't dare to use magic here. For the ninjutsu masters in this world, they are very sensitive to elemental fluctuations, and the higher the level, the more sensitive they are. Mizuna doesn't want to lure out the few level 50 dark apprentices in the innermost part, and Mizuna is not interested in playing ninjutsu battles with hundreds of ninjutsu masters below, which is purely looking for abuse and death. Just thinking about hundreds of ninjutsu flying over, Mina shuddered. Mina, who was hiding at the entrance, was looking for someone who was alone. However, the dark apprentices here were discussing something in groups of 3 or 5. The voices of these people were very suppressed, as if they were afraid of waking up something fierce, so they were always whispering there. Based on what Mina saw so far, the entire huge second floor can be divided into 4 areas. The first area is the several level 50 dark apprentice bosses guarding the entrance to the 3rd floor. These dark apprentices would walk into the 3rd floor for a while from time to time, and then come out happily to find a quiet place to think quietly. And there was naturally an unmanned area around them, and those dark apprentices who were lower than them were not qualified to disturb their meditation. The second area was 50 meters away from the first area. The dark apprentices in this area were all level 50 elites. Their task was to prevent anyone from disturbing those bosses. The third area is also far from the second area, about 30 meters away, and they are all high-level ninjutsu masters. As for the outermost area, there are the most intermediate ninjutsu masters, the lowest of which are above level 25, and they are mainly distributed in the open space not far from the entrance. The number of people almost occupied half of the space of the second floor of the Lich Land. However, these 25 level dark apprentices were extremely united. Shuinai had been squatting there for 5 minutes, and there was no 25 level dark apprentice who was alone. Just when Shuinai was about to force it, the thing Shuinai wanted to see the most finally appeared. A dark apprentice suddenly left his discussion team and came to the edge of a mountain not far away. So Shuinai immediately followed him quietly, but when he saw the next posture of the dark apprentice, Shuinai was petrified. This dark apprentice was solving a major event in his life. Looking at the actions of this dark apprentice, Shuinai directly drew the ice crystal magic sword in his hand, swung it around, and chopped off the head of the person squatting there. The ice crystal sword easily cut off more than half of the neck of this dark apprentice. Ah! After the dark apprentice found the last shout, he was deader than dead. After re-entering the phantom stealth, Mina immediately found a place to hide, and did not even pick up the things that the dark apprentice dropped. While paying attention to the movements of the group of dark apprentices outside, he looked at his strength value and the ice crystal sword in his hand. Mina shook his head a little. His strength was still not enough, otherwise he could have directly cut off the head of the dark apprentice in the big solution, and there would be no chance for it to discover the scream. The dark apprentices outside did not react much to the scream. Those who heard the scream just looked over. But from their cold eyes, they didn't want to waste time doing things that would affect their practice. Mina, who calmed down, immediately ran to the body of the dark apprentice he had killed. This ordinary level dark apprentice dropped a lot of things, including a skill book, a whiteboard ninjutsu master's ninja stick, and a pair of blue cloth shoes that added spirit. After putting the ice bullet technique skill book and equipment into the backpack, Mina started the collection technique on the other parts of the equipment on the corpse. However, Mina wanted to collect equipment, not materials, so Mina's collection technique has never been successful. Even if Mina used force and planned to directly loot, she could not tear off what she wanted from the corpse. For people of the light forces, this kind of pure human monster will not produce materials. Only people of the dark forces can collect this kind of corpse, such as collecting human teeth, human eyeballs, etc. People of the dark forces need to collect these things to enter the dark ritual, or directly revive these corpses. In short, this kind of human corpse has no value to Mina at present. Looking at the hundreds of dark apprentices standing still in front of him, Mina waited for another 5 minutes, and he really couldn't wait for the next person to leave the team. Now he plans to use force directly, and at worst he will run away immediately after beating one. After making up her mind, Mina immediately walked to the dark apprentice team closest to the entrance. At present, the team with only 3 dark apprentices was the one Mina saw the least and was the easiest to attack. As soon as Mina came to them, she heard topics such as immortality, ninjutsu, and chakra. It seemed that they were studying the secrets of ninjutsu. Now these dark apprentices didn't even take out their ninjutsu sticks. They just took paper and pen and kept recording the discussion between them. Mina, who was only 5 meters away from them, immediately found one of the targets and aimed the tip of the ice crystal sword at its back. Then she rushed over at the fastest speed, and at the same time, the ice crystal sword in her hand stabbed forward with force. With a puff, Mina's ice crystal sword easily penetrated the thin dark apprentice's body at high speed. And the remaining momentum did not decrease, stabbing towards the chest of the dark apprentice opposite, stringing the two together. Ah! The dark apprentice whose heart was pierced died directly, and the dark apprentice who was pierced through the chest by the ice crystal magic sword but did not die also died after hearing the heart-wrenching scream. At this time, Mina's figure had completely appeared in the eyes of the dark apprentices, but these dark apprentices who turned around had no interest in fighting Mina, but just stared at Mina. No way, they don't attack me like this. Mina was a little surprised when she looked at the dark apprentices who kept a distance from her but did not use ninjutsu. Their actions gave Mina time to pick up the items that exploded on the ground. When Mina bent down to pick up those items, the dark apprentices also woke up, and they all set their eyes on the ninjutsu books and equipment on the ground. I saw those dark apprentices suddenly shouting. He snatched the books and equipment on the ground. Then they held the ninja sticks and rushed towards Mina one by one without caring about their lives. This made Mina's heart tighten immediately. After packing up her things, she immediately entered the phantom stealth state and fled towards the narrow road. What's going on? These guys don't use ninjutsu to attack, but instead swing ninjutsu. He picked up a stone with his staff and hit people with it. Mina touched his head that was hit by the rocks, and was a little confused about the thoughts of the dark apprentices outside who had regained their composure. If the dark apprentices who discovered him had launched a round of ninjutsu bombardment just now, he would have to flee back to the first floor. After all, Mina initially thought that these dark apprentices were scattered and would not pose too much of a threat to him who was sneaking around. Who would have thought that they would discuss ninjutsu in groups like they do now? A ninjutsu master who doesn't use ninjutsu, don't they have chakra, or is this a way for them to exercise? Mina began to speculate, but these speculations had no basis at all, and even Mina didn't believe it. In fact, what Mina didn't know was that there was a rule in the second layer of the Lich Land, that is, no one, including the dark apprentices, could use ninjutsu casually. This rule was set by the master here, and the dark apprentices under the Bone Witch naturally had to abide by it. Even Rhodes, as the temporary guardian here, didn't know this rule, and he didn't have the ability to try. He was just a pure swordsman and didn't have any ninjutsu ability. Of course, even if Rhodes had ninjutsu ability, whether the level 50 Bone Witch boss had the courage to challenge the level 100 swordsman was another matter. And the only ninjutsu with the ability to cast spells didn't intend to use ninjutsu to solve the problem at the beginning, so Mina naturally didn't find this rule. After checking the loot just obtained, Mina immediately saw a passive skill book, Chakra Amplification. This is a passive skill that can increase the chakra value of a ninjutsu master by 500 points. At present, this skill book is very popular. No ninjutsu master would think that his chakra is too much. However, Mizuna did not plan to learn it immediately. At present, this skill book that adds 500 points of chakra is worth 500 gold coins. It is not too late to wait until he gets the second one. As for other items, Mizuna has no interest. It is hard to imagine that some top quality equipment will be exploded from these level 25 dark apprentices, so Mizuna is satisfied to get a good skill book. After sneaking into a dark apprentice discussion group, Mizuna finally realized that these dark apprentices now have some problems. None of them use ninjutsu to attack themselves. Chapter 177 Rich Harvest. After knowing this, Mizuna's offensive became more fierce and faster. He even engaged in close combat with the dark apprentices around him from time to time. Although it is difficult for one person to fight four hands, Mina can still cut the surrounding dark apprentices and run away calmly with the advantage of weapons. The harvest from fighting these dark apprentices is very rich, which is completely the treatment when opening up the land. But what makes Mina depressed is that those dark apprentices also like to collect items on the ground. After being picked up by them, it is difficult to beat them out again. Therefore, Mina also changed his crazy fighting style of fighting a group of ninjutsu masters alone, and tried to solve them one by one to maximize his own interests first. After all, no one is competing with him for this monster area now. Mina knocked down another dark apprentice, and after using the flying knife in his hand to rescue, Mina flew to the narrow road. Now he needs to replenish his chakra value, life value, and endurance value. Phantom stealth consumes chakra value, and fighting with ninjutsu masters consumes life value, not to mention the endurance value consumed by fighting. After slaughtering the dark apprentices for half an hour, Mina's harvest was extremely rich, but this was only rich in quantity, and there was no guarantee of quality. Now every time Mina killed a dark apprentice, at least 3 items would be exploded. And the killed dark apprentices have not been spawned yet, which is basically the situation of opening up the wasteland. In the place where the wasteland was first opened up, the refresh rate of the monsters would be arranged according to the situation at the time and the speed of the monster's death. As for now, the land reclamation task that originally required one or even several teams to complete is now completed by Mina alone, and the refresh rate of this monster will naturally become the lowest level. However, I believe that the system will react accordingly to adjust the difficulty of this land reclamation. As for the adjustment that the system will make, Mina does not know. Now Mina is worried about the space in his backpack again. The most items in his backpack are those white equipment and 10 low and medium level ninjutsu skill books. Mina is almost tired of these low value things. However, facing these placeholders, Mina didn't dare to throw them where the dark apprentices could see them, otherwise they would pick them up and affect the subsequent explosion of items. For example, if a dark apprentice originally had only 5 items, then after he died, 3 items would be dropped, which is a question of choosing 3 out of 5. If the dark apprentice had a top quality item, the probability of it being dropped is 60%. However, after the dark apprentices picked up other equipment and put them on themselves, the number of equipment on them would exceed the original 5, and the probability of you dropping that top quality item would be small. Mizuna naturally would not let his income drop, so he now hid all the useless items under a rock in the narrow passage. What Mizuna was most satisfied with was the changes in experience and honor. In this half hour, Mizuna killed more than 50 dark apprentices in total, and the experience value increased by 50%, and it seemed that he was about to upgrade. And the honor value increased by more than 1,000 points, which was definitely a windfall. After resting in the narrow passage for more than 10 minutes, Mizuna's endurance value was almost restored. Now Mizuna's way of killing monsters is all physical labor, which for the profession of ninjutsu, the consumption of endurance is much higher than that of casting spells to kill monsters. Now Mizuna's physical fitness has reached 112 points with the bonus of equipment and gems, and the endurance is as high as 212 points. However, under this high-intensity sprint and kill, Mizuna can only sustain high-intensity physical activities for about 40 minutes at most. And she had to keep 10 minutes for the preparation of escape, so now every time Mizuna slaughtered the dark apprentices for about 30 minutes, she had to rest and recover her stamina. During this rest time, Mizuna didn't sit there idly. Anyway, she could check the items while resting, so Mizuna carefully sorted the equipment in the narrow passage. For now, those equipment can't satisfy Mizuna's appetite, so Mizuna only found a few blue equipment with rare attributes, such as a ninjutsu hat that increases ninjutsu resistance, a pair of bracelets with 3% experience bonus, etc. These attributes are rare outside, and they are also the equipment that Mizuna can use at present. As for the purple equipment, sorry, even if Mizuna slaughtered here for half an hour, she didn't see a piece of purple equipment. As for the skill books, for now, it's not ideal. There are only 2 books that make Mizuna happy, that is, the 2 chakra amplification books that Mizuna got because of her good luck. After using up one of the books, Mina felt that the chakra in her body increased a lot in an instant, and her body felt full for a while. Although this feeling disappeared quickly, Mina was happy for a long time. After all, the feeling of using up 500 gold coins in such a short time was really exciting. After the excitement, Mina immediately picked up the ice crystal sword and started a unilateral massacre against the dark apprentices outside. After charging and killing twice more, with Mina's adaptability to the ice crystal sword and high speed, Mina's skills are becoming more and more mature. Basically, she can kill a dark apprentice with one sword without letting it make a miserable cry. The biggest advantage of squatting and killing monsters is that you don't have to waste time looking for suitable monsters everywhere, especially monsters that give up their own advantages. But Mina was very curious about the dark apprentice's practice of not using ninjutsu, and there seemed to be a voice in his heart, constantly asking him to use ninjutsu to see the consequences. However, Mizuna also knew that curiosity could kill a cat with 9 lives, so he had to suppress his curiosity on the ice crystal magic sword and killed all the dark apprentices in front of him who were almost defenseless. After returning to the narrow road for the 4th time, Mizuna immediately sat on the ground and rested with his back against the mountain. At the same time, Mizuna took out the items obtained from the previous charge from his backpack and checked them one by one. However, Mizuna's current opponents are all intermediate ninjutsu masters, so the harvest is only an advantage in quantity, and the quality is really not guaranteed. Hey, this is a flame ring and a frost ring. Mizuna looked at the 2 rings in his hand that can add fire escape skills and water escape skills. These are essential equipment for ninjutsu masters. Rings like this that can increase attribute effects are not as precious as special items, but they are also rare. It seems that the closer you are to a high-level dark apprentice, the quality of the harvest is also increasing. Mizuna looked at these trophies. In addition to these 2 rings, there are 3 skill books that have not been checked. Just when Mina was about to check the 3 newly acquired skill books, Mina received a text message. Your level is rising very fast. Where are you? I can't find you in my private chat. Xiaomei. I'm in the Lich Land. That place is a special copy. It's not on the same map as you are now. Mina quickly replied and began to check the situation of the skill books below. In the player's private chat system, you must be on the same map and not too far away from each other. The first skill book has a light red cover and says Enhance Strength. It is a passive skill that can increase the learner's strength by 10 points. What, you passed the review of the temple? No, I got a high-level token from the Ninjutsu Master Guild, which can directly enter the Lich Land. The cover of the second skill book is also red, but it carries a strong flame breath. The 3 big characters Explosive Flame Bomb surrounded by flames are written on the cover. It seems that there are also people among the intermediate dark apprentices who are studying advanced ninjutsu. Since Mina's ice crystal magic sword can kill those dark apprentices with one sword, Mina has no time to check their levels. Now Mina is almost reaching the level of high-level dark apprentices. However, in order to ensure that his retreat would not be blocked, Mina had to fight to the death with the intermediate dark apprentice, intending to move forward steadily after cleaning up there. "Hey, when are you going to take us over there to lie down? If you can spend a day here, I can take you in." After Mina replied to the text message, he immediately picked up the third skill book on the ground. The first two were very powerful and were the best skill books he had gotten so far. The cover of the third skill book was black, and 3 words were written in bright red on the black cover: dark art. This is a dark ninjutsu, the most basic ninjutsu of dark ninjutsu masters. However, since Mina was not from the dark camp, Mina could only know so much about the information of this skill book, and could not even check its effect function. "It'll take a day, it's far. Why don't you get a carriage to pick us up?" "I haven't tried riding a carriage yet." "There's no carriage, but 2 human legs, do you want them?" After solving the following equipment skill books, Mina began to joke with Xiaomei. "Now there is less than an hour left before going offline, so I should be able to go one more time and call it a day. Today's experience gain is very rich, and Mina has leveled up 2 levels in one day. Mina is now only about 30% of the experience value away from level 29. As long as the massacre goes smoothly later, it is certain that she will reach level 29 today. Human legs, I don't mind, as long as you are willing. Then next time." Mina didn't expect that she was clumsy for a while and was directly trapped by Xiaomei. "You said it, don't be a jerk." "Okay." Mina replied a text message, "Anyway, it's not too late to find a way after you found it." After finishing the text message exchange with Xiaomei, Xuanai looked at his endurance value. It was time to complete today's task. Chapter 178 Escape. However, when Xuanai walked out of the narrow passage, he found that the dark apprentices outside had made new movements. They lined up one by one and walked towards the entrance of the 3rd floor. Abnormal must be a demon. For the sake of safety, Xuanai had to lie on the side and see the situation clearly before taking action. Looking at the remaining dark apprentices in front of him, all of them were arranged neatly into 5 columns regardless of level and the previous regional division. Just when Xuanai was very puzzled, 10 purple-black flames suddenly floated out from the entrance of the 3rd floor and spread evenly to the 2nd floor of the Lich Land. A faint grey mist began to emerge from the 10 burning flames and enveloped the basin. The speed of these mists spreading was very fast, so fast that Xuanai had no chance to quietly get away from them. Soon, Xuanai was enveloped by these grey mists. When the grey mist touched Mina's skin, Mina felt a flash before her eyes, and her whole body walked uncontrollably to the dark apprentices, and followed them to line up. At this time, Mina's consciousness immediately glanced at the character's status bar, and saw that there was an additional hypnotized state, but the duration of this special state was only 15 seconds, because Mina's physique was too high, and the effect of these hypnotic smoke was only so much. After 15 seconds, Mina immediately regained control of his body. Just when he was about to leave the team, a voice full of seductive magic came from the entrance of the 3rd floor. This voice immediately interrupted Mina's idea of turning around and running away. "I am your great master Nabils. Contribute your chakra, and I will bring you into the world of witches." At this time, several figures appeared from the entrance of the 3rd floor, no, it should be said that several skeletons. When Xuanai saw these monsters that looked like skeleton soldiers, she felt cold all over and quickly changed her equipment. If these skeletons were holding blunt knives and rusty swords, Xuanai would have killed these guys. But now the skeleton in front of Xuanai was holding a 1 meter long ninja stick, a genuine ninja stick, with a glittering crystal on the top of the stick, and a white boss on the top. Looking at these 5 bone wizards holding a stick in one hand and a blue crystal ball in the other, Xuanai immediately looked around and prepared to escape. At this time, a skeleton with a red glow suddenly appeared from the entrance of the 3rd floor. This skeleton with the red word boss on his head was the owner of this Lich Land, the Bone Wizard Nabils. When the Bone Wizard Nabilis appeared, the purple-black flames on the field became more vigorous, and the grey mist it emitted was also like this, but there was no way to hypnotize Mina anymore. Because it held the blade of a dagger in its hand, once it felt hypnotized, it would clench it hard and dispel the influence of the hypnotic mist through the effect of pain. "My servants, it's time to contribute your chakra. As long as your contribution is enough, I will give you the power of immortality. And the lucky one today is him. Contribute, as long as the contribution is enough, you can also be like him, becoming immortal." After Nabils finished speaking, another lich appeared from the entrance of the 3rd floor. Although this lich is just an ordinary lich, not even an elite, liches are a species that is stronger than humans. They have chakras that are far more powerful than humans, and they are also proficient in both the undead ninjutsu and the ninjutsu system of their previous life, except the holy light system. Except for the holy light ninjutsu, other ninjutsu are difficult to hurt them, and their resistance and defense are terrifyingly high. What surprised Mina even more was that this was only the lowest level bone wizard Nabil's among the wizards. Although he had the ability to create bone wizards, this was a terrifying ability. It seemed that the purpose of collecting chakra was to create bone wizards. At this time, Mina also received a notification from the system. System, you have received the task of the bone wizard. As long as you become a dark apprentice, you will have the opportunity to become a bone wizard and squeeze into the ranks of immortality. Damn, I can tell at a glance that this Nabil's is just a guy who uses dark apprentices as batteries. It is impossible for me to be kept in captivity like pigs and sheep. Mina looked at the hypnotized dark apprentices around him. There was no light in their eyes, but their faces were full of fanaticism. They had been completely controlled by Nabil's ninjutsu. Now they only have fanatical reactions to ninjutsu, skill books, etc. As for other things, they can no longer affect them. It's no wonder that they have no reaction to the death of their companions. At this time, Mina felt that he was swept by a cold gaze. Mina looked at the bosses above nervously. Now Mina was dressed like a dark apprentice, but he didn't know if this bone witch boss had other abilities. What if it had the ability to detect whether he was a non-dark apprentice? That would be terrible. Why are there so many fewer of my servants, and they are all dead? What's going on now? Bone Wizard Nobilis had never paid much attention to the existence of the pigs and sheep below, but today it discovered a problem. That is, the number of dark apprentices below has decreased, and it has decreased by about half, while the breath of the dead here is much heavier. Thinking that his experiment might be forced to stop, Nobilis was furious. Very good, you actually have the courage to stay here. Nobilis immediately saw that among the dark apprentices below, there was a person with a strong breath of justice. This breath was very weak, but if you look carefully, you can still see it. Oh no! Mina's heart skipped a beat, but she immediately made up her mind. Mina's figure disappeared in an instant, and then she ran quickly to the back in the state of phantom stealth. Eliminate the invaders. The fiery red ghost fire in the eyes of the bone wizard Nabil's flashed, and he immediately discovered the fleeing Mina through other means of observation. At the same time, he waved his ninja stick, and a grey-black smoke shot forward quickly, covering all the surrounding space in an instant. Mina's figure also appeared in this space, but Mina's phantom stealth state was not broken. And those dark apprentices who did not contribute chakra also began to cast ninjutsu. For a time, at least 7 kinds of ninjutsu lights were emitted from the ninjutsu sticks of these dark apprentices, and the 7 escape ninjutsu of fire, water, thunder, wind, earth, wood, and dark were all aimed at the fleeing Mina. However, Mina's escape speed far exceeded everyone's expectations. These ninjutsu did not hit Mina, but hit the ground and the air all at once. The colorful ninjutsu storm covered that place in an instant. However, the second ninjutsu of these dark apprentices, who were mainly high-level ninjutsu masters, and those bone wizards were also ready, and the trajectory of the ninjutsu was corrected. Mina, who was running away, knew what was happening behind her just by the strong chakra fluctuations and the ninjutsu light coming from behind. With a boom, all the ninjutsu behind her collided and exploded violently, and the storm almost knocked Mina over. Mina, who had just stabilized her body, saw that her health was knocked down by 70% by the shock wave of the ninjutsu storm, and the chakra behind her began to change again. Now Mina didn't even have time to take out the medicine, and she just ran forward quickly. Because the second round of ninjutsu bombing was coming soon. At this time, although Mina was only 20 meters away from the entrance of the narrow passage, if the ninjutsu behind also entered this narrow space, then the result waiting for Mina was that she would be wiped out by the shock wave generated by the violent collision and explosion of many ninjutsu in an instant. In the narrow passage, the shock wave generated by the ninjutsu explosion will become concentrated, which increases the power of the shock wave, enough to wipe out the remaining blood. However, in this situation, although Mina was very nervous, she was not afraid, but too calm. Mina was in a special state. In this state, Mina's senses became very sensitive, and the whole world seemed to slow down suddenly. Whether it was her own movements, the ninjutsu behind her, or the slightest movement around her. In Mina's eyes, these things slowed down, as if they were processed with slow motion. Same, but the only thing that didn't slow down was Mina's heart, or Mina's thinking. In his mind, Mina could accurately react to the ninjutsu that had already taken shape in the back by just relying on the chakra fluctuations. Although he couldn't capture their number, he could know which ninjutsu flew the fastest, was closest to him, and was the most dangerous one among the hundreds of ninjutsu. The fastest flying ninjutsu among all the ninjutsu was naturally the lightning escape with paralysis effect. This lightning arrow, which was famous for its speed, passed all the ninjutsu from behind and flew to Mina's back. However, Mina had sensed the fastest lightning escape ninjutsu early on, and Mina had slowly processed the lightning arrow. Now the lightning arrow was advancing in Mina's mind one by one, from it slowly emerging from the crowd to flying to the front, it was completely restored in his mind, with unusual clarity. If the lightning arrow behind is only this speed, Mizuna in this state has enough confidence to get rid of it with a horizontal drift. But now Mizuna has more than one ninjutsu behind her. There are dozens of advanced ninjutsu behind her, and these advanced ninjutsu are range ninjutsu. In Mizuna's current state, it is definitely a matter of death. Moreover, he is now in the stage of escape, and he is not allowed to drift horizontally at this time to change the only escape direction. Chapter 179 Mysterious Thief. Just when this ninjutsu is only 5 meters away from Mizuna's body, and Mizuna is only 3 meters away from the entrance of the narrow passage. As long as you enter the narrow passage, about 50% of the ninjutsu will be filtered out by the mountains on both sides. But the remaining 50% can take Mizuna's life. However, Mizuna will certainly not run away blindly like this. The 15-second cooling time of Phantom Stealth is completed at this moment. In other words, from Mizuna turning around to escape to being bombed by ninjutsu, it only happened in these 15 seconds. In these 15 seconds, Mina ran from one side of the basin to the other, covering a distance of nearly 150 meters. Mina's figure was seen to have given herself an ice shield at this time, which allowed Mina to come out of the Phantom Stealth state directly. However, at this moment, Mina's body was split into two, but the other Mina disappeared in an instant. The remaining Mina immediately turned around and held the ice shield to guard 1 meter in front of the narrow entrance. The fast-moving ninjutsu arrived one after another in the next 1 second. The ice shield in Mina's clone's hand was smashed into pieces in an instant, and before it fell to the ground, it was directly blasted into nothingness by the next ninjutsu. But it also completed its mission. Ninjutsu that came later was detonated by the power produced by the ninjutsu in front of the target. But the clone was submerged by the ocean of ninjutsu in the next moment. The colorful ninjutsu storm and the powerful shock wave were controlled in the 1-meter space at the entrance. Although a part of the shock wave rushed into the narrow passage, it did not have the ability to wipe out the remaining health of Mina. Mina, who only had 5% health left and was almost exhausted, finally resisted the shock wave generated by the colorful ninjutsu storm. Mina quickly drank several bottles of potion, including a bottle of pine cone wine. Now Mina's endurance was defined as a serious injury state by the system because the health value just now was not replenished in time, so her endurance dropped seriously. After quickly packing up the items on the ground that were ready to be taken away, and then checking and changing a set of all agility-enhancing equipment, Mina decided to go and see the movement of the Bone Witch boss again, otherwise, if he came in next time and was not prepared, he would die miserably. Although the half of Mizuna's attributes that were split by the magic shadow ring have not returned, Mizuna does not believe that the Dark Apprentice and the Bone Wizards can perform a level 60 teleport. As long as Mizuna is given about 4 or 5 seconds of reaction time, they can definitely escape in this narrow passage. As for Mizuna's special state before, Mizuna also studied it. However, since the system did not provide the corresponding information and there was no system prompt, Mizuna just thought that this state was the state of human power burst when in danger. However, for this game that can actually simulate the human burst state, Mizuna can only admire the designers of this game. In that state just now, Mizuna just felt that the world slowed down all of a sudden. But later, Mizuna also knew that this was just an illusion, that her reaction and thinking became faster in reality. But fortunately, she actually adapted to this change in an instant. Otherwise, if she couldn't adapt to such a change at that time, she would definitely fail. However, when Mizuna thought about the experience of being hit by all the magic and being blasted to pieces, she felt a little scared. The pain from the clone almost instantly made Mizuna think of committing suicide, but fortunately, the pain did not last too long. After all, the clone's health at that time was only about 15% of the original, and it basically could not last half a second in the coverage area of the ninjutsu storm before it turned into powder. However, the feeling this time was much stronger than when he was flattened by the Golden Tree Demon. After all, he was hit by several escape ninjutsu at the same time, and the ice the coldness of water escape, the heat of fire escape, the electric shock of lightning escape, the cutting of wind escape, the penetration of earth escape, the piercing of wood escape, and the corrosion of darkness escape. All these ninjutsu effects acted on Mina's clone, and then immediately reflected in Mina's mind. That kind of pain can only be said to be unprecedented, and it is still impossible to explain it clearly. Only those who have tried it will understand the pain inside. Quietly coming to the entrance that has been completely destroyed by the ninjutsu storm, Mina hid behind a rock that was blasted down and looked at the second floor area that had calmed down. Now some dark apprentices are still contributing chakra, but it has reached the final stage. Those dark apprentices who have been hypnotized and exhausted their chakra have returned to their original areas. Now these dark apprentices are in a serious bad state. The eyes that were originally dull now look even more lifeless, and even the fanaticism on their faces has been replaced by fatigue. It seems that their chakra has been completely drained. However, now is not the time to study the state of the dark apprentice, because Shui Nai saw some faint black air suddenly appearing around. However, this black air is not the black air of the black boss that is so powerful that it leaks out and materializes, but the dark power with the smell of death and decay. I saw that the bone wizard Nobilis was holding a magic ball full of chakra in one hand and a staff in the other, chanting a spell to the air. Nobilis's spell was not loud, but the sound enveloped the entire second floor space, and even Shui Nai, who was hiding at the entrance, heard it clearly, without missing a word. It's just that this spell is very difficult to understand. No, it should be said that Shui Nai doesn't understand what kind of language it is. Although Shui Nai didn't understand it, she could hear that the spell had an ancient and cool taste. This feeling made Shui Nai feel a little hairy, and then a stream of cold air spread from the spine to the head. What kind of ghost ninjutsu is this that produces this feeling? Mina looked at the 10 black gas groups 100 meters away in front of her. These 10 black gas groups were obviously created by Nobilis, and as it chanted its spell, the color of these black gas groups continued to deepen and shrink into shape. Hey, so much like a human. Mina looked at the black gas group that was almost formed. Now Mina could distinguish the head and torso of the black gas group, and the shape of this black gas group was very similar to that of a human, but without feet. My loyal servants, guard the gate and suck all those who try to break in into mummies. Nabil's words also came from a long distance. It seems that the bone witch spoke in the form of spiritual resonance, and it was the kind of spiritual resonance that could not distinguish between enemies and friends, which was much worse than the fixed-point resonance of green. However, Nabil's words also made Mina immediately understand what those things that were floating over were, the 10 freshly baked ghosts. Listen to me, servants below. I am going to be in seclusion for a while. During this period, I allow you to use ninjutsu to eliminate the invaders. I will grant the servant who eliminates the most invaders the right to eternal life. The bone wizard Nobils issued a second instruction to the dark apprentice below. Now it must speed up its evolution process to make itself have the strength to realize that plan. Lei, what happened just now? That voice was very shocking. A human appeared out of thin air and said to the bone wizard Nobils. The bone wizard Nobils, who had just returned to the 3rd floor, looked at the human thief who appeared here, and did not react much. He just pointed the cold flame in his eye sockets at him. A little mouse broke in, but I beat it away. Nobils also knew that Mizuno was not dead, but that was no longer its business. Little mouse, is it from another profession? I remember that the church did not approve people of other professions to come in. Although the thief showed his figure, his expression and body were a little blurry, which made people dizzy. However, there was only a blood-red ghost fire in the eye sockets of the bone wizard. As for whether it would be dazzled, there was no need to think about it. Humph, don't forget that the Ninja Master Guild also had a hand in the ninja shield above. The Ninja Master Guild spent no less effort than you. Although they gave this place to you to manage, they will naturally leave a back door to serve themselves. Haha, this can't be blamed on me. I know nothing about ninja. The thief touched the dagger that he never left. I don't blame you for this, but I hope there won't be a second mouse. My servant's magic power is very precious. Well, I came here to tell you that it's out of our control now. The Ninja Guild has put pressure on us, and this place will soon become a battlefield of killing. You'd better make more toys, otherwise you will be killed and become a ghost. It's no wonder we didn't remind you. Humph, don't worry, I won't die so easily. I won't die unless I bring down this country. That's good. For our plan, you really can't die so quickly, my sage. Humph, I'm a sage, Otherwise I would have destroyed this country long ago. Bone Wizard Nabeels couldn't help but touch his forehead skull, where there was a small wound. It was this wound that made it lose everything, made it have to start over, and made it embark on this road of no return. Well, it's time for me to go. Don't die, my former friend, the thief said, and slashed the dagger in the air. A black crack slowly appeared in front of him, and it continued to expand. The thief walked into the crack that was as high as 2 people, and then waved to Nabeels. I'm going to retreat these days, and I'll turn off the teleportation array. Nabeels suddenly said. Whatever, I won't come again anyway. As the black crack disappeared, the mysterious thief also disappeared. Chapter 180 Zombie King. Back to Shuinai on the narrow road, he is now being closely chased by the 10 ghosts. Since Shuinai's attributes were divided equally, he can only stubbornly distance himself from the ghosts. However, it seems that all creatures of the undead system have the ability to burst. Shuinai remembered that the ghosts did not move fast at first, but when they sensed Shuinai's breath, they accelerated explosively and pounced on Qinhao fiercely. Shuinai looked at the new ghost-haunted state in his status bar and cursed himself for being careless. Just now, Shuinai thought that the speed of ghosts would be the same as that of ordinary undead creatures, which would be very slow. However, Shuinai did not expect that although these ghosts were slow, they would burst so quickly, and the burst time was very long. Before he could pay attention, he was possessed by a ghost. Just when Mina was absent-minded, he felt a severe cold coming over him, and he immediately knew that he was entangled by another ghost. The strongest ability of a ghost is to entangle a prey, and then slowly drain the prey's health, as well as other energy, such as chakra, such as fighting spirit. Now Mina can only pour red and blue potions into his mouth while running forward at full speed. Mina, who was entangled by 2 ghosts, saw that the consumption of his health was the same as when he was possessed by the flame dragon, losing 20 points of health per second. If he was possessed by the 8 ghosts behind him, he would be exhausted in an instant when he was only half of his usual state. The short half-minute journey had exhausted Mina. Looking at the 4 ghosts in the status bar, Mina looked at the 6 ghosts guarding the door in front. He could only grit his teeth and use the light of life to save his life. Then he jumped up fiercely, and immediately activated the hovering. After several minor collisions with the mountain, Mina finally got out of the narrow road. At this time, Shuinai was free and felt that the light of life on her body was a little abnormal. I saw that this light of life no longer replenished her life instantly like before, but instead emitted a hissing light on her body, and black smoke continued to emerge in the place covered by the green light. These smokes twisted rapidly in the air, and then floated down lightly. When she saw the 4 ghosts on her body being driven out of her body by the light of life with powerful life force, Shuinai immediately felt that she was surrounded by warmth. At the beginning, Shuinai did not think that the light of life could deal with the ghost's entanglement. After all, although the ghost's entanglement has a negative state effect, it is also a ghost's attack skill, and it is reasonable that it will not be affected by the light of life. Then it can only be explained by the saying that undead creatures are afraid of things with strong vitality. After all, the undead are dead creatures, and it is normal to be afraid of this. Looking at the 4 ghosts below that have become spherical due to absorbing a lot of life energy, they can no longer maintain their own form. So, Mina immediately laughed happily, and Mina is no longer afraid of them. Mina, who came down from the air, has already left those ghosts far away. Looking at the 16 level 40 ghosts, all crowded at the entrance of the 2nd floor, squeezing the entrance very tightly. Ordinary people may not be able to pass through this place without damage. But in this place, those who are interested in entering the 2nd floor are not ordinary people. With Rhodes's level 100 strength, even if these ghosts are powerful, they cannot rely on Rhodes. As long as Rhodes's flame fighting spirit bursts out, it will cause serious damage to these ghosts, or even kill them. But to really kill those ghosts, you must use the purification technique of the Holy Light Ninjutsu or the ninjutsu with purification effect, only this can completely kill it. Otherwise, the ghosts can be resurrected, although their resurrection time is relatively long. With the light gravity state of Mina's phantom stealth, it is actually very easy to pass these ghost guards. However, at the beginning, Mina didn't know the sensing range of these ghosts, and was afraid that they would follow him all the way to the 2nd floor. That's why he used the hovering method, thinking that the higher the better. Now he has completely known the sensing range of these ghosts, which is a radius of 20 meters, and the ghosts themselves are fixed. With the light gravity state, it is easy to float to a height of about 10 meters. Although Mina's light gravity state can allow him to jump to a height of more than 10 meters, it is still within the ghost's sensing radius, so Mina now has to practice and make the second jump on the mountain. Although the effect of hovering in the air is good, Mina is not flexible in the hovering state, and has no ability to change direction in the air, and can only fly in one direction. This effect is less and less useful now. After all, now both the players and monsters have become stronger, and Mina, who is like a target, can be dealt with easily. But jumping in the light gravity state is different. This ability can fully adapt to most environments. However, Mina, who is now only half of his usual strength, tried hard to escape towards the wooden house, because the zombie bosses led by the zombie king behind him refused to let Mina go. Just now, Mina, who could not change direction in the air, happened to fall into the territory of the 20level red zombie king boss. Seeing a stranger approaching, the zombie king naturally raised the large kitchen knife in his hand and chopped at him, and Mizuna also naturally launched a ninjutsu to counterattack. However, this zombie king was wearing armor with anti-magic ability, and Mizuna's ice cone could not break the defense of that armor. So, the level of this armor is definitely gold or above. Unable to beat, Mizuna naturally ran away. The red violent zombie king immediately threw away the weapon weighing dozens of kilograms after seeing that the kitchen knife in his hand had no effect. Then a red light flashed, and the zombie king's hands immediately grew half a meter long dark sharp nails, and quickly pounced on Mizuna, who was dealing with the zombie king's men. Now Mizuna is running around in the pile of zombies, but these zombies will burst out with powerful abilities the moment a stranger approaches, which makes Mizuna suffer a lot. And in the case of poisoning, Mizuna's phantom stealth was directly abolished. If it weren't for the cold effect of the ice escape ninjutsu on these zombies, Mizuna would have been torn into pieces by the zombies. After finally running out of the zombie pile, she immediately found that the zombie king actually ran out in front of her. Looking at the half-meter-long nail sword, Mizuna ran immediately. Even ordinary zombies have the ability to burst, and this zombie king, which is at least several levels higher than ordinary zombies, is even more so, and the burst time will definitely be longer and the burst power will be more terrifying. And more importantly, this zombie king has already caught up with Mizuna's speed before it has burst. Looking at this zombie king who runs much faster than a ninjutsu master, Mizuna's advantage as an agile ninjutsu master is basically gone. Despite this, Mizuna still tried hard to pull the zombie king out of the zombie pile and came to the open space belonging to the skeleton soldiers. After turning around and using the ice shield to block the 10-nail sword stabbing at her back, Mizuna immediately used Thunderbolt Ice on the ground. This was his only way to deal with the zombie king, and for this reason, Mina didn't ask for help from the wooden house. For now, the armor of this zombie king is very powerful, but not comprehensive. Although this armor can protect its head, it can't protect its feet below. Looking at the zombie king whose feet were frozen by the Thunderbolt Ice, Mina immediately launched the follow-up ninjutsu, and saw ice cones hitting the knees of this zombie king one by one. Although most of the ice cones were blocked by the leggings on the knees, the cold air contained in the ice cones aggravated the freezing effect below. Puff, after more than 20 ice cones were fired, one finally triggered the armor-breaking defense-ignoring effect. The effect of this ice cone is very powerful, and it made the zombie king's health value disappear by 1%. Although it is only a small part compared to the zombie king with a health value of tens of thousands points, the zombie king is an undead creature, and its health recovery speed is very slow. In addition, it was now frozen there by Mina, and the armor-weakening effect of the ice cone was also consuming the defensive ability of its leggings. It was only a matter of time to defeat it. Looking at the leggings under the zombie king that were dented by the ice cone, Mina was a little unhappy. This metal leggings has such a high defensive ability, it must not be an ordinary item. If it can be exploded, it will be great. However, if the zombie king was blown up by himself before he died, then there would be no possibility of this equipment being exploded, because once the equipment on the monster is broken, it is impossible to repair it, unless it is a task item. So now Mina has to feel heartache every time he uses an ice cone. However, just when the leggings on the left foot of the zombie king were about to be blown up by the ice cone, the red aura on the zombie king suddenly shrank. Upon seeing this scene, Mina immediately stepped back several steps. But in the process of retreating, the ice cones on the Mina ninja staff did not stop for a moment, and all hit the zombie king's left foot. The red light shrank into the zombie king's body for about 3 seconds, and the frozen ice crystals under the zombie king suddenly turned red, and cracks quickly climbed up the smooth ice crystals. As the zombies, the red light at the king's feet continued to condense, and the color became as red as blood. These red lights continued to emerge from the cracks of the ice crystals and then disappeared into the air. As the number of cracks increased, the ice crystals began to be squeezed and deformed by the red light inside. With a loud bang, the ice crystals were finally broken by the red light. The broken but sharp ice crystals were swept away by the explosive air waves and shot in all directions. Chapter 181 Mysterious Batch. Ding ding. A series of ice crystal fragments collided with the ice shield continuously. Looking at the zombie king in front, who was a little weak because of the big move, Mina threw away the ice shield that was blown up by the fragments, drank the potion, and looked at the zombie king who was frozen there by himself again, and couldn't help but admire the power of thunder ice. Seeing that the zombie king suddenly opened his mouth and roared at Mina. Then he kept scraping the ice crystals below with his fingernails, causing ice chips to fly. It stinks. Mizuna retreated while continuing to use Thunderbolt Ice on the Zombie King to reinforce the thickness of the ice crystals below it. Although the Zombie King's foot defense has increased a lot with the bonus of the frozen ice crystals, it can make the Zombie King a target that will not move. I believe many players will do this. But now the armor of this Zombie King is too troublesome. With Mizuna's current level of Fire Escape, Lightning Escape, and Ice Escape ninjutsu, there is no way to break its defense. After that, Mizuna put the ninjutsu on the Zombie King's hand, but now the Zombie King seemed to have suddenly gained wisdom and did not let those ice cones hit him at all. Now Mizuna had to go around the back of the Zombie King, constantly reinforcing the freezing effect of Thunderbolt Ice, and then find the right props in the backpack. Shui Na actually thought about the Flame Dragon Shock Wave, but he didn't know if it could break the defense of the armor. If it couldn't break the defense, then the freezing effect of the Zombie King would definitely be lifted by the flame of the Flame Dragon. Moreover, Shui Na now found that this Zombie King really recovered some of his wisdom before his death. At least Shui Na felt that there were some changes in the expression on the face of this Zombie King. For example, when the Zombie King was frozen by Shui Na again after bursting the frozen ice crystal, its expression clearly showed a trace of anger and unwillingness, and it also roared at Shui Na. For now, this is the first time Shui Na has seen a zombie scream. Pulling out the ice crystal magic sword, Shui Na can only try to use physical attacks to deal with it now, otherwise, Shui Na really has no way to deal with it. You can't use thunder bombs here. If you scare the children here, it will ruin your relationship with Road. He fiercely slashed at the neck of the Zombie King, which had no defense equipment. Ding! The ice crystal magic sword actually slashed directly into the neck of the Zombie King, and it stopped only when it slashed at the spine. It seems that the Zombie King, who has lost the red light, has become fragile. It's a good idea. I saw Mina cut the ice crystal magic sword around the neck of the Zombie King, and quickly cleaned up the rotten meat outside, leaving only the spine with red light. After cutting off the ice crystal sword several times, Mina finally cut off the head of the Zombie King, but the decapitated Zombie King still had 40% of his health. However, for this head that was no longer protected by armor, it soon died under Mina's continuous fireballs. There was no suspense about this. Picking up the 5 items on the ground with both hands, Mina strode towards the wooden house. Mina found that her head was still a little dizzy. When she looked at the status bar, she immediately saw that the corpse poison status was still there. Ignoring the corpse poison that only depleted 1 second of life per second, Mina began to check the items she got yesterday. The 5 items that had been kept outside overnight because there was no space in the backpack were not touched by Road and his friends. Now Road had gotten up and was standing on the top of the wooden house observing the situation below. The children should not have gotten up yet. Returning his eyes to the items in his hand, 2 pieces of equipment, a skill book, a dark green bead, and a mysterious badge similar to a professional badge. These 2 pieces of equipment were what Mina wanted most yesterday, and these 2 pieces of equipment were much more advanced than Mina expected. These 2 pieces of equipment were dark gold armor and purple leggings. This dark gold armor was a half-body armor, including chest armor, shoulder armor, elbow pads, and basically the upper body was tightly protected except for the head, wrists, and hands. Item: Damaged Brave Armor, Dark Gold Set Equipment. Warrior only. Usage level, level 30. Durability. Weight, 100. Item description: This is a half-body armor made of a special alloy made by the dwarves, which has a strong physical defense ability. At the same time, this half-body armor combines the wisdom of the dwarves and humans, and is engraved with a powerful barrier array inside, which can resist the damage of ninjutsu. Item basic effect: Physical defense plus 1000. Item bonus effect: all attributes plus 20, HP limit plus 500, fighting spirit plus 200. Item special effect, immune to all attacks below advanced level, debuff type ninjutsu, while weakening the ninjutsu damage received, only limited to the head and torso. Note, this item is also a quest item, can trigger hidden quests. Looking at this dark gold set of equipment that can definitely be called the nemesis of ninjutsu masters, Mina was happy and disappointed. She was happy that she didn't fall for this equipment that can be called a small artifact, and she was disappointed that she couldn't use this equipment. Now Mina is still a little confused about the word damaged. The word damaged means that there should be damaged parts of this equipment, but no matter how you check this equipment, it is complete, without any so-called damaged parts. Mina was stimulated by the dark gold equipment and immediately gave up the problem. Anyway, she couldn't use it, so she would ask other NPCs about the quest item. Picking up the purple metal leggings, as soon as she saw the metal, Mina knew that she couldn't use it as a ninjutsu master. This leggings protects the thighs and calves, and can protect the lower body well. However, the left side of this leggings is now full of small holes punched by Mina. The properties of this leggings are much worse than those of the dark gold armor, but it is a rare dark equipment of the light camp. Item, Undead Leggings, Purple Equipment. Warrior only. Usage level, level 30. Durability. Weight, 70. Item description, this is a dark equipment that has mutated due to long-term contact with undead creatures. Non-dark creatures will be cursed by the undead when wearing it, and undead creatures will have a strengthening effect. Item basic effect, physical defense plus 650. Item bonus effect, agility plus 50, ninjutsu defense plus 450, curse resistance plus 40. Item special effects, non-dark creatures wearing this equipment will be cursed by the undead, all attributes will decrease by 20%, and health will decrease by 10 points per second. Undead creatures wearing this equipment will be possessed by the undead, and their speed will increase by 50%. This equipment is too good, but there are some problems with the curse of the undead, which is too deceptive. If it is from the light camp and a dark creature, are there any players with such status? Looking at this powerful equipment, Mina still shook her head and put it aside first. Anyway, she doesn't need it, so she'd better keep it for those who need it. Continue to the next item, looking at the active skill called Power Burst, it can make the learner's power burst in a short time, and its amplification strength is 3 times the original power value. The upper limit of the use time of each skill is 2 hours, and the use time can be freely controlled. However, once this skill is ended, it will immediately enter a state of power weakness 3 times the use time. That is to say, every minute of power burst will be restricted by the weak state in the next 3 minutes, and the power value will drop by 50%. This skill should be said to be powerful. For a power-type warrior, when fighting against the enemy, suddenly using this skill can definitely overwhelm all opponents in an instant. Looking at this universal skill without any occupation requirements, even Mina wants to learn it. With Mina's current 28 points of power, when she picks up the Ice Crystal Sword, she should be able to kill most of the ninjutsu masters and wizards in seconds. Well, let's talk about it later. Mina, who was hesitant, had to put the skill book aside. Pick up the gem-like bead, which is only a corpse poison gem, a complete gem. Inlaying this bead can add corpse poison effects to physical weapons, and it can also be placed in the accessories column to increase corpse poison resistance. Alas, it seems that the harvest is not very good. Mizuna's physique is high, and her resistance is higher than that of ordinary ninjutsu masters and assassins. She has a strong resistance to the weak corpse poison. This bead has little effect on Mizuna, and Mizuna is a ninjutsu master, so she can't embed it on the ninja stick. Very disappointed, Mizuna looked at the last badge thing. This is indeed a badge. It's just that the pattern on this octagonal badge is very simple, so simple that it only depicts a golden sword, and there is not even a trace of pattern around it. The only decoration on the badge is a very small gem on the hilt of the inlaid golden sword. The gem is so small that people can't see it clearly, and it is a transparent colorless gem, which is basically not meant for people to see it. If Mizuna's fingers hadn't felt a small protrusion there, he would never have been able to find this thing that is closer to gem powder. Item, Mysterious Badge, Mission Prop. Weight, 1. Item description, this is a mysterious badge, and the badge exudes the light of honor that belongs only to the brave. Item effect, unknown. Mission tip, long history. Another mission item, and there is only a mission tip of long history. Where do you want me to do this mission? Mina looked at the dark gold armor and mysterious badge in her hand. These two so-called mission items did not mention the specific mission at all, and there was no explanation of where to start. Could it be that finding their quest NPCs is also part of the quest? And these two things exploded from the same monster, so there should be some connection. Mina immediately began to sort out these clues. It has a long history. So, we have to find some old people to ask about their origins. Chapter 182 The Origin of the Items. When Mina thought of the old man, she immediately thought of Rod above her. Rod looked like he was over 50 years old. In this world, he could be considered an old man. She looked up at Rod, and Rod also felt Mina's gaze and immediately came down. Is there anything? Rod watched Mina kill the zombie king yesterday, and his interest in him became stronger and stronger. He had never seen a ninjutsu master who could use a sword. Yes, do you know the origin of these two items? Mina held one in each hand. The badge was okay, basically weightless, but the armor was much heavier. This armor has great power, but I have never seen the style and pattern of this armor. Rhodes looked at the armor at first sight. He gently stroked the pattern on the dark golden armor and was thinking hard about the relevant armor information. The same goes for this badge. I have never seen it. But I can feel that there is a powerful force guarding it. Although this force has no attack power, it is very powerful. I really didn't expect to find these things on the Zombie King. It seems that this place should not be simple. Shui Na didn't expect that a single level 20 monster would explode such a top quality item, and this place is a special copy. Now Shui Na also thinks this place is a bit strange. Yes. Although this place is called the Cemetery of the Dead, 500 years ago, this was an ancient battlefield, and countless people died here. The impact of the powerful force even pulled this place into the dimensional space. Now this place is summoned from the dimensional space by the Bone Witch using a special method. Rhodes' tone is like reciting the information. No way, does the Bone Witch have this strength? Shui Na didn't believe that the Bone Witch would be so powerful. After all, it was only level 50, not even a wizard. I don't know about this. The information in my hand says this. Oh. By the way, help me give these items to them. I found a lot of such equipment on the second floor. I have to go to the second floor for training later. I don't have time to give them. Shui Na handed the medical magician equipment and skill books in the backpack to Rhodes. As for the priest profession among the dark apprentices, Shui Na got the information from the official website. The biggest reason why these medical magicians will go into the darkness is to pursue powerful power and the desire for immortality. Power and immortality have always been what people want. After putting the two pieces of equipment into the backpack, Shui Na immediately received a system notification. This notification is about the equipment ranking list. The two top-grade equipment in Shui Na's hand can definitely burst into the top 10 of the equipment ranking list. At present, there are only two pieces of dark gold equipment, a dark gold staff and a dark gold dagger. These two pieces of equipment have occupied the top 2 places in the equipment ranking list for a long time. After issuing 2 consecutive no commands, Shui Na did not let these 2 pieces of equipment fight on the ranking list. As a low-key player, Shui Na naturally knows the double-edged nature of treasures. At present, choosing whether to be on the list is Shui Na's unique right. Because the lurking mask in Shui Na's hand can hide all her information, and when these 2 pieces of equipment enter Shui Na's backpack, they are officially owned by Shui Na. After the items explode from the monster, if the items are not collected into the backpack or equipped by the player, these items will become ownerless and all creatures can pick them up. Of course, some special equipment or task props will automatically bind to the user, but these things generally cannot enter the equipment ranking list. After spending a lot of effort, Shui Na still came to the second level of the Lichland safely, but this time the Dark Apprentices welcomed him very enthusiastically. With more than a dozen ninjutsu, he finally risked his life to get rid of all the intermediate Dark Apprentices. Now Mizuna can safely use the Ice Crystal Sword against the advanced Dark Apprentices. However, the advanced Dark Apprentices are much stronger than the intermediate ones in terms of health and reaction, and the current Dark Apprentices are allowed to use ninjutsu, which hinders Mizuna's hunting again and again. This is the 4th time he has escaped back to the narrow road. After using a few recovery techniques on himself, Mizuna immediately checked his gains. Mizuna is now level 30. The experience points given by the Dark Apprentices who can use ninjutsu today are more than twice that of yesterday, but the risk is much greater. Basically, every time he comes back, his health will not be higher than 40%. I remember that at the beginning, Mizuna had to sacrifice a clone to escape the coverage of the small ninjutsu storm. If it weren't for the intermediate instant recovery medicine on him, if there was more water, he might not be able to withstand the aftermath. Since then, Mina has been much more careful. After beating one, he immediately sneaks into the phantom, and then picks up the things that explode according to the situation. Although Mina had wanted to attack those high-level dark apprentices a long time ago, it was just to make the second floor have enough turning space so that he could dodge those large-scale ninjutsu. Therefore, Mina had to make some efforts and risk clearing all the scattered intermediate dark apprentices around, and at the same time avoid being surrounded by others. Seeing that more than half of the space on the second floor was vacant, Mina smiled, and it was time to take action. Mina checked the flying knives, stones, and other hidden weapons in his backpack. These were his trump cards. Against high-level dark apprentices, Mina's ninjutsu was only less effective. After each attack, the ice crystal sword would show its own figure. To be hidden and lethal, the only natural thing was the hidden weapon. After finding a target, Mina immediately entered the phantom stealth state, holding the ice crystal magic sword and stabbing forward. However, Mina's current position is no longer a fatal place, which is mainly to ensure her own gains. Mina caught the senior dark apprentice whose shoulder was stabbed with one hand, and smashed the chakra locust stone on the surrounding dark apprentices with the other hand, interrupting their chanting, and quickly pulled the injured dark apprentice back. The dark apprentice in Mina's hand, who was used as a shield, had been hit by several single ninjutsu, and his health was dropping rapidly. After seeing that he had left those dark apprentices far away, Mina drew out the ice crystal magic sword and immediately stabbed the dark apprentice in the neck. At the same time, he pushed the body forward with force and blocked several ninjutsu. When Mina felt that a large amount of elements were accumulating, he immediately picked up the item closest to him and sneaked directly. There are too many elements required for advanced ninjutsu. If you pay attention, you can definitely sense it in advance. Of course, if you encounter a dark apprentice who has practiced advanced ninjutsu to the point of instantaneous release, Mizuna will have no choice but to fall. Fortunately, all those who can cast instantly are above the elite level. The following are just the most ordinary dark apprentices. The fastest chanting time takes 1 or 3 seconds. You can definitely feel it in advance and leave in advance, which is why Mizuna dares to stay here. Mizuna's chakra is not strong, and her power is also weak, but her speed is very fast. In addition, she can sense the changes of elements in advance, which is definitely a good place to stay here. In the phantom stealth, Mizuna looked at the several items that were more than 10 meters away from the dark apprentice brigade, and did not take the opportunity to pick them up. These were the baits that Mizuna used for fishing. The benefits of beating dark apprentices are great, and the benefits of beating dark apprentices who can use Mizuna are even greater, especially those advanced dark apprentices with some wealth. In this world, ninjutsu is a noble thing, or a thing that is piled up with money. There are indeed many people who can become an excellent ninjutsu master without money, but most of them have the support of other rich people. Whether it is ninjutsu materials or ninjutsu books, they are very precious to people in this world, and it is impossible to get them without a little money. Looking at the 3 items on the ground, even Mina wanted to collect them. 2 skill books, a ninjutsu stick, and this ninjutsu stick was still with purple light. The first time he attacked the high-level dark apprentices, he had such a high harvest. When Mina saw that there were at least hundreds of high-level dark apprentices here, he immediately grabbed the ice crystal sword. In fact, Mina also planned to use those thunder bombs, but the production time of this prop was too long, and Mina had already stated that it could not be mass-produced, so Mina planned to use them as the last big killer. After waiting patiently for dozens of seconds, finally a dark apprentice couldn't stand the temptation in front of him and planned to go out for an adventure. Watching it look around, and then running quickly, the direction of its hands was exactly the 2 skill books. But in Mina's eyes, the speed of this dark apprentice was too slow. Although it only took 2 seconds from the beginning to the acceleration of the 10 meter distance, for Mina who was guarding those items, it really took him a long time to wait. After stabbing the left foot of the dark apprentice with his sword, breaking its mobility and freezing it for a while, Mina's ninja stick also began to roar. 4 ice cones hit its head accurately and continuously. Under the system's processing, there was no red and white scene, but it also harvested its life. The lethal effect of fatal damage has always been very powerful, but the ninjutsu of those dark apprentices is also powerful. After being affected by several range ninjutsu, Mina retreated while drinking potions. Looking at the 7 items covered by the ninjutsu storm, Mizuna had no choice but to wait quietly. He still had a lot of time. Chapter 183 Space Props. Today is Mizuna's 3rd day in the Lich Land. After 2 days of hiding in the 2nd floor, Mizuna has basically collected the hundreds of items in the 2nd area. The high-level dark apprentices have been cleared once. However, it took Shuinai a lot of effort to clear this. Now Shuinai's harvest is completely opposite to the first day. The quantity is much less, but the quality is high. Seeing this, Shuinai smiled happily. No matter how many there are, they can't compare to a top quality item. And since Shuinai cleared those high-level apprentices, the dark apprentices on the 2nd floor have also begun to refresh. Shuinai looked at the dark apprentices who had just come out behind him. These dark apprentices were only level 20 and had only 500 health points. Basically, as long as he hit any vital point with a sword, he could solve it. For Shuinai, who is now level 35, there is nothing on them that makes Shuinai interested. After all, Shuinai has already opened up the wasteland, and the best things are basically in Shuinai's hands. And now his goal is the elite high-level dark apprentices in the 3rd area, but it seems that the system doesn't want him to stay here anymore. Seeing the figures of intermediate dark apprentices randomly appearing in the empty place, Mina immediately pulled back and returned to the narrow passage. Never underestimate a group of intermediate ninjutsu masters, especially a group of intermediate ninjutsu masters who are enemies of you. Their ninjutsu may not be as good as that of advanced dark apprentices, but if you talk about numbers, intermediate dark apprentices are several times more powerful than advanced dark apprentices. 1 ninjutsu per person can blow up Mina. If it were in an open place, Mina would still have a little confidence to deal with them, but this is a basin surrounded by high mountains, and it is full of dark apprentices. It is very inconvenient to run, so Mina naturally has no intention of staying here. Looking at the hundreds of items piled up like a small mountain in the narrow passage, Mina had a headache. It was simple to deal with this, but it was very troublesome. And there are many white equipments here, which are only low in value, but Mina still has a little confidence in her backpack, so she didn't give up on them. After putting these items into her backpack one by one, Shuinai began the hard work of carrying them. The environment outside is not friendly now. Disgusting green zombies are wandering around, and piles of skeleton soldiers with only bones are constantly refreshing. Moreover, these undead creatures can sense the breath of Shuinai in stealth and chase her all the way. Hey, I finally ran out. Shuinai said to Rhodes immediately after running to the vicinity of the wooden house. I haven't seen you for 2 days. You are stronger again. Rhodes felt that Shuinai had become much stronger than 2 days ago. Lucky, pure luck. Shuinai's gains in the past 2 days can really be described by no other adjective except luck. Find an exclusive monster area, no players go to grab monsters, and no guild goes to clear the field. As a solo player, it can only be said that you are too lucky to get this Feng Shui treasure land. Moreover, the monsters in this Feng Shui treasure land not only have low life and weak defense, but also have rich rewards for opening up wasteland. How many players can get such good luck? However, despite saying this, Mizuna was a little dissatisfied, that is, her ninjutsu level has not improved much in the past 2 days. Although the harvest is very rich, as a ninjutsu master, she does not use ninjutsu to kill monsters, which makes Mizuna a little uncomfortable. Are these all for them? Rhodes was very surprised when he saw Mizuna putting the equipment and skill books on the ground one by one. Yes, these are some low-level and middle-level medical magician equipment and skill books, which are more suitable for them. Anyway, I can't use them, and my friends are the same. Mizuna glanced at the children who were distractedly looking at this side, and immediately raised her hand to point at the approaching skeleton soldiers. Mizuna really doesn't need these things. It's probably a waste of time to transport them out. After all, the demand for these low-end equipment by players is not high now, and now players can easily be promoted to intermediate professions according to other people's experience. There is no desire to buy these low-level and middle-level white equipment. After all, they can buy obsolete colored equipment from high-level players, which is much more affordable than buying a white suit. As for the skill books, Mina only left 1 or 2 books for each skill for them to read in turn. Anyway, their way of learning skills is completely different from that of players. By the way, there are many narrow passages inside. I'll be back soon. Mina said while checking the things in the backpack to ensure that there is maximum space. Wait, this is for you. You should need it. Rhodes took off a blue jade bracelet on his wrist and handed it to Mina. This is a space bracelet. This is too expensive. I can't take it. Mina wanted to keep it after seeing its introduction, but this equipment is really precious. The space bracelet is not an equipment that has yet appeared in the hands of players. Although there is an introduction to it on the official website, it is all high-level NPC items. This is because NPCs do not have invisible backpacks like players. For them, if they want to collect items, in addition to using a large bag to put it and carrying it on their shoulders, they can only use this so-called space ninjutsu prop. This kind of space prop is a very rare treasure. This is mainly because there are too few materials that can support the operation of the space ninjutsu array, and the ninjutsu array in that space is also very complicated. Only a master-level enchanter can complete it. In addition, the texture of this item is not good and it is easy to damage. And it is precisely for these reasons that make space props very rare. No, this thing is not precious to me. I have another one. Rhodes raised his other hand, where there was also a bracelet, but the style was different. They are treasures I got during an anti-robbery, so this one is not of much value to me. Rhodes said indifferently. Anti-robbery. Mina thought to herself, okay, I'll be back soon. Mina put on the blue jade bracelet as she walked. The space of this jade bracelet is enough for 500 grids, but this kind of jade bracelet requires a lot of energy to start each time it runs. Without enough energy, this bracelet cannot function normally. If no energy is input for 5 days, this bracelet will be directly scrapped. Fortunately, the consumption of this bracelet is not a big problem for players. It only consumes 100 points of chakra or fighting spirit per hour, and 10 hours a day is just a bottle of intermediate chakra recovery potion. There is only one problem with this bracelet-like space item, that is, the bracelet cannot coexist with the wristband on the same player. This is because wristbands are often in pairs, and it is impossible to use only one. But space bracelets often appear one by one, so you can't get 2 bracelets at the same time like Rhodes did. I saw Mina put a bottle of potion into the jade bracelet, and then took it off, wanting to try the use of this jade bracelet. It seems that even if the jade bracelet is filled with things and then put in the backpack, there is no problem. After taking out the jade bracelet, Shuai immediately put all the more important but unused items in the backpack into the jade bracelet, and then ran quickly to the narrow path. Although basically no one would go there, if the bone wizard Nabeels had nothing to do and went there and picked up those things, he would even want to die. After all, the accident of what if is very powerful, and many people have been hit. Along the way, Shuai implemented the policy of fighting in and then fighting out. These skeleton soldiers are not good at anything, but there are so many of them that there is simply not enough space to squeeze into their wandering area without being sensed by them. After an ice cone smashed the skull of the skeleton soldier on the left, Shuai finally broke through the skeleton soldier's defense line from one side and came to one side of the zombie territory. This is the place where Shuai found the least zombies. This is mainly because the ground is very close to the mountain, and there is a rock layer under the soil. Those zombies can't hide their bodies under it at all. After dealing with several annoying zombies along the way, Mina finally arrived at the narrow path. After quickly packing up, Mina saw that there were still more than a dozen white equipment on the ground, so she had to find a pit to push them in, intending to decide their fate later. With Rhodes' 500 grid space bracelet, Mina's space now has thousands of grids, almost comparable to her own warehouse. But the larger the space, the more time it takes to find the items she wants, so Mina is now more careful with her backpack. Mina bounced several times on the mountain, and the height was more than 30 meters. At this height, crossing those ghosts would definitely not cause their reaction. At a height of 30 meters, Mina immediately saw the zombie king below. After all, zombies like to stay underground, and this boss likes to stay on the ground. The equipment on this zombie king now is much worse than the one 2 days ago, but Mizuna still plans to explode its equipment. After all, no matter what level the red boss is, the worst thing it explodes will be purple, which is much better than the pile of white in his backpack. After making the decision, Mizuna immediately jumped to its position. He was seen holding an ice crystal magic sword in one hand and a ninja stick in the other. As soon as he landed on the ground, he rushed into the zombie king's territory fiercely. Using the freezing and deceleration effect of the ice system, Mizuna seemed to be able to easily pull the zombie king out of the zombie pile. Undead creatures with water on their bodies like this have a great effect on ice-based ninjutsu. Chapter 184 A belly full of anger. After pulling the zombie king out of the sensing range of all zombies, Mizuna could only pay attention to the skeleton soldiers behind him while using ninjutsu on the zombie king. Now the zombie king has nothing to trouble Mizuna except that he has a lot of health. Anyway, all of Mina's ninjutsu hit it, and now Mina can't even use Thunderbolt Ice. Just use ice cones to slow down its feet, and then use continuous fireballs to hit its upper body to reduce its health. Although the flame effect of continuous fireballs will weaken the effect of freezing and slowing down, the ice cones cannot hit the head of the zombie king who can only dodge and block, and the ice cone hit the chest of the zombie king, but it couldn't cause much gain, so Mina had to use the highly destructive continuous fireball. However, just after Mina solved the zombie king and picked up a skill book and a purple level 20 chest armor on the ground, Mina immediately found that someone was watching her. Looking behind her, she immediately saw the golden coffin behind her. After quickly collecting the only material on the zombie king, the nails, Mina immediately stopped looking at the zombie king's body at her feet. Mina threw the useless wooden sticks or other items in her backpack on the ground, then squeezed the things in her hands into her backpack, and finally took the ninja stick from her mouth and confronted the group of red skeleton soldiers' boss. Although Mina had paid attention to the situation of the skeleton soldiers around him just now, he made a mistake, that is, he specifically went to the place with fewer skeleton soldiers, and the place with the least skeleton soldiers in the entire skeleton soldier territory was naturally where their leaders were. However, Shui Nai had nothing to worry about. After all, these skeleton soldiers were only level 10, and they could fight against their skeleton king. It was just that she didn't know if the golden skeleton king had any special skills. Moreover, these skeleton soldiers had never exploded anything other than money, which made Shui Nai have no motivation to fight them. However, Shui Nai was now half surrounded by the red skeleton soldier bosses, and behind her were green zombies, but these zombies were still wandering, but they would definitely be sensed if they approached. Shui Nai had also exploded a red skeleton soldier boss before, but apart from getting a few bone pieces, she didn't get anything. After all, these skeleton soldiers were all bones, and now Shui Nai was a little interested in studying where the money that exploded was hidden on their bodies. Shui Nai looked at the red skeleton soldier boss in front of her, and didn't understand why they didn't kill people like those ordinary bosses, but confronted the enemy like a master. Although he also found that the higher level bosses on the first floor all have their own intelligence. For example, the zombie king who had fought him twice, it knows how to dodge and block, which other zombies don't know, although the block is to use the hand to shoot the ninjutsu directly, which is not very effective. But it is much smarter than the zombies who only rush forward. The red skeleton soldier boss here is the same. It is much smarter than the ordinary bosses and elites below. At least there is no group rushing up to die. Goodbye. After taking a look at the red skeleton soldier boss who did not intend to attack her, Mina planned to leave. Anyway, Mina couldn't use those bone pieces that only reacted to dark ninjutsu masters. Oh, it's bad, I stepped on a landmine. Mina looked at the rotten arm that stretched out from the ground at her feet, stepped hard, and then broke free. However, at this time, Mina's mind tightened, and she immediately felt the danger behind her. Oh my god, these skeleton soldiers definitely have memories of their past lives, and they must have been sinister villains in their past lives. After using ninjutsu to repel the red skeleton soldier in front of her, Mina pulled out a wooden ninja stick from behind her. Just now, a red skeleton soldier actually rushed up from behind, with a pair of red bone hands grabbing towards the front. This action immediately attracted Mina's attention, but this was just a cover. The real danger is still behind her, but it is not another red skeleton soldier, but the wooden ninja stick in its hand. Mina didn't expect that her back would become the target of attack by these two wretched skeleton soldiers. And they used the legendary 1000 years of killing and the wooden ninja stick they threw out. These two red skeleton soldiers left after the fight, not giving Mina a chance to make a comeback, but Mina didn't intend to let them go, at least let them die for a round. This red skeleton soldier is very fast. Although it is not as fast as Mizuna who enters the phantom stealth, it is still handy to dodge those slow ninjutsu. As for why Mizuna does not use the high-speed thunder release ninjutsu, it is because thunder release ninjutsu has no killing power against skeleton soldiers. Because their bones are completely non-conductive, the strongest power of thunder release ninjutsu is to hit conductive creatures, which can cause electric current damage, but it has no killing power against creatures with anti-electric insulation. And these skeleton soldiers with only bones are obviously natural insulators. After seeing that the ninjutsu was useless, Mizuna immediately summoned an ice shield, then inserted the magic ninja staff into the ninjutsu master's robe, and shook out the ice crystal magic sword, intending to use physical means to teach these skeleton soldiers who dared to challenge the strong. Seeing Mizuna draw out the ice crystal magic sword, the group of red skeleton soldiers dodging around were obviously stunned for a moment, and the red ghost fire in their eye sockets was also beating violently, and even their skeletons were trembling a little. These skeleton soldiers, although they look similar to the bone wizards, but the will-o'-the-wisp eyes in their eye sockets are only the size of 2 sparks. Although there are times when they fluctuate into flames, they will soon calm down. This is much weaker than the will-o'-the-wisp eyes of the bone wizards, which remain in flames all day long, and the will-o'-the-wisp eyes of the bone wizards have a hint of the ninjutsu master's aura. Blue luster, even the bright red ghost fire of the bone wizard Nobules has a little blue color in the center. There is a problem. Mina looked at the skeleton soldiers who were obviously in some problems, and felt a little uneasy. Unknown things often have a terrible color. It won't explode into a black boss. It seems that I haven't done anything that is outrageous to both humans and gods. Mina looked at the red skeleton soldiers who were still trembling and whose spark eyes swelled into ghost fire eyes, and muttered. However, Mina soon knew what they were going to do. Their trembling skeletons did not last too long. When they calmed down, they actually challenged Mina, and it was a Oneonon challenge. After Mina translated this etiquette through the system, she immediately knew that this was an aristocratic challenge invitation. No way. Is this what a skeleton soldier would do? Mina looked at the man in front of him who had found a relatively complete iron sword from somewhere and put on the etiquette of a swordsman's challenge, and couldn't help but speak loudly. Now they are not ordinary skeletons. Now they have been awakened by a ninjutsu master holding a sharp sword and some of their memories in their previous lives. Rhodes suddenly came behind Mina and looked at these skeletons burning with their soul fire. Being me, why, can't ninjutsu masters hold swords? Just kidding, looking at their sword-holding postures, they are completely like a master of the generation. Even if their strength is weakened to level 10, if they really remember the exquisite sword moves in their previous lives, I really have no confidence. Because a ninjutsu master took a sword to chase and kill a powerful swordsman in his previous life, they suffered a strong blow, thus opening the memory in their soul fire. Now they have to fight to defend their reputation. Rhodes quickly thought of this explanation. After all, he is also a powerful swordsman. If he is really so cowardly that he is chased and killed by a wizard with a sword after his death, I am afraid he will wake up. These skeleton swordsmen have completely lost the temperament of being skeleton soldiers. Instead, they have become powerful swordsmen, attacking Mina's lax defense with sword after sword. However, these skeleton soldiers who awakened because of Mina did not kill Mina with swords. Instead, they showed mercy at the last moment and only scraped Mina's skin. Then they handed the sword in their hands to another companion, asking it to challenge Mina again to prove itself. Mina, who had been defeated by 4 skeleton soldiers, was also full of anger. These suddenly awakened skeleton soldiers were blessed by the system god, and all their attributes were improved. Moreover, they also got the awakening state, which can burst out power in a short time, completely suppressing Mina, the powerless mage. With a grit of teeth, Mina took out the 2 skill books of Power Burst and Enhance Power from her backpack, clapped her hands twice in a row, and learned these 2 skills. Seeing that the power suddenly reached 38 points, Mina immediately got up from the resting state. At this time, another skeleton soldier also stood up, holding the relatively complete iron sword in his hand. This sword is the best sword in the entire skeleton territory. These red skeleton soldiers simply look down on the broken swords in the hands of the ordinary bosses below, and the swordsman honor in the soul fire does not allow them to challenge opponents with weapons that affect their status. Come on, we must knock one down this time. Shui Na was angry. Although he had lost to the level 10 skeleton soldiers that he had always looked down on, he was also beaten and injured. This made Shui Na a little dissatisfied, very dissatisfied. This time, Shui Na took the initiative to attack after the challenge ceremony. The sword moves of these skeleton soldiers are all different. It seems that they did not have any master-disciple relationship when they were alive. But they have one thing in common, that is, if they are allowed to perform sword moves in a coherent manner, they will only end up in failure in the end. Although they do not have the blessing of fighting spirit, their opponent Shui Na does not have fighting spirit either, and Shui Na does not have the advantage in strength, so their starting points are very close. But these awakened skeletons have the sword moves that they remember most from their previous lives, and they can use this to suppress Mina. Chapter 185 Golden Aura. The sword moves of these skeleton soldiers are all different, some are light and flexible and ethereal, some are majestic and unstoppable, some are direct and fast as lightning, and some are unpredictable. These different sword moves make Mina unable to adapt. But now Mina plans to defeat 10 skills with one force. Anyway, she doesn't know how to use sword moves, she can only chop. In this case, she will crush you with strength. After the instant burst of power, Mina felt a warm current in her abdomen. After this warm current reached her whole body, her own strength went directly to 114 points. With just one simple downward strike, Mizuna slashed the skeleton soldier's iron sword. With just one strike, the defensive iron sword was slashed off, and one of the skeleton soldier's arms was also broken by the huge force. However, the blade of Mizuna's ice crystal magic sword was also broken. With high speed and huge force, the force generated was definitely more than 500 points of damage. This is... Even Road didn't expect Mizuna to have such a strong power. This is simply not a power that a ninjutsu master can possess. Next. 1. Although Shui Nai shouted, her heart was bleeding. This powerful skill was measured by piles of gold coins. Now that I have learned it, it is completely a waste of money. My strength is only so much. Even if it is doubled, it is not as good as the current warrior players. Most of it is useless. After Shui Nai chopped all the red skeleton soldiers away, she was planning to find those zombie bosses and explode another power burst to make up for the loss. However, it is not what people want. After Shui Nai defeated all the skeleton soldiers, the golden coffin was opened at this time. A golden hand bone was placed on the coffin board, which looked very strange. Watching the skeleton king, whose whole body seemed to be made of gold, stand up from the coffin little by little, a strong momentum also spread from it, which made Shui Nai's heart beat wildly. It seems that I still overestimated my strength. Shui Nai looked at the ice crystal magic sword in her hand. Just confronting it like this was a huge pressure. Looking at the respectful posture of the red skeleton soldiers behind the golden skeleton king, Shui Na immediately realized that the skeleton king had the aura of a king. When she thought of this, Shui Na immediately saw that the skeleton king really had a golden crown on his head, but the crown was a little old and covered with cracks representing the years. He won't come to play the challenge too. Shui Na looked at the golden skeleton king and didn't want to fight it, although he found that the red skeleton soldiers had no skills except for their higher attributes. This is a little different from the bosses outside. Generally speaking, those who are bosses will have 1 or 2 good skills as a foundation. In theory, this golden skeleton king should be like this. However, these skeleton soldiers like to play this kind of fair challenge, which is very different from Shui Na's purpose of putting interests first. He does have the idea of fighting you. After all, his strength has been suppressed to such an extent. It's rare to meet an equal opponent. Rhodes also noticed the fighting spirit in the eyes of the skeleton king who had died several times in his hands. But, I'm a ninjutsu master. I don't know how to use a sword. He could still chop the red skeleton soldiers hard, after all, his speed was faster than theirs, so he could just rush up and hit them with all his strength. But this golden skeleton soldier was also a highly sensitive talent, and the reconnaissance technique also said that this skeleton soldier had awakened a long time ago, so the awakening state had a X2 word behind it. The golden skeleton king pointed his slender fingers at Mina's ninja stick inserted in the ninja robe. Mina's ninja robe had several damaged holes due to the battle. Since Mina had no way to repair these holes, Mina temporarily used them to store the ninja stick so that she could use ninjutsu at any time. Do you think I can use ninjutsu? Mina asked immediately. These skeleton soldiers were very smart. The skeleton king nodded at its skull. If that's the case, then you don't mind if I use other abilities. Mina also wanted to solve the problem here quickly. In fact, Mina also wanted to play something exciting with this skeleton king, such as betting, gambling, etc. However, when she saw that Road was looking at herself and the skeleton soldiers on the ground attentively, it was obvious that she also hoped that she could fight them fairly, which obviously showed that Road attached great importance to the so-called honor of the swordsman. In order not to affect her impression in Road's heart, Mina had to put away the idea of betting. And he didn't necessarily lose to it, but he didn't want to waste time. So he planned to use powerful abilities such as ninjutsu, ghost stealth and shadow clone, hoping to solve it in a few minutes. After sorting out her equipment and the items in her backpack, Mina stood up immediately. At this time, Road also reminded Shui Nai, this skeleton king is not strong, but it is very fast, and its strength will increase instantly. With your current strength, there will be no problem as long as you pay attention. Understood. Shuai threw away the ice shield in her hand. Anyway, she didn't need to fight the Skeleton King in close combat, so the ice shield was useless. Are you ready? Shuai asked the Skeleton King 5 meters away on the opposite side. After seeing its head nod, Shuai immediately cast a spell. A 2-meter and 4-meter wide flame wall appeared on the field, isolating the figures of the two duelists. However, the Skeleton King was not stupid, and immediately thought of what big move Shuai was going to prepare behind the flame wall. So he ran quickly to the flame wall, and then 1 meter in front of the flame wall, he exerted a little force on his left foot bone and lightly crossed the flame wall. However, there was no opponent behind the flame wall. The ghost fire eyes jumping in the eye sockets of the Skeleton King in the air suddenly swelled, almost burning out of the eye sockets. Then the head turned around on the neck bone in a weird way, clicking, and immediately found the sneaking Mina. However, Mina also noticed its unusual movement. Although he was a little surprised, it did not affect his subsequent actions. The ice cones in Mina's hand were like missiles equipped with satellite navigation, aiming at the preparation area was shot along the falling trajectory of the Skeleton King. However, the Skeleton King's reaction was not slow. It twisted its body violently in the air, and the whole body below the skull turned 180 degrees. The iron sword in its hand danced at an astonishing speed, as if the Skeleton King was dancing hundreds of iron swords at the same time. The sword shadows in the sky knocked down all the ice cones that rushed over, and no ice cone could pass its defense circle. However, Mina immediately switched to gaseous continuous fireballs. Although the fireballs were split, the scattered sparks were still lethal. However, Mina's spark attack did not last long. After the Skeleton King came down, he immediately chased Mina, picking up and breaking Mina's ninjutsu along the way, and walked towards Mina unswervingly. Mina immediately used a flame wall, intending to repeat the previous attack. This time, the Skeleton King broke through the flame wall directly, and immediately saw Mizuna, who had not yet entered stealth mode, so he raised his sword and slashed at Mizuna's ninja stick. However, Mizuna's speed was not slow either, and he immediately entered the phantom stealth mode while retreating. The Skeleton King's ghost fire eyes suddenly swelled again, and he looked around, but this time he couldn't find Mizuna's trace. After a quick look around, the experienced Skeleton King immediately looked up and saw 2 ice blue light balls coming down from above. Seeing that the light ball was very close, the Skeleton King immediately raised his sword to block it, but he didn't expect that the light ball would shatter as soon as it was touched, and once it shattered, it turned into light spots covering his entire body, and it also quickly froze into ice crystals around him. Seeing himself frozen in the ice crystals, the Skeleton King's ghost fire eyes did not fluctuate too much, just looking at Mizuna coming down from the air. After adding a few more thunderbolt ice, Shuai said to the Skeleton King in the ice crystal, "Can we end it now?" However, the Skeleton King obviously didn't want to end so quickly. Although its head was also frozen, the ghost fire in its eye sockets still fluttered left and right, using this way to show that it would not give up. Golden aura suddenly emerged from the Skeleton King, which came from the bones of the Skeleton King. These auras impacted the ice crystals left and right, and soon cracked the ice crystals, and it was about to explode. So Shuai retreated while shooting thunderbolt ice, intending to consume the golden aura of the Skeleton King first. These auras are a kind of energy similar to fighting spirit, which is a unique energy of monster bosses, and it is also the basis for players to identify their boss levels. Once the bosses have used up these auras, they will immediately enter a weak state, but the degree of weakness depends on their race and characteristics, which are different for each race. Moreover, Mina remembered that it was mentioned in the forum that intelligent monsters also have chakra in their bodies, and they can continue to use the ninjutsu given by their own race after the aura is used up. Or after using up the chakra, they can use the aura again. No one can say for sure, but no matter what, trying to consume the boss's energy is the trick to fighting the boss. Although the power of the aura is strong, the amount cannot be too much. This rule currently applies to all wild bosses that players encounter. As for other bosses, no one knows clearly, such as the Onir Med Thief who had a grudge against Yan Xin in the previous battle for the Master of the Elemental City. At that time, he was labeled as the Golden Boss. However, these tasks are generally difficult to encounter, and most players who encounter them have to run away. After all, the strength of the current players is not only large in number and not afraid of death, but also has no outstanding strength to fight them. Chapter 186 Conquer. Mizuna's ice crystal did not last long, because the Skeleton King used all the golden aura to the back where Mizuna could not take care of, and it was easy to explode the ice crystal from behind. However, by doing so, Mizuna was not affected by the ice crystal fragments that exploded. The Skeleton King, who had lost his golden luster, immediately drew his iron sword and ran towards Mizuna as soon as he came out, but the cooldown time of Mizuna's phantom stealth had long expired, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Give up. You don't have any fighting power. Mizuna looked at the Skeleton King who was constantly spinning and guarding against him, and said immediately. Now the Skeleton King has no support from the golden aura, and all his attributes have weakened, and even Mizuna's stealth can't be seen through. Although the Skeleton King's state has reached this point, the golden flames in its eyes are burning more and more vigorously. At this time, a small stone on the open ground moved, and the Skeleton King rushed over, swung the iron sword in his hand, and the sword shadow immediately covered a 2-meter radius. You lose. Shui Nai's voice came from behind the Skeleton King, and the ice crystal magic sword in his hand fiercely chopped the Skeleton King's right arm holding the sword. The ice crystal magic sword followed the intersection of the shoulder blade and the humerus, and easily broke the joint. At the same time, in order to prevent the Skeleton King from having the ability to resist, Shui Nai quickly caught it with his other hand, and instantly activated the power burst skill, violently pulling off the other hand bone of the Skeleton King. Shui Nai's technique in breaking up the bones of these skeleton soldiers is already quite proficient. Holding the spine of the Skeleton King, Shui Nai looked at the Skeleton King who turned his head and immediately took off its skull to prevent it from biting people suddenly. Holding this skull without a body but still struggling and moving around, Shui Nai suddenly received a system message, which immediately made Shui Nai hold the skull tightly in his hand and hold it tightly. The 5th day in the Lich Land. During these 2 days, Shui Nai did not go to fight the Zombie King to get skill books or go to the 2nd floor to have a look, but he held the skull of the Golden Skeleton King and kept muttering to himself. However, seeing his face that was always thinking hard and frowning, many children wanted to visit him, but even if the Golden Skeleton King only had this skull, it still had a strong momentum, so they dared not approach. Hey, be my pet. I will find you the best sword. Shui Nai didn't know how many times she repeated the previous sentence, but for a golden boss level pet, Shui Nai still felt that it was worth it. It's just that Shui Nai has a language problem with this Skeleton King. Shui Nai doesn't know what the Skeleton King in his hand is thinking, but he knows that it has always refused to become his pet. Capturing wild creatures and taking them as pets has always been a source of pets for players who don't have money to buy pet eggs and cubs. However, such pets generally do not have too high loyalty and are generally not very cooperative. In 9 out of 10 cases, they will end up in a dead end. It's just that the role of pets as cannon fodder is the favorite of many players. For this reason, this low-cost business has always been done by players, and they also sell their pets to other players by transfer. When Shui Nai removed the skull of the Skeleton King, he received a prompt from the system asking him whether to capture this creature as a pet. So Shui Nai has been trying to get the Skeleton King to agree to his request. Shui Nai has tried all these methods, such as reasoning, moving emotions, and tempting with benefits, but this Skeleton King is definitely a hard bone and will not accept anything. However, Mizuna was not a person who gave up easily, so the stalemate lasted for nearly 2 days. If you tame it, aren't you afraid that the people of the Holy Light Church will make things difficult for you? They won't agree that you can keep an undead creature as a pet. Rode looked at the boy who had been sitting there for 2 days, and didn't understand his thoughts. Although the strength of this Skeleton King was good, the powerful monsters outside were much stronger than the Skeleton King. As long as you work hard outside, you will always get something. Rode naturally didn't understand the player's thoughts. Not to mention the growth potential of a gold-level boss, the boss's ability to summon skeleton soldiers alone made a group of players crazy, although this skill cannot be used casually on this continent. Although the skeleton soldiers are very weak, they are first-class cannon fodder creatures. Moreover, as far as Mizuna knows now, it is not difficult for you to find a powerful monster egg outside, but the difficulty lies in Mizuna, who is a ninjutsu master with high mobility. In the phantom stealth state, even ordinary thieves are unable to keep up with him, so he has to find a pet that is also fast, otherwise it will only be cannon fodder. No matter how powerful a pet is, it can be cannon fodder without the command of its owner. A pet that is killed will resent its owner, which will affect the growth of the pet, and may even kill its owner and escape. Outside, those monsters with high mobility are difficult to capture, and their strength is not something that only one person or at most 2 people can deal with. Therefore, for those unrealistic ideas outside, Mina is more keen on the skull in her hand. The speed of the Skeleton King is also very fast, and there is another very important factor, that is, it has its own consciousness and will fight independently. Even if Mina is not by its side, as long as it wants, it can fight according to its own ideas. Just be careful, anyway, I'm not using it to do anything bad. Mina naturally doesn't want to let go of such a golden boss level pet. Besides, I remember that our ninjutsu masters also have this precedent, so don't worry. Mina saw Road frowning, so she said nonsense. Aren't you afraid that it will mess around outside? It has its own consciousness, and you can't completely control it. Road also knew that this Skeleton King was not simple. It had its own wisdom and consciousness. It was difficult to control it. If you are not careful, it will cause harm to others. It is precisely because it has its own consciousness that I plan to keep it as a pet, because it will be more like a person, and it will not easily arouse people's suspicion when it goes out. And with its wisdom, it will not do anything stupid outside. As soon as Mina finished speaking, she suddenly felt the skull in her hand shaking wildly, and the golden ghost fire in her eye sockets burned Mina's fingers. Hey, it agreed. Mina looked at the Tuakoi selection box in front of her. This selection box has been in front of Mina for almost 2 days, but there has been no change in these 2 days. And now? This selection box has only one option, and it is the option Mina wants. Looking at the skull that had already calmed down, Shuai was puzzled as to why it suddenly agreed to become her pet, which made Shuai unable to react for a while. However, the Skeleton King couldn't wait and bit Shuai awake with one bite. Hiss! Shuai summoned the pet bracelet without saying a word and aimed the only transparent space crystal on it at the skull of the Skeleton King. System, are you sure you want to subdue the Skeleton King as a pet? Yes. Shuai said to the system excitedly. System, subdue successfully, the Skeleton King has become your pet. At this time, the ghost fire in the skull of the Skeleton King surged, and a little ghost fire flew out of it, pounced on Shuai's heart, and merged into it. After watching the space crystal of her pet bracelet turn golden, and the shadow of a golden skull appeared in the pet panel, Shuai finally believed that she had received a golden boss level pet. Pet, Skeleton King, golden boss level. Usage restrictions, requires a pet bracelet. Loyalty, 30. Pet type, attack type. Pet description, this is a powerful undead pet with some memories of its life, and as the king of skeleton creatures, it has the ability to resurrect skeletons. Skeleton King. Level 10. Occupation, swordsman. Basic attributes. Strength, 50. Spirit, 0. Agility, 100. Constitution, 10. Intelligence, 50, affects pet intelligence level. Health, ability weakened. Fighting spirit, 00. Golden aura, restores 2 points every 30 minutes of game time. Physical damage, 200, ability weakened. Physical defense, 100, ability weakened. Magic damage, 0. Magic defense, 0. Magic resistance, 11. Speed, 120. Endurance, infinite, racial characteristic. Carrying weight, infinite, golden aura characteristic. Note, when the golden aura is 0, the Skeleton King will fall into a weak state, all attributes will decrease by 50%, and the unlimited carrying effect will be invalid. Skills. Skeleton Breath, level 3 can ignite the soul fire of dead creatures, turning them into skeleton creatures. Each use consumes 1 point of golden aura, and has absolute control over the summoned skeleton creatures. Soul Awakening, status skill can increase strength by 200% within 60 seconds. Each use consumes 5 points of golden aura. Aura Burst, turn all golden auras into a powerful blow, ignoring defense, and can cause great damage to the enemy. Each use consumes all golden auras, and the damage value is 50x the number of golden auras. Equipment. Skeleton Crown, a crown made of the skulls of the dead with secret methods, which can enhance the Skeleton King's control over skeleton creatures. Skeleton Breath skill +2, and the ability of skeleton creatures is strengthened. Although the boss part of the Skeleton King's ability has been weakened, its attributes and skills still retain the original level. The most important thing is that the Skeleton King has a high intelligence, or the degree of memory recovery before death is very high, which means that this Skeleton King is between NPC and monster. I hope you can control its power. After all, it has evil power flowing through it. Rhodes frowned and said. Now the Skeleton King has recognized Shui Nai as its master. He can't change this, so he has to remind Shui Nai. Chapter 187 Invincible Shield. No, I don't think there is a difference between evil and justice in power. Power does have attributes, but it depends on how you use it, or where you use it. You can't generalize. Shui Nai doesn't think that all dark power is evil, nor does he think that all light power is justice. Nothing is absolute in the world. The key is to look at the person who uses it, not the nature of the power. Maybe, but I suggest you collect the rest of the Skeleton King's bones, otherwise they will be recycled by the golden coffin. Rhodes glanced at the skull in Shui Nai's hand. Although the flames in its eye sockets were only the size of sparks, the breath of the Skeleton King did not weaken much. No way. Mina put the skull of the Skeleton King into the pet bracelet as quickly as possible, but even at the fastest speed, it would take 20 seconds to open the space crystal, and no action could be taken during this time. This is exactly what Mina dislikes the most. The time for summoning and counter-summoning is too long, which is not conducive to fighting. Especially for the ninja profession, in this situation, it is completely impossible to fight back and it is easy to be killed. Running quickly to the golden coffin, Mina saw that the bones of the Skeleton King on the ground were slowly sliding towards the golden coffin, and a group of red skeleton soldiers were desperately pulling these bones to prevent them from floating into the golden coffin. At this time, Mina also quickly took all the golden bones from the hands of the red skeleton soldiers who were protecting the master in the center, and put them into the pet pen one by one. In addition to the life of the reassembled Skeleton King except for the increase of 200 points in health, other attributes have not changed. Release the somewhat restless Skeleton King in the pet column and let it communicate with the subordinates. Then, a skeleton soldier with the strongest red aura walked into the golden coffin, slowly closed the coffin lid, and locked himself in the coffin. It seems that it was designated as the successor by the Skeleton King. Skeleton King, what is your name? Mina asked while picking out the equipment suitable for it from the backpack. Human pets have this advantage, and players' equipment can be used by them. I saw the Skeleton King quickly slashing across the ground with an iron sword, and the 3 words Fi-Yun Sword appeared on the ground. Okay, then you will be called Fi-Yun Sword from now on. The name in the Skeleton King's attribute panel immediately changed to Skeleton King Fi-Yun Sword. Give me the brave armor and the undead leggings. The Skeleton King quickly wrote on the ground again. Can you use it? Mina immediately took out the 2 pieces of equipment. At the beginning, Mina used these 2 pieces of equipment to tempt the Skeleton King. Although the Skeleton King was very interested in these 2 pieces of equipment and his ghost fire eyes almost burned his entire skull, he did not give up his remaining dignity. Seeing that the Skeleton King completely ignored the level requirement and directly put the equipment on himself, Mina was so happy that she wanted to fly. A shield-type pet with more than 1000 physical defense and immunity to advanced ninjutsu is definitely a ninjutsu master's dream pet. What about your men? I can get them out too, but it will be a little more troublesome. Mina immediately cared about the Skeleton King's men. After seeing the Skeleton King's loyalty rise slightly, he knew that he was doing the right thing. Their strength is too weak, let's talk about it later. The Skeleton King wrote on the ground. They will not really die in this place. As long as their soul fire is not purified, they will only sleep for a while at most, so it is still safe here. Okay, by the way, I plan to go to the 2nd floor to hunt some dark apprentices. Are you interested in going there? You are immune to most ninjutsu now. Mizuna asked her pet, although she was nominally its owner. But if it doesn't want to go with its intelligence, it will be nothing more than a workhorse. Why go there? The Skeleton King wrote quickly. Kill people and make money. Mizuna said concisely. Anyway, his goal is to get the things that exploded below. Okay, but I want half of the profit. The Skeleton King said. 1/3, I also want to give some money to the merchant. Mizuna thought for a while before saying that it seems that it is not easy to raise a pet with high intelligence. Okay, but if there is danger, I will retreat immediately. The Skeleton King said immediately. Well, anyway, I run faster than you. Mizuna naturally didn't care. The swordsman was in front and the ninjutsu master was behind. It was a traditional historical style of play, and her speed was faster than the Skeleton King. When will you go? The Skeleton King seemed to be more anxious than Qin Hao. Wait a minute, I'll go prepare some things, you wait here for me. Mina glanced at the items in her backpack and immediately came to the wooden house. Since the Skeleton King was subdued by Mina, the infinite refresh of the skeleton soldiers here was also invalid, and these children were seen chasing the lone skeleton soldiers. Now the children here have completely changed their appearance with the support of Mina's large amount of equipment and skill books, but their ninjutsu has not been fully mastered, and the failure of ninjutsu often occurs. You plan to ask me for some swordsman equipment? Rhodes immediately knew what Mina was thinking. Yes, although the Skeleton King's current equipment is good, it lacks a good weapon. If that's the case, this steel sword was my weapon 40 years ago. Although it's not special, it's hard and light, which is more suitable for the current Skeleton King. Rhodes took out a sword made of fine steel from his space bracelet. This is a steel sword that combines the special alloy of the dwarves. The sword body is extremely strong and not heavy. Shui Na looked at the purple sword and was a little surprised. Rhodes casually made purple equipment. It seems that it is a good choice to build a good relationship with him. Although Rhodes was cold at the beginning, after getting along for a long time, you will find that he is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and he also has a strong sense of justice, otherwise he would not be sent by the Holy Light to take care of these children. As compensation, this book is given to you. Shui Na handed Rhodes the agility burst that exploded from the Zombie King last time. This is very suitable for swordsman training, although it is also suitable for Shui Na to use. Oh, okay, I'll take it. This book also made Rhodes' eyes light up. After all, this book records the skills of how to use life energy to enhance agility, and it is also very suitable for its needs. After Rhodes came out, Mina handed the purple sword to the Skeleton King. Although this sword can only be used at level 30. However, the Skeleton King completely ignored this request and swung it directly. The familiar steel sword in his hand. Meanwhile, Mizunao found another chest armor that exploded from the Zombie King and gave it to a red skeleton soldier. That was a purple chest armor of level 20, with good defense and a small amount of ninjutsu defense. It was a rare piece of equipment in the early stage. Although Mizunao had nothing to do with these skeleton soldiers, since it was Mizunao's behavior that made them truly awaken some of their memories before death, they had no ill will towards Mizunao, and Mizunao just wanted to brush up on her relationship with the Skeleton King. By the way, can you still control those skeleton soldiers? Mizunao asked while one person and one skeleton were preparing. I have never controlled them. Their real master is the bone wizard inside. Those of us who have awakened don't like it, but we have to be controlled by it. The Skeleton King was scratching on the mountain of the narrow road. So how many skeleton soldiers have awakened their memories in the cemetery of the dead? Shui Na naturally knew that the skeleton soldiers had to obey the orders of the summoner, but now that the Skeleton King had been conquered by him, he could naturally ignore the control of the Bone Witch. Not many, only me and them, there are only 12 in total. Shui Na thought about it. There were 11 red skeleton soldiers in total, and if the Skeleton King was added, there would be exactly 12. Then do you remember what happened in this place before? Shui Na was more interested in this place. I don't remember, I just remember that I came here to find something. The ghost fire eyes of the Skeleton King kept jumping, and it seemed that it was recalling the past. Okay, don't think about it anymore, let's deal with the people below. Shui Na stood up after speaking, and then set the experience mode to pet exclusive mode. This experience mode setting is only effective for your own pets, and it is the main way for players to cultivate pets. After that, Shui Na gave the Skeleton King an ice shield. This ice shield is used to defend the position of the Skeleton King's feet. After all, that place is not immune to ninjutsu. Watching the Skeleton King rush into the Dark Apprentice quickly, he raised his sword and stabbed a Dark Apprentice with one sword. All the ninjutsu that hit the Skeleton King's chest armor only emitted a little ninjutsu light and then dissipated, and could not break the Skeleton King's ninjutsu defense at all. These intermediate Dark Apprentices died quickly, and Mina's ninjutsu was far less fast than the Skeleton King's sword. So Mina began to switch from a ninjutsu master to a medical master, helping the Skeleton King to recover from the back to prevent it from being killed by stray bullets. The Skeleton King's health is too low, and he has no ninjutsu defense ability. As long as he hits those parts that cannot be protected, he will suffer serious damage. Watching the Skeleton King attract the firepower of all the Dark Apprentices by himself. And the Skeleton King also knows his weaknesses, so he did not rely blindly on Mina's recovery skills behind him. It was seen evading nimbly in many ninjutsu, sometimes squatting, sometimes jumping up, sometimes turning sideways, trying to reduce the impact of ninjutsu. For ninjutsu that could not be evaded, it used a sword or slashing, stabbing, blocking, or picking, to deal with all ninjutsu that might hurt itself. Chapter 188 First Cooperation. It was no problem for the Skeleton King to be in the pile of ninjutsu, but it was a problem for Mina. He rushed too fast, and was discovered and surrounded by the Dark Apprentice. Unlucky, Mina said as she ran to the back. Fortunately, the encirclement of the ninjutsu master was generally not tight. As long as he ran away before the ninjutsu came down, there would be no problem. Now Mina was doing this, and she entered that special state again, and the ninjutsu behind her once again appeared in her mind completely. This time, because there were not many ninjutsu, the trajectory of each ninjutsu was captured by Mina. I saw Mizuna casually swinging the ninja stick backwards, and a lightning arrow suddenly shot out from the ninja stick, hitting the ice cone closest to him very accurately. The ice cone affected by the external force was immediately forced to change its trajectory and hit another lightning arrow that came from behind. Mizuna's lightning arrow was not just one, but his ninja stick was like a machine gun, and lightning arrows shot out from it one by one, hitting the 5 or 6 ninjutsu behind. The fire type was directly exploded, the ice type was directly deflected, and the lightning type was directly flashed and disappeared. Mizuna's move seemed very casual, and he hadn't even looked back, but most of the ninjutsu attacking him disappeared in this round. This magical technique immediately stunned a group of dark apprentices who still had a little wisdom. Mizuna, who experienced this special state, only felt a little dizzy, which seemed to be due to excessive use of brain power. Mizuna remembered that the last time he experienced this state, he was seriously injured, so of course he didn't notice this slight change. You damn Skeleton King, you had so much fun fighting alone, you know your mistake now that you're dead. Mina cursed the Skeleton King who was killing everyone on the field while restoring his health. However, although this Skeleton King killed many dark apprentices, his experience didn't change much and remained at around level 10. If Mina's honor value hadn't been soaring, Mina would have thought that the Skeleton King below was not the one he had subdued. This is impossible. A level 10 player who kills a level 20 player will get double the experience. You will get a level up anyway. Mina looked at the Skeleton King's killing action in disbelief, which was smooth and efficient. The Skeleton King was now like a tiger descending from a mountain, unstoppable. After a burst of killing, he actually hit the high-level Dark Apprentice. However, the high-level Dark Apprentice's ninjutsu was beyond its ability to deal with, and the Skeleton King, who had suffered a loss, immediately turned around and retreated. You are too desperate, aren't you? Mina looked at the Skeleton King, who only had a dozen health points left, and said with a wry smile. He was terrified just now. What skill is this? Why can't it repair my body? The Skeleton King was very interested in Mina's recovery technique. Water-based recovery technique, a very gentle ninjutsu, has good healing ability even against creatures with distorted lives such as the undead. Mina also knew the question that the Skeleton King wanted to ask. Generally speaking, powerful healing ninjutsu is harmful to creatures with distorted lives such as the undead. Very good skills. Skeleton King said, looking at his body. By the way, I have a question, that is, your strength has not changed. Generally speaking, isn't it easy to break through your own level in war? Shui Nai organized her words and said. They are too weak, and fighting them is not an exciting experience at all. But, they are stronger than you. I'm talking about the strength of the state of mind, not the strength of pure power. No way, then what kind of person do you have to fight to get a breakthrough? Shui Nai immediately knew that her pet was not as good as she thought. The upgrade method of this Skeleton King with a spiritual intelligence of 50 is the same as the upgrade method of NPCs, emphasizing the internal changes of the state of mind. It's almost the same as the guy outside. Skeleton King thought for a while and wrote quickly. Broadsword Master? That's impossible. You don't have that ability at all in your current state. Shui Nai said with a sigh. There is no way. We can only accumulate little by little now. I understand. A mosquito is at least meat. Then continue, but don't rush too fast this time, otherwise you will be beaten by high-level ninjutsu masters, and I can only watch from the side. Mina didn't like the reckless style of the Skeleton King. He liked the steady style of play. I know. The Skeleton King also got up from the ground and picked up the sword on the side. By the way, next time you kill someone, remember to get the things they dropped, otherwise they will be picked up by the enemy and we will suffer. Mina's words made the Skeleton King stagger. Now Mina has set the experience mode to basic mode, and each of them enjoys the experience they have earned. After all, the Skeleton King's experience acquisition method is different from that of the players, and now he also needs experience points to level up. However, Mina's demand for experience points is so great that even if he kills all the dark apprentices except the elite and boss level below alone, he can only level up to about level 2. However, he had no way to absorb the experience gained by the Skeleton King, and the experience he gained could not meet the quality requirements of the Skeleton King. Alas, the Skeleton King now has no great benefits to Shui Nai except that it has really become a shield. It seems that boss-like creatures with high intelligence are not suitable to be pets of players. In fact, Shui Nai also thought about asking the Skeleton King to summon those skeleton soldiers. However, from the previous conversation, Shui Nai knew that it did not like to use that skill. For the sake of its originally low loyalty, Shui Nai still resisted the idea of speeding up the effect. Watching the Skeleton King clashing left and right on the field, Shui Nai could only help behind and pick up items on the ground. Fortunately, the Skeleton King was willing to listen to him and swallow those intermediate dark apprentices first, and then fight the advanced dark apprentices inside. The Skeleton King was planning to fight with the advanced dark apprentices inside. Mizuna's goal is the elite and boss level dark apprentices on the second floor. These are unexplored lands, and they are also elite and boss titles, so the things they drop must be very rich. Returning to the narrow road again, Mizuna and the Skeleton King both enjoyed the refreshing effect brought by the recovery technique. Seeing their life points recovering little by little, Mizuna also began to check the harvest this time. The harvest now is very ordinary, and the quantity is also ordinary, which makes Mizuna a little unhappy. Now these dark apprentices can only drop blue equipment at most, and the rest are white. However, the current dark apprentices have dropped a lot of low and medium level dark ninjutsu, such as Black Flame Fireball Technique, Curse Technique, and Undead Summoning Skill books. What attracts Mizuna the most is those dark ninjutsu. Mizuna found out from the official website that dark ninjutsu has various effects of elements and the ability of dark corrosion. However, as a corresponding price, these powerful ninjutsu will consume a certain amount of life while consuming chakra as a sacrifice to darkness. Without the sacrifice, the jutsu will lose its dark attribute and its power will be slightly reduced. It's a pity that the holy light power of the light camp is now completely separated from the power of ninjutsu. Otherwise, ninjutsu with holy light attributes can fight against the dark camp. Looking at the lazy Skeleton King, Mina knew that it was recalling the past, but this kind of thing is usually hard to come by. This is like amnesia, which has disappeared in the real world. Mina remembered that in some books, if these amnesia patients want to restore their memories, they must be stimulated by some strong stimulation, and this strong stimulation is to see the people or things in the past, which evokes the deepest memory in the mind. This approach should also be suitable for the Skeleton King, but now this Skeleton King has been dead for many years, and the people or things it is familiar with may have become dust in history. It is basically impossible for Mina to stimulate those red skeleton soldiers again like last time. After all, that time was purely accidental. After putting all the dark skill books into the space bracelet, Mina stood up, and Mina's action also let the Skeleton King know that it was time to kill. You will be responsible for attracting firepower later, and I will go around behind them to kill them, understand? Mina took out the ice crystal magic sword while speaking, staring at the high-level dark apprentice 100 meters away in front. The Skeleton King nodded the head that was emitting a slight golden light. After that, Mina entered the phantom stealth. Be careful, don't get scattered. Mina's words came from a distance. The Skeleton King's mandible moved slightly, and then he waved the sword in his hand and rushed towards the high-level dark apprentices. Whether it is the equipment of the Skeleton King or the appearance of the Skeleton King, it is very attractive, so as soon as it appears in the range of the dark apprentice, it is welcomed by many ninjutsu. I saw ninjutsu such as explosive bombs, ice blades, chain lightning, wind blades, vines, and falling rocks appearing in front of the Skeleton King. The falling rocks appeared from the top of the Skeleton King's head, but the aim of the rock was not good. It seems that the senior dark apprentice did not make an accurate prediction. When the 1-meter wide rock fell from the air, the Skeleton King was already 10 meters away, and it did not affect the Skeleton King at all. The power of the falling rock is very strong, and it is pure physical damage, which is related to its height and mass. The height determines the speed, and the speed and mass jointly affect the power of the falling rock. Except for the chain lightning, which is the most threatening of all the ninjutsu on the field, the other ninjutsu cannot cause any effect on the Skeleton King, because it uses its own speed to prove that the ninjutsu that can't hit is just a waste of chakra. Chapter 189 Flying Knife. However, the Skeleton King had a lot of skills to deal with chain lightning, a warrior's nemesis. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on his arm, and a golden aura appeared on his sword-holding hand. This was the soul awakening skill, but it instantly doubled his strength. After doubling his strength, the Skeleton King threw the sword in his hand at the chain lightning that was approaching him quickly, and at the same time he quickly retreated to distance himself from the sword. The chain lightning hit by the metal kept jumping on the steel sword, but since there was no object nearby for transmission, the chain lightning could only jump from the tip of the steel sword to the hilt, and then from the hilt to the tip of the sword, doing this meaningless continuous movement until the chakra was exhausted. And Meena, who had already dived in, also began to shoot left and right, slashing with a sword in one hand and continuously releasing lightning arrows with the other hand to paralyze the opponent and prevent them from casting spells on him. However, these high-level dark apprentices have a strong weakening effect on the intermediate ninjutsu of Mizuna, the intermediate magician, so Mizuna's thunder arrow paralysis effect is not ideal, and it only paralyzes them for a while, just enough to interrupt their chanting. Now Mizuna immediately uses thunder arrows to interrupt their chanting as soon as she senses the fluctuations of the elements. And because Mizuna has already broken into them, they dare not use powerful ninjutsu so close to them. Once they are affected, they will definitely not be able to leave. So these dark apprentices are now scattered around, intending to keep their distance. However, Mizuna, who killed some in the state of power burst, also knew their movements and immediately entered the phantom stealth state. After using the flying knife to deal with those ninjutsu masters with residual blood, Mizuna immediately raised the sword and accelerated to stab the dark apprentice closest to her. After stabbing it, Mizuna started the previous action again, controlling the scene with thunder arrows and killing people with the ice crystal magic sword. The Skeleton King, who picked up the sword and ran to the other side to share the firepower with Meena, was also doing his best to kill the dark apprentices who were approached. The fate of a ninjutsu master who was approached by others was very miserable, even if he could instantly use intermediate ninjutsu. But he could not break the Skeleton King's defense, nor could he kill Meena, who had high ninjutsu defense, high health and recovery skills. The two of them worked together and cooperated well, which was the factor for their success in the first battle. The experienced and powerful Skeleton King had a clear control of the changes on the battlefield, knowing when to retreat and when to advance, without any mistakes. Meena, who had many special equipment on him, had a high survivability, and he was also a long-range ninjutsu master with strong control ability. The most important thing was that neither side did anything to affect the other. Nor did they interfere with the fighting style of both sides. It was precisely because they did not need the cooperation of the other party in the fight that they could exert all their fighting power. The two who returned to the narrow road again were discussing how to deal with those elite dark apprentices. After all, these elite dark apprentices knew one or two high-level instant ninjutsu. As long as their chakra was not exhausted, they would only be cannon fodder if they rushed over. Taking a long-term view is the primary task of beating the boss and exploding equipment. Give me some of those flying knives. The Skeleton King looked at the elite high-level dark apprentices more than 100 meters away and wrote on the ground. These dark apprentices have a 30% enhancement in both health and attributes, and they also know one or two instant ninjutsu. Mizuna can sneak over at this time, but if she wants to kill people and take away the items on the ground, it is very risky. After all, Mizuna herself is also an instant ninjutsu master, and she knows much more about the instant ninjutsu than ordinary players. The strongest point of instant ninjutsu master is that there is no gap in casting ninjutsu magic, and the advanced ninjutsu of these advanced dark apprentices is very high in terms of attack range and attack power. Just now, the Skeleton King tried it, and the armor on his body could only reduce the ninjutsu damage of advanced ninjutsu by 50%, but even so, it almost took away the Skeleton King's meager health. Can you use a throwing knife? Although Meena asked with some doubts, she still took out the throwing knife from her backpack. No, but I seem to have used weapons like javelins before. Javelin? It seems to be a good weapon. Meena was a little moved when she heard this. After all, the Skeleton King has the skill of bursting power, and she also has this skill, which is very good for dealing with such ruthless approach. It's just that the javelin is too big to be used as a hidden weapon, otherwise it would be a good means of attack. The Skeleton King picked up the flying knife on the ground. With the demonstration and teaching of Meena, he quickly mastered the technique of using it, but the accuracy still needs to be improved. After practicing for a while, the Skeleton King picked up the flying knife not far from the ground and walked towards the senior dark apprentices. Meena behind him also immediately entered the phantom stealth state. Now they are using the same tactics as before, with the Skeleton King attracting firepower and Meena responsible for assassination. Seeing the Skeleton King walk into the range of ninjutsu again, Mina tried to run over without making any noise, and then found a dark apprentice who was closest to the edge as the target. I saw that the Skeleton King stood 60 meters in front of those elite dark apprentices and did not enter again. Instead, he pulled the flying knife buckled from a rope around his waist. The Skeleton King's actions immediately attracted the attention of those dark apprentices, and the ninja sticks in his hands immediately flashed with various colors of light. Now there are 10 elite dark apprentices in front of Mina and the other 2, and among these 10 advanced ninjutsu, there is also an elemental ninjutsu with dark attributes. 10 ninjutsu of different colors quickly covered the area of the Skeleton King. Seeing this, the Skeleton King naturally would not be a target here, and immediately retreated, without throwing the flying knife in his hand. The Skeleton King evaded the ninjutsu in front of him very quickly, retreating little by little, often dodging when the ninjutsu was about to hit him, and the Skeleton King's actions also attracted those elite dark apprentices. Looking at the Skeleton King who was somewhat relaxed on the field, Mina also decided to let the Skeleton King perform for a while, and wait until the chakra of these dark apprentices ran out before dealing with them. However, it is obvious that the chakra of monsters is much more than that of players, if calculated according to the growth of players. Theoretically, a level 50 naked ninjutsu player has a minimum chakra value of about 1000, and can cast about 10 high-level chakras. However, the chakra consumption of different types of high-level ninjutsu is not consistent, so this number will fluctuate up and down by up to 3 high-level ninjutsu. However, now these elite high-level dark apprentices have cast more than 15 spells per person, and they are quite methodical, using ninjutsu one after another. It seems that they are planning to fight a protracted war with the Skeleton King. However, facing the undead with unlimited endurance, their actions are just wasting chakra. Hey, not quite right, they are preparing to encircle. Mina, who was watching from the side, did not take it lightly. Even in a winning environment, Mina would still maintain a trace of vigilance. So immediately saw that these 10 dark apprentices were planning to force the Skeleton King to the side of the mountain, and the Skeleton King might not notice this because he had to concentrate on dealing with the powerful ninjutsu that followed. Seeing this, Mizunao would not let the dark apprentice succeed. She raised her sword and approached carefully. Mizunao walked to the side of a dark apprentice, stretched out her left hand to its mouth, and then pulled it back hard to cover its mouth. At the same time, she used the ice crystal magic sword in her right hand to cut its neck twice. After watching the body slowly soften, Mizunao did not have time to pick up the corpse on the ground, and went to find the second target. As Mina's skills gradually became more and more proficient, more and more dark apprentices fell to the ground, which also aroused the vigilance of the other dark apprentices. Looking at the Skeleton King holding the flying knife with both hands, Mina also held the ice crystal magic sword in his hand and rushed directly to the target closest to him. At the same time as the dark apprentice died, 2 ninjutsu came. Mina suddenly broke the blade of the ice crystal magic sword that she had no time to draw out, and then threw the corpse in front of her into the 2 ninjutsu in the air. With a boom, the explosive bomb in the air immediately exploded due to the impact of the corpse, and also affected a flame bird impact below. While Mina attracted firepower, the Skeleton King also started his own attack, but its 2 arms were wrapped in golden aura, and the flying knife in his hand was also covered by this aura. As the Skeleton King's 2 arms moved quickly, the flying knife between his fingers shot out quickly. The 2 flying knives hit 2 dark apprentices at the same time, but the aim was not good enough to kill them with one strike. However, the Skeleton King did not stop there. His 2 golden arms quickly pulled out 2 more flying knives. With a wave of his arms, 2 more flying knives were launched. After dealing with all the elite dark apprentices on the field, Mina and the Skeleton King immediately dragged their injured bodies to clean up the battlefield. In the last moment just now, the remaining dark apprentices used their last skills and almost dealt with Mina. If Mina's ice shield had not been used in time, I believe that the 1-meter-long wind blade would have split him in 2. However, this wind blade, which was deflected by the ice shield, still crossed Mina's right arm, and the sharp wind blade cut off Mina's arm very cleanly. The Skeleton King was not having a good time either. When it finally knocked down the dark apprentice, the corpse of the newly dead dark apprentice immediately exploded violently, blowing the Skeleton King's body away. If it weren't for the powerful armor and the dark apprentice's own chakra consumption, the Skeleton King would probably have been blown apart. Chapter 190 Ribbon Cutting. After putting all the items on the ground into the backpack, Mina suddenly received a message from the unscrupulous profiteer. After opening the private chat, Mina immediately heard the words of the unscrupulous profiteer. Brother Mina, the shop will open tomorrow. Can you come over? This. Mina thought about it seriously. As the first player shop in the Elemental City, the unscrupulous profiteer is very eye-catching. If he encounters someone from the Dark Dragon Guild at that time, it will be troublesome. After all, the Dark Dragon Guild knows about the friendship between him and the unscrupulous profiteer. It is rare that he can live a life of hiding his identity in the game. Mina doesn't want to go back to the situation of being hunted by the guild, nor does she want the unscrupulous profiteer's shop to be messed up by the people of the Dark Dragon Guild. I still won't go over. I'll just watch from a distance. After all, we can't get too close, otherwise it will be miserable if people suspect us. Mina made up her mind and immediately replied to the unscrupulous profiteer. Okay, I understand. The unscrupulous profiteer also knew that Mina didn't want to implicate him, but he also wanted to invite this friend to participate in his opening ceremony. When the time comes, you can treat me to a good meal, that's all. Mina said immediately. You said, don't miss it when the time comes. The unscrupulous profiteer said happily that his current achievements are inseparable from Mina. Without Mina's financial support and introduction, the unscrupulous profiteer would not be here today. I will. By the way, go to the warehouse and find a few sets of fire magic suits. Use them as store treasures. The effect should be good. Shui Na immediately thought of the so-called store treasures in the NPC shop before, all of which were top-notch things. This is a good idea. Well, I have something to do here. Let's talk about it tomorrow when we have a chance. The unscrupulous profiteer was obviously busy preparing for tomorrow's opening ceremony. Okay, goodbye. Shui Na closed the private chat after saying that. After taking a look at the offline time, Shui Na took the Skeleton King back to the Cemetery of the Dead. Since what happened just now, even the Skeleton King does not have the courage to challenge the more powerful Dark Apprentice boss below. The next day, after saying goodbye to Rode and a group of children, Shui Na took the Skeleton King back to the pet bracelet after several persuasions. The Skeleton King was very unhappy about being taken back and forth like a pet, but he also knew that he could not go out like this. Moreover, he always wanted to leave this isolated place. Not for anything else, just for the most profound figure in the memory. In the memory of the Skeleton King, this figure has become very vague. But every time he thinks of this somewhat thin figure, the Skeleton King will have a very special but inexplicable feeling. Although he doesn't remember what this person's name is or what he looks like, there is a voice in his heart telling him not to forget this figure, so he really wants to see the owner of this figure again, so when he knows that Mina will take him out, he immediately gave up his only swordsman dignity. I must find this person, I want to know I know what this person looks like. This is what the Skeleton King thought. After leaving the Lichland and running for more than 10 minutes, Shui Na finally found that the return scroll in the backpack had responded, and it changed from grey to its original color. He found a hidden place in the woods nearby, opened the return scroll, and Shui Na disappeared in the teleportation white light. Now the players have developed to the periphery of the Lichland, but because they don't have things like passes, they can only do tasks or fight bosses in the wild monster areas around the Lichland. After returning to the Elemental City, Shui Na came to the coordinates given to him by the unscrupulous profiteer, and immediately sent to the place where a group of NPCs and players who were watching the fun were surrounding. The street where the unscrupulous profiteer's shop was located was surrounded by water. With Shui Na's short body and the legendary perspective ability, Shui Na had to climb onto the roof next to it. Looking at the assassins and rogue players who shared the same ideals as Mina, Mina said hello and then carefully found a place to watch the opening ceremony below. The shop of the unscrupulous profiteer was not big, only 2 floors. In fact, the unscrupulous profiteer planned to build it with 5 or 6 floors. But he recently heard that other players had successfully obtained the land of NPCs. So he had to give up the original plan and speed up the construction progress, but it also cost a considerable amount of construction overtime. The shop of the unscrupulous profiteer is very elf style. The decoration of this shop carries the elegance and leisure of the elves. Some elf-featured items placed in the street windows are very good embellishments of this elf-featured shop. Moreover, the unscrupulous profiteer did not know what method he used to get Enwei, the lord of the Elemental City, to come, and Enhui also brought a group of noble sisters to come, which was the main reason for the blockage of the street. The NPC guards had to maintain order on the field, and the players had to watch the legendary girl city lord. As a result, one side occupied half of the street, completely occupying this not so big street. Mina's eyes returned from the noisy crowd below to the door of the unscrupulous profiteer's shop, where a ribbon-cutting event that had never appeared in the game world was about to take place. The unscrupulous profiteer spent a lot of effort on this ribbon-cutting event, and many things were personally ordered. The red carpet on the ground, the scissors in the hand, and the red ribbon were all made on the spot, absolutely fresh. Moreover, the unscrupulous profiteer specially invited Anwei to be one of the ribbon cutters, and the other was the chief designer of this shop, Jian Mo. Jian Mo was introduced to the unscrupulous profiteer by Anwei. Jian Mo is a famous designer in the Element City. There are 3 people participating in the ribbon cutting. The one in the middle is naturally the owner, the unscrupulous profiteer, and on his right is the Anhui City Lord, and on the other side is Jian Mo. In fact, there should be another person in the heart of the unscrupulous profiteer for this ribbon-cutting ceremony, but it is inconvenient for Mina to come out, so the unscrupulous profiteer can only do nothing. The following ribbon-cutting ceremony went smoothly, watching a group of NPC girls and some invited players enter the shop first to conduct the first business. Uncle Wu Yang, why don't you open it later? The popularity is not so high now. Mina didn't understand why the unscrupulous profiteer chose to open the shop when the game was just launched. If he pushed the time a little later, more people should come. A year's plan starts with spring, and a day's plan starts with the morning. Moreover, the popularity is just right now. It won't be too few and it will be boring, nor too many and it will cause chaos. The unscrupulous profiteer responded to Mina while answering the players' questions at the door. Now the unscrupulous profiteer's wife in real life and a new partner are running the shop. By the way, the Lord of Anwei City wanted to find you just now, it seems to be about the task reward. Oh, I see, I will go find her later. After that, after discussing some things with the unscrupulous profiteer, Mina left the roof. Now Mina wants to satisfy the desire of the Skeleton King, but she has to go to the warehouse to get some things first. Ever since the unscrupulous profiteer accidentally found the lurking mask, he has begun to monopolize the market of this item. This special item is the only one that can be mass-produced at present, but the production has always been very low. After taking 2 lurking masks from the warehouse, Mina equipped the masks from the pet panel on the face of the Skeleton King through the player's operation. The reason for doing this is to prevent the identity of the Skeleton King from being seen through by the player's reconnaissance technique. Then, Mina had to go to the swordsman's equipment store to look for some equipment that the Skeleton King liked. The Skeleton King has very high requirements for his equipment. Not only must it have the noble style of an aristocrat, but it must also be golden. However, it forgets that it cannot be seen by others casually. However, in order to satisfy its vanity and loyalty, Mina had to bleed heavily. After almost using up all the gold coins on Mina, the Skeleton King is fully armed. Now the equipment on the Skeleton King is worth more than 1,000 gold coins, but the quality can only be said to be good. After looking at the shiny and purple standard equipment of the Skeleton King, Mina wanted to go to the Ninja Master's equipment store. However, these standard equipment are generally not suitable for players to use. After all, the equipment of players is easily eliminated, and standard equipment is also prone to fatal weaknesses. For example, the equipment on the Skeleton King is equipment that strengthens the defense of ninja, but it is terrible in physical defense. In fact, Mina prefers another set of standard equipment. Although that one is more expensive, the physical defense is a few points higher, but the color is black. However, the Skeleton King decided on this set of equipment and almost broke his neck in the pet space. After that, the Skeleton King always wanted to come out in this appearance to get some fresh air. After all, the Skeleton King is now armed to the bone, and you can't see the situation inside from the outside. However, when Shui Nai said that there was a sage here, the Skeleton King immediately calmed down. It seemed that the Skeleton King knew how powerful the sage was. When the last few dozen silver coins were earned by a javelin shop, Shui Nai had only a few copper coins left on his body, except for 5 bundles of 100 wooden javelins in his backpack. And when he saw the Skeleton King shaking his head at the bundle of javelins behind him in the pet space, Shui Nai began to regret taming the Skeleton King. After finally dealing with the equipment problem on the Skeleton King, Qin Hao looked at the time and found that several hours had passed unknowingly. At this time, Shui Nai received a reply from the hunting deer team. We have arrived at the Elemental City. Hunting deer number 1. After meeting all the members of the hunting deer team, Shui Nai also came to the city lord's mansion. It was learned from the unscrupulous profiteers that Anwei and others bought a large number of elf items and went back. Chapter 191 Chasing the Wind. Since Shui Nai has become a knight noble of the elemental city, Shui Nai and others had no obstacles along the way and easily arrived at the city lord's mansion. After chatting with city lord Anwei and Wen Na, who had not recovered from his heavy responsibility, for a long time, everyone finally finished the socializing procedure and it was time to receive the rewards. At the beginning, city lord Anwei first awarded the rewards to the hunting deer squad. He took out 8 badges from the silver plate in the hands of the servants and pinned them on the chests of the hunting deer squad one by one. Looking at the golden light flashing 3 times in a row after the members of the hunting deer squad put on the badges, it seems that they have received the experience rewards from the system at the same time. From today on, you are the knight nobles of the elemental city. I don't have any requirements for you. As long as you can stand up when the elemental city needs you, that's enough. After Anwei simply stated the requirements of the noble players, he took out 8 bags of gold coins from another servant and handed them to the members of the hunting deer squad one by one. Thank you very much for the promotion of the city lord. We will definitely protect the elemental city. Hunter number 1 immediately asked the city lord Anwei to perform a noble etiquette. Shui Na, because of your selfless help, the elemental city has not only gained the dawn of peace, but also solved all the unrest factors. Your contribution is really indispensable. However, since you are already a noble of the elemental city, I don't trademark know what suitable reward to give you now. Now you can choose something you like as your reward here. After Anwei finished speaking, he took a piece of paper full of words from the chief steward Wen Na. After Shui Na took the paper, he immediately saw the appearance and attributes of the prizes on the paper. There are many prizes that are very attractive to Shui Na, such as the golden ninja stick, which is permanently enchanted with a wind blade ninjutsu, and the teleportation ninja stick, which allows the user to randomly teleport to a place no more than 1 kilometer away. This thin paper is full of various golden level equipment, and it is also very suitable for Shui Na to use. However, when Shui Na saw the pet column under the equipment, Shui Na immediately clicked it and saw that there were about 3 pets to choose from, but Shui Na took a fancy to a white horse. As for the other 2 powerful monsters, they did not arouse Shui Na's interest. After selecting the horse pet, Anwei asked someone to send a white space crystal, and then embedded the crystal into Shui Nai's pet bracelet in front of Shui Nai. Shui Nai, who was curious, went outside at Anwei's signal, and activated the newly obtained space crystal to summon her second pet. A 1,000-mile horse named Zufeng appeared in front of Shui Nai. This was a 1,000-mile horse that was much taller than ordinary horses, snow white and extremely majestic. The group of people who came out of the city lord's mansion soon entered stealth mode. For now, the Element City is not a peaceful place. The people of the Dark Dragon Guild are still wanted by them. Every time they enter the Element City, they will be very careful to avoid being discovered. Being killed by players is not uncommon, but what makes them most dissatisfied is that the Dark Dragon Guild will only use numbers to kill you. Being killed by players who are only level 10 or 10 in that situation is a naked insult. Brother Shui Nai, what is the envelope that the city lord gave you? Hunter number 3 compared gossip, immediately asked in private chat. The task book for promotion to Baron, but that task is more difficult, to capture or kill 5 noble leaders who are still rebellious. Shui Na said helplessly, this task is quite difficult. Is there location in this task book? Hunter number 1 asked. No, you have to find it yourself, otherwise it will be much easier. Even if it is a large team of thousands of people, we players still have a chance to design it. But now these rebels have been driven into the wilderness by players, and finding them is the most troublesome thing. Shui Na looked at the game map. He had only been active near the elemental city. Although there were relevant terrain displays in other places, they were still shrouded in grey fog. This is a place he has never set foot on. Don't worry, let's contact other players. I believe many people are interested in this mission. Let's team up and fight. I remember that those rebels were protected by the system god because there was no relevant plot. The players suffered a lot here before forcing them away. Hunter number 1 also knew about the war between players and rebels some time ago. Although the rebels were beaten to pieces by several forbidden spells, they still had strong combat capabilities. Only some guild teams with excellent organization and cooperation had the strength to fight. I know, but there is no good place to level up now, otherwise it would be great to be promoted to a senior ninjutsu master. Mina looked at the dozen or so elemental ninjutsu skill books of different colors in the backpack. These are his future skill books, which are definitely enough for him to complete his career as a senior ninjutsu master. By the way, what's your current level? I didn't see any golden light on you just now. Hunter number 8 said strangely. Just now, when he was receiving the task rewards, his team had basically upgraded by 3 levels, and all of them had reached the level 30 mark. Level 35, 1% left to upgrade. Shui Nai glanced at the experience bar. The current experience bar was increasing very slowly, and now as the level increased, his experience in fighting dark apprentices was getting less and less, and even the Lichland was not suitable for him. Go to play dungeons. There are many dungeons outside now, and the rewards of those dungeons are good, but the mortality rate is relatively high. As Shui Nai's friend, Hunter number 1 knew his level a long time ago, although he was also surprised by Shui Nai's level change. However, in previous games, rapid upgrades like Shui Nai were not uncommon, even the assassin who was now ranked first in the rankings was like this. However, this upgrade mode is relatively unstable. After all, a good Feng Shui treasure land will always be eliminated. Then we have to look for new places, which is a time-consuming and laborious matter. Actually, I want to practice those skills. After all, the intermediate ninjutsu has not been practiced yet. Mizuna looked at her skill bar. There are many ninjutsu now, but they are generally not high. Although the power is okay, they will definitely be eliminated by time. However, some special effects of some intermediate ninjutsu are not available in other higher level ninjutsu, such as the armor breaking effect of ice cones, which is a special effect that other ninjutsu do not have. For example, the chain attack of continuous fireballs. As long as it is used properly, it is not difficult for 5 consecutive fireballs to kill a player, and the thunder, its high concealment can catch the enemy off guard. I personally suggest that you pursue more advanced ninjutsu. After all, your ninjutsu master is a high-output profession. In the later stage, this advantage must be guaranteed, otherwise the advantage of the profession will be lost and the gain will not outweigh the loss. Hunter number 3 expressed his opinion. I'll remember it. Mizuna looked at his attribute panel. I don't think anyone would believe that this is the attribute panel of a ninjutsu player. The route of high output is no longer suitable for Mizuna. It is more suitable for him to take the fast and high frequency route. Okay, I'm leaving first. I have tasks to do in the next few days. I have to prepare. Mizuna said goodbye to everyone and left. Now he is going to the wild boar territory to practice riding skills, otherwise it would be a waste if he has a 1,000-mile horse but can't ride it. In fact, at the beginning, Mizuna thought that the riding skills were given by the system, but when he climbed on the back of the horse, he immediately found that he didn't know how to ride a horse. Directly using the return scroll, Mizuna came to the novice village with the tree demon copy, which is closer to the wild boar territory. Just not far from the woods, the skeleton king began to get restless. Release the skeleton queen, it means that it will not enter the pet space again unless it is a critical moment. Shui Nai had no choice but to surrender to this highly intelligent pet. Both of them were very fast, but in the jungle, the full body armor of the skeleton king made it not care about obstacles such as branches, because they were all violently broken by it, which made Shui Nai on top shake his head. After running for a while, the man and the skeleton came to the edge of the wild boar territory, but Shui Nai saw a scene that made him shocked and angry. Someone was fighting with the queen ant, and both sides suffered casualties. As soon as he saw this, Shui Nai came down from the air and roared. Mizuna suddenly appeared from the edge of the woods, and immediately attracted the players there. 3 assassins disappeared quickly, and the rest began to gather together to form an attack formation. Let them go! Mizuna roared. He stared at the 5 players left on the field, and saw that they were holding a large glass box in their hands, and each of them caught a queen ant. The queen's formic acid had no effect on this kind of box, and they were not strong enough to break this prison. What does this have to do with you? We just came here to catch pets. A leading swordsman immediately handed the glass box in his hand to his companion behind him. Since the queen ant was a living creature, there was no way to put it in their backpacks, which gave Mizuna an opportunity. They are my friends, let them go, or they will die here. Mizuna is very angry now. If it weren't for reason telling him that he could take the peaceful route, Mizuna would have used ninjutsu to solve this problem directly. Because he saw a player needing the body of a dead queen ant, and he seemed to be enjoying it. Seeing that wretched look, Shui Nai felt that his anger could not be controlled. Chapter 192 Injury. After not seeing each other for a few days, the queen ant looked more and more like a human. It seems that their evolution direction is to become human-like creatures. Friend, are you kidding? And even if you are friends, Why do you think I should listen to you? The leader immediately issued an attack order to the assassin in stealth. As a player, he would not give up his own interests just because someone said a few words. Moreover, the queen ant bosses here are marked as wild monsters. Even if they cannot be obtained, they can be killed directly as experience. More importantly, Shui Nai did not reveal his identity, which shows that Shui Nai should be an idle player, otherwise he would have said something like I am a member of a certain guild long ago. However, a javelin appeared from the woods, no, 3 javelins appeared in succession, and these javelins quickly shot towards 3 empty places where no one was. Who are you? The leader asked immediately when he saw the 3 assassins who were unexpectedly shot through the head by javelins. He was obviously worried about the number of companions behind the masked man. The javelins were shot from 3 relatively close places. However, he soon put his mind at ease. After all, if there were really thousands of troops behind the masked man, there would be no need to be so troublesome. As long as all the people came out and stood, he would have to apologize in shame. When he thought of this, the swordsman immediately made up his mind to kill this person. After all, the queen ant in his hand was worth a lot. If he could get their loyalty, he could definitely cultivate a large army of ants. And this was the main reason why they had been observing here for several days without killing them. They were professional players and could see the value behind these queen ants at a glance. However, they did not expect that there was a black cat that could sneak and had very strange strength. They only injured it and drove it away after 3 companions died and the rest were all injured. In fact, the Black Cat King had always felt that he was being monitored, but because these people were using telescopes to spy on him, even if the Black Cat King was sensitive, he could not find them. He could only sneak around and patrol meaninglessly to eliminate his vigilance. Since you were going to kill me, we have nothing to say. Mina said as she quickly pulled out her staff, and the staff roared immediately. At this time, the Black Cat King, who had been hiding on the side, also attacked. The targets of the Black Cat King and Mina were the ninjutsu players holding the glass box. Since these ninjutsu players were behind the only swordsman, they naturally became the candidates to protect the glass box. However, these people were unable to make effective escape moves because of the sudden incident and the need to hold the box with both hands. In addition, Mina's attack was completely fast, fierce, and accurate. More importantly, Mina's ninjutsu covered a large space, making it difficult for them to dodge, not to mention protecting the glass box in their hands. For a moment, the sound of glass breaking came from behind. The leading swordsman saw that the glass box he had prepared for 4 days and spent a lot of money to build was all destroyed by the masked male ninjutsu master. He was so angry. So he immediately drew his sword, intending to kill the ninjutsu master first to vent his anger, and at the same time commanded his companions to kill the escaped queen ants and black cats directly. Since they couldn't get it, they couldn't let others get it. However, to the swordsman's surprise, the ninjutsu master ignored his attack and didn't even look at him. The lightning arrows on the ninja stick were aimed at the players who were going to kill the queen ants. There was only one person and a skeleton around Mina, and there were not enough people to control the situation. Moreover, judging from the wounds on the Black Cat King, it was already seriously injured, so it could only try its best to take away a seriously injured queen ant and leave. In order to give Green enough time, they left there in a short time, and Shui Na could only try to control the 4 players behind the swordsman. However, the intelligence of the Skeleton King did not disappoint Shui Na. A javelin flew from behind Shui Na, and hit the unprepared swordsman in one go. At the same time, a long sword with a 1-meter-long golden light flew out from the woods, and flew across with itself as the axis. This long sword with golden light attached to it flew to the side of those hostile players in an instant with unmatched momentum, easily cutting through their defenses and taking away their health points that were not replenished in time. From the beginning, they thought they would be the final winners, but they did not expect that there would be a low-level boss with unbelievable strength here, nor did they expect that at the last moment there would be a player who claimed to be a friend of these wild monsters, and they did not expect that there would be an unfathomable master in the woods. So, based on the above unexpected, everyone in their group died once. Shui Na did not expect that the Skeleton King's aura burst would be so powerful that it could kill 4 people with one sword, and the timing and distance were well controlled, covering all 4 people who were not standing in a straight line. However, when Shui Na recovered the Skeleton Queen who had no ability to resist from the woods, he finally understood the meaning of hardness cannot last long, and softness cannot be defended. After the explosion, the Skeleton King completely lost all his abilities. This was mainly because the metal equipment on the Skeleton King was too heavy. Even if it had unlimited endurance, it could not move because of the serious lack of weight. After recovering the Skeleton King, Shui Na quickly treated the more seriously injured Queen Ant and King Cat. However, this recovery technique could not immediately repair the injuries of the creatures in this world, especially the seriously injured creatures. It was much weaker than that of the players. Now Shui Na could only use the light of life to save the other two seriously injured Queen Ants, and the others could only take it one step at a time. Seeing that the number of Queen Ants was only half of the original due to this sudden disaster, Shui Na felt very sad. We have to leave quickly, it's not safe now. Lve, who has the wood attribute, has a strong vitality, which is better than his companions. Okay, I know. Shui Na quickly summoned Zui Feng and let it carry the injured Queen Ants forward under Lve's instructions, while he went back to clean up the battlefield. Although the bodies of the Queen Ants will be swept away by the system after a while, due to emotional issues, Shui Na still took the trouble to bury their bodies. Seeing that they died because of knowing him for more than half a month, Shui Na felt a little sad again. It seems that people are really selfish animals. They only want others to die, but don't want their own people to be injured. Shui Na said with some self-mockery. He has killed a lot of wild monsters, but he has never pitied them. Forget it, let's just go straight to the heart, otherwise this game can't be played. Shui Na also knew that this kind of thought was not good, otherwise there would be no playability. Now Shui Na and the remaining 6 Queen Ants and their Cat Kings returned to the ant nest. However, as soon as she returned to the ant nest, Shui Na smelled a very strong smell, and there were many corpses of soldier ants on the ground that had not been brushed away in time. Lve, it's poisonous here, you guys retreat quickly. Shui Na said hurriedly. No wonder no soldier ants came out to protect the Queen Ant. It turned out that all of them died here. These powders have no effect on us, but our people are gone. Lve said with some sadness. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there will be no firewood to burn. Shui Na comforted her like this, but even Shui Na could not guarantee the effect of this. After looking at the ant nest that was not damaged too much, Shui Na dug out a big bag under a big tree on the left, which contained the physical gems stored by the Queen Ant according to Shui Na's requirements. Let's go. Shui Na said to Zui Feng. Zui Feng was very intelligent and loyal, so it already knew what happened here, and obeyed Shui Na's orders very well, and there was nothing dissatisfied. However, the Skeleton King in the pet space kept complaining. If it wasn't for the fact that only the head could move, it would have jumped up long ago. The Skeleton King now has to wait at least 20 minutes before it can fight, otherwise it will be unable to move due to the weight of the armor. To be honest, the Skeleton King's physique is too low. In this world, without physique, it is difficult to move. The physique gem in Shui Na's backpack can just solve this problem, but I don't know to what extent it can be solved. This problem is not urgent, but the red letter on his head is the most troublesome. Just now, the Skeleton King killed 8 people alone, but these kills were all counted on Shui Na's head. Although stealth can hide the problem on the head, the injuries of the Queen Ant and the Cat King must be treated by someone, otherwise it may be a bit dangerous. Shui Na now has only one way to go to Lanluo village, and this is also the only direction. Along the way, Shui Na tried to ask Zui Feng to go slowly a little steady, try not to affect the Queen Ant's injuries. Now the Queen Ant can only sit on the chasing wind stubbornly, and Shui Na needs to help from time to time. Although the Cat King is the most seriously injured, it has the strongest vitality, and now the wound has closed. As long as the movement is slow, it will not affect the injury. Where are we going? Lve has seen the outline of the small village in front, and asked a little uneasily. A place where you can rest assured to recover from your injuries. Outside, I am worried about you. At present, players cannot enter places of the level of Dragon Caves. Other wild environments are just a matter of willingness. Only in Lanluo village, Shui Na is the most assured. Chapter 193 Regret. When Shui Na cut off the last branch that blocked the road in front, Shui Na and others came to the place where they usually met with unscrupulous profiteers. At this time, after 30 minutes of rest, the Skeleton King Indiana Shui Na's pet space recovered 2 points of golden aura and began to sit still. Even though Shui Na couldn't hear it, he knew what it wanted to say now. After thinking for a while, Shui Na let it out. Anyway, this place was safe. This place was still not popular, with only a few wild boars rushing at people. After driving away the wild boars below, Shui Nai asked Zui Feng to carefully cross the wooden fence of the village and hide aside, and then he entered the phantom stealth state and ran to find village chief Fal. Now that he was in the red name state, it was not easy to appear in front of the players, so he had to let the village chief come forward. Shui Nai's movements were very fast, but when he and village chief Fal came over, they immediately found that the Skeleton King was confronting a group of players. There were several javelins nailed in front of several players on the ground. I'm afraid that if they move a few more points, they will nail them there. Everyone stop. Fal's figure appeared in the middle of the two sides in an instant, and with a wave of his hand, he suppressed the Skeleton King's action of drawing the sword. As soon as those players saw Fal, their faces changed immediately and they put away all their weapons. Hello, King Fengjian village chief. The swordsman who was killed by the Skeleton King with a javelin just now came forward to greet him. They had just finished running away from the corpses and quickly followed the passage opened by Mina to find this place, but they didn't want to kill people in this place, so they confronted the Skeleton King. Hello. Fal casually greeted while checking the injuries of the cat queen ant. It's like this, when I was fighting these monsters just now, I was ambushed by a mysterious ninjutsu master, so I want to find out the mage through these monsters and avenge the ambush. I wonder if you can provide any information, village chief. Anyone who has experienced what happened just now can see that these monsters are familiar with this village chief, and that mysterious ninjutsu master may also be familiar with the village chief. What about this? Fal frowned, and he also knew the reason why Mina was not convenient to come out. At this time, the Skeleton King, dressed in gold, came out, holding a long sword and performing the etiquette before the duel. Humph. So it was you who fired the black gun in the woods just now. The swordsman actually had this guess a long time ago, but since he had never seen the Skeleton King, he couldn't just talk to the village chief casually, so he had to push all the problems to the masked ninjutsu master. The Skeleton King did not respond, but from the movement of its head nodding slightly, it was known that it admitted it. Okay, I accept your duel. I wonder if you, the village chief, can be our notary. The swordsman obviously didn't want Fal to deal with this matter. Okay, I understand. A strong green aura appeared on Fal's body, surrounding the injured queen ant and the cat king, and then the aura flew towards the village chief's home. Go outside. After Fal said this, he flew out. Humph, we won't let you go. The swordsman was actually helpless. According to the player's practice, he would first write down the name of this person, and then find a group of people to come and get back at him. However, the masked ninjutsu master could not detect the information, and the armored man could not detect the information either. In order to get revenge first, he had to resort to this last resort. Otherwise, the armored man would run away and they would not be able to find him even if they wanted to. The Skeleton King was naturally not afraid of his threat, but walked to Zhu Feng. Under the envy and jealousy of Mina, he turned on the horse and rode away Zhu Feng. White horse and golden armor, a noble temperament came from the Skeleton King's body and movements. Why is this happening, why? Mina looked at the heroic figure on the horse and found that it was not herself, and she felt a little sour in her heart. At this time, Mina also took a look at the attribute panel of the Skeleton King and found that when the Skeleton King got on the horse, its intelligence rose a little, and the level also reached level 12. Mizuna remembered that the Skeleton King only gained a level when he killed those 8 people. According to the Skeleton King, that kind of fighting was nutritious. But Mizuna didn't expect that the Skeleton King would also gain a level just by riding a horse. Mizuna glanced in the direction of the village chief Fal's house and immediately ran to the village entrance. Mizuna trusts Fal's judgment. Since he thinks the injuries of the queen ant and the king cat are not fatal, then the queen ant and the king cat will be fine. Now Mina is a little worried about the Skeleton King. Although its level has been upgraded by 2 levels, the golden aura has increased by 10 units, and it has also learned the new skill of aura protection. However, these are based on the sufficient number of golden auras of the Skeleton King. Now the Skeleton King has only 2 golden auras, which are useless except for summoning 2 cannon fodder skeleton soldiers. If the Skeleton King is asked to fight against a mage, it's okay. After all, the equipment of the Skeleton King is definitely the nemesis of the mage. However, in addition to the ninjutsu master, there are 3 assassination masters and 4 physical masters over there, which makes Mina a little worried. However, when Mina stood on the roof of the old ninjutsu master's workshop, Mina saw the heroic Skeleton King riding on the tall horse of Zhu Feng, facing the swordsman from above with a very contemptuous attitude. Judging from its appearance, there is no reason for it to fail in this duel. Are they your pets? The old ninjutsu master suddenly appeared behind Mina and asked a little strangely. It seems that there is really nothing that can be hidden from you. Mina watched the old ninjutsu master staring at her left wrist, where the pet bracelet was located. Humph, the person who can hide from me has not been born yet. The old ninjutsu master said proudly. Yes, yes, you are always the best. After Mina saw the old ninjutsu master, for some reason, the original depression in her heart disappeared immediately. I don't deserve it. Compared to you, a kid who caught an undead creature as a pet, I was not as good as you now. It's okay, just be careful. Mina didn't worry much. Mina didn't believe that there would be so many strong people in this world running around everywhere. And it's not easy to see through the lurking mask without that strength. Did you pick it up in the Lich Land? The old ninjutsu master asked Mina while watching the duel below. In fact, the duel below was basically nothing to watch. The speed of the Skeleton King is faster than that of the swordsman, and its swordsmanship is much better than that of the swordsman who can only use the sword. It has both offense and defense, and its fighting style is steady. There is no pressure at all against this swordsman player. More importantly, the Skeleton King has a lot of top quality equipment. The dark gold level warrior armor alone makes this level 25 swordsman very sad. Ordinary sword strikes basically cannot break the defense, and powerful skills can't hit it. This kind of play has no chance of winning. This result is a little difficult for the swordsman to accept. In his circle, his strength is one of the best. Although there may be some differences compared to the elites of those teams, he has always been confident that it is only the difference in equipment. As long as he makes up for the problem of that equipment, he can definitely tie with those so-called elite players, and maybe if he is lucky, he can even knock down such opponents. However, today, here, his previously accumulated self-confidence was shattered by the golden armored man. The armored man did not use any swordsman skills at all, and suppressed him with just a steel sword and some exquisite sword moves. And seeing the armored man's relaxed look, he was not qualified to let him show all his strength, which made the proud him a little unacceptable. Yes, but I didn't expect that place to be connected to the dimensional space. Mina already knew that the dimensional space was behind those mountains. If she fell down, she could only be resurrected directly, because if she fell down, she would not even leave her body. That place was originally an alternative space that would return to this continent every few decades, but it was forcibly imprisoned there by some method. Otherwise, that place would have been pulled away by the dimensional space long ago. What is this? Why don't I know it? Mina immediately recalled the information on the official website, which was somewhat different from what the old ninjutsu master said. When the Lich Land was not controlled by the Bone Witch, it was called the Cursed Land, a place that made the strong tremble, because all the strong who entered that place would be suppressed by the mysterious power there, and reduced to the level of swordsman magicians. Legend has it that there was an ancient god who died there, and the remaining energy of the god made it a weird place. However, the power of the gods also made it a place that all the strong fought for. After that, a large-scale war broke out, and life was completely worthless there. Later, I don't trademark to know what happened specifically, but some people said that it was because the resentment of the dead activated the divine power sent that place into the dimensional space. The old ninjutsu master finished the legend in one breath, which took Mina some time to digest. So, there is really divine power there? Mina asked curiously. I don't trademark to know, but it was indeed sent into the dimensional space by divine power. But I don't trademark to know what happened. Every few decades, it will randomly return to a certain place on this continent. And when it returns, many people will go to find that place to explore the situation inside, but no one has succeeded. If you are interested, you can go inside and take a look. If you have any information, tell me. I have always regretted not having the opportunity to enter there. The old ninjutsu master said with some sigh. Chapter 194, Hidden Mission. At this time, Mina received a prompt from the system. System, you know the secret of the Lich Land. Do you want to accept the Search for Divine Power mission? Mina looked at the attributes of the mission and found that it was a hidden mission, but the reward for the mission was only written as unknown, which made Mina accept it immediately. The mission with unknown reward is a big fish, and this mission itself is a hidden mission, so the basic reward is definitely not small. By the way, I remember that the area of the Lich Land is not large, so why didn't anyone find it? Mizuna asked in confusion. Mizuna glanced at the two people dueling below. The opponent of the Skeleton King had changed. It seemed that those people were going to fight a protracted war. However, facing the infinite endurance of the Skeleton King, as long as it did not use up the golden aura, it would definitely welcome a protracted war. Even if it is divine power, it is limited. It can only protect so much space, so there is naturally only so much space. Otherwise, the Lich Land without divine power protection would have been torn into pieces by the energy in the dimensional space. However, it is hard to say that the divine power itself, maybe it is not discovered by chance. The old ninjutsu master said while staring at the Skeleton King, and his brows were getting deeper and deeper. By the way, I found this badge and the breastplate on the Skeleton King in the Lich Land. Do you recognize them? Mina saw the old ninjutsu master staring at the Skeleton King, thinking that he had discovered the armor on the Skeleton King. So she took the opportunity to ask him. Anyway, with the old master's profound knowledge and unique vision, I believe he can give me some clues. This is just a badge representing identity, and it doesn't have much use. After the old ninjutsu master took a look at the unknown badge in Mina's hand, he took out a black thing from his chest. The black thing was the same size as the badge in Mina's hand, but because the one in the old ninjutsu master's hand was dyed black by some paint, it was difficult to see the pattern on it. In the future, don't show that badge to others casually, otherwise you will get into trouble. Then how should I deal with it? Mina immediately asked this core question. Go to the imperial capital, the descendants of the owner of this badge should still be there, you go and return it to them. Do you know the owner of this badge? After accepting the system's task, Mina immediately asked curiously. I guess so. If he had listened to me back then, he wouldn't have died there. The old ninjutsu master said with some emotion. Then, what about the breastplate? Is it also this person's? Mina asked hesitantly. That's not it. It's just that this armor is the honor of the brave and a special item belonging to the royal family of the empire. Although it has lost its soul and has changed from a semi-artifact to this, the symbolic meaning of the brave is still there. So I suggest that if you don't want to return it to the royal family, you'd better use it carefully, otherwise you will be hunted down by the royal family. The old ninjutsu master also said a little evasively. No, the royal family died there. Mina immediately thought of this. As for semi-artifacts, Mina didn't think such things would appear in this period. Anyway, at most, she would return the armor. A lot of people died in that place. The number of strong men can be described as piles. The death of a few royals is just child's play. Don't forget that a god died there. That place is definitely a cursed place, so you must protect Xiao Ai's safety, otherwise I won't let you go. The old ninjutsu master said seriously. Don't worry, I will protect her with my life. Mina immediately became serious. By the way, if the skeleton's memory is restored, bring him back here. I have something to say to him. After the old ninjutsu master finished speaking, he left. And Mizuna didn't pay attention to him, but sorted out his own task bar. He never thought that he would receive so many hidden tasks in one day, and each task was very attractive. From finding divine power, to returning the mysterious badge, to returning the royal armor and the memory awakening of the Skeleton King. These tasks are all hidden tasks, but these tasks are a bit suspenseful. The task of the divine power is basically impossible to find. So many capable people and strong men from ancient times to the present have never returned. Mizuna doesn't think he has any chance of winning. And the task of returning the badge, although there is a clear scope, there are millions of people in the imperial capital. If there are no other detailed prompts, it is basically like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the old ninjutsu master also reminded himself not to take out the badge casually. As for the royal armor, Mizuna has no plan to return it at present. At least it won't be too late to go when the Skeleton King has almost used it. Finally, there is not much hope for the Skeleton King's memory. Although at present, as long as the Skeleton King's intelligence is improved, his memory should be restored, which is not easy to solve. After all, there is no way to improve it. At this time, the duel below has ended. The Skeleton King knocked down the unknown team all by himself without using any attack skills. Even its opponents are convinced by it, but they have been asking about Shui Nai's identity, and it seems that they want to get some face back from him. Of course, they can only get a silent response. After the victory, the Skeleton King rode on the white horse in a very cool way, and then controlled the pace of Zufeng to step into Lanluo village step by step amid the cheers of a group of players. Its movements are very noble and elegant, but these things make Shui Nai very unhappy. In particular, it also looked at Shui Nai in a coquettish way. Shui Nai read pride and satisfaction in that movement. All players have never seen such a live performance of a swordsman. Many players compare the armored man with some real swordsmanship masters, and the conclusion is that the armored man is as strong as those famous swordsmanship masters. Even Shui Na did not expect that today's battle would be posted on the forum, and more people were overwhelmed by the noble temperament of the Skeleton King, and tried to find information about this person in reality. This is because there are not many nobles in the real world, because the nobles have long lost the noble aura of the legend and have become part of the ordinary people. The appearance of the Skeleton King has rekindled the passion in the hearts of some young people with noble tendencies, and they all plan to follow it and become a noble in the game. Nobility is the dream of many passionate young people. After visiting the Queen Ant and the Queen Cat, Shui Na was ready to log off. However, before logging off, Shui Na asked the Skeleton King to help train Zui Feng so that he could learn riding skills more easily. For this master of riding, Shui Na would not let go of this free laborer. Seeing the Skeleton King nodded and agreed. After a day of thinking, Shui Na had let go of the sadness that the Queen Ant was half dead. However, now Shui Na is a little worried about the revengeful look of the Black Cat King, which is not a good sign. Although the tasks of the past 2 days are easy tasks such as practicing riding and ninjutsu, Qinhao rarely has free time in the game. Only by giving more than others can you get more, and Shui Na has known this truth for a long time. Shui Na saw the Skeleton King teaching Xiao Ai to ride a horse. It seems that as an undead creature, Shui Na feels a little weird to be with a future strong woman, but since the old ninjutsu master and the village chief Fal have no objection to this, Shui Na naturally has no objection. So, Shui Na sat with the old ninjutsu master Fal to drink tea while waiting for Xiao Ai to finish practicing. Your horse is very docile. Basically, anyone can approach it as long as there is no hostility. Fal said while looking at Zui Feng's eyes, clear without a trace of madness. However, the weakness of this kind of horse is also obvious, and it has no combat power at all. Yet, I knew it when the Skeleton King rode away at the beginning. Shui Na didn't know how to evaluate this horse, the Wind Chaser. The intelligence of the Wind Chaser was not low, with 20 points, which was 10 points higher than the pet with the highest intelligence that Shui Na saw in the forum. The higher the intelligence, the easier it is to understand the owner's instructions and the easier it is to grow up, but it also means that once the pet holds a grudge, it is difficult to eliminate it. In addition to intelligence, the amount of attribute values obtained by the pet each time it upgrades is also an important indicator to measure the quality of the pet. At present, every time the Skeleton King upgrades, agility and strength will be strengthened, respectively 3:2. This is the attribute distribution of the agile swordsman. In fact, Shui Na hopes to add the attribute to the physique to improve the Skeleton King's physique a little bit, but the attribute distribution is not up to Shui Na. The upgrade method of the Wind Chaser is quite special. The experience required for its upgrade is converted according to the distance it has walked. For example, when it is at level 1, it can upgrade after walking 500 meters. When she first saw this peculiar upgrade method, Shui Na was surprised. What surprised Shui Na even more was that the attribute distribution of Zui Feng was actually AL sensitive, and its increased sensitivity would also increase its health and chakra value upper limit. When she saw that the chakra value upper limit, which she thought was just for decoration, had changed, Shui Na knew that Zui Feng should be able to learn natural skills. As a pure auxiliary pet, Zui Feng's combat power can be said to be 0, and its defense power is only slightly higher than that of the naked Skeleton King. If it weren't for the equipment such as armor on its body, Shui Na had no intention of letting it fight. Moreover, the bonuses brought by the attributes of each race are different, and this is related to the owner's feeding method. If you are good to your pet, you can often stimulate its potential, but potential is really ethereal. Chapter 195 Biting off more than you can chew. For example, for every 1 point of agility of the Skeleton King, you can increase your speed by 2 points, and 1 point of strength can increase your health by 2 points and physical damage by 5 points. This is much higher than for players. If the situation continues like this, the Skeleton King will have no defense at all. In the middle stage, they are cannon fodder that will die after one hit, and it is useless to attack them at a high level. The attribute bonus of Chasing Wind is also very extreme. 1 point of agility increases 5 points of speed, 2 points of health and 1 point of chakra. This is a completely running attribute. In fact, this is very suitable for Mina, but Mina did not expect that the riding skills should be learned by himself, and he should learn them in a practical way. There are no related skills to choose from. In other words, as long as you learn to ride a horse in the game, you can basically learn it in the real world. By the way, the black cat guy is missing. Mina knew that Levi and the others were arranged to live in Fal's house. After waiting for so long without seeing it, Mina was a little worried. As for the queen ants, they have been out of danger after Fal's treatment and Sheen's high-efficiency drugs. They will recover after a few days of rest. The recovery ability of wild monsters is much stronger than that of humans. It went to the Howling Wolf Forest. Don't worry. That guy knows that he is no match for that group of people, so he won't do anything reckless now. But if his strength increases greatly, that's hard to say. The old ninjutsu master also frowned and said that according to his plan, it would be better for the Black Cat King not to have any unpleasant things with humans, otherwise it would be troublesome. Oh, that's good. As for the strength of the Black Cat King, as long as it doesn't challenge the high-level boss there is still no big problem. In fact, since the Black Cat King was responsible for taking care of the queen ants, it has never left the wild boar territory and has not received better training. If the Black Cat King's strength could be stronger at that time, then perhaps things would be much better. Village Chief Fal, I have a request. I wonder if Green and the others can stay with you temporarily. I plan to take the Black Cat King out for some experience. Mina immediately turned her thoughts into actions. That's no problem. For such a small problem, Fal naturally has no problem. That's good. Mina said happily. Your head is so bad, your undead creature has already made you like this. Adding that untamable black cat will only give you more headaches. The old ninjutsu master pointed out Mizuna's problem with one stroke. It's more lively when there are more people. Anyway, the black cat is just a little thin-skinned, but it's actually very sensible. Mizuna's words were heard by the Skeleton King and Xiao Ai, so Xiao Ai immediately ran down to ask about the black cat. So far, the old ninjutsu master has not mentioned that the black cat was injured. Aren't you going to practice anymore? Mizuna looked at Xiao Ai, who was sweating profusely, and immediately changed the subject. Now the Black Cat King is full of dark aura, and he really can't get close to Xiao Ai, otherwise one of them will always be injured due to the collision of power. I'm tired, it's your turn to practice, brother. The horse is very well behaved and clever. Xiao Ai took the drink given to her by Mizuna and said excitedly. I know. Mizuna touched Xiao Ai's head and walked to Zufeng. Hey, aren't you coming over? Mina looked at the Skeleton King standing under the shade of the tree and asked in a strange way. I only serve girls. The Skeleton King drew his sword and wrote on the ground. Humph. The old ninjutsu master snorted coldly when he saw these words. Damn, you are really a top-notch guy. Mina was amused by this guy. Fal was also obviously confused by this strange pair of partners. He had always heard of pets betraying their owners, but he had never heard of pets ignoring their owner's orders. Even if the pet didn't want to obey the order, it would still do it, or it would just resist. It wouldn't be as unique as this pet. Mina glanced at the Skeleton King who really had no interest in teaching him, and he was embarrassed to call it. After sighing, he turned over and climbed on the horse, while looking for relevant tutorials from the forum, he went to explore. However, I don't know whether Zufeng is easier to control or Mina's learning ability and balance ability are better. After practicing for half an hour, he began to become proficient. But he still didn't dare to let Zufeng run at full speed, fearing that he would be thrown off. Even the most docile horse can be easily thrown off at high speed. And Shui Na also knows that haste makes waste, and slow training is the kingly way. Shui Na, someone is coming. At this time, Fal suddenly reminded. And Shui Na immediately entered the phantom stealth state. Now he is still in the red name state, so it is naturally inconvenient for him to appear in the village. Are you the village chief of this village? A swordsman with heavy armor and sharp sword asked immediately when he saw Fal coming out to greet him. Yes, I wonder what's the matter. Fal had no memory of this person, and it seemed that he came from outside. Oh, the person I'm looking for is the armored man. I want to duel with him and prove that I am stronger than him. The swordsman pushed Fal away and walked in to say to the Skeleton King. He also took out a pair of brand new white gloves and threw them to the Skeleton King fiercely, imitating the British aristocratic duel custom. The Skeleton King dodged easily and used his sharp sword to split the white glove into four. What do you mean by that? The swordsman whose face was covered by a metal mask roared immediately. Humph, Don't you know that you can't use hidden weapons to attack your opponent before a duel? The old ninjutsu master was a little angry for some reason. Is this glove a hidden weapon? Don't nobles have to throw white gloves first in a duel? The swordsman who bought a pair of white gloves specifically for an aristocratic duel with the Skeleton King was immediately confused. No, a duel is not distinguished between nobles or not. As long as your duel invitation is accepted, you can duel. The white gloves are not an invitation before a duel at all. Fal said to him kindly. Well, I'm going to ask you for a duel now. Do you accept it? The Skeleton King shook his head and refused directly. Are you scared? Just tell everyone that you are no match for me, Su. The swordsman naturally thought that the Skeleton King was scared. However, the Skeleton King was still shaking his head and said nothing. In fact, the Skeleton King was also very depressed. He should not have provoked this person. If the Skeleton King knew that his battle video yesterday would have been spread like crazy because of the gorgeous swordsmanship and aristocratic flavor, and he was also named the best swordsman among players. Even some so-called masters in real life were impressed by him. Although this is just a game, under the condition of high virtuality, the swordsmanship in the real world can be fully reflected in the game. In the real world, some people who are very obsessed with martial arts will look for relevant masters based on this, and then challenge them in the game. It's just that the rash challenge behavior like this swordsman is very unfriendly and uncultured. In the end, with Fal's help, the swordsman who was still entangled was finally sent away, and Mina and the Skeleton King also left at the same time. Troublesome things, I believe no normal person would like it. In the past 2 days, Mina and the Skeleton King have been in the wild boar territory. Since the Queen Ant and King Cat left, the number of wild boars here has also begun to recover, but they have also fallen from the boss level to the elite or ordinary level, losing their former charm. 2 days add up to nearly 19 hours, which is not long, but definitely not short. Anyway, now Mina can run at the high speed of the wind chaser without falling off, although she was thrown countless times before. And she can also use ninjutsu on the bumpy horseback and hit the wild boar skeleton soldiers summoned by the Skeleton King. During this time, Mina also chose her future career direction. Ninjutsu masters can control the power of 6 elements in total, which means that ninjutsu masters can have 6 different types of ninjutsu. But as the saying goes, you can't chew too much. Each player has only 70 skill bars, but there are more than 200 known conventional ninjutsu, not including passive skills and other non-elemental ninjutsu. And after more than a month, some data on the game's official website has been updated, and some settings for ninjutsu masters have finally surfaced. For example, the mutation condition of the ninja master profession is just that this mutation condition has a time limit. Although this setting has been made, it has lost its meaning. Another example is the mastery setting that often appears in previous games. For the current ninja master, this mastery is mainly the mastery of a certain element. For the warrior, there are weapon mastery, certain system of fighting spirit mastery and shooting mastery. And the assassin profession has dagger mastery, shooting mastery and poison mastery. Each player generally has only one mastery ability, and once it is determined, it cannot be changed. As far as the ninja master's mastery that Mina knows is concerned, the conditions for achieving it are relatively harsh, but the effect of that element mastery is also very powerful. The effect of the mastered ninja system is added by 100%, and the chakra consumption is reduced by 50%. The chanting and cooling time are reduced depending on the level of the ninja. The only drawback is that the effect of the opposing ninja magic system is weakened by 50%. As for Mizuna, his goal is to master the fire system. After all, he has a fire dragon attached to him. If he uses this state well, it will definitely be icing on the cake. However, once he masters it, his ice and water ninjutsu will be weakened. The elements of the ninja world are like this: fire and water, thunder and earth, wind and wood. Of course, there must be mutual generation when there is mutual generation, such as water and wood, wood and fire, fire and thunder, thunder and wind, wind and earth, etc. Although there are many attributes of mutual generation, elemental mastery does not have a mutual generation bonus effect. For this mutual generation system, Mizuna is also guessing that this may be related to the combination of skills. Chapter 196 Assessment. However, this mastery will not be mastered until it reaches the shadow level, that is, it will take until it reaches level 60 to complete the ability to obtain mastery. Before that, what Mizuna has to do is to practice one of the fire skills to the extreme. It trademark S just that it trademark S very troublesome to practice the level of this skill, and the number of proficiency alone is shocking. The primary ninjutsu can only reach the extreme level at level 60, and you have to reach the advanced ninjutsu master to continue to upgrade the ninjutsu. The limit of intermediate ninjutsu is level 40, and the advanced ninjutsu is level 20. If you only look at the level, it must be high. It is more cost-effective to learn advanced ninjutsu, but the proficiency of each level of advanced ninjutsu is more than twice that of intermediate ninjutsu, and you have to wait until Mizuna becomes a high-level mage before you can practice it. Compared with the intermediate and primary ninjutsu that have already been learned, they can quickly accumulate proficiency, which is one of their advantages. Mizuna's plan is to practice the continuous fireball first, and use this fire-based ninjutsu to complete the conditions for mastery. In fact, Mizuna has more feelings for the fireball technique, but the growth of the fireball technique is much weaker than the more advanced ninjutsu later. A roar suddenly came from the wild boar territory, pulling Mizuna, who was thinking on horseback, back to the game world. With the roar of the wild boar, it has been crippled and can only threaten the Skeleton King like this. The Skeleton King has now put on the skeleton crown, which has strengthened its soul breath level. Unfortunately, the helmet and the crown are not compatible. And it is for this reason that Mizuna will let the Skeleton King practice the soul breath skill. Because for now, Skeleton King has only this skill that can be upgraded, and other skills can only be used once or cannot be upgraded. If you don't upgrade this skill now, it will be a tragedy when you really need to use it. After 2 days of hard training, Skeleton King's soul breath has been upgraded to level 2. Although the increase is small, for Shui Nai, Skeleton King is willing to listen to her and practice this skill that it doesn't like, which is a good thing in itself. I have to go back. Shui Nai glanced at the time of going offline. Now there are only about 30 minutes left. It's time to go back to Lanluo village to prepare. After successfully persuading and taking Skeleton King back to the pet space, the summoned wild boar skeleton beasts also disintegrated in an instant, leaving only pieces of bones. Shui Nai quickly removed all the equipment on Skeleton King and put it in his backpack. In order to improve the physique of Skeleton King, Shui Nai is going to fight for his wealth. After giving Qin the nails he got from the Zombie King and some wild boar materials he got from the wild boar territory as a reward, Qin also took the equipment and physical gems given to him by Shui Nai, and promised to come to pick up the goods tomorrow. In fact, Shui Nai also wanted Qin to make a set of armor for Zui Feng, but he was short of money and had no extra money. When he received the reward from the Lord of Anwei City, Shui Nai chose the Baron Mission Book and gave up the generous monetary reward. Otherwise, the monetary reward alone could arm several Skeleton Kings. After that, Shui Nai found a place to rest, and the players who had been following Shui Nai could only look at Shui Nai like this. Shui Nai certainly remembered these players, they were the ones who had their eyes on the Queen Ant. Fortunately, the Black Cat King went to the Howling Wolf Forest, otherwise a few people would probably die here. This armor is a semi-artifact. If I find the right materials, I can repair it, but I can't solve the soul of the weapon. Qin Yi said this to Shui Nai when he saw him coming to pick up the goods. Now this armor is inlaid with 5 best quality physical gems by Shui Nai. This is the upper limit of an armor. At most, it will damage the durability and properties of the equipment. And other equipment has also been hit with physical gems, and all of them have been hit to the limit. Now the physical gems on all equipment add up to more than 25, and they are of the best quality. The physical fitness has also increased by more than 300 points. Even if the Skeleton King uses up all the golden aura, he should not be crushed by the armor again. However, the Skeleton King does not like this green physical gem, because the little bit of green on the bright golden armor looks weird. From a distance, it looks like a few green bugs on the armor. If the skeleton still has eyebrows now, I am afraid that the frown can pinch Qin Hao to death. However, Shui Nai had no time to care about its thoughts. After putting the equipment on the Skeleton King one by one, Shui Nai said goodbye to Qin and went to find Xiao Ai. Today is the day for her entrance training. Shui Nai has been preparing for this day for a long time. Zhu Feng's speed is very fast. Although it is still a certain distance away from the legendary speed of the wind and lightning, with 2 people sitting, it is still easy to get rid of the pursuers behind and run away. But Shui Nai didn't expect that those people would hate him so much. He was surrounded by those 11 players just after leaving the village. Shui Nai, who didn't want to make a big deal of this, had to talk to them in a good tone for a while. But the more humble Shui Nai was, the more presumptuous those players became, and they also put forward some harsh compensation conditions. After listening to all their requests, Shui Nai directly used more than 10 lightning arrows to express her opinions, and then took the opportunity to let Zhu Feng jump over these obstacles and run away. This was a completely meaningless negotiation, and Shui Nai was too lazy to argue with them anymore. Anyway, he was planning to go out and explore after reaching level 40. Then, he would let this group of people look for him. After all, he could still escape after finding them. When it came to escaping, Qin Hao was very confident. Under the rush of the wind, it took only 25 minutes for the two to arrive. During this time, Mizuna also used the air staying effect to directly pick up Xiao Ai and cross the river, which saved a lot of time. Now, many NPCs and players have gathered at the entrance of the Lich Land. There are also several people like Mizuna who bring NPC children here to experience. After queuing up and handing in all the information given by the old ninjutsu master, Mizuna received the relevant forms and pass. After quickly filling out the form, Mizuna came to the entrance of the barrier shield with the certificate. Waiting for the review of the medical ninjutsu master, in this place where medical ninjutsu masters are walking all over the ground, the Skeleton King is very quiet, so quiet that even the ghost fire in the eye sockets has disappeared. If Mizuna still sees that its health value is still full, he will think that its soul has left its body and died. Okay, you can enter. Although this place is not dangerous, the training itself has certain dangerous factors, so please listen to the guardian's words and don't run around, understand? The medical ninjutsu master said this to Xiao Ai and made way. Don't be nervous, I'm here. Mina grabbed her sweaty hands and said softly. As soon as she entered the land of liches, Mina saw many figures fighting hard on the edge of the Sea of Bones. The area of the cemetery of the dead is not small. If the skeleton soldiers and monsters such as zombies are removed, it is still easy to accommodate tens of thousands of people, without any pressure. However, if the skeleton soldiers, which can be described as a huge number, are taken into account, then this situation has to be considered separately. The current situation is no longer the situation when Qin Hao came here before, so he was cautious and brought Xiao Ai to Rhodes first, intending to understand the situation first. I thought you would come early in the morning. Rhodes asked when he saw Shui Nai and the others. This time the entrance training was a bit strange. Both the examination room and the training method were very different from the past. However, as a person who was only at the sword master level, he had no right to question the practices of those people above. I don't think it's appropriate to camp outdoors. When he came in, Shui Nai saw a few tents that had not been dismantled at the entrance. They should be used by some people who came from afar to participate in the entrance training last night. That's right. Okay, you should complete that task early and be careful. Rhodes took a look at the situation below. Although the basic safety issues can be guaranteed under the hands of those guardians, emergencies still need to be prevented. Okay, I'll go now. Shui Nai looked at his task bar. When he entered this space, he accepted the task of assisting Xiao Ai in killing 500 skeleton soldiers. It's just 500 little skeletons. Don't be afraid. Just use your ninjutsu to smash their heads. It seems like this. Mina took Xiao Ai to a relatively deserted place, and casually smashed the skulls of the approaching skeletons one by one with ninjutsu. Mina glanced at the task status. The skeletons she killed would not be counted in the task. It seemed that only the skeletons that Xiao Ai solved with ninjutsu could be counted. However, the calculation method of this task was not difficult for Qin Hao at all. Mina put away the ninjutsu, smiled and took off the skulls of all the lone skeletons nearby and piled them aside. Then let Xiao Ai use medical ninjutsu to deal with them, but Xiao Ai's holy light magic seemed to be a little special. It was brighter than the medical ninjutsu used by other children, and a trace of black air would occasionally run out of the broken skulls and dissipate in the air. Brother Mage, are you the guardian of this girl? A male voice suddenly came from behind Mina, but the distance was not far, which made Mina's heart tighten, and she turned around immediately. Chapter 197 Thieves also have their own way. You are. Mina frowned and said, being approached silently, for a ninjutsu master, it would not be a good feeling. An assassin stood at a corner 5 meters behind Mina. This distance is the best attack distance for some top assassins. There is enough distance for them to run up, and the distance is not too far. Don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions. The assassin player spread his hands, without weapons, and pointed to a child in a corner not far away. Like you, I have accepted the task of the village chief and come here to play the role of a guardian. Oh, what advice do you have? Mina looked at Xiao Ai's situation and was polite to him. No one comes to the temple for no reason, this is a truth that has been precipitated by history. I don't deserve your advice, let me introduce myself first. My name is Dao Yiyu Dao, and I plan to help that kid over there complete the task of entering higher education. But my kid's chakra is limited, so it's a bit difficult to complete the task within today, so I want him to team up with that little girl, so that we can save some time. The player named Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at the little boy who was resting in the corner, and then glanced at the girl who was constantly using medical ninjutsu to grind the health points of those skulls, and immediately said this method. Dao Yiyu Dao. Shui Na checked the ranking list and immediately found this person in the first place. So it's a great god, I'm sorry. Shui Na said jokingly. This Shui Na is so glorious. He knocked down all the big guys on the ranking list, which is really amazing. Don't say that, I'm just lucky. I wonder if you are interested in this. Dao Yiyu Dao said while keeping an eye on the boy's situation, afraid that he would run away from that safe place. Is it okay to do this? Shui Na knew that players could team up to fight the kind of tasks without dropping quest props, but Xiao Ai is an NPC. Actually, I don't have much confidence, but I have to try it. Otherwise, I really may not be able to finish it until tomorrow. Dao Yiyu Dao scratched the hair beside his ear and said uncertainly. To be honest, Shui Na had never considered the chakra problem for Xiao Ai. After all, he had always used potions to solve problems and never had to consider the problem of no chakra. Therefore, Shui Na has developed this habit, but Xiao Ai can't use those potions. Okay, I understand. Shui Na also understood the problem. It seems that there should be other ways to solve this task. Otherwise, with Xiao Ai's strength of about level 10, even if she uses 2 days, she can't complete this task with her own ability. Although the health of the Skeleton King whose skull was removed by Shui Na is very low, these children who participated in the training are only level 10, and their ninjutsu damage will only be lower. Even if there is a restraint bonus on the attribute, it will take a lot of chakra to destroy a skull. So, the two of them took action immediately. This task is time limited. There is only 1 day today. If the task cannot be completed today, then it will have to wait until next year. For this kind of thing, neither Shui Na nor Dao Yiyu Dao naturally hopes it will happen. Afterwards, Shui Na introduced herself as Chi Huo, and also met the boy named Benji. Students like them who have ninjutsu masters in their villages do not need to go to the Holy Light Academy for preschool training, thus saving a lot of money. They just need to pass the entrance training. And because there are relatively few Holy Light Academy, the admission requirements are generally very high. First, your age cannot exceed 10 years old, second, your own strength must reach level 10 or above, and third, you must complete relevant tasks. These 3 conditions are difficult to achieve for NPCs whose strength grows slowly, and it is even more difficult at that age. Therefore, NPCs who can enter the Holy Light Academy are naturally gifted people, and with acquired learning and hard training, they generally have certain achievements. After Mizuna and Dao Yiyu Dao formed a team, Xiaoi and Benji also formed a team. Although the two of them could not see the team information, the other 2 players saw the relevant information, and they also knew that team training was the secret to passing this task. As a relatively weak profession, medical ninjutsu masters can only exert their greatest abilities by forming a team with others, and I believe that this task is to teach these children the importance of teamwork. After thinking this through, Mina immediately told the 2 children that since this task has this meaning, they must be told. Then, we have to help them too. Mina immediately took off the skulls one by one, which was unbelievable to Dao Yiyu Dao. He had never thought that a ninjutsu master could be so violent. And it was so violent that all the bones of the Skeleton King seemed to be paper in his hands. As soon as he exerted force, there would be a click sound, and then a skull would be pulled off. How much strength do you have? Although you can do this. Dao Yiyu Dao also tried it, but with only 10 points of strength, he could only tear off the more fragile joints, and the very solid skull could not be pulled at all, so he could only use a dagger to cut off their cervical vertebrae and remove the skull. Only 38, much worse than that power-based profession. Mizuna also knew that he was a bit abnormal among mages, but this was also to adapt to the requirements of the times. If someone gave him a few skill books that increase spirit value, he would definitely learn them as soon as he took over. It's just that there are few passive skill books suitable for ninjutsu masters. Even if Mizuna cleared the second floor several times, this kind of skill book that increases spirit value would not be exploded. Instead, other weird skill books exploded a lot. Hiss, no way, are you a ninjutsu master? What do you think? Mizuna said after burning a skeleton soldier to death with a continuous fireball. I think you have more than me, I only have 10 points. Whatever, let's solve this task first. Mizuna and Dao Yudao have already run into the sea of bones. The skeleton soldiers are like ants smelling honey, one after another, and even Mizuna has to start bombing them with ninjutsu. Dao Yudao was responsible for cutting off the skulls of the skeleton soldiers who were not completely dead on the ground, and picking them up to give to Xiao Ai and the others for further processing. My personal suggestion is to retreat immediately. Shui Nai in the front was also beginning to be unable to hold on, and waves of them were like the ocean-like bone surges continuously hit Qin Hao's defense line. Okay, I'll take care of them, and you'll be responsible for the rear, how about that? Dao Yudao looked at the situation and found that for some reason, the number of skeleton soldiers suddenly increased dramatically, and there were also waves of very faint black air on the grave of the dead. He immediately made the best arrangements according to the situation. Okay. Shui Nai had already discovered this phenomenon, but he just saw Rhodes' figure disappear at the entrance of the second floor, so he didn't have any big concerns, but it was obvious that the current situation was somewhat different from his own thoughts. Xiao Ai, hold on to that big brother, we are leaving here. Shui Nai said to Xiao Ai who was a little nervous. It was not easy for Dao Yudao to break out of the siege, but Shui Nai was trapped in the sea of bones. Although he could still fight these skeleton soldiers for a while, it would not work for a long time. After all, the problem of quantity can only be solved by quantity, but now no one will help him. Even Dao Yudao tried several times, but he could only use crossbows to remove the skeletons around him, which was just a drop in the bucket and far from enough. Now Shui Nai was about 20 meters away from the crowd outside, and most importantly, because of Shui Nai, all the skeletons around him came towards him. Seeing this, some guardians who were resisting the skeletons were relieved and stopped fighting against them. Instead, they pulled people back to the temporary safety behind. Dao Yudao had no other way to deal with this, and could only use crossbows to reduce the pressure on Shui Nai. Chi Huo, hurry up, there is a lot of suspicious black air behind. Dao Yudao said nervously to Shui Nai in the team chat. Damn. Shui Nai took a look at the situation behind him, and saw a lot of thick black fog appearing from the entrance of the second floor. Everything shrouded in it could not be seen, but this black air was not friendly to strangers at all. Because soon after the black gas came out of the entrance of the second floor, several roars came from there, and white lights flashed in the black gas, the white lights of the players' death there. After the white light, all the players who were struggling there were sent back to the resurrection point next to the wooden house. Those players entered here a few days ago, and it was only an hour before Shui Na left. As soon as he saw such a strange black fog, Shui Na immediately summoned 2 ice shields, one in each hand, and then roared and suddenly used power burst. He was like a bulldozer, pushing the skeleton soldiers in front of him, knocking down one after another, basically stepping on bones to move forward. The equipment on his body had long been unrecognizable under so many bone claws, and even the blood volume began to slowly decrease. The charge without considering defense was effective, and he rushed out more than 10 meters at once. But these skeleton soldiers kept circling around Shui Na. If he couldn't break out of this encirclement, he would be surrounded by the sea of bones sooner or later. At this time, Mina suddenly saw a white light flashing in front of her, and a series of weak medical ninjutsu hit her side and body. It turned out that Wengzhen led the children in the wooden house to rescue, but their aim was really bad and covered Mina. Although these ninjutsu can only stubbornly find a few points of Mina's health, it will still hurt when it hits her body. Chapter 198 Bottomless Pit. However, with the support of their ninjutsu, Mina's pressure was relieved a lot. Although these ninjutsu are weak, dozens of ninjutsu, only hitting this small place around Mina, can still easily wear out the skeleton soldiers' already small health. Using the ice shield to smash the skulls of the skeleton soldiers one by one, Mina began to hunt down the group of skeleton soldiers who had not dispersed, so as not to bring these skeleton soldiers to the already unsafe safe zone later. The wooden house area without roads can no longer be called a safe zone. Thank you. Qin Hao said to Wen Xin after coming out of the encirclement, and then touched Xiao Ai, who was obviously frightened and slightly tired due to the rapid consumption of chakra. Don't worry, these bones can't hurt me. Mina said while drinking the potion, and at the same time comforted Xiao Ai who was crying. He is a violent ninjutsu master, and those skeleton soldiers are like toys in front of him. Wen Xin also came over, but her words of comforting Xiao Ai made Mina sweat on her forehead. However, now is not the time for Mina to discuss this issue, because the black air has come. In fact, Mina also wanted to take them away from here, but the way to enter and exit the copy of the Land of the Dead has changed, and it has become a copy that can only be left after completing the task. After seeing this, Mina knew that the wooden house must be a place that would not be affected, because the game could not come up with a setting of death that would kill everyone here. As expected by Mina, the black air stopped at a distance of 20 meters in front of the wooden house and could not move. A holy light shield protected this place. At this time, Mina found that several white figures appeared at the entrance. As soon as these figures appeared, the black air covering the grave of the dead also disappeared instantly. It dropped in time, just like the reservoir suddenly opened the gate and caused the water level to drop sharply. However, when the black gas descended to the ground, what Shui Nai and the others saw was a black ocean. All the skeleton soldiers that were originally white turned black, as if they were sprayed with black paint, but fortunately there was no black gas surrounding them. Otherwise, Shui Nai would have taken Xiao Ai away as soon as possible. In addition to the skeleton soldiers being stained black, even the land was polluted by the black gas, becoming black and carrying a smell of corruption. At this time, Shui Nai found that his taskbar was constantly flashing. The original task of assisting Xiao Ai in killing 500 skeleton soldiers had been changed to protecting Xiao Ai and killing 1,000 skeleton soldiers by himself. After Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao looked at each other, they knew that the other party had also received such a task. At this time, the NPCs of the Holy Light Church wearing white medical wizard robes also announced the task change to the guardians of those non-players, and told them to protect those children. After finishing the job, these people flew or teleported directly and disappeared at the entrance of the second floor of the Lich Land. It seems that they went to check the cause of the abnormality in the Lich Land. Wengzhen, take people into the wooden house immediately and don't come out. And help take care of Xiaoai and Benji. Shui Na pushed Xiaoai and Benji to Wengzhen, who was the oldest here. It's me again. Am I destined to be a babysitter? Uncle Rod is like this, and so are you. Wengzhen muttered, but Shui Na didn't pay attention here, so he couldn't hear it at all. For these children who are improving their strength here, as long as their strength reaches level 10 and meets other conditions, they can directly enter the Holy Light Academy without any admission training. This is the benefit of participating in preschool training. When someone saw Wengzhen walking into the wooden house with the children, the other guardians immediately knew what to do, so they persuaded Wengzhen to lock all the children in the wooden house. What do you mean? I feel like this wooden house is a bottomless pit. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was still in the team state, looked at the wooden house that had eaten 100 children. He had no pressure at all. It seemed that there could be 100 more children. Don't take this kind of thing seriously. Shui Na had already changed her equipment and planned to complete the task as soon as possible. 1,000 skeleton soldiers, if it was before, it shouldn't be too difficult, but now these skeleton soldiers in front of him have obviously changed. I think, in the Dark Blessing state, the overall strength of the skeleton soldiers increased by 50%, the effect of the medical magician was weakened by 50%, and the refresh speed was accelerated. What kind of special state is this, so powerful? Dao Yiyu Dao took a look with the reconnaissance and immediately shouted in the team chat. It is recommended to deal with some of them first, otherwise it will be troublesome when the number increases. Even if these level 10 skeletons added the special state of this system, they could not block Shui Na's ninjutsu. 300 health points for the skeleton soldiers who have no ninjutsu defense, they can't even resist Shui Na's fireball. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao, who was more experienced, immediately organized all the nearby players who were guest guardians, forming a unified player front. However, Mina's actions have proved that after the task was changed, only the skeletons killed by himself were effective, and those killed by others would not be counted in his task at all. Mina took a look and saw that there were 8 players pulled over by Dao Yiyu Dao, and there were only 10 people including himself and Dao Yiyu Dao. Except for Mina himself who was an elemental ninjutsu master, the others were from other professions. It seems that our team is very bad. Now Mina's group has no formation at all. All of them rushed to the front line, and even the only player with the medical profession rushed out, without any cooperation. Benefits. This is what we players play for. If the task status can be shared, then I believe these people will not work so hard. Dao Yudao also whispered in Shui Nai's ear, but the crossbow in his hand did not fall. He loaded the arrows with one hand and pulled the trigger with the other hand, accurately shooting the skulls of the skeleton soldiers. Then you added them to the team? Shui Nai asked puzzledly. It's better for players to get together than to get together with NPCs, right? Dao Yudao glanced at the skeleton soldiers who were being slaughtered by a group of NPC guardians, and could only sigh in his heart. The people over there are at least level 50, and one person alone can beat his team. After all, the guardians worked hard for half an hour. Most of the NPC guardians completed the task, and then sat together by the wooden house to rest and chat. As for Shui Nai and others, except for the medical magician who killed slowly, people like Shui Nai who could kill a large area had already completed the task. They continued to stand here only for the sake of their team consciousness. However, some people began to ask Dao Yudao about how to level up and how to kill monsters. As a celebrity who is the number one player, this kind of thing is inevitable. Dao Yudao also answered these people's questions one by one. It was in some critical places, and I took it away in one stroke, not wanting to reveal too much. Hey, it's finally done. Dao Yudao looked at the taskbar with the word complete, and began to help the medical wizard with the crossbow in his hand. And Shui Nai had already used the continuous fireball to weaken the life value of the skeleton soldiers, so that the medical wizard could easily kill these strengthened skeleton soldiers. Thank you. After a few minutes, the female medical wizard finally breathed a sigh of relief. These skeleton soldiers suddenly strengthened by the system made this originally very advantageous profession become the last profession. Retreat first, as long as you don't get too close to these skeleton soldiers, you won't be entangled by them. Dao Yudao knew the skeleton soldiers better, and immediately told everyone, and then led the team to the vicinity of the resurrection point. There were some non-Guardian players gathered there, and these people had no interest in the skeleton soldiers who had no experience and no items dropped, so they had been resting here. After getting rid of the pursuit of several black skeleton soldiers, Shui Nai and his group came to the vicinity of the resurrection point. There is no so-called absolute safety zone for this kind of wild resurrection point. It's just that these wild resurrection points are generally set in relatively safe places. As for the monsters going there to make a nest and live for a long time, those unlucky players can only solve it themselves. Shui Nai glanced at the players who were now nesting in the resurrection point waiting for the weak time to pass. They were the first batch of players who died when the black gas came. And because they were in the wild, the weak time was longer than the resurrection in the main city or village. The reason is that the quality of the resurrection here is too low, or it is shoddy. Therefore, the quality is difficult to guarantee. In addition to the quality problem, the location is also difficult to guarantee. Because Shui Nai remembered that in a forum post, he saw that some wild resurrection stones would change their positions due to theft or destruction. For this kind of resurrection stone position change, it is very deceptive. Once the player's death position exceeds the radius of the resurrection stone, the player can only run to the radius of the nearest resurrection point in the soul state and then choose to resurrect directly, except for running corpses. But the speed in the soul state is heartbreaking. Looking at the more than 20 players in front of him, Mina's eyebrows under the mask frowned. The reason is nothing else, just because of the badges on these people, a black dragon with its head raised and roaring. Mina doesn't have much guild awareness, and only people who see the Dark Dragon Guild will associate her with her identity as a member of the Fox Fairy Guild. And since it was used up that time, the badge of the Fox Fairy Guild has been placed in the corner of the backpack and has not attracted his attention again. And even if Mina wears the badge, it will be covered by the cloak that she has been wearing for a long time. After all, Mina has developed the habit of hiding herself at all times, and things like this that will leak her information are avoided as much as possible. Chapter 199, Supply Station. It seems that enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The person who spoke was not Shui Nai, but Dao Yudao. Is there a problem? Shui Nai asked immediately. Before, I had a few fights with people from their guild, and now I think I am wanted by their guild. Dao Yudao frowned and tightened his grip on the crossbow, but soon relaxed. Because he knew that this was not a good place to fight, and none of these people were known to him. Are they trying to get you to join them? Shui Nai asked thoughtfully. That's right, and later I refused, so they found a crowd to pry me. But in the end, after a fierce fight, I still escaped with injuries, and I killed more than a dozen people. But now, if I meet their people, I have to fight once I am recognized, which makes me nervous. Dao Yiyu Dao said proudly in a low voice. Shui Nai saw Dao Yiyu Dao's proud look, and she couldn't understand it. Isn't it worth being proud of such a troublesome thing? Boss Feng, that assassin looks a lot like Dao Yiyu Dao. Do you think we should? A medical magician who was sitting at the resurrection point to rest and wait for the weak state to subside said a little uneasily. As a first T-line player of the Dark Dragon Guild, although the treatment is a little worse than that of the elite team players, compared with most of the grassroots members, the identity of this first T-line player is still envied by the players below. Luan Xing, don't move around. Wait until our weak state is gone. The physical magician named Feng He is the captain of this small team, and he is also a loyal subordinate to Shen Long. As a first T-line member and an eyeliner of Shen Long, he naturally knows many things that the players below in the guild don't know. For example, the strength of Dao Yiyu Dao and the reason for his feud with him. To be honest, Feng He doesn't want to be an enemy of such a master, especially here where there is a life curse. Every time they die, their level will drop by 2 levels. For players of their current level, this is the experience points gained after 4 or 5 days of hard work. Now he regrets that he did not listen to the system's warning when the black gas appeared and left open there. Otherwise, at least I won't stay here like now and wait for the state to disappear. Just now, they used a barrier magician with thick blood as bait, let it possess, and then spent a lot of effort to slowly wear out its health. It took them a whole day to solve all the ghosts. Just when they were about to pass through that passage, they received this infuriating system warning. Then everyone discussed for a long time, and when they were about to venture in, the black air appeared, and as a result, all the people were hunted by the creatures in the black air. If possible, Feng He hopes that this top master can be introduced to the guild by himself, so that he can get the boss's appreciation and a lot of rewards, so that he can make up for the loss here. As Shui Nai walked, he secretly pressed down some of his equipment. Every time he faced these people from the Dark Dragon Guild, Qin Hao would change to agility equipment to make himself in the best state. After changing out of the heavy and inflexible cloth armor on his body, Qin Hao immediately followed Dao Yiyu Dao's pace. Brother, you look familiar. Feng He naturally stepped forward to ask, but his pale face due to physical weakness, coupled with his rather thin body and smiling face, it is easy for people to think of the word kind. However, if you add the group of players behind him who are obviously malicious and murderous, this feeling is completely different. My name is Dao Yiyu Dao. I had a little friction with some people in your guild some time ago. Dao Yiyu Dao said immediately. He is not a bloodthirsty person. If the problem can be solved peacefully, he will naturally be the first choice. I have heard of your name for a long time. Feng He immediately clasped his fists and said to Dao Yiyu Dao. I dare not, I dare not. Dao Yiyu Dao also returned the greeting. This kind of etiquette is a special action in the game. Are you here for the NPC's entrance training mission? I just saw you fighting the skeleton soldiers there. This kind of monster should not be favored by you. Yes, but the mission is completed. I am going to walk around here to see if there are any treasures or something like that, so as to get some travel expenses. Dao Yiyu Dao didn't know what this man named Feng He was playing, so he had to continue talking to him. Then are you interested in going to the second floor with us? It seems that there is still a position in our team. Feng He glanced at his team. Because he just died and dropped 2 levels, the upper limit of the team is only 25, and there is just 1 position. As a professional player, Feng He's level 25 is really not up to the table. Generally speaking, the highest level of players now is Dao Yiyu Dao's level 38, and all the first T-line professional players have the strength of about level 30. However, due to the high mortality rate of this game, some are killed by monsters, some die in accidents, and some are killed by people. Various ways of death make most players' levels fluctuate constantly. Just like Feng He, he has died 4 times in this Lich land. Being surrounded by zombies once and possessed by ghosts 3 times, for him who has no special skills, being surrounded and possessed is like waiting for death. Although he was saved by the priest in the team once, his experience value was still reduced by 5 levels, and everyone in the team died more than twice. Well, I have teammates. Dao Yiyu Dao said with a very embarrassed expression and tone. To be honest, he didn't want to team up with these obviously unfriendly people, lest he didn't even know how to die. Your mission is also completed. It's time to leave here, right? A tiger-shaped man came out from behind Feng He and said viciously to Shuina and the others, besides, I think your potions should be almost used up. Go back to the city to replenish them. Otherwise, you will die here, and crying will be useless. After hearing this, Shwina and the others were a little unhappy, especially Dao Yiyu Dao. He looked at Feng He with a very incomprehensible expression, wanting him to give an explanation. I'm sorry, my brother doesn't know how to talk, don't take it to heart, he actually admires your strength, and has been looking for an opportunity to fight monsters and grab treasures with you, I hope you don't take it to heart. Well, then I won't hinder you, I'll leave first. The medical magician on Shui Na's side suddenly said to Dao Yiyu Dao, it seems that he received some warning or something. Oh, okay, take care. Dao Yiyu Dao said kindly, he would not force such a thing. After all, they were just casual acquaintances, and he would feel bad if he offended a big guild because of himself. Then I'll leave too, see you later. There must be a second time, and these people will naturally follow when someone starts. Goodbye. Take care. Then, the guardian team left one by one, leaving Shui Na alone. What about you? The tiger-shaped man asked Shui Na a little gloomily, but Shui Na was obviously thinking about the problem and ignored him. Hey, little ninja master, didn't you hear me? The tiger-shaped man suddenly walked in front of Mina and planned to use. He tried to push Shui Na with his hand, but Dao Yiyu Dao's dagger was placed on his neck, and the action of pushing him froze there. It works. Shui Na's eyes had returned to clarity. When he saw the scene in front of him, he immediately knew what had happened. However, he didn't think about it now, but ran to the wooden house, took out the space bracelet, took out everything inside, and then put as much intermediate potion as possible in the backpack, leaving only a small part in his hand. Everyone looked at Shui Na's actions strangely, but they just didn't understand his behavior. Now, you can join us. Feng He looked at his normal state and asked softly. He hasn't left the team yet? I won't abandon my own people casually, so let's not mention the team again. Dao Yiyu Dao felt that it was better to be decisive, otherwise it would be bad if they caught him. Dao Yiyu Dao ignored the hateful look of the tiger-shaped man, and went to sit with the NPC guardians, intending to borrow the power of these NPCs. Humph! The tiger-shaped man looked at Dao Yiyu Dao's back and snorted heavily, but Feng He didn't say anything, and he couldn't overstep his authority to deal with this matter. Now, let's be careful and don't get left alone. After Feng He said this, he led everyone away from the resurrection point, intending to find some zombies to practice. What did you do just now? Dao Yiyu Dao asked immediately after seeing Shwina come out of the wooden house and sit next to him. Hehe, I was reminded by that big man, so I went to do some small business. When the big man said that some potion was gone and he was about to buy it, Shwina immediately thought of this business opportunity. There are no shops in the Lich Land, nor are there NPCs such as supply dealers, but he has a lot of potions on him, so he can open a small supply store. But in order to prevent people from using their identities as players to lower the price, Shui Na went to find Wen Xin to form a partnership. As long as Wen Xin refused to lower the price, the players would naturally have no choice. Less than a few minutes later, the door of the wooden house opened, and Wen Xin erected a sign outside the door. On it, Supply Station was written in large letters that Shui Na could not understand. Although Shui Na could not understand it, the system would directly reflect those words to the minds of those players who saw the sign. Chapter 200 Nobils. This free and direct promotional method was what Shui Na had just found on the official website, and Shui Na not only did business with players, but also did not let go of the business of NPCs. Now Wen Xin not only sells potions, but also some dry food. These foods are dispensable for players, and Shui Na bought a batch of such foods out of consideration for Xiao Ai. But for people living in this world, these are daily necessary consumables, and without them, people will starve to death. The sign that Wen Xin put up quickly attracted some NPCs. After all, they didn't have the props of the space bracelet, so they couldn't carry a lot of supplies, nor could they keep the food fresh. But their strength was not weak, so it was okay to save some for the children in the village. After all, adults can starve, but children can't. However, if someone sells food here, as long as the price is reasonable, they will naturally not be stingy with those copper coins and embarrass themselves. And Shui Na grasped this mentality, and the price of his food was not high, just 5 copper coins higher than the purchase price outside. 5 more copper coins is very cheap for these NPCs with strength above level 50. The most important thing is that the food sold here is very fresh, much fresher than what they bring from home, and the taste is much better. Since these NPCs were chosen by their village chiefs as guardians, they were naturally people who knew how to take care of and cherish children. So these people naturally gave the fresher food to the children they brought with them, so that they could live a better life, and they dealt with the less fresh food themselves. However, Shui Na's space bracelet was limited, and she didn't bring too much food with her, so the food was quickly sold out, leaving only the 2 portions of food in Shui Na's backpack for Xiao Ai. By the way, where are the others? Shui Na looked around, and basically all of them were NPCs with names on their heads. Although players can also set the appearance of having names on their heads, the player's name has a flashing function, so you can tell at a glance that it is the player's name. Not sure, the Dark Dragon Gang went to the zombie territory. As for the other guardians, it seems that they are also looking for the boss to fight. Dao Yudao glanced at the vast sea of bones in front of him, and there were several abnormal figures wandering on the edge of the sea of bones. Boss. Shui Na immediately thought of the 10 skeleton bosses, and wondered what happened to them. Are you interested? Dao Yudao asked immediately. The most exciting thing about being a player is to fight the boss and get equipment. No, I suggest you stay here for a while and see the situation clearly. Mina had a bad feeling in her heart. Rhodes had been in for a while, but there is no news. This is not a good sign. Is that so? Do you know something? I feel like you are very familiar with the child in the wooden house. Dao Yudao had seen this a long time ago, but there has been no good occasion or topic for him to ask. Otherwise, it would be unfriendly to ask about something that may involve the secrets of the players. I know a little bit. Shui Na thought for a while and said, the swordsman who has been guarding here is a level 100 swordsman. Although he may have just broken through, the final boss bone wizard inside is only level 50. So what? Now Dao Yudao immediately thought of this person named Chi Huo, who should be the first player to enter this lich land. Rod has been in the 2nd floor for almost half an hour. Logically, he should have come out a long time ago, but now there is no news. And there is no news about the 4 medical magicians behind him. They are all level 100 strong men. It's impossible. Shui Na became more and more uneasy, and looking at the changes just now, it is very likely that something has changed with the bone wizard. No way, 5 level 100 warriors, 1 finger each, can crush that level 50 bone wizard into powder. Dao Yudao is also a person who has done his homework, and naturally knows some things about this place. So he is a little surprised now, but he is more surprised by what this person called Shuo knows. Just now, he also used the reconnaissance technique to check the levels of the 4 medical magicians who came in later, but he could not reconnoiter successfully. This shows that the levels of those medical magicians are very high and they directly ignored his reconnaissance technique. And Mina's advanced reconnaissance technique, plus Mina herself is a ninjutsu master, has a certain induction ability in chakra. Therefore, with the advanced reconnaissance technique, to detect the creatures of the ninjutsu master profession, there is a certain amplification ability, which just allows him to detect the levels of the 4 ninjutsu masters, but he can't see anything behind. 4 level 100 bishop level warriors seem to be swallowed by the entrance to the 2nd floor, without any sound or color, which is not a normal and reasonable thing in itself. Then do you know the situation on the 2nd floor? Dao Yudao looked at Shui Na in deep thought and immediately used guiding words to get information. There are only some dark apprentices on the 2nd floor, and their strength is not strong. It's just that I heard the bone wizard say that he wanted to practice in seclusion last time, and now it seems that the seclusion has succeeded. Shui Na didn't think much, just said the doubts in his mind and answered them himself. I think so. Dao Yudao was a little bit unbelievable in his heart. He thought that he was also an assassin with good skills and talent, but he was not sure that he could get close to the 50th level bone wizard and eavesdrop on its words. The sensing range of undead creatures is not comparable to that of ordinary monsters. At this time, the entire lich land suddenly shook violently, and a stream of black gas and scorching air waves mixed with rock fragments gushed out from the entrance of the 2nd floor. Seeing this, all the NPC guardians stood up nervously, because a very strong breath came from it. Even Shui Na, a player who was not in the mainstream, could feel it. Fuck the system, it suddenly created this situation again. Feng He and his team appeared at the resurrection point again, and this time they were wiped out again. That red figure over there, is it Rod's swordsman? Dao Yudao saw a fiery red figure in the black air, constantly fighting with the unknown creatures in the black air. It's him, and he's injured. Mina put away the telescope in her hand, and then instantly changed the flame magic suit in her backpack, and the figure disappeared in an instant. In the telescope, Mina also saw that he was holding an old medical practitioner who looked like he was dying in his left hand. And his right hand holding the sword was injured by the ninjutsu, and even the bones were exposed. Most importantly, Mina found that there was a terrible black on his face. These black hair looked bad. Now Rod was seriously injured, and he had to take care of the old medical practitioner in his hand. With enemies all around, there was basically no way to break out of the encirclement of the black air. Rhodes had been wanting to rush over here, but due to the various bad conditions on his body and the obstacles of the high-level undead creatures around him, he had to give up the medical magician in his hand and rush with the sword in his left hand, otherwise there was really no way to rush out. But could he just watch him die without helping? His right hand was too badly injured and could no longer support the strong fighting spirit output. However, the old medical magician in his hand needed his strong fighting spirit to form a protective shield to protect him, otherwise he would be devoured by the high-level undead creatures in the black air. However, his fighting spirit was almost unable to support it. Now this is a dilemma: give up others or give up yourself. At this time, a familiar voice appeared. Rhodes, this way. Mina's figure appeared in the air, and she was still gliding over lightly. I saw Mina opening her hands in the air towards Rhodes. Mina's actions were a little unclear, and even Rhodes was stunned for a moment, but after 1/10 of a second, he understood what Mina meant. Protect him well. Rhodes shouted at Mina. After throwing out the old healer, he didn't look at Mina anymore. What he had to do now was to protect himself and get out of the black air. Taking over the old man who exhaled more than he inhaled, Mina immediately launched a burst of power and clamped him around his waist. At the same time, he activated the suit skills on his body, and a beam of red flame shot out from Mina's chest and hit the black air. Waves of shouts that didn't sound like humans came from the black air. However, Mina ignored it, but kept paying attention to the timeliness of the air stagnation and the constantly changing situation below him. Little brother, beautiful. A voice came from Mina from the wooden house, and then a strong airflow appeared out of thin air under his feet, supporting his body that fell after the air stagnation failed, and then slowly pulled him towards the wooden house. Looking at the black and lacquered bone hands reaching out to him, Mina was also a little scared. It didn't matter if he died, but it was heartbreaking when the old healer died. Mina looked at the newly added tasks in the task bar, and then looked at the old medical magician who was still breathing. Mina didn't say anything and directly activated the light of life. Is he okay? Rhodes, who was covered in blood and black gas, had no worries. With the full burst of fire-attributed fighting spirit, he finally broke out of the encirclement of black gas and broke through the encirclement of the skeleton soldiers with a crushing force, but his condition was more miserable than that of the old man. Don't worry, as long as there is breath, you won't die. Mina looked at the green light on the old medical magician who was constantly fighting with the black gas, and knew that the old medical magician's life was saved. Thank you for saving me. Mina clasped her fists to thank the middle-aged ninjutsu master who was constantly panting beside her. He was the one who saved her just now. Hey, thank you, I'm out of breath. After the middle-aged ninjutsu master used a ninjutsu beyond his ability, he no longer had the ability to cast spells. Haha, humble human, become my loyal servant. 3 figures suddenly rushed out from the entrance of the second floor, but the holy medical robes of these 3 figures had lost their luster, and bright red blood stains were all over their bodies. When the 3 figures retreated in the air, a monster like a mummy flew up from the black air and looked at the people below with disdain. It was the promoted Nobils, the White Corpse Wizard boss, a level 100 undead strongman.